Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 100, A New Member to the Hestia Familia. This may very well be the only chapter this week, so enjoy it. After a while, Haruheim calmed down as she laid her head on Silver's chest. And it was at this moment she realized what she was doing. Her foxtail suddenly got up as she slowly got away from Silver, but when she turned her red face to the side, her tail continued to wiggle left and right, betraying her. Silver noticed this and shook his head slightly. He gently grabbed her hand and said, "I know it's a lot to think about, and it isn't easy to change. But first things first, we need to leave this place." "No isn't an option," he said as he chuckled at the end. Haruheim smiled as his hair flew in the gentle wind. "Shall we go? There is a lot to do." "Yes." Silver led Haruheim out of the ruins, trying to lead her through easier paths since she had quite the difficulty following Silver. It may sound surprising, but this was the most physical activity she had in years and perhaps all of her life. Living a sheltered life since young, Haruheim's body was extremely frail, and if she didn't pay much attention, it would be pretty simple to twist her ankle while walking in this rubble. Her mother did so before her, and her grandmother as well. Being frail may as well be within her blood. As the daughter of the Sanjono clan in the Far East. However, even if she was having difficulty, Haruheim was also extremely happy as she felt she was experiencing her own adventure right now. As they walked, Silver said, "From here on out it's going to be hard. I'm sure a lot will happen, but it isn't anything we can't manage." "I understand. But I am ready, I won't back down anymore." Silver smiled, saying, "This may have been sudden, but I did a lot in these past 2 weeks since I first met you." As Silver said that, he helped Haruheim jump from a tall stone into the lower ground. She felt embarrassed to be helped this much. But she didn't reject it. "I told you already how they attacked me first and how I infiltrated Ishtar's house to learn more about everything. But what I didn't tell you is what I plan to do." Silver proceeded to tell a simplified version of his plans, but he cut out some of the gorier parts like incrimination. "In the end, Ishtar will probably think this was the work of another familia and that will buy us some time." "You are truly incredible," said Haruheim in a sad tone. Seeing this, Silver added, "There is no need to think too much. Ishtar won't just attack us. For her, I am not really a problem. I have this thought out already. From the way I laid out things, they will think I was working with someone. They captured Haruheim and I fled. Ishtar won't be able to stay still and she will immediately launch a brutal investigation on her own familia until she finds out who was the traitor. But there is none since I did everything on my own. Even if she knew this, she wouldn't believe it. She is too prideful for that. I already have it planned. To create instability within the Ishtar familia itself. Because there is one girl that isn't loyal to Ishtar at all. Her own captain. Phryne is a mad woman that only cares about herself. She is so delusional that she thinks she is the most beautiful girl alive, surpassing even her own goddess. That makes my job way easier. Even if Ishtar somehow proceeds with her plans and has things return to normal, she will have to launch investigations outside of her familia to find me, Haruheim, and what happened to their operation, and that takes time as well. The longer it passes, the warier she will get as the deadlines for her plans will start to arrive and she will be forced to cut something. Will her pride allow her to do it though? She probably planned for this day ever since she first met Haruheim, waiting for her forces to get stronger so she can do the ritual with Haruheim and eventually. Silver smiled mischievously. "I don't think so. She'll never stop her plans unless she is completely crushed or feels threatened. But I could be wrong and be surprised in the end." Silver eventually stopped at the edge of the ruins and said to Haruheim, "This place should be enough." Haruheim looked around but saw nothing but rubble and broken structures. Slash crack, slash. The stone twisted as it transformed into a door. Silver opened it, revealing a room on the other side. Haruheim was extremely impressed by such a novel sight. She couldn't help but think of the magic abilities the heroes in her books had. She blushed in excitement as she asked, "Is this what you used before?" She remembered how they escaped. The moment Phryne was about to hit Silver in the dungeon, he teleported behind her, and when she realized it, she was somewhere she didn't recognize. At that time when Silver started to pull her, she followed him due to her servant instincts, but it didn't take her long to realize what was happening, and that was why she asked him to stop. Haruheim had a lot of fun with Silver and that was why she didn't want anything to happen to him. She was simply too confused. And that was why she asked him to leave her behind. But it didn't take a lot to figure out her sacrifice would do little to nothing. In fact, it would make things worse as Ishtar would just attack Silver again and this time, force Haruheim to use her spell on Phryne. But Silver wasn't that type of person. He did things the way he wanted, so he forcefully saved her. No need to thank him, he is mainly an adventurer and a hero for fun. Hearing Haruheim, Silver said. Yes, it's a neat ability to escape, although it makes me a bit tired to use it, it's not as much as when I just started as an adventurer. Said Silver as he got inside the door. I teleported a few times today and used this portal ability twice in the span of half an hour without drinking any potions. How much I grew. Still, I don't feel technically okay either. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Crack. Silver grabbed the collar on her neck and gently broke its lock by crushing it with his fingers, making it fall into pieces. For the first time in many years, she felt her neck unusually light. Haruheim grabbed his hand once more with a smile and stepped into a brand new world, half an hour later, Silver could be seen kneeling on the floor, there were 2 girls in front of him, and 2 more girls on the corner of the room hugging each other in fear. Bam. Can you repeat to me again what you did? Silver. Said Hestia in an angry tone as she slapped the table next to her. Sometimes I think if joining this familia wasn't truly a good option. Said Daphne as she looked at Silver and Hestia with a frown. The war game, his actions. He is always in the middle of some sort of troublesome situation. Poor Silver was currently being interrogated by both Hestia and Daphne, while Haruheim was crouching on the corner with Cassandra. They seemed to get along quite well. I told you already. They attacked me first. He said with a straight face. Hestia interrupted him, saying. I want to understand this fully, so I will go over everything really quickly. So, not only did you not report any of this to me, you formulated a plan that involved sabotaging most of a familia's operations. Ishtar's. And, in the end, you used yourself as bait in order to confront them, a bunch of level 2s and 3s, and even a 5. And, after that, you kidnapped a girl. Silver scratched the back of his head and thought. Should I tell her how I also planned on stealing most of her wealth in order to crash their economy? Better not to. You talk in a very ominous way, I didn't do much, nor it was as dangerous. Hestia frowned. You broke several laws at once. Surprisingly enough, the only crime I did break was fighting within civilian grounds, because all of this falls within a familia confrontation incident and the initiator is Ishtar, everything else is just a consequence of that. Silver replied instantaneously. Even if she denies it, I have proof. Said Silver with a smug smile. Don't be proud about it. Exclaimed Hestia. Daphne then said. Even so you. Should I have shared this with you all? Look, I am not looking down on you, however, it is a sensitive time for everyone here, I didn't want to mess things as everything was going well, and... But Hestia just grabbed his head and said with a conflicted expression. Aren't we supposed to be a familia? How can you keep doing all of these alone? At least trust me with hearing your words. Or is that too hard for you? Silver looked at her expression and then towards Daphne's and Cassandra's before he apologized, bowing in the process. Sigh. All right, that was my fault, I made you all worry. Although I still think I choose the right option. Daphne let out a sigh. Haruheim smiled slightly, Cassandra smiled gently, and Hestia frowned as she exhaled some turbid air. Really, you only caused trouble. Correction, trouble came to me this time. That's the problem. Aren't you a god? Go ask the god of luck and fate. Perhaps she has an answer for this. She's in heaven. And I am sure that she wouldn't give me an answer. They talked for a bit longer before Hestia asked. So what is your plan now that she is here? I can't give my blessing to her nor can we hide her for long. But Silver just said as he got up from the ground. Hiding her presence is pretty simple, there are many tools that can obstruct a god from sensing the blessing of his children, so until we deal with Ishtar, she will be perfectly concealed. Silver took out a box, inside there was a blue bracelet. Just wear these for now, it will be enough. He said with a smile as he put the bracelet on Haruheim's arm. This time I was thoroughly prepared. Why does he have such a thing? Hestia's brows almost touched, showing how annoyed she was while Haruheim blushed a bit for receiving the gift. Thank you. You are all doing so much for me yet I can only. But Silver patted her head making Hestia snicker. Daphne looked at the bracelet and asked. Isn't that an illegal item? Blessing shroud or something? But Silver looked at her and shrugged. And. Sigh, do as you wish, I don't even know why I asked. Silver smiled, making Daphne even more pissed. He sat back on his chair and said. As for Ishtar herself. His smile disappeared as he said with a heavy tone. If you want, I can collapse the Ishtar familia right now. Haruheim was my only priority, but she is here now so. Everyone was stunned. What do you mean Silver? If we treat this as a war, it becomes simpler to understand. Silver raised his hand and lifted 3 fingers. There are 3 things we need to consider. First, her personnel. I can easily deal with anyone apart from Phryne herself. I can slowly take down each and every one of them by using several distinct means. Hearing this, Haruheim opened her mouth to speak, but Silver interrupted her and said, I am not talking about harming them in such a way. There isn't a need to take it to such extremes, but more of making them incapable of operating. There are many ways to do that. At least not for everyone, some on the other hand. Everyone nodded. Second, information. The best way to make her stay in her place is to use her own enemies. Then it's just a question of how long it takes to properly disseminate this information. Then it's over for her, she'll be done in by her own enemies. That's a bit scary, said Cassandra as she heard Silver. And lastly, wealth. A familia of her size cannot operate without funds, so if I take everything away, considering the way she operates, it will be like removing her hands and feet. Even if she knows that Haruheim is here, she won't be able to make a move at all unless she has decided in throwing everything she built over the years up into smoke. However, even if she wanted, that in itself would be hard for her to accomplish, as I am sure she would be having more difficulty holding onto her own property due to the fierce competition in the district. Hestia processed everything and said, Sigh. I don't know how I should feel about stealing. To be honest, even if we consider what Ishtar did, she is still mostly a legal familia. But Silver scoffed at Hestia's words. Your statement is only correct if you look at the surface. Ishtar did a lot of shady stuff over the years and ordered her familia to do even worse things. In fact, one of my plans includes divulging what I found to the guild, but then again, I would be assuming I was the cause behind everything, and this may cause problems eventually. Still, the people will, said Hestia with worry. It is true that it will make a big impact on the lives of many people, especially the honest workers. However, unless Ishtar has completely gone mad, those honest workers won't be affected much by the Ishtar's familia bankruptcy or their internal problems. Unless someone worse than them takes in the reins after their downfall. But I find it hard. Hestia had to think, but it was too much for her, while Daphne said, This seems too simple. Because it is. I won this from the start. My only problems were Haruheim and Freya. The rest is irrelevant to me. It may be a bit cruel, but at least most of these Amazons will be able to live. In the original, most of them were killed by assassins after Ishtar was sent back to heaven. Cassandra raised her hand and asked softly, How are you going to steal her wealth? Silver thought deeply for a moment before he looked at both Cassandra and Daphne. I was planning on showing this one day, I just didn't expect it to come so soon. If you are still here with me despite what I said, then I will show you why you were right in choosing the Hestia familia. Silver turned to the side and raised his left hand. Slash crack, slash. The ground started to twist and turn, and eventually, a door appeared in the middle of the room. Silver opened the door amidst the surprised expressions of Cassandra and Daphne, showing what was on the other side. The moment she saw what was on the other side, Daphne facepalmed as she understood why he was being so carefree. I see it now. This is almost against the rules. She sat on her chair and she even let out a hollow laugh. Silver smiled and said, Rules. Oi. Calm down, Daphne, said Hestia as she shook her shoulders. So what do you think? Is this a good plan? But Daphne just said, This is a terrible plan. I'm glad you agree, said Silver with a smile as he used telekinesis to move the gold and gems inside the vault to his room. As to how he got to this place, in his 2 weeks of training, Silver explored every nook and cranny of her manor, making sure not to trigger any trap, and he eventually found his way inside the vault. The rest is simple. While Silver moved all of the treasures to the room, Hestia and the others talked with Haruheim. Hestia was not in any way pleased with knowing how Silver came to know her in the red light district. The singular thought of Silver being in there already bothered her. She also saw how the girl felt and how depressed she actually felt about herself, so the only thing she could do is, Welcome to the Hestia familia, she said as she hugged her gently. Silver looked at them and smiled slightly. It's good that everything ended well. Regardless, this is only the start. I need to get stronger and put Ishtar in her place, be it in a war game or in a more informal manner. This money is just a part of her wealth. There is bound to be a lot of money hidden and stashed in safes and vaults within banks, but it's true she won't even be able to gather war supplies. I want to see what you will choose. Since this is going to take a while, how about I tell all of you what I've found in the records of the familia? I assure you, this is going to make you lose all feeling of pity instantly, Silver said with a serious expression. I'll start with some of the more light things so as to not traumatize them. And I'll stop if they can't take it. 2 hours later, Back at Ishtar's manor, Ishtar herself could be seen sitting on a throne in the middle of a grand hall. Her face was devoid of emotions as she held a broken smoking pipe in her right hand. It had been a while, but she couldn't feel Haruheim's blessing anymore, no matter how hard she tried to focus. It was complete silence in the room. I will ask one last time, where is Haruheim? But no one replied to her. Arg. Slash bam, slash. She threw her broken smoking pipe on the ground in anger. The carpet started to burn but not one dared to move. How the fuck did it become like this? She looked at each girl present in the room but no one replied to her, and this made her even angrier. Phryne, explain to me what happened. Phryne had an angry gaze as she pointed toward Aisha and said. It was all that bitch's fault. Even after she got the power, she was still incapable of taking him down, and it messed out everyone's flow. Shut up. I didn't ask that. Phryne was shocked, but she scoffed and said. You were tricked. That magic tool you bought did not stop him from fleeing. Worse, the moment I was about to go after him we were ambushed by someone. Ishtar looked at Aisha and asked. What about you, what is your excuse? Aisha was sweating a little but she said. It is true he escaped, and it's also true that we were ambushed by someone from the moment we decided to move. Because our fight caused significant damage to the dungeon structure, the many bombs that detonated all around us were the final nail in the coffin of this mess. Because they collapsed most of the caves we were in, cutting many of our retreat paths. There is a big chance they were acting together, but we can't say who. Slash bam, slash. Angry and desperate, Ishtar grabbed the bottle of wine on the table next to her and threw it at Aisha's head. It broke on her face but Aisha did not move, feeling the cold wine and hot blood flow down her face. Her expression was cold as she stared at the ground. Ishtar then sat back on her throne to think. She started to bite her nails as she thought deeply. Slash bam, slash. Someone suddenly entered the hall, disrupting her thoughts and making her screech in anger. I told you all to not barge in. But the Amazon had a very pale face as she said. It's an emergency. The vault. Everything was stolen. Slash silence slash. Ishtar's expression was one of disbelief, but after a few seconds it turned into anger as her expression twisted, and she screamed in anger and despair, pulling her hair as her makeup got undone. Soon enough she would recover her sanity, and when that time came, she would vent on anyone she sets her eyes on. It wasn't a pleasant day to be a member of the Ishtar Familia. But to be honest, was it ever? Notes. See you all in a week. Chapter 101, Road to Level. Somewhere in the middle of Orario inside a 4-story tall building. Slash thud slash. No. No more. I yield. Just kill me. Slash thud slash. Stop being dramatic Hermes-sama, you were the one who got interested in this. Besides, the earlier we end this the earlier we can rest. Said Asfi as she dropped another pile of papers on Hermes' table. Hermes raised his tired head and looked at Asfi. He was on the verge of crying. But Asfi simply looked at him without a single emotion. Defeated, Hermes started to read the papers. And soon enough his eyes sharpened. Oi oi, is this true? That's up for you to decide. In my opinion, I find it really suspicious that Ishtar decided to release so much private information on the market at once. But everything points out to the information being true. Slash clack, slash. The door to the room opened and another person arrived, interrupting their conversation. My savior! Exclaimed Hermes as he looked at the dog girl. Asfi rolled her eyes. Tell me what you found. The girl's eyes were serious, prompting Hermes and Asfi to focus as well. It's serious business, you won't believe what I learned on the black market. Hermes looked at Asfi and the latter turned around and pressed on a strange object on the table. Done, talk to your heart content. Said Hermes. So. Supposedly, the Ishtar Familia vault was stolen. Slash buffed, slash. Hermes spat all of the tea on his mouth onto Asfi due to the sudden surprise, making the latter soaked and angry. The what now? He asked. The dog girl scratched her head and said. Everything, down to the last coin. There are witnesses that said that Ishtar's mad cries could be heard through half of the entertainment district, including a small fire in her manor. Besides, her entire manor is currently on lockdown, not even an ant can escape from there, and if someone suspicious gets too close they were told to kill on sight. Ishtar is completely mad. Ho 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 ho. How interesting. Hermes was very amused, the more he heard the bigger his grin became. It doesn't end there, it's only rumored, but it says that they tried to ambush the Hestia Familia on the middle floors. Slash buffed, slash. Hermes spat more tea onto Asfi, making the latter even more soaked and very angry. Haha. I knew that boy would get into trouble sooner or later. What else? Asked Hermes with a childlike curiosity. Asfi stayed silent with her eyes dark on the side, just listening. There is a minor rumor mixed with some truth that the ambush from the Ishtar Familia was actually leaked, and there is some proof for that as I found a few leads here and there. However, this leak led to them actually being ambushed by a third party. Slash buffed, slash. Hermes smiled and snapped his fingers. This is getting interesting. Hey Asfi. Who do you think? Slash bonk, slash. Asfi angrily punched Hermes in the head, prompting him to fall on the ground semi-conscious. Don't worry Asfi, I still love you. Said Hermes on the ground as he touched Asfi's legs. Slash bonk slash. A metallic object on the table fell on top of Hermes' head, knocking him out. How unlucky. Looking at his body, the two girls looked at each other, one very angry and the other just confused. What do we do now? Asked Lulyun. Leave him, besides, I need a shower and some rest, I had enough for today. She said as she removed her cape and walked to the door. What about the papers? Asked Lulyun as she watched Asfi leave. That is not my problem anymore unless you want to. No thanks. Lulyun ran away faster than Asfi, prompting her to sigh as she closed the door, leaving a hurt Hermes on the cold floor. Slash deep in the dungeon, slash. Inside a hidden cave protected by a large green dragon laid a rather bizarre village. A village whose houses didn't follow any sort of specific pattern, some were big, some were small, a few were just holes in the wall while some others were made from wood and other objects, probably from the middle floors. However, there was no one in this village, because everyone was currently in one place. Deeper into this village hidden behind a rock was a large area with stone chairs circling a single massive bonfire. Next to the bonfire were three creatures, a red lizardman, a gray gargoyle, and a harpy with blue and green feathers. They seemed to be having a fierce discussion. For the last time, that isn't a sensible solution, Gro. Said the red lizardman as he looked at the gargoyle. He is right, Gro, this is a critical time, we should be thinking and acting prudently. Replied the harpy. Garer. When our companions are attacked, captured, and killed, the only thing you think is to stay calm. Exclaimed Gro. I understand how you feel, Gro. But it's not just about us anymore. We can't proceed with such a reckless plan and risk more of us over an enemy we know so little about. Said the lizardman. We need to be prudent now, we've never been attacked this way before, and it's time for us to revise our ways so this never happens again. Said the harpy girl. Gro clenched his fist and retreated without saying a word. Seeing him leave, the lizardman and the harpy both sighed at the same time. This was the best option. Said the harpy. I know. But still. I can barely quell my anger, Ray. Said the lizardman as his fists tightened. Seeing this, Ray's eyes also narrowed, but she said. For them and for everyone that is still here, we can't risk any more lives persuading an enemy we know little about, LYD. And for this, let's leave it at the hands of Fells. LYD relaxed and turned around, leaving without a sound. The harpy looked at the dark ceiling and thought. Will there ever be a day when we can spread our wings in the sun and live in harmony with the people from the surface? Slash back at the hearth manor, slash. Lee like this. Said Haruheim. Yes. That's perfect. For a beginner. Silver and Haruheim could be seen inside a dorm room training. Haruheim was currently trying to learn how to put on maid clothes, and she was a bit too embarrassed to ask anyone else, even Hestia. So it became Silver's job to help her since he was the only one she knew. Although Haruheim was sheltered for many years, after she was bought by Ishtar, she learned how to do some basic actions, such as putting on her own clothes and taking proper care of her hair and fur. However, that would go as far as how to put on a kimono, and she only had a single model. She has no idea how to put on a maid uniform, saying it was too complex. As for why she wanted to become a maid, Haruheim felt she needed to do something for him and the familia who welcomed her. It was a radical change for her, but one she made herself. Still. Watching the clumsy fox girl knock down several vases at once multiple times made Silver laugh internally. Alright, let's stop for today. Said Silver as he used telekinesis to put the vases in their places. Haruheim turned around with an ashamed expression, her ears were down as she grabbed her tail in embarrassment. For someone who never did this before, I think you did pretty well. Said Silver as he tried to encourage her. To be honest, I expected less, but she is trying her best and learned faster than I expected. Still. It's going to take a while before I have the confidence of letting her work in the house without supervision. Hearing his reply, Haruheim smiled and her tail started to move again. Slash thud, slash. Exclamation point. Silver grabbed the pot before it fell on the ground with Haruheim looking towards the ground like a kid that did something bad. Don't worry too much, this is surprisingly common for demi-humans with fluffy tails like you. You'll get used to moving around soon enough, don't worry. He said with a smile. Although most demi-humans are already used to moving carefully. Because of the height difference, he unconsciously patted her head, making Haruheim's tail move a bit again. She's too cute. Sigh. The only demi-human I ever touched like this was my grandmother. Without knowing, Silver started to play with her ears, making Haruheim tense, and when he noticed he was making her uncomfortable, he said, "In any case, it's almost time for dinner. Go change so we can go down and enjoy some food." Silver turned around and left the room, leaving the stunned Haruheim behind. "Does he like my ears?" She started undressing with a smile, and without much trouble, she put on her kimono. Slash knock. Crash, slash. Her clumsiness ended up knocking yet another pot. What happened? Figured. Silver opened the door to her room and saw a semi-naked Haruheim putting on her clothes with a desperate look as she looked at the fallen piece of ceramic on the ground. When she saw Silver, a lot passed on her head. She wanted to apologize and cry, but there was some other emotion that made her head a bit too hot. Wah, wah. Haruheim's face became super red as she used her tail to block it, forgetting she was still not properly dressed. She stayed there unmoving. Sigh. Silver used telekinesis to move the shards from the ground and reconstructed the pot perfectly. This once again amazed Haruheim, but she was still undressed. "Why are you looking at me? Put on some clothes." Silver turned around and left the room while he shook his head, but before he left the room, Haruheim heard him whisper something with her strong hearing. "Quite big!" Exclamation point. This made her fall on her bed and hug her own tail. But she quickly recovered and put on her kimono without dropping anything this time. She opened the door with a red face and Silver led her to the kitchen. It was also during this dinner that Silver introduced Haruheim to everyone and partially explained her situation, but in a way that wouldn't make everyone worry. Not everyone can be as carefree as him. If they heard she was a slave from Ishtar, they would piss their pants, since a familia like Ishtar's is simply something way too much for them. Silver just told them Haruheim was a noble girl from a distant land and she would remain with them for a few days. He said nothing about her past as a prostitute, since this might make the process of making friends harder. Especially since she wasn't one in the first place. He planned to one day just welcome her fully into the familia, but that was something for the future. Of course, the girls were excited to see this princess. They talked about her hair, tail, and more. The three young triplets looked at her with curiosity, but they showed no further interest. The second brother even jokingly said she looked weak, making her a bit sad. It was a no-brainer that he was beaten up by the other furious girls while his two brothers ignored his plight. So was the current atmosphere of the growing Hestia familia. On the following day, Silver taught Haruheim more about the world and even started her training. While everyone started their daily training, Silver stayed in a separate spot with her. Cassandra and Daphne were close by while Hestia sat on her chair with a bored expression. "Look, I will be brief with you. It's very hard for you to grow stronger physically. I take this as due to the way you lived, and perhaps even how your ancestors lived." Haruheim looked at the ground, remembering something. "I'm sorry if I touched a sore spot." But she grabbed his hands gently, saying, "The past doesn't matter much to me anymore. I'm ready to try and take a step forward. By myself." Silver smiled, while Hestia's face blackened. "I feel conflicted now. Should I even talk with Takamikazuchi?" He shook his head and dispelled those useless thoughts. Not being able to grow stronger physically isn't really a problem. There are many paths one can follow, so we just need to follow yours. However, there are still a few things you need to do. The dungeon is dangerous, and the minimum you need to know is how to run away. The context of why doesn't matter. So every day from now on, you'll join them on running. Just run as much as you can. Even if you fall, don't be discouraged. Everyone here will support you," he said with a smile. "Yes," she said with a smile as her tail wiggled cutely. "After that, it's up to you really. You can learn more by studying, or you can practice your magic with Cassandra, whatever you feel like it. And once you master short chant, I will give you one of the grimoires I borrowed from the Ishtar familia." Haruheim nodded with her usual smile. She seemed a bit confused as to how she should join the girls running, but Silver just pushed her bit by bit until she started to run on her own. Albeit terribly. Well, she'll get the hang of it one day. As Silver said, Nick slowed down and started to run next to her, making Silver smile in amusement. She is so sly. Using the newcomer to decrease her own training. I'll allow it for now. But not for long. Silver turned around and passed by Hestia. "Where are you going now?" she asked as she got up and stared at him. "I'll go take a trip to the guild, get some commissions and go to the dungeon. I also had planned on taking a look at Ishtar's movements. I feel sorry for leaving everything on your shoulders. Despite everything I've said about us being a familia and all," said Hestia in an awkward tone. Daphne and Cassandra nodded as well. "It's fine. Besides, Ishtar's case in something while the dungeon is something else. Even if they were apt to come with me, I wouldn't accept it since I am planning to train hard with the intention of leveling up." Cassandra and Daphne looked shocked. It hadn't even been 2 months since he became a level 2 and he is already planning on becoming level 3. Hestia on the other hand expected this as she said. Just be careful, okay? Silver smiled and patted her head. I'll be back before nightfall. And like that, Silver went to hit the dungeon and train himself. He was very close to a level up, but there was still a lot of work to do. Melio's Silver. Level 2, 1, 2. Strength A, 891-S. Vitality SS, 1032-SS. Dexterity C, 725-B. Agility S, 903-SS. Magic SSS, 1310-SSS. Evolved Body-I. Perseverance-I. Magic. Magnum Opus Ambrosia. Skill. Vit Algin. Infer David Missimus. Neo Stir. 1. Before time skip. 2. Now. It may seem low, but he didn't do much, to be honest. Despite there being 2 weeks, his stats are still high, so it would be hard to increase them unless he trains like a madman. After leaving the training grounds, Silver left the manor and walked for a bit before he hid in one of the alleys and disappeared. Half an hour later, After collecting his commission and saying goodbye to his guild friends, Silver walked to a nearby alley. The next moment, Silver was in the middle of a jungle. He looked around to confirm there were no monsters or people around him before he started to plan. I already scouted most of this area and fought most of the monsters, so before I go ballistic and attract a horde of 200 deadly hornets, I should first get more used to fighting medium groups of these sort of enemies. Although I think I have what it takes to take on such a horde, it's best to start slow before throwing myself into a cloud of giant hornets that can penetrate thick metal plates. I need to make sure there are no adventurers around me in a decent radius so they aren't affected. Silver started to prepare. He put on basic leather armor, and grabbed his trusty halberd before putting on a pair of knives on his waist. Silver had decided to start slow, with his gear ready and at hand before he started to go crazy and challenged these floors with nothing but his pajamas. When he was ready, he took out a small bit of a yellow-orange potion and sprayed it on a tree nearby. Roar, slash. A few minutes in, and the cries were getting stronger and stronger. Whoosh, slash. Whoosh, slash. Whoosh, slash. Whoosh, slash. Several dark shadows jumped from the bushes. They were tall like minotaurs and they had brown fur covering their whole bodies. They looked like bears but fiercer with a more humanoid body. They were bugbears. Monsters with the same power and defense as a minotaur, but faster and more coordinated. Buzz, slash. However, they weren't the only ones called for the party. I thought this special honey solution would only attract bugbears, but I guess I got a few more guests. Well, no matter. The ground was filled with monsters and the sky was filled with insects of various shapes and forms, but Silver was smiling as he took a step forward. His halberd shinned in blue light as if responding to his emotions. Notes. This week the chapters will be released normally, although the next one may be a bit late since on the day I will have my last exam, so depending on my mental state after I leave uni, I may or may not have the will to edit a single chapter. Skull. In any case, see you all later. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Chapter 102, Prelude, Level Up. Sorry for the delay, I was editing and finishing a few chapters. There is still one chapter to finish and my goal is to at least finish it before going to sleep. So yeah, that's about it, see ya. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /back at Ishtar's Manor, /bam, /Ergaha. Screamed Ishtar in anger as she kicked her throne aside. It's been over a week. 1 week. The month is already ending, and I got nothing from you useless asses. Screamed Ishtar in rage towards her children. She was currently in her throne room, with her children below her like always. It was just that the atmosphere was much tenser than a few weeks ago. The girls looked tired, and the men behind Ishtar had clear signs of being beaten up. For a frail goddess like Ishtar to provoke such injuries on a level 4 like him. A lot had changed since last week. First, there was no carpet on the ground. It happened that after Ishtar lost most of her fortune at once, she was forced to withdraw money from several of her official and legal bank accounts and even collect the debts of many people she once held by the neck. And it was obvious that these people weren't so pleased with the past, now that they are free. But even with money in hand, there was a lot of damage to fix, and that required more money and time. Both were things she had a lack of, and it just so happened that every time she got into a fit of anger, Ishtar would throw a bottle of a wine on the ground to quench her anger. And every time, she would ruin the carpet. Better than being punched in the face at least. Although the girls knew this wasn't the end of it, and this was shown by the bruises on their bodies. They were so tight on money that they couldn't buy potions to heal themselves from Ishtar's outbursts. Worse, after spending a lot on her expensive carpets, they decided to just remove all of them altogether. When did it all go wrong? When? She screamed as she pointed at them in anger. Her makeup was completely worn out. She was so tense she stopped taking care of herself, even applying her makeup was hard for her. Ishtar started to bite her nails, but there weren't any to bite anymore, she had already gone to her flesh. Her fingers were now bleeding. Erga. Slash slap, slash. She slapped her male slave and calmed down a little. 3 weeks ago. It was after the recruitment of... What was her name again? Hestia. Oh yeah, I remember that lowly now. These idiots failed to gather info on her and her boy, and instead, were ambushed. Then I brought forward my plan because I didn't want Freya to find out about it, making many compromises in the process. But in the end, they failed yet again after preparing for 2 weeks. Being ambushed by a third party. And they lost Haruheim in the chaos of all things. Worse, there is no news of her whereabouts. At this point, I need to proceed with the information that whoever my enemy may be, he has already full knowledge of what Haruheim is capable of and her worth. Ishtar almost pulled her hair, and if you took a closer look at it, you would see that a portion of her hair actually fell. She was losing hair due to stress. Ishtar was slowly collapsing due to Silver's sabotage and her own plans and overthinking. I already researched, but there are absolutely no signs that the Hestia Familia is connected with the ambushers. All of the investigations show that they remained within the premises of their manor for almost all of the time, and the few times they left were to nearby places. Their captain. The boy leaves for the dungeon daily, but there is no sign of him being in contact with this or any group whatsoever. Meaning he simply is not related to this at all. There is a faint possibility he collaborated with them so he could escape, as everything happened way too suddenly, but ever since then. And I can't even investigate them, my forces are too spread out, and sending level 3s won't work unless I do it in high numbers. But if I do so, the manor will become too empty and our forces scattered. Worse. During these 2 weeks, a lot of minor problems happened, slowing down our actions by a lot. At first, I didn't pay attention to them, but when they are added together, it becomes a massive problem. Especially the rumors on the black market. My reputation has gone into shambles, my money was stolen, and now everyone is comparing me to Freya. I can't stand it. And I still don't know who did it. She looked at the people below her, and then she spared a glance at Phryne. They found evidence of her being a possible traitor, but Ishtar didn't want to believe it. However, no matter how much they searched, they didn't find anything else at all. Still, as time passed, she had no other choice but to suspect her. It's true Phryne doesn't see her as a goddess, Ishtar had long understood that. But it's also true that Phryne has nowhere else to go, as she is the only one willing to hide her crimes, and there is also the fact that Phryne is too lazy to seek another god, as she is very comfortable with her life, so much so she has completely stopped growing as an adventurer. No one would accept this prideful frog. Even if she wanted to join a new familia, she would be refused within a few hours. In the end, what was happening? Who was after her? Who did this? Where did she fail? Who is plotting behind her back? I have little to no money, my forces are demoralized and weakened, a third party is foiling my plans, people are laughing at my name, my strongest child is a possible traitor. And Freya is surely watching my back now. She wasn't. At least in the way she believes. It's over, there isn't any more that I can do. I'll have to rethink my plans. Under the gazes of everyone in the hall, Ishtar declared. Scrap down the war preparations. When she said that, her children just looked at her with wide eyes. Not believing her words. What are you doing? I said our plans are cancelled. Get out and fix our familia. As they ran outside in silence, she continued to scream. I want everything fixed. Our reputation. Our influence in the district. Our money. Everything. And when you are done with that, I want you to find out the fuckers that did all of this and bring them to me so I can rip their limbs out. Her screams rang in the night, but it was unknown to her that her target had just heard everything and was now smiling widely. The next day, 1. 2. 1. 2. Okay. This is enough for today, said Cassandra as she looked at the recruits. Ha. Finally. Do you want to study together, Phi? Asked one of the girls to another one. Yes. What about you? Whispers, Another morning, another day of training for the Hestia Familia. 3 weeks ago they had started. They were nothing but a group of aspiring people, new and slightly experienced adventurers. But now, 1 week away from their deadline, they weren't the same as they once were. They proficiently run for an hour, fight with some level of decency, and they could somehow cooperate. At least most of them. Not much changed for the ones who were already adventurers, but it was true that they improved somewhat. Everyone knew each other already, and thanks to it they were also very close. The brutal training made them grow closer to each other and stronger, even if by only a few dozen stats. N1. Each of them had already found their own positions, be it as an archer, or as a supporter, a frontline, or even a mage. The Hestia Familia had a total of 4 mages including Cassandra. One that was already a proficient adventurer, but she was kicked out of her familia for being too weak and useless. A surprising thing for a mage since they are in such a high demand most of the time. Because of this event, this girl tried her best ever since she entered into the Hestia Familia, becoming a well-respected senior. And the other 2 awakened their own forms of magic as soon as they received Hestia's blessing, and they immediately decided to become mages since those magics were good enough for them to invest in it. After all, even if an adventurer awakens magic, it doesn't mean they will become a mage and train it. It greatly depends on their fighting preference, time, and the magic itself. As for the rest, most of them were ordinary, without any skills or magic, and that was, well, normal. But in no way was that a bad thing, since many adventurers started just like that, without anything special at all. However, there were a few outstanding ones like the triples who awakened a skill that allowed them to always know how their brothers felt. As long as the 3 of them wished, they could always feel each other's emotions and physical condition, but only in a short range, and it was a bit hard for them to keep the skill active. But they were an exception. The rest would have to train day in and day out and eventually awaken their own skill or magic. And if they couldn't, it doesn't mean they won't be able to continue as adventurers, but progressing further may become hard. After all, for a normal person, keeping up with the constant increase in the difficulty of the dungeon is almost impossible purely by stats. It is already an impossibility to do it with high stats, magic, and skills, much less with only one. And worse comes to worst, they can always buy a grimoire. Although those are very expensive and rare, especially the ones that match their fighting style. The girls also arranged themselves into their own groups, and in total, out of the 40 or so members of the Hestia Familia, an average of 8 groups of 5 were formed, although not all groups had 5 members. Cassandra and Daphne made their own group with the triplets, while Nick joined another group of 5. Those 2 were the most promising groups out of the 8, but it didn't mean that the other groups were bad. Haruheim did not join any group and would instead continue to train at home or wait for Silver to go to the dungeon with her since her condition is still unique and as such, they can't risk her leaving outside. Not until they make sure Ishtar is out for good. You know. I haven't seen the captain lately. Asked one of the girls on the training grounds. Now that you say. Vice Captain Daphne. What is the captain doing? Asked another girl. Daphne turned around and said. I already said I am not the vice captain. Besides, it's been a week since I've seen that guy. He's probably in the dungeon like always. Fighting all day long. That is a bit of an exaggeration, but the last time I saw him was with a glance as he walked down the corridors. He seems to be in a constant hurry recently. The girls started to gather around them as they heard the conversation. Some even joined. I heard he was gathering money. I feel bad for leaving everything at his hands. Said a girl with thick glasses. It was Celia, one of the 2 newbie mages. When they heard what she said, the others also nodded dejectedly. I heard he was trying his best every day for it. Said someone else, a young elf with pink hair. I also heard that he. Said another girl. I also. Daphne frowned as she saw the girls gossiping between themselves. Some of those were true, but how did they distort so much about the truth? Don't worry everyone, he is fine. The problem is that he was supposed to be here since he was meant to start training with you all in the dungeon. Slash ding ding, slash. Everyone turned around to see Haruheim pushing a metallic cart filled with all sorts of things in it. She had a small bell on her hand, shaking it to gather their attention. She looked very cute. This made everyone jump in joy and rush towards her. It's our goddess. I really needed something sweet. Let me pet your tail. The girls crowded Haruheim. Some of the younger ones were bolder while the oldest of them tried to make them behave. Slash clap, slash. Daphne suddenly clapped loudly, making the energetic girls behave and letting Haruheim breathe for the first time in peace. Everyone, give her some space else she can't give you all the food, also. Remember that you are all sweaty. So leave her be. Sorry, Haruheim. She said apologetically. But Haruheim just smiled, saying. It's my pleasure to help. She continued to push the metal cart towards the center of the training ground but. No. Haruheim tripped on a rock and pulled the cart down, making it tilt and sending everything flying. What is? But suddenly, everything stopped mid-flight. A disaster was averted and the tea and sweets were saved. I see you are still a bit clumsy. Said a voice from behind them. I was planning on watching them talk a bit more about me to see their opinion of me, but I ended up seeing her clumsiness. I'll make sure the ground is completely smooth next time. Everyone turned around, but their surprise soon changed to worry as they saw who it was, or better put, how he looked. You, said Daphne as she frowned. That blood. How are you all doing? Said Silver in a gentle tone as he looked around. Why are they so gloomy? Did you come all the way from the dungeon looking like that? She asked as she pointed at his body. Daphne knew he could move long distances with his teleportation, she just didn't know he could use it in the dungeon to leave. Of course, even if she knew, apart from Cassandra and Haruheim, everyone here didn't know that, so she had to play a bit. Oh. Shit. Silver remarked surprised. Oh fuck, I came back with teleportation because I had a big fight and I forgot I looked like crap. Those damn hornets. They made short work of me and my clothes. I made a mistake due to being in a hurry. Haha. I was just eager to have my status checked and I forgot. Of course, it was none other than Silver, wearing his normal light armor and with his halberd on his back. Normally, this wouldn't be frowned upon, the problem was his current state. There were bloodstains everywhere on his body, and his clothes were tattered, his armor was in shambles, and it was clear some of the blood was his due to the holes on his clothes and the different colors of blood painted on the fragments of his clothes. It was hard to even discern what used to be the original color of his clothes. Master Silver! Screamed Haruheim as she ran to him to check his injuries. She was so worried her tail shot up and then down, almost completely between her legs. Ahaha. No need to check me, I'm fine. This blood isn't mine. Mostly. Silver tried to comfort the worried Haruheim, but she did not stop as she continued to check his body. She looked all around trying to check for injuries and other things. Do you need my help? Asked Cassandra as she approached Silver with a worried expression. He was about to refuse her, but since everyone was looking at him with worry, he just accepted and said. Show me how much you improved. He said with a smile, making Cassandra smile as well. It was the first time someone apart from Daphne had actually cared about her progress like this. Not exactly. Ever since she joined this familia, she realized this was completely different from Apollo's. In here, everyone was like a big family. She concentrated and cast her spell on him, healing him. Slash splash, slash. Just as she healed him, a ball of water fell on top of his head, making Silver frown. He turned to the side and saw what had happened. Good one. You two got me. He said with a smile as he looked at Daphne. She had a smile on her face while Celia tried to hide a small wand behind her back. He looked at the girls and said with a smile. I am impressed. You all improved so much. Slash splash, slash. Just as Silver praised them, another ball of water fell on his head. It was then he realized there was a small cloud of water above him, releasing these water balls on him. He shook his head and tried to give her an honest assessment. It's an interesting spell, although it will take some time to make it viable in combat. Slash splash, slash. Exclamation point. Before the last splash of water fell on him, Silver removed his tattered shirt and armor, receiving the water ball on his bare chest and back. Oh my. Said one of the girls as she looked at his figure. Silver was now without his shirt, water was slowly dripping from his muscular body, he pulled his wet black hair backward and tied it with a string. This situation was too stimulating to these girls. Seeing his bare wet body under the sunlight. My hair is getting out of hand. He said as he scratched his head. I'll have to cut it again. Cassandra averted her gaze and blocked her face with her fingers, making sure to leave enough space to take a peek. Haruheim fell unconscious as she couldn't stand seeing a man naked while Daphne let out a sigh as she dropped her head. Still, she did take a peek before she shook her head in embarrassment. The other girls had similar reactions, some of the younger girls were completely red and some of the older and more experienced averted their eyes slightly. Although there were a few that just deadbeat stared at him, ogling his body fully. Silver on the other hand proudly displayed his upper body with a smile. What was there to fear? Slash fwash, slash. He moved his hand and made the floating food go back into the metal cart and said. Sorry for being late, everyone, you will all have a day off today. Tomorrow, I'll start going to the dungeon with you all, starting from groups 1 to 4 and after that, 5 to 8, and we'll switch until the end of the first week of April. Time passed fast, huh? The best I can do is make sure they are fine on the upper floors. And they should be with all of this training. Together with the guild and a bit more. Everything should be fine. But while everyone was confused, he said again. I know it was supposed to be today, however, I delayed it since we have something else to do today. Silver raised his hands and black words started to form in the air. They read, Ganesha's spring event. Today we'll be taking a visit to Ganesha's famous and renowned Colosseum. There is a big event today, and what better way to learn more about the dungeon than seeing adventurers fight against big monsters? Daphne's expression twisted. Why didn't you tell me any of this? But Silver scoffed. It was meant to be a surprise. She shook her head and said, Fine, but first, put on some clothes. And go rest as well. Although there were no injuries, this can be easily done with some expensive potions. And I am sure some of those tears on his clothes were meant to leave injuries. Just look at his armor. Or complete lack of. But Daphne stopped midway as she saw a pair of girls running in their direction. What is happening here? Screamed Hestia with a massive frown on her face, her hair that was almost floating, ready to burst. Silver turned around and saw Hestia in her working clothes, running towards him. Next to her was a seemingly pissed Nick. During these 3 weeks, the bored Hestia went back to her work with Hephaestus. Even if she didn't need it, she just felt better doing it instead of staying home doing nothing. Nice timing, I was just about to explain. But Hestia stopped, pointing towards Silver. Why are you half naked? Her face was a bit red, and her eyes darted around a bit before they focused on his eyes again. Silver looked at his chest and said, Oh, this. It's terrible. Sniff sniff. Those girls were assaulting me. Cried Silver dramatically as he pointed at the girls behind him. Slash bonk, slash. Nick immediately knocked on his head, but instead of making him flinch, she only felt pain in her hand. She looked at him as if he had wronged her. Oi, I didn't tell you to hit me. Humph. She said as she turned around and pouted. Did I knock on stone or something? Hestia turned to Daphne, who proceeded to explain what happened. I see it now. You. Take better care of your image next time. And go take a shower, now. You too. Just leave this place before you cause suspicion. And I don't like seeing those girls ogling your body. But despite her aggressiveness, Silver just smiled and gave her a head pat, saying, I was going to do that. Well then, I'll see you all soon. He said as he waved at the other girls, making Nick and Hestia frown even more. As Silver entered the manor, the girls looked at his back with many expressions. They were already used to this carefree attitude of their captain, and it wasn't that rare to see him like this. Many times did they see their captain training, and most of the time his appearance wouldn't be that different, seeing his body was already a normal thing. And his attitude towards being seen was so normal and calm that they started to take it for granted. That guy. Sigh. Anyway. You heard what he said, everyone, you are all free to go. Said Cassandra with a smile. Yay. I needed this. How about we go and... While the girls smiled and laughed, drinking and eating, Cassandra went to Daphne and said, I like it here. This made Daphne's eyes open in surprise, but after a small while, she smiled again and said, It isn't a bad place. She said as her face became a bit red from embarrassment. Cassandra looked at her and smiled. She did not snitch on her friend since it was clear she thought like her. After all, in one day, Daphne smiled more than probably her entire time with Apollo. And while they talked, Hestia turned around to go after Silver while Nick went to help Haruheim. They forgot about us again, didn't they, brothers? Asked Pyro, the oldest. Sure thing, it's as if we are air. Replied Pyro. I think this is better than being attacked by them. Said Byro, the youngest. You're boring, Byro. Replied the two oldest at the same time. Byro looked at his brothers with a conflicted expression. But while everyone enjoyed themselves, Silver sat on the ground of his room and said, I wonder if this is enough. I should be ready to level up now. Right. I trained very, very hard, and today's event was a reflection of it. I should be. I have to be, slash knock knock, slash. Speak of the devil. Hearing Hestia's knocks on the door, Silver smiled as he got up. Notes. N. At this level range, with 1 month of intense training, they would only grow by a few points to a dozen. You have to remember that an elite/genius like Ace would grow at a speed of 1 level up per year until they reach level 4. And considering the amount of stats, it would be something around 50 for the lowest stat to 75 for the highest stat every month for 12 months. This is just an estimation because not everyone can be like Ace and have her highest stat at 900 and lowest at 500 or so. But still, I think it's very possible for a well-trained person to grow to level 3 within 2 years. Although as said before by Loki, it's normally impossible to level up faster than within a single year since the fauna within a person's body has to settle down and their body has to adapt, so there is no time for them to level up else their body wouldn't be able to take it. The same thing applied to Otter, at least, that is what we were told. Chapter 103, Level Up Part. Hello, my friends. Finally, my exams are over. Now I can work as per normal, at least until next month when my exams start again XD. Until then, we'll have normal chapter releases. I'll now proceed to edit my other novel chapter and release it, so be attentive. With that out of the way, If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels, including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Silver got up from the ground and went to open the door. But he suddenly remembered something. Oh yeah. I'm still a bit smelly. He turned his face to the door and said loudly, "Wait a bit, I need to do something first." Knock knock knock, " What are you doing there? Open the door," she asked as she banged on the door impatiently. "I'm making myself presentable," he said in a low tone. He took out his armor and tattered clothes in an instant before giving himself a super fast bath using his plasmids. It was uncomfortable, but if he made the lowly wait for too much he would suffer. He switched to a pair of thin pajamas and brushed his own hair and teeth. All of this within half a minute. "Now I can snuggle," he said with a smile. Creak. He went to the door and opened it with a smile, and immediately after that, Hestia entered the room without a shred of politeness. Straight face. Sigh. He let out a sigh as he checked the corridors for people and closed the doors. Clack. Silver also locked the door in case something happened. "Aren't you a bit brazen getting in my room like that?" But Hestia ignored him. She laid in the bed and stayed there hugging the pillows. She looked at him for a split second before she turned her head to the side like a spoiled girl. Did I spoil her too much or did I? Shaking his head, Silver went to his bed. He used telekinesis to close the curtains and laid on the bed, hugging the embarrassed Hestia before he gave her a head pat and proceeded to kiss her again and again until she said, "Be enough. I pardon you. Just a little bit." Smiling, Silver laid on the bed and turned his back to Hestia. "Humph. You only talk to me when you want to have a status update and talk about the familia." But despite saying that, she still sat on his back and updated his status. "That's a bit of an exaggeration." But before she got more pissed, Silver said, "Sorry about that, you know how things have been recently. I literally have no time to rest. Although hopefully, I will be able to rest a little this week," he said in a pitiful tone. Silver then said again, "Be it helping everyone train and study, keeping an eye out on the Ishtar familia, making sure our contracts are going well, doing the commissions to get enough money, and also getting stronger so we aren't pushed around. These aren't things I can leave to others right now and I have to do them nonetheless. And I like doing it, don't get me wrong. It's just that I am not omnipresent. And the result of this was me having to cut down the time I spend with other people. I mean, it has been almost a month since I went to the bar with Loiju. He is super pissed and he told me I will pay for everything for the next month. Bastard." As Hestia heard him talk, she smiled slightly. Although she caused a bit of a scene just now, she is not exactly angry with him. She is just a bit clingy as she needs her daily dose of love. Her eyes opened as she looked at the stats. She opened her mouth and said, "Before I say anything, I bet you don't want to level up yet, right?" "It depends, but yeah, let's leave it for later." Sigh. "Okay, here you go," she said as she transcribed the runes into the paper. "I swear I can't get used to these numbers." She got out of his back but she didn't hand in his paper. Confused, Silver turned around and sat on the bed, and Hestia took this opportunity to sit on his lap. Not the lewd version, but the family-friendly version. "All right, much better now," she said as she rested her head on his chest. "Feeling comfortable?" "Very much so." Silver dropped his head and kissed her again, making her blush and drop her head. Silver took this opportunity to take the paper off her hands and read it. "That's cheating," she said out loud. "There is no such thing." "Oh. This is new." Melio's Silver. Level 2, last official update, / before, / now. Strength A, 891-SSS, 1397-SSS. Vitality SS, 1032-SSS, 1482-SSS. Dexterity C, 725-SSS, 1370-SSS. Agility S, 903-SSS, 1434-SSS. Magic SSS, 1310-SSS. Evolved Body I. Perseverance H-G. Magic. Magnum Opus Ambrosia. Skill. Vit Algin. Infer David Missimus. Neo Stir. Timeline-wise, the last official update was before the 2-week time skip, and the 1-week time skip, so it was 3 weeks ago. My development ability. It rose again. He asked in disbelief. Hestia shrugged and said, "Well, it increased to H from I over 2 weeks ago suddenly, and now that you spent a week in this super high-intensity grind of yours, it has increased again." "Yeah," said Silver as he went deep into thought. Perhaps I took it too far. It depends on what each person does, as how they act and train greatly influences their development abilities growth. Someone may gain fist strike as soon as they become level 2 and spend every day in the dungeon striking monsters. And if they are talented, growing at the same rate as Ace and the others, then by the time he reaches level 6, he may raise to E. Taking the Loki Familia top executives as a base, who are level 6 veterans and have E for their top D Ace, and several Gs, having one so soon is rather incredible. G is what a level 5 or 6 adventurer would have for their development abilities, and it's something Ace and the others on the same level as she has. It took me less than a month and a half to get Perseverance to H from I and a bit over 2 weeks to get it from H to G, but one of these 2 weeks was spent observing the Ishtar Familia rather than full-out hell training. What is even Perseverance? And what is causing it to grow so fast? Or did I just strike the right spot? It seems different from something like swordsmanship, as I don't need to train it. Or do I? How do I even train my Perseverance? By standing tall in adversity. By taking blows to the face from strong monsters. It makes me wonder, but one thing I am sure of is that I am on the right track. Although it makes me think about how I actually train in the dungeon. Hestia got enough of seeing him think, so she pinched his legs and said again. Do these stats even make sense to you? I saw what you did to get these. Any words of apology? Silver thought for a moment and said. Are you proud? No. I mean, yes. But this isn't what I wanted to hear. So what do you want? Oh. I think I know. Silver hugged Hestia, making her blush again. No. This is unfair. He stayed there hugging her for a little while before he said. Now it's time for my last experiment as a level 2. Are you ready to welcome the first level 3 of your Familia? Hestia rolled her eyes and said. Do what you wish. But. Be careful. Don't you get tired of saying that? He teased. Humph. Wait. What are you? Ha 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 ha. Silver thought she was too cute, so he started to tickle her, making Hestia burst into laughter. You are very sensitive. What about here? He asked as he tickled her waist. Ha ha. No. Ha ha. Stop. There. Ah ha ha. She couldn't escape, and she didn't want to, and soon enough, Silver pushed Hestia into the bed and things went from playtime to hot time. But after a few minutes of kissing he said. We shouldn't take too long here, else those guys are going to get suspicious. He whispered in her ears. After we come back from the Colosseum, how about a date? Just the two of us. Hestia was incredibly depressed from having to stop at that, but she nodded shyly to his words. Silver got up from the bed and took out several things from his inventory. A few books, potions, tools. And even a syringe. See, Silver. What are you doing? Drugs. I feel as if this already happened before. I'm going to do something similar to what I did last time before I leveled up. What? That again. She said as she remembered what happened last time. It wasn't an experience she wanted to live through again. Sigh. I'll tell you the same thing I said last time. As you know, my power allows me to change my body. In a variety of ways. By manipulating my own body, I get access to these special abilities you are already used to. Not precisely, but think of it like that since it's still a form of magic. It's complicated. I have already realized my plasmids aren't exactly coming mainly from my body modifying itself, as they should. The source. The process. And the results are all different from what they should be. But I have to research more on that before I can draw any conclusive evidence. Something that is hard to do when I don't even have time for myself. Normally, these changes are temporary, disappearing once I stop feeding them with mind. He said as he showed his hand to Hestia. His finger suddenly separated into 2 parts, and green light started to gather between the 2 parts. Hestia looked at it and couldn't help but tense. She wasn't used to this yet and she even gasped a little. Don't do that again. She said seriously. Sorry. He said apologetically. Like last time, I had long ago theorized that it was possible to change my body permanently. In a good way, okay. Just to be clear. Or at least give my body an effect that could last for very long periods of time without forcing me to spend a lot of mind to keep it up. Just a fancy way of saying gene modification though. Although a month or 2 isn't exactly enough time for me to affirm that with certainty. But since there is no irregularity in my status, I guess this is fine. On the contrary, I was rewarded positively for it. And this proved effective as you can see from my current status. So in other words, it's like receiving a magic buff permanently. I know what I am doing, Hestia. This time, I will fix my previous mistakes and fill in the holes I left due to my lack of knowledge, capability, and tools at the time when I leveled up to level I don't have access to gene tonics in this world, neither do I have the time to rebuild the tools from scratch, nor do I have the materials to make it happen. But I can somewhat simulate their effects since they come from the same source as plasmids. Well, they can be considered plasmids. Improving my body, step by step, so that I can live longer and healthier. And now, to survive the future calamities this world holds within its shadows. If I don't risk myself now, then I will just die and lose everything at a later date. Well, this isn't a risk but a very calculated scenario. If it starts getting dangerous and side effects start to appear, I can just stick to the conventional path of increasing my stats to their limits. Although it would be a shame. Silver got up from the ground and looked at Hestia with a smile. I'll start right now, so like last time, hold on to this. If anything goes bad, just feed it to me and I will be fine. He said as he gave her a gray bottle filled with a strange purple liquid. All right. You can count on me, she said with a smile. I know. Kiss. Silver bent his back and kissed the worried little goddess, making her calm down a little. This should be enough to make Hestia happier and less anxious compared to last time. Like last time, I could do it by myself. What I gave her was simple sweet-colored water. And even if something went wrong, the side effects wouldn't be significant. Hopefully. There is always the chance of critical failure, and albeit extremely low, I have my plans for that. It's not like I would die immediately if I messed up my DNA, my mind won't just shut down if I fail. At most, cancer may happen, and that is why I always start small, and if something goes wrong with it, I can isolate it before fixing my mistake. It takes time for things to start crashing down. From micro to macro. I'll be starting with Hestia, he said as he lay on the ground. This past month was very hectic, but I still put aside some time to study and research the body and magic. I am ready to take my body a step further. Although I believe it will take much longer for me to do this once more. Silver took out a red potion and used his syringe to inject it into his bloodstream. But nothing happened after that. Please be safe. Hopefully, the prayers of a goddess would be enough. 15 minutes later, Time passed, and nothing happened. The silence was such that Hestia started to get worried. Rather ironically, she wanted nothing to happen, but now she is worrying since nothing is happening. In the middle of this process, someone knocked on the door and Hestia opened it. It was Daphne and Cassandra. They had come to check things out since they were away for quite some time. When they saw his body on the ground, Cassandra's first action was to rush to him. However, she saw there were no abnormalities, but she was still confused as to why he was sleeping. Before she could wake him, Hestia stopped her and tried to explain the situation without revealing much. She doesn't know what Silver would want, so she decided to go with the safest option. Hestia gave them a lackluster explanation, saying it was Silver's experiment and that he was fine, and they believed her. And to be honest, Silver was always doing something crazy, so an experiment is not exactly out of the window of possibilities for them. They stayed there observing his body for a few minutes until Daphne left and Cassandra went after her. And like that, Hestia returned to her job observing Silver, waiting for him to awaken. Notes. Now it's time for me to go back and finish writing more chapters. There are many things I would like to ask. I think I'll make an auxiliary chapter later to ask them. But one of them is... spoiler if you did not read the novel / Can someone clarify to me what happened in regards to the Loki Familia raid on Knossos? And also, how do you think I should introduce the Xenos? They seem quite easy to introduce. I mean, the MC's actions on the middle floors are easy to track and would surely attract their attention. And since most Xenos are quite positive, Silver wouldn't need to do much to receive their trust. The problem is creating a situation for that to happen. And also, a reason for that as well. Anyway, peace. Chapter 104, Level 3. This time's for real. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. 1 hour after Silver started his body modification, It's been a while, said Hestia as she looked at Silver. She was currently laying on the bed, looking at Silver as she rested her head on her hands. Something's wrong. His hair and clothes are a bit odd. She got up and looked at Silver, and she realized he did seem a bit different. He's a bit smaller. Did he shrink? She mumbled to herself as she looked at his hair. And she was right, Silver's body was indeed a bit smaller than before, and this was due to his muscles shrinking slightly. He didn't look skinny, and it was closer to what he would like after staying in a sauna for many hours. It's also very hot. Why is he so hot? Is he okay? Silver's body was almost burning, but there was no visible indication of that. She felt as if steam would come out of his body. Knowing this wasn't normal, Hestia ran to the bathroom and took a few wet towels and put them on his chest and head to try and cool him off. He looks as if he just came out of a sauna. But he isn't sweating at all. Is it due to his status as an adventurer? It is true that due to how strong an adventurer can become, certain things such as boiling water may become nothing short of a simple cozy bath. However, their bodies may be strong, but that is not the case for those around them. An adventurer may feel comfortable in a certain scenario, but if he gets distracted he may cause an accident to someone close to him. There are many cases of adventurers hugging others and breaking their spines, or getting drunk before causing massive damage due to sudden fits of anger. That is why some bars don't even welcome adventurers, and the ones that do normally have at least a guard strong enough to quench trouble if it does rise. Thankfully, Silver was just hot, not hot enough to burn Hestia at all, but still abnormally so. If a normal person became this hot, they would certainly pass out soon. This made Hestia worry, so she grabbed his hand and stayed there silent. I can only pray. She looked at Silver's serene face as he slept, and after a moment, a mischievous smile appeared on her face. I guess he wouldn't mind. She bent down and kissed him once. Then twice. And several times until she had a silly smile on her face. He. I could keep this up for days. Had enough already. I can fake my sleep for a little longer if you wish, said Silver as he opened his eyes and gazed at Hestia. Kia. Hestia jumped due to how sudden it was before she turned around and hid inside the blanket of the bed. All the while under Silver's gaze. He got up and checked his own body, he pinched his skin and opened and closed his hands, trying to feel the difference. No irregularities. A towel. Ah, I see. That girl. Silver smiled and he said. Oh yeah, as for your question, I am indeed a bit smaller due to my muscles shrinking a bit. A lot of energy was used in this process and I think I lost a few kg worth of fat. Things don't happen just like that, energy is necessary for things to work. Even magic is connected to your body state. If you are hungry and weak, your mind recovery speed slows down. That heat was the result of that. I can say it was a success. And it was much better this time, no pain and no discomfort. I can say I have improved on my methods. Let's see what changed to my status after I convince Hestia out of the blanket. And after that I'll eat something, I'm dying of hunger. Silver looked at the bed and saw Hestia hidden under the blanket. He let out a sigh and said. If we take any longer we'll lose the time for our date. //. The embarrassed Hestia quickly got out of the blanket. She looked at him with an annoyed face, but before she could say anything, Silver jumped on the bed and laid his back to her. You. Me? Asked Silver as he turned his head around. He saw her expression and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Sorry, I tried acting like the usual but I guess it didn't stick. I am okay, very much so. A little sore, not gonna lie, laying on the ground for an hour has made my ass square but besides that I am fine. If you reconsider my hunger and the fact I look like I have starved for a few days. I am 100% okay. He said with a smile. Hestia looked at him with an annoyed expression and relaxed. It's good that you are okay. Sigh, I don't know how I should feel about getting used to your antics. Silver chuckled. Should I be sorry? Yes, making me worry every time. I'll end up losing my hair. Replied Hestia with a smile as she updated his status again. After our familia gets going and Ishtar is dealt with we'll have a lot of time to relax, don't worry. I hope so at least. As she saw his stats, she let out a sigh. She wrote on a paper and gave it to Silver. Melios Silver. Level. Strength SSS 1492-J, 1 ####. Vitality SSS 1499-J, 1 ####. Dexterity SSS 1476-J, 1 ####. Agility SSS 1499-J, 1 ####. Magic SSS 1499-J, 1 ####. Evolved Body I-H. Perseverance G. Magic. Magnum Opus Ambrosia. Skills. Vit Algin. Infer David Missimus. Neo Stir. These numbers again, Hestia. What do they mean? Don't ask me, like last time, they just popped up, it's impossible to read your status now. She said as she rested her head on his back. I tried looking around, I even asked Heffy but she didn't know what they meant either. It seems Auranas is our only option. My development ability increased. So my theory was right, it is indeed tracking the degree of modification on my body. My question now is what is the basis it is drawing this classification from? What is it comparing my body to? Or am I thinking about this wrong and being narrow-minded? I guess only the creator of this system can explain it to me. Sigh. It's hopeless, we'll leave these stats for later. Now, it's time to level up. Yay! Said Hestia excitedly. You seem to like this. Of course I do. Seeing the numbers rise always gives me a sense of accomplishment. Yeah. We're two on that. I also love seeing the numbers grow. After smiling, Hestia asked again. So it's time to choose again. What will be the development ability of this level? She asked as she started to update his status once more. If you forgot, you can currently choose between martial arts, blacksmith, mixing, abnormal resistance, engineer, researcher, and geneticist. As you know, hunter can only be obtained at level 2. However, this is not the end as you got one more possible development ability to choose from since last time. Really? What a surprise. Considering development abilities tend to appear based on your actions and luck, I wasn't really expecting one more to join the fray deeming how long I stayed as a level 2. It was no time at all. So there was no time for me to develop myself in any way aside from my levels and the manipulation of my abilities. Perhaps, spending more time between levels is for the best, although even if I do spend more time training other things, there is no guarantee I will be given a new DA to choose from. It's more of a gamble. So. Tell me. Silver requested. It's called Slayer, you got it from killing large quantities of monsters. HM. The name is a bit ominous. Silver said with a complex smile. I think it's rather fitting for what you've been doing. Hestia said as she rolled her eyes. As its name implies, it increases your stats and it even increases your mind, healing, and stamina recovering speeds when in a killing spree of monsters. However, it has no effects when you're not doing that, so I guess it's pretty situational. But aside from that, it seems to have no disadvantages. Silver thought for a moment before he replied. It seems to be the upgraded version of Hunter. Hunter increases your combat power against monsters you already killed and got Exilia from, while this one gives me several boosts as long as I engage in a mass killing spree. It sounds bad. He said in a low tone. It even makes me feel pity for the monsters. Said Hestia. Well. There is no need to think too much over my options, I'll go with geneticist. Said Silver. This surprised Hestia. Huh. I thought you were going to at least hesitate. Well, geneticist increases the strength, speed, and effectiveness of my magic, it's like the mage development ability, but tuned in to fit me. Considering how much my fighting style revolves around this power of mine, with my magic stat being the first one to always reach the cap, it's clear I would choose something to make it even stronger. A mage is not a mage without the development ability, just like a blacksmith can't be one without his own development ability, so perhaps I should have grabbed this one from the very start. Well. When you put it that way it does sound convincing. But it's still a gamble, we can only confirm the effects directly. Silver nodded. You're right. The only reason I didn't choose it was because I was skeptical of the way to improve it and I also had another great option at the time. But now I don't have something better to choose from. So we'll make do with what we have, yeah. Make do with what we have. Hestia's eyes twitched when she heard what he said. Most people can only get one development ability in their careers and you can choose from 9. This isn't even counting the fact you have 2 more. Silver just looked at Hestia with a poker face before he turned his face and looked at the wall again. Hashtag. This guy. Hestia pinched his waist but he barely moved, so she just conceded defeat and updated his status once more. And as she did that, Silver thought. That development ability was a surprise, but choosing it would push me more towards crowd control. It isn't bad, but this development ability is useless in single fights. And it may even conflict with my current training method. What I need right now is a more secure and effective increase in my abilities. But it's a solid contender for the next DA once I level up to level 4. The hieroglyphs moved and the 2 was replaced with a 3. Silver was now officially level 3. Here you go. Enjoy. Melio Silver. Level. Strength J, 1 ### dash H. Vitality J, 1 ### dash H. Dexterity J, 1 ### dash H. Agility J, 1 ### dash H. Magic J, 1 ### dash H. Evolved Body H. Perseverance G. Geneticist I. Magic. Magnum Opus Ambrosia. Skills. Vit Algin. Infer David Missimus. One step closer to being the top dog. Said Silver. /bonk/. What top dog? But this time, Silver didn't remain still to her violence. You know. I have already endured enough beatings. Do you think I am a passive guy who will suffer through your attacks and smile? He said as he turned his head. Wait. Let's talk this through. She said as she retreated, getting out from his back and using the blanket as a shield. Good timing, I needed a test subject for my newfound power. Tremble in fear. Wait. Ah. Screamed Hestia as Silver pulled her closer to him. From here on it was just a bit of fun and Silver playing around with Hestia, nothing lewd since 10 minutes later, Hestia left the room in embarrassment. Silver felt it was a bummer, he invited her to take a shower with him but she blatantly refused him. Oh well, perhaps he went too far. There's a lot to do. For now, I think I'll just do the classic. Slash poof, slash. Silver dropped his head on the pillows and closed his eyes, the land of dreams awaited him. Zzzzzzz. And soon enough, Silver showed his mastery and went to sleep within 3 minutes. Slash schwa, slash. Silver woke up to the soothing sound of water falling into a pool. No way. Not again. He screamed as he looked around in distress. The same pools, the same walls and ceilings painted with strange creatures and girls looking at him with weird glances. Silver was once again in the dream. Damn it. He said as he punched the wall, making a small painted bunny jump in fright. The bunny ran away and hid inside a painted bush, looking at Silver with its big round red eyes in fear. Silver looked around but saw no one like last time, the door was still closed and the place still looked the same. I just need to calm down. And think this through. I've already been here twice, no need to panic like a little girl. What to do now? What are my options? Silver looked around, but there wasn't much to do. Communicating with the painting seemed to be an impossibility. I can enter and relax in the bathtub like I did last time or... Silver looked at the big doors. I didn't try, but I am sure I can leave. Should I give it a try? Notes. This chapter was much smaller because I made one of the recent chapters very big, so I wanted to compensate for it and stop it here for now and by the next chapter, do a bigger and more all-around explanation. So yeah, he leveled up and as always, the plot made its magic. See ya in 2 days. Small mistake, I forgot to add Neo Stir to his level 3 status, but I did not add it as to not remove the comments. Chapter 105, More Questions Than Answers. Did you expect some commentary? Sorry, I'm tired. P.S. It seems that once I posted the chapter in the wrong place. Oops. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Confused, Silver looked around the pools and eventually decided to leave. Even if I don't find much outside, I can always come back. I don't have a lot of information on this place to draw anything conclusive. Apart from what Artemis told me, but that was mostly a guess. It could be right, or completely wrong. But I can piece something together based on my visits. On my first visit, I went through a lot and was eventually knocked out by those girls before waking up on my bed. It wasn't very pleasant. And on the second time, I stayed here and relaxed, eventually going back as well after a few minutes, the precise time I don't know. I must admit, it was indeed very relaxing, but I can't fully enjoy this without understanding what is going on first. If I want to enjoy some thermal pools, I might as well search for one in the dungeon. If there is someone who knows something conclusive about this place, it's the statue outside guarding the entrance. Without hesitating any more, Silver went to the huge metal doors and placed his hand on them. Like last time, there are no handles. But how did those girls leave if that is the case? There must be a way out. But I am out of time. Silver focused and he suddenly disappeared, reappearing on the other side of the door. He had successfully teleported. That was easier than I thought, I felt no resistance whatsoever. Well, perhaps it was my imagination, but I thought there would be some sort of illogical wall blocking me from leaving. Silver started to walk down the corridor, and he unconsciously looked at the water running in the corners. I don't feel as attracted to it as last time, I wonder why. But it's true this water has some rejuvenating properties as it helped me recover a bit when I came here for the first time. Such a concept isn't foreign to me, it's possible to imbue normal water with healing properties, although I wonder if that would be considered some sort of potion or not. N1. This water seems to be natural though. Makes me wonder where we are. Silver remembered Artemis' words. If I am truly in a spiritual land, then that might explain this. I am not really that versed as to how magical power affects the environment. Shaking his head in wonder, Silver made his way to the end of the tunnel. It's here. So one last step, said Silver as he stared at a large boulder blocking his way. Slash flush, slash. Silver disappeared and reappeared outside. He looked around, seeing the beautiful lake with the yellow flowers and the strange egg-shaped boulder in the middle of it, just like he remembered. Easier than I thought. Following that, He looked to his side and saw the massive statue of a woman carved in stone, staring at him with a confused expression. They looked at each other for a few moments until Silver said, "Hey. How's it going? How did you?" "I don't know, I came here to ask you that." "Sigh, it doesn't matter. I must ask you to leave while you can, you really shouldn't be here." But Silver only became annoyed, replying, "Well. That is a nice preposition. The problem is that I have no idea why I am coming here in the first place. So spill it out please, how do I stop coming back here?" The statue remained silent for a few moments before it replied. "You did pass all the trials, and as such, you are worthy of some answers. But a question remains, and that is if you are up for it." Silver's expression changed to a frown. "Is there some sort of big secret that might spell the doom of many or something?" asked Silver with a frown. But the statue chuckled, saying, "Not quite, I am only saying that since your situation is quite unique, and at the end of the day, you'll end up with more questions than answers. Questions that you may not be ready to face yet. So if you aren't up for them yet, go back and enjoy your reward. And come back another time. Otherwise, be prepared to leave this place unsatisfied." "Are you talking about the nice bath?" To be honest, that seems like a lackluster of a reward. This made the statue's eyes twitch. "Lackluster, huh? Well, at least you managed to see some beauties, no?" she asked as she chuckled. But Silver wasn't impressed. "Do I look like a horny teenager to you? The only reward I got was a punch to the face." The girl tried to hold her laugh, but a bit of it escaped as she said, "Haha. I thought as much." But before she could continue, Silver intervened. "Enough of this small talk, I need answers and I don't care about the rest." "Are you sure?" "Yes, I am." "Fine, I'll share with you what I know, don't blame me later. But first. Slash crack, slash. Slash bam, slash." The statue started to tremble, and in a sudden turn of events, it broke apart in one fell swoop, scattering rocks and debris all around the place. Silver protected himself with a blue barrier, but he was in no way pleased about this situation as dust started to fall onto him. "It's been a while since I moved so much. I'm all sore. My arms hurt." From the dust, a figure appeared, slowly descending graciously from the air like a goddess. It was a girl with a striking similarity to the statue. Her hair was brown and her eyes were green with a golden tone, they even seemed to shine a little even under the light of the sun. "Nice to meet you, human. I am Terra, the great spirit of Earth." "Hee hee," she said with a cute smile as she did a small twirl in the air, scattering brown lights similar to fireflies. She seemed like a fairy. Perhaps she was one. "She's small." Terra was relatively small, about the same size as Hestia. However, unlike Hestia, she had childlike features and hence, Silver didn't feel much for her at all. In a sense, looking at her made Silver remember Tiona. Just a bit though. Her skin tone was slightly tanned as well, but not as much as Tiona. But because of how sudden all of this was, he stayed there, looking at the beautiful brown-haired girl with a poker face, thinking, making the girl ask, "Human? Hello-o. Are you there? Did my beauty strike you senseless?" Sigh. The curse of beauty. Silver raised his hand and frowned as he massaged his temples. And after a minute he said, "Okay, I lost focus for a moment. So. Terra. That's me. Okay then. Let's start small. Am I in a spiritual land?" "You are very direct." To his question Terra smiled, she landed on the ground and grabbed his hand, shaking them excitedly. "You are very much correct. 1 point for you, human. I have a name. It's Melios. Silver. I'll call you Silver since Melios feels rather strange in my mouth," she said as she thought. Hashtag. This. She has a knack for annoying me without doing anything bad. So. What else do you want to know?" she said as she backflipped in the air. Silver took a deep breath and replied, "Since there is a lot to ask, let me be direct and ask, how did I get here?" Without hesitation, she said, "I have no idea." Silver started to get angry. "I mean, it has been hundreds of years since someone like you came here. Ever since the big guys came down from heaven, things have been pretty stale. Not that I complain, my favorite pastime is to relax. And sleep. What does all of this have to do with the gods? If you are talking about them?" asked Silver in wonder. This will require a deeper explanation. What do you know about spirits?" Silver expected such a question to come, so he said. "Spirits? Not much really, apart from the usual, they can live for a very long time if not forever like the gods, they can't have children, and they used to make contracts with people long ago." As he talked, Terra walked in circles around Silver. That's it. Long ago, spirits used to make pacts with people in order to help them offset the monsters. However, we became pretty obsolete after the gods came down. After all, our blessings are nothing short of a weakened version of the ones given by the gods. Since there was no more need for us, most of us decided to live our own lives like before. Nothing much changed for me though. I stayed here enjoying my life all this while, and... Silver interrupted her again. Focus, when does all of this connect with the subject at hand? OIA. You are rather impatient. Well, it's simple really. Tara jumped back in the ground she was previously and started to morph into a humanoid shape. She pointed at several areas within the clay figure before she said. You know that there is a lot of potential hidden within the body of a mortal, right? And that normally, it's impossible to tap into said potential without decades of incessant training, and even so, most of this potential would be either wasted or never achieved. This was one of the reasons why the mortals had so much trouble dealing with the monsters. Monsters would always come in droves and waves stronger each time. While people did not, each warrior was irreplaceable, trained over the decades. But even so, it was barely enough for them to achieve anything meaningful within their lifetime. She approached him and observed Silver deeply. The strongest natural human I ever saw was about as strong as you. No. A bit weaker. That is already pretty impressive. I thought it was impossible to grow so much without a blessing. Silver said in surprise. That does change a lot. I wonder what happened to the training methods of the past. Or were they simply thrown away? That could have happened. I know, right? That was why long-living races like the elves were so valued. They had innate magic potential and they lived for hundreds of years, so it was easier for them to achieve something others couldn't. The same reason applies to wizards who were revered as nobility due to their power and wide scope of destruction. I do know that magic didn't really change much, at most it became more refined and broad, but the principle of traditional magic remained the same. As long as they had enough mind and talent, plus the means of going through the rituals, they would be able to grow as a wizard. Because of their power, people were forced to gather around them. She then shrugged. As you know, people at such heights of power tend to feel superior when compared to others. And as such, it was a common sight to see them tyrannically dictating the lands. However, it all changed slightly when we came into the scene. With our support, excellent mortals could rise in power to levels never seen before, and achieve something truly heroic. Although, our blessings only facilitated this process, but the difficulty remained the same. The clay figure behind her started to move as she said that. At the end of the day, it was still up to the individual to break his own limits and rise in power. And this wasn't easy. The clay figure jumped into the air and exploded into many pieces, but from within it, a stone figure appeared, looking very smooth. Silver nodded to her explanation. He already had an idea about everything she talked about just now. As I said, individual. Each spirit could only make one contract throughout their life unless some special circumstances were achieved. And this didn't really help towards reducing the abyss of status between the people. Although the spirits would normally only make a contract with someone they deemed worthy, it was still hard to fix the already existing mentality of the people. Silver interrupted her. Such problems persist even today, perhaps with an even greater intensity than before. She smiled helplessly before she continued. In any case, the old age came to an end when the gods themselves descended and the mortals were allowed to receive blessing in droves. She jumped closer to Silver and said as she pointed at his nose. And this leads us here. So. Silver patiently listened to her words. He knew most of what she said, even if it was mostly from his own speculations. We spirits, despite not having that deep of a relation to the mortals, were still tasked with helping them in some way, shape, or form. How many times did I go to seal some strong creature or fight against some crazy monster from the dungeon? Phew. Don't even make me remember that, it gives me the chills. Humans were growing way too slowly. We needed someone capable of taking on the worst of the dungeon. A hero for the lack of words. And this is where the concept of trials was made. Trials. Tara nodded in excitement. There can only be 6 great spirits at any time, and each of them had their own spiritual land where any spirit could rest worry-free from outside influence. Or so it should have been. And for a long time, it remained like that, until the very integrity of our lives were put to a risk. Some of those ancient monsters were truly scary. Okay. Southwest, you made this place? He asked as he looked around. Tara got a little embarrassed, saying. Not alone. All 6 of the great spirits helped each other in making a home for each. So I can't take full credit for creating this place. Cough. Tara let out a dry cough and continued talking. As I was saying. When everyone realized they couldn't just passively observe the inhabitants of Genkai, we made these trials to further help them improve past their limits. Tara pointed to the lake and the forest beyond it. And this what you passed through? The ancient challenges we set up a long time ago. Although you weren't supposed to be here in the first place. Tara scratched the top of her head in deep thought. Well, I don't know how you got here. I can feel that you didn't form a contract with the spirit, and this makes things complicated. I can figure as much, said Silver as he thought deeply. Yup. It makes no sense for you to be here without a spirit to guide your way. She gave Silver a good glance before shrugging her shoulders. Your current state proves it all. You aren't here in your physical body, which might have explained a few things. After all, it's possible to arrive at this place by land. But that is not the case, as you are here purely with your soul like the ones before you did, and this raises the question of who guided you here. You would have just drifted here. Not once, but thrice. She then whispered to Silver. You aren't dead, are you? This made Silver open his eyes wide. My soul. Yeah. Don't you know what the soul is? You know, the things that stay deep within you and... No, I know what the general terms for a soul are. I just wanted to ask if it isn't dangerous for this to be happening. And why and how my soul got forcibly separated from my body. Well, first, not at all. I mean, the level of danger is minimal, on the same level as you falling on the ground and dying from hitting your head too hard. As for the rest, I have no idea. In any case, there is no need to worry. Hopefully. She said with a big smile. Okay. So let me put things straight. I somehow came to this spiritual land without being guided, and my soul got out of my body on its own. More than 3 times, like the heroes. I wouldn't say heroes. Not everyone that came here is qualified for that title. But yeah, that is the big mystery. How did you arrive at this place and why? That I cannot answer. I don't know much about the state of the world outside, but from my experience, messing around with the soul was never an easy feat. Nor one that ended well. Leave this to the gods up there, yeah. Silver stopped talking and nodded. That answers a few things. But as you said, I now have more questions than before. Told ya. She said with a cheeky smile. I learned a lot today, so I can draw a few things. What or who is behind me being here? This is the big question. And from this, we can draw a few more things, so I will have to think about this deeply some other time. He said as he looked at her. Sure, go on, I won't leave this place anyway. Said Tara as she turned around and climbed the rocks behind her, the stone stand her statue version was previously in. Just take as long as you wish to think. She then stretched and said. Phew. I talk too much, my throat is sore. Silver sat on the ground and started to think, but Tara interrupted him again. If you want to think, do it in the thermal pools back there, it's a reward after all, and as such, it has its own special effects. I'm sure you won't regret it. Special effects? How so? But Tara did not reply as she slowly fused back into the stone, giving him a funny face as she disappeared into the rocky mountain. Sigh, I'll be back here anyway, so there is no point in being pragmatic about it. Great spirit. She sure has a bombastic personality. What even is a spirit? Sigh, I will have to think about this later. She seems to have spoken the truth, but I have the impression she is holding some things from me. I don't have much to go by, so I will treat her words as the truth for now. Silver slowly went back to the thermal pools, repeating the same process as before, teleporting across all barriers until he eventually arrived at his destination. Like last time, he removed his clothes and entered one of the pools, ignoring the paintings on the walls as he relaxed. Or at least tried to. He had many questions in his mind, like what were these paintings? How was this place made? What did these tests really do, and how did they help in making the ancient warriors stronger? What had happened to the other great spirits? Why was he being brought here? What could be the possible ramifications of these actions? What did the person behind this gain or want to achieve? If we assume it is someone. He even wanted to ask if it was possible for a great spirit to have a child so he could understand a situation better, but he remained silent, and in the end, he didn't ask her that. There was a lot already on his mind and he didn't want to add any more useless info to it. Like for example, would Ace be qualified to come here? If yes, then why did it never happen? So instead of thinking too much, Silver just relaxed in the pool, letting the waters wash his soul clean. A few minutes later, I'm here again. Silver opened his eyes to his room. He felt relaxed, but his mind was still working at 100%. There is a lot to think about and research, but at least I know a bit more. He looked at a wooden clock hanging on the wall before checking a small calendar on his side. Time sure passed fast. For now. It's time to visit Ganesha. Silver got up from his bed and started to get ready. At the same time, Gaines Haa. Shah. Ganesha whispered towards his follower. Yes, you are indeed Ganesha, said the man as he continued to wipe the floor peacefully. Gaga Ganesha doo, exclaimed a strange locked bird in a cage. It was none other than the jackbird Silver captured long ago. I hate this bird. The man's eyebrows twitched, but he continued to wipe the floor in silence. Notes. N. The dungeon also has something similar, called Cadmus Spring Water, and it has a value of 10 million valis per large bottle. It is located on the 51 floor, so, in the current timeline, it's extremely rare since few familias can reach that far. Especially when we consider that the official record for the deepest floor is the 59th floor. Also, in a side episode, it was proven that Armid's bath water could also have these healing properties. Chapter 106, Time Off. A bit late, but I was writing some other things. In any case, here it is. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Sometime later, after Silver got up from his strange adventure in the Spirit Land, he checked to see if everything was ready, and once he confirmed it was, he made his way to the gates of the manor. Are you all ready? Asked Silver with a smile towards the crowd in front of him. They were all gathered in front of the Familia gates, waiting for Silver to lead the way. Yes. Yeah. I'm excited, replied the members of the Hestia Familia. Even Cassandra and Daphne seemed a bit excited. The triplets smiled in anticipation. The last time they went into one such festival was a long time ago. But Silver, how did you get all of these tickets? Asked Hestia on the side. Everyone nodded, curious. I bought them when they started selling them. How else was I supposed to get so many spots? Said Silver to everyone. Hestia was a bit surprised. Yo, you know, I can pay for my own seat, said Nick. Everyone nodded once more, although a few seemed awkward. It was true that many were actually very broke. You know how much a ticket costs? He asked Hestia. She shook her head in denial. Around 200 valis, a better seat costs around 800. I bought 60 of such seats at once, and due to the Ganesha family's policy, that ended up being a bit pricier, but in total, it cost me less than 70k valis. I can make 10 times that in a single day, so feel free to enjoy it for now. He said to everyone. Yay! Exclaimed the people in cheers. Silver smiled slightly, but his eyes turned towards Haruheim, who was waiting by the side, coming here to say everyone goodbye. That is. Look at her. Sigh. Because of her condition, she assumed she wouldn't be coming, but that didn't make her depressed. Not that much at the very least. But as he looked towards her, he decided on something, whispering in her ears using his plasmids. You'll be coming with us too, so get ready. Exclamation point. His voice. But from where? This shocked her. She looked at Silver in confusion, but she only saw his smile. The prospect of going with them made her tail move from left to right slowly, but when she remembered her circumstances, she looked at the ground with a bit of guilt. Don't worry, I have just the right thing to make you unrecognizable, he whispered in her ears once more, making her tail point up from how sudden it was. While she was distracted by how magical this event was, Silver said loudly. Everyone. We'll be going now, but first. Silver opened a pouch on his waist, sending coins flying across the air. Their glimmer and golden sheen made everyone marvel at the sight. I'll be giving each of you around 3k valis. It's not much, but if you get hungry, at least you'll have the means to buy a meal. Consider it as your advance salary. At least this way everyone will resolve things on their own instead of feeling embarrassed and asking me. I know many of these people have no money or just lack it, but I want them to relax and enjoy this day, otherwise, there would be no point in it all. And it doesn't help that I prohibited them from going to the dungeon for close to a month. So I need to give them a bit of monetary help. Why are you all looking at me like that? Let's go. He said with a smile as he turned around. Excuse me? Asked a girl behind him. It was a tiny elf. Oh yes, Riddle. Do you have any questions? Yes. Are we getting a salary? She asked confused. Yes, of course. Did I forget to mention that? Said Silver in an awkward tone. Everyone looked at him with awkward expressions. Looks like I truly forgot. Doesn't matter, we can discuss this when we come back. Now, we shall enjoy the festival. Said Silver excitedly. Yay. Everyone walked out of the manor with smiles and a lingering excitement on their face. Not all of them were residents of Orario, and as such, these festivities were a first for them. And for the ones who lived in Orario prior to joining in the Familia, they still felt excited since Ganesha's events were always interesting. But as soon as they started to walk, Haruheim, Cassandra, Daphne, and Nick all made their way to the front of the crowd where Silver led everyone together with Hestia. Making sure the others weren't hearing, Daphne questioned. Would you mind being more clear about what you said before? About the salary? Asked Silver. She nodded. Silver thought for a little while before he said. I mean, normally, the Familia takes a small part of the gains from everyone so that we can run the place and prepare other things such as better items for everyone, right? Daphne nodded. Yes, you're right, and that is exactly why I am asking this of you. Each Familia does that in its own way and I wanted to know how ours would be done. To be honest, I have yet to think of a proper managing system for ourselves. Said Silver in an awkward tone. I really forgot about this, and I do remember Rithusa discussing this with me. So how about a weekly quota? That seems quite fitting. As for the salary, I had thought of giving the level 1 members between 50k to 100k valis. Silver said towards Hestia. Why are you looking at me? I mean, you are the goddess, give me some help when your captain needs it. You are G. Whatever is fine. She said as she pushed the work back onto him. So we'll go with a weekly quota, I will think of the details later. But Daphne wasn't going to let things end like this. I'm sorry to interrupt, but despite me knowing you are doing this for us. For the sake of the Familia as a whole, it isn't good for its economy if you give everyone such high salaries when they already keep most of the money from the dungeon. And in the end, a large part of the Familia's monthly income will go back to us through the salary and other things. It may sound good, but we need to achieve a balance, and it's in no way bad for the Familia to get most of everything we make in the dungeon. That was how it went for the Apollo Familia, and despite Apollo being the person he was, his Familia was extremely wealthy and everyone could get what they wanted without much trouble. We already provide everyone with free lodging, food, basic equipment, a contract with a pharmacy, a contract with the Hephaestus Familia, and other things, including training facilities and more. All of this should be deducted somehow since we need to keep all of this in good conditions. The idea you gave was indeed good, a weekly quota is good, but I think that is also a bit bad, because everyone is different and teams are bound to act and hunt in the dungeon in different ways, some are bound to make much more than others. And achieving a balance where everyone pays a fitting amount without making them feel as if they are being singled out is too difficult. If we raise the bar, some of the less capable groups are going to feel pressured, but if we keep it too low the better groups will simply find it too easy to do it and a gap will naturally appear in the Familia. Gaps are a common occurrence, but they should form more naturally and over time as people level up. At least, if we are aiming at becoming a well-reputable Familia. Her meaning was clear to Silver. I think we should just go for percentages, and even if such a method is prone to people just lying, that in itself is very hard to happen when our goddess is already capable of seeing through lies. My idea is to keep it at 45%. This ratio is almost half of Apollo's 80%, this gives us enough money to operate everything and have more to improve our own equipment and gear. We can then use that 5% to pay minor salaries based on contribution. As long as we keep the Familia mood stable and incentivize the people, everyone will feel happy. Said Daphne as she took a small breath to recover. Clap clap clap, slash. Silver started to clap, prompting the confused Haruheim to clap as well. Cassandra joined in the fun and soon enough both Hestia and Nick did the same. Why are you all clapping? Daphne asked in embarrassment with a rare red face. I mean, that was a marvelous explanation that made my opinion change rather easily. But albeit it being incredible, let's leave this conversation for later. Her idea was pretty good, and to be honest, her experience in managing a Familia is much more extensive than mine. She really is the perfect vice captain. I need to find a way to put her in that position, eh? For me, as long as the money flows it's alright. I don't have any plans of amassing large amounts of funds like Ishtar and Apollo, but I do plan of amassing a little in case of emergencies. The rest will be used to do what Daphne said, distribute gear and equipment to our adventurers. Over these 3 weeks, I bought a few more pieces of gear but it isn't enough for everyone. We did invite someone who wishes to become a blacksmith but is too inexperienced and can at most help maintain the gear. I'll run an inventory check and buy everything else we need later. While everyone thought, Silver turned his face to the side and said towards Haruheim. With that out of the way. Let me give you some attention. I am. Stop right there, I am not insensible enough to leave you alone in the manor, it would leave a bad taste in my mouth. I have no plans of keeping Haruheim as a decoration in my manor and only bring her out when she is needed. She has to grow stronger, I will make it happen. One step at a time. Haruheim shook her head, but Silver said. You also deserve to have fun. So don't worry, no one will be able to recognize you. He approached her and touched her 2 fox ears, making her flinch. Hestia and Nick frowned at Silver's actions. But he ignored the 2 as he raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. Slash snap, slash. Exclamation point. Haruheim started to change, her fur became a bit shorter and her tail longer. From blonde to brown, Haruheim had become a brown-haired cat girl. Perfect, just make sure to stay close to me else the effects will disappear. I should have no problem maintaining this effect for the entire day, but it'll become taxing the further she is away from me. Wow. Said Nick. Daphne and Cassandra were stunned while Hestia facepalmed, understanding that Cyver managed to yet again cause a small commotion. Nick on the other hand, jumped around Haruheim excitedly, taking a look at her new but changed appearance. Ah. The texture feels a bit off. Said Nick as she touched Haruheim's tail. That's because it's only a visual illusion, I can't change her body to make her truly look and feel like a cat girl, see it as if her appearance was painted over with a new one. At least not now. The old one is still there, just hidden. Oh, I see. Still interesting. Haruheim was silent and with a red face as she was touched and observed by the people around her. She looked at her tail and felt a strange expression she never felt before, she couldn't describe the excitement and estrangement she felt. Every day she felt as if she was learning new things, having her own adventure. Sometimes she felt as if this would all just end, but somehow, it never does. And with a big smile on her face, she looked at Silver and said, "Thank you." He smiled back at her and said, "You can count on me. Now, onwards," he said as he continued to walk east. On the way, it was inevitable, but Silver and the others attracted a lot of attention, and it was clear that rumors were already going around the place. Silver didn't care much about them, but he wasn't sure about the others, and if he saw that any of them were feeling uncomfortable, he would make sure to correct those rumors. Even if he has to use a bit of force. "Hey, I didn't ask you this before, but what event are we participating in today?" asked Hestia. "Oh, that. Simple. Ganesha has a total of 4 events, one in the new year, simply called Ganesha's New Year Celebration. Then, he has one event in the spring, it used to have an official name but it was changed due to people calling it something else, and that is Little Monsterphilia. During summer everyone knows what happens, it's the actual Monsterphilia where Ganesha gathers monsters from all corners of the world and has them fight against worthy adventurers. And lastly, we have Ganesha's Fall event, an event dedicated to the history and legacy of Orario, and an event dedicated to those who fell in the past. There's also the parties that happen, like the one reserved for the gods before the Monsterphilia." Hestia and the others were pensive. "Ganesha does have a lot of events," she said with an awkward tone. "There is a reason why Ganesha is one of the most popular gods, having the biggest familia and also being one of the more trustworthy of the bunch, and even if you dig it up, you'll find absolutely no scandals about him, this is just how peerless his image is," replied Silver. "Ganesha is also very good at advertising himself, somewhere far away, Ha ha ha. I am Ganesha." Ganesha screamed in the middle of an arena. We know," replied someone next to him. Back to Silver, "And he isn't even trying, Ganesha is just Ganesha," he said as he shrugged. Haruheim was confused, but everyone else who knew Ganesha understood Silver. "I wanted to bring everyone so they could experience a bit of the monsters of the dungeon and also to have a little fun. Ganesha's events are known to host a lot of interesting things besides just fighting in the Colosseum, so we'll see about that as well." That is a nice idea. The biggest reason why low-level adventurers injure themselves in the dungeon is due to being unprepared and overconfident. With their current capabilities, they should be more than prepared to explore the 1st to 4th floors, especially since our more experienced level 1 adventurers are mixed within the groups, so they won't allow them to recklessly charge into the 5th and beyond floors without preparation," said Daphne. Silver nodded to her words. And Hestia said with a smile, "Thank you too for having the patience to guide them." Cassandra and Daphne smiled, shaking their heads in denial. "To be honest, I kind of like this situation," said Cassandra. "Between dealing with incompetent full-fledged adventurers and newbies willing to learn, I prefer to deal with the latter," said Daphne with a serious expression. This made everyone smile slightly, and with a good mood Silver continued to lead everyone across the streets of Orario under the gazes of the people on the streets. Notes. Chapter 107, Tiger in Sheep's Clothing. A bit bigger than normal. Anyway, enjoy. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels, including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Half an hour of walking later, Silver and company finally arrived at the plaza near the Ganesha Familia's house. It wasn't difficult to miss it, being one of the tallest buildings in Orario. It was a massive statue of none other than Ganesha sitting cross-legged in the middle of an open plaza. Image. A massive statue where hundreds of people could live inside with no problem. It was bizarre, but at the same time, unique, in a good sense. This was what Ganesha was. Wow. said Hestia as she looked around, surprised by the scale of the festivity. The people, the decorations, the smells of all kinds of food, and the many things being sold in the stalls on the sides of the streets, this was all novel for Hestia. "This is your first time here, right?" asked Nick. Hestia nodded, raising her head to look at Ganesha's statue. This guy didn't change at all even when he descended, huh? He was always the loudest. "Speaking of which, this is also your first time here, right, Silver?" she asked as she looked at the side. Silver was slightly distracted, but hearing someone call his name, he turned his face and replied. "I've been here before to sightsee, but it's true that this is the first time I've participated in such an event here in Orario." As he said that, he looked behind him to see everyone looking around and enjoying themselves. Thankfully, the amount of attention on them had decreased due to people being focused on other things. So far so good. I feel like a tourist guide. Just hold it in. It isn't that bad at all. One day, I won't have to do a thing. This training, his actions, and today's event. All of it was so he could minimize potential casualties in the future. So that the Hestia Familia could grow and become an entity. But why was he trying to stop something that is inevitable? It's normal for someone to die in a familia, especially one with dozens of members, and Silver knew that very well, but his objective was to drag this as much as possible. He wanted to prevent Hestia and the others from feeling down during this sensible period. If he could drag it for a year or two, that would be more than enough for the familia to become stable and not be affected by the loss of someone. The first few months are the easiest since everyone will be on the upper floors, and it's pretty hard to die there. Only after a few months after their stats increase will they go a bit deeper and start meeting with the first killers of the dungeon. The famed war shadows and killer ants, feared by many of the newbies. As long as they aren't reckless. He shook his head, ready to call everyone so they could go to the Colosseum and enjoy the show. But Silver noticed that Haruheim seemed confused and even a bit overwhelmed by this situation. She didn't know what to do and was almost spinning in the same place as she looked around. Letting out a small sigh, Silver went to her and said. "First time as well?" "Ah. Why yes. I only ever heard and read of such things, so all of this is. I know how it can be, so let's go one step at a time," he said as he grabbed her hands, making her blush a little. Silver brought her to an ice cream shop and gave her a chocolate cone. She gave it a lick and immediately fell in love with it. Seeing her smile also made Silver a bit better, so he turned around, ready to call everyone. "What is it?" he asked as he looked at Hestia and Nick. "Nothing," said Hestia in a sarcastic tone. Nick remained silent. "You want one too? They have several interesting flavors," Silver asked. "No," they replied in unison. "Okay then, let's go," said Silver in a serious tone as he went past her and Nick, Haruheim right behind him. Hashtag. The two girls became a bit pissed, but when they looked at each other and noticed each other's expressions, their anger vanished as it was switched for caution. I knew it. There was something wrong with this girl. She too, huh? TSK, the two looked at each other with suspicion, but when they looked around they realized everyone was already far away. "Hey! Wait for me. Somewhere near the Colosseum, Hermi-sama, can I ask again, why are we doing this?" Asfi asked with a confused expression. "Asfi. I told you to be patient," Hermes replied. But he didn't look serious at all. Hermes had a floral necklace around his neck and a pair of sunglasses. On a table near him, there was a small glass of some bright liquid. It was clearly alcoholic in nature. "We've been waiting here for almost an hour," she said with a bit of resentment. "Ha ha," laughed Hermes awkwardly. Hermes and Asfi were currently inside a house near the Colosseum, observing the streets through a window. "I still don't understand why. I know a lot has happened around that boy, but that doesn't mean something will happen again. We can't keep watching him every once in a while. Not only is it a bother, but I can tell the boy himself is growing stronger every day, and one day we will be completely unable to watch him like this. Worse. Why am I forced to watch like this while he can go and grab a drink?" Hermes took his eyes out of the binoculars and said. "I know, Asfi. Call it a gut feeling I have, but I think things aren't going to remain so calm for long. It may not be now. But soon. Besides, if nothing happens, we can still enjoy the rest of the festival." Sigh. Hermes went back to watching the streets. "Treat it as overtime from our previous job, weren't we, because of that initially?" asked Hermes. "Overtime? Weren't we on overtime already? Is this the overtime of the overtime?" she asked with a frown. Hermes shut up as he sweated slightly, opting to ignore her rather than continue to dig his grave further. "Ha! Look who we have here," he said as he looked at a small crowd walking together. "He arrived faster than I expected, sip. Hermes took a sip of his drink, greatly pissing off Asfi. Sometime later in the arena, The entire Hestia Familia was now sitting on the bleachers surrounding the arena of the amphitheatron, the biggest stadium in Orario. We arrived at the right time, it's starting to get really crowdy, said Hestia as she looked around. But why? Their sitting positions were as follows: Silver on the center, Haruheim on his left and Nick on his right, and the unfortunate Hestia sitting in the seat in front of them with a grumpy face. Why? The reason for such is due to her size. Even if the seat behind Silver is taller, she still can't see the arena below. So she sat in front of him since she couldn't sit on his lap. What will we be seeing here today? Asked Nick with a smile. The usual, magic demonstration, fighting, and combat performances. Monsters from the dungeon and more, said Silver as he listed several things. This all has to do with Ganesha's mission. Several years ago, a bit after the intelligent monsters, the Xenos, were discovered, Uranus convinced Ganesha to join in on his goal of cohabitation. And Ganesha's role in all of this was to make the people of the surface used to monsters in general. The Ganesha Familia is also the one charged with supplying the Xenos from time to time. This was in order to prepare the people for the eventual contact with the Xenos. Although this plan wouldn't quite work. And it's most likely due to the fact that Ganesha had been doing this for a bit over a decade, so there wasn't enough time for people to grow used to monsters. Not like people would grow used to monsters in the first place. Living with creatures that could rip you apart in half at any moment isn't something most can accept, even when they already live with such monsters. AKA, adventurers. Such is the hypocrisy of men. Besides, history is also a major point of this fear of monsters. For thousands of years all races had been under a constant clash with the denizens of the dungeon. How could they accept coexistence with them after everything they passed through? Nevertheless, this plan was only a small effort from Uranus. He wanted the Xenos and the people of the surface to live in peace and coexistence, but he himself knew that would never happen without sacrifices from each side, something he didn't wish to see. So he never acted deeply and kept this project in the back of his mind, making sure the Xenos lived a good life in the underground far from the surface. Although that didn't go well. Yawn. Are you tired? Already? Asked Nick to Silver. A little. So why don't you take a nap? It's still a bit far from the start. And leave you guys unattended? No thanks. She rolled her eyes, saying. We aren't kids. I know, and this is why I am afraid. Kids are pretty simple to manage, but unpredictable adults. Before he could finish, she pinched his waist with a smile. You know that doesn't hurt, right? I know, but I feel better doing it. Silver felt that Nick was getting more and more brazen as time went on, ignoring his wishes and even his personal space, but he didn't find it annoying. Instead, he felt it was good that the once silent and icy girl had become playful and full of smiles. All right, you win. I'll take a nap. Wake me up if something interesting happens. Sure. Silver rested his back on the stone chair and closed his eyes, sleeping soon after. A few hours later, Thank you all for being here today. And with this incredible final performance, we close the day for the little monster Philia. Screamed a man holding a microphone in the middle of the arena. What do you think of this, Ganesha-sama? He asked towards the buffed man on the side. I am. Ganesha. Screamed Ganesha in excitement as he flexed his muscles. Indeed. Once again, thank you all. And we shall see each other again during the monster Philia. Cheers. While everyone cheered, Hestia raised her arms and stretched. Finally, this is over. Shall we go home? She asked Silver. That isn't up to me but to everyone else. As I said before, this is sort of a holiday, so everyone can enjoy it the way they want to. I was planning to enjoy it a bit too, but I'm quite tired. Silver got up from his chair and said to everyone. From here on out the day is all yours. I will return home and everyone that wishes to go back can come with me. As for the rest, I'll see you all tomorrow. If you wish to stay, make sure to do so with a group of at least 3 people, especially if you plan to drink. Aside from that, make sure to have fun. With a smile on his face, Silver helped Haruheim and Nick get up from their seats and led everyone out of the arena, where he was surprised to realize no one wanted to stay behind. It seemed that everyone had enough, or perhaps this was the effect of staying with a big group. People just tend to follow the majority. Or perhaps it was the money, they had already spent everything. Silver was fine with either result, so with a carefree expression, he led everyone back. Today was pretty fulfilling. Not only was his objective fulfilled perfectly and that everyone managed to see several of the many monsters of the dungeon and how to deal with them, but he also managed to have a bit of fun and enjoy such a festival for the first time in his life. From here on out, he only needs to help them with their first steps in the dungeon, and the rest would be up to them. After that, he would resume his daily life, going to dungeon and improving himself, to become level 4 as fast as possible. If he can become level 4, together with Haruheim level boost magic, Silver would be able to become level 5, and with his overwhelming stats, it may not be impossible to fight against level SIXS. This isn't even considering his plasmids, that with his colossal magic stat, are starting to show their true power. From that moment on, he could be considered to be at the top of the world in terms of power, and few would be able to pose a threat to him and his familia. However, even then, he would be far from his dream, and never once did Silver forget his desire to explore the dungeon. All of these recent activities are only part of the process of building his familium, the in-between. Because he now lives a life that isn't solely about himself, but about a few others as well, so he needs to step aside and take care of their needs as well. This is how he sees life. A few more hours later, After leading everyone back to the manor, and saying farewell to Nick, Silver led Hestia to his office and teleported to the old church. In there, the two finally had a bit of alone time, where Hestia let everything she had been holding back. And Silver complied, pampering her a lot. It wasn't anything perverted, just the two of them enjoying each other's presence. At least it was so at the start. Now that we are alone, I remembered something rather important. What is it? Asked the sleepy Hestia. Let's delay my level up announcement. Said Silver out of the blue. Ha. Why? Because I leveled up too fast. So blunt. Let's have an overview of what happened. It took 1 month and 3 weeks for me to level up to level 2, and from that day till now, 1 month and 1 week have passed. Do you know what this means? From an already unimaginable record to another. Common sense dictates I should have taken longer, but instead, I became faster. There are many reasons for that, mainly the fact I became more used to my abilities in the dungeon, aside from the many events that happened recently and my intensive training. This will make people realize something is wrong if they haven't due to last time, and from that, people would start snooping around. To be honest, I wouldn't mind sharing the reasons behind it. If we were strong enough to handle the consequences. And that is the biggest problem, otherwise, what would have been the problem of saying how outstanding I am? Loki did that with Ace, and people only tried to assassinate her a handful of times. Silver. Listen to me. Our familia has just formed, and I can't put such a heavyweight on everyone. Having a famous member is not always good. You noticed, didn't you? How everyone feels pressured whenever I talk with them, some even felt fear at the start, and this is just a minor side effect. The current Hestia familia, from the eyes of Orario, is Melio's Silver. Be it good or bad, everyone will think of me when they hear the name of our familia. And because of that, their expectations for us are bound to get higher and higher due to my accomplishments, and I can only hope such weight won't be too much for the recruits. So the easiest path, albeit illegal, is to simply not inform the guild of my level up. For now, no one will think anything of it. It's not like the entire world needs to know about every single accomplishment I have. Even if I get stronger, people will still believe I am level 2 and that it will take longer for me to level up again. I don't know for how long, but a few months should be enough to make people accept my level up more naturally. Or at least until my power becomes too much. If it isn't already. People could accept me defeating someone 1 level above me because that was already done many times. It's rare, but not impossible. If I start taking down level 4s when everyone thinks I'm level 2, this will start to cause some problems. But in a few months down the line, won't you be much stronger than now? Asked Hestia. Hopefully yes. And isn't that a problem? Well, we never know. I may have leveled up fast, but for the next few levels, I may get stuck in them for a considerable amount of time. That is normal, and if that happens everything will just fall into place. My strength is already abnormal, and as long as I don't do something way out of the line, people will just think I got a bit stronger and not that I leveled up. Alright, I am with you on this. She said as she dropped her head onto the bed. Silver smiled and pulled Hestia closer, surprising her a bit. A few minutes of silence passed until she said. You know. I've been thinking. What we? You know. Said Hestia in a low tone as she laid on Silver's arms. She raised her head and looked at Silver's cheeky smile, making her embarrassed. Be serious. I am. Very much so. So stop making that face. I'm trying to talk. Alright, go on, what were you talking about? He asked Hestia as he hugged her. I just wanted to say that. I am okay with this. Being this carefree, without much seriousness and formal procedures. At least for now. She said with a smile as she hugged Silver. It hasn't been long since we became like this, and as he said before, our previous relationship wasn't that far from what we currently have. But that doesn't mean I wouldn't like to be able to show affection publicly. Even if it's embarrassing. And one day. I can understand how you feel. Hey. You're drooling. Said Silver when he realized Hestia was in deep thought. Ah. No. I am not. Stop saying these nasty things, she said after she checked her mouth, realizing Silver was joking with her. The two continued to play throughout the night, and once Hestia slept, Silver teleported back to the manor, where he laid her in her bed. After doing so, he went around the manor, and after making sure everyone was fine and dandy, he went to sleep. There is a lot to do, he said as he lay in bed. Ishtar. I still need to beat her up. And free a certain fox from her chains. ZZZZZZ. Notes. I'm sorry for those who were expecting them to meet some other familia, and I had planned several encounters, such as meeting the Hercules familia, or another one like Takamikazuchi's, but I ended up cutting it in the end. You can see how they suddenly left instead of remaining more in the festival. I wanted to end it like that instead of using one more chapter in this small event. I hope that in the future, other familias like those have the space to appear. For those who didn't understand the title, it's just a reference for those martial arts novels where the MC hides his power from others. Also, what Silver said is correct, once he reaches level 4 he can be considered to be at the top in terms of power. If he continues maxing his stats, by the time he reaches level 4, his single stat value would be at 4,500. We don't know how Haruheim's level booster works, but I say it increases someone's stats by 1 full level based on the average of their stat gain per level. So in Silver's case, it would increase his stats by 1,500 again. So this would send him from the start of level 4 to the start of level 5. And for 15 minutes, the duration of Harum's magic, Silver would have a stat count of 6,000. This is equivalent to Otter's level 6 peak stats. Or better put, this is equivalent to one of Loki Familia's top executives. No, Silver would be better than them since they only max a single stat with the exception of Gareth who has strength and vitality maxed. In terms of physical strength capabilities, we can say Silver would be strong enough to crush things like adamantite pretty easily, and he should be even able to cut Babel down. I claim this is possible since Phryne did considerable damage to Ishtar's manor with a slash and she is peak level 5, so a level 6 Gareth who is on a league of his own should deal considerably more damage to it if not straight demolish it with a single strike. Perhaps not destroy adamantite easily. In Sword Oratoria, Gareth did break the wall of Gnosis, but his hand got pretty mangled up afterward. Power levels are always a bit vague in Danmachi, and I hope to make things more clear in the future. As always, suggestions are always welcomed. If you have any strength feat to share, be sure to add it here. Be it from level 1 or level 7. Peace. Chapter 108, Welcome to the Dungeon. A bit later than I wished, but my internet just fell for most of the day so a lot of things ended up getting pushed back. Anyway, I hope you can enjoy this chapter. P.S. I hate this chapter, not because it's wrong, but because I wrote 1k words while editing and the moment I hit save, the page refreshed, making me lose all progress. So please, I don't want to hear shit, my mood is rock bottom right now. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /the next day, /. Inside the dungeon, Silver could be seen leading a group of 6 people, all girls of course, true to his reputation as a playboy. He stopped after walking for a while, and seeing they were now alone, he said, "Alright everyone, welcome to the first floor. Keep your eyes open and your guard up," he said towards the people behind him. The group consisted of 3 human girls, 1 elf, and 2 beast humans, one of which was Nick. One of the 3 human girls was an older girl with blonde hair, looking like an experienced adventurer thanks to her confident posture and the long sword hanging in her waist. She also wore medium armor, looking like a knight. She was stuck on her level for 3 years, and this was the reason why she left her previous familia. She had enough of being ridiculed by her old party members and decided to try her luck with this familia. A decision she hasn't regretted so far. The elf was also level 1 and about the same age as the other girl. She was 21 years old, had long red hair, and held a lance in her hands. She joined the Hestia familia after leaving her previous one due to internal conflicts. The other 2 human girls were an archer and a mage with a cute long hat. And lastly, the beast girl had a large shield in her hand. Like this, there were 2 offensive warriors, the 2 level 1s, and more experienced adventurers. 1 tank, and 2 backline adventurers, 1 mage and 1 archer. And lastly, Nick who was currently working as a supporter. "Leave it to us, Captain, we'll teach them in no time," said the elf with a smile. "I know, but I couldn't help but come. I'm doing this not only for the familia but for a certain worried goddess. I knew they'll do just fine in the dungeon, but oh well. Besides, I'll have them experience the true horrors of the dungeon. I'll be following you all from far away, but do not expect me to intervene. Your objective is to go to the 4th floor and come back within 2 hours," he said as his body slowly vanished. 2 hours? Exclaimed the blonde human girl. "It would have been easy with my previous party but..." She took a deep breath and looked at the elf. The two nodded and immediately started giving orders to the nervous girls behind them, trying to get them to calm down and get into formation, one they trained several times back in the manor. The only one who wasn't nervous was Nick, and that was something Silver didn't like to see because Nick wasn't confident due to trusting her allies, but she was confident because Silver was nearby. Her past experience of being led around by him was now affecting her performance in the dungeon, and Silver would make sure to fix that. 1 hour and a bit more later, In the following hours, the group successfully defeated the monsters on their path. Goblins, kobolds, and dungeon lizards. These were the monsters of the upper floors. They even met with a few other groups, but no problem arose from their encounters. Silver felt it was a shame. Fighting between adventurers was common, and Silver wanted them to experience it at least once. And if that were to happen, at least had it happen under his supervision. So he could beat the crap out of anyone that dared mess with them. And as they slowly approached their objective, Silver prepared his next plan. Somewhere on the 9th floor, The cries of monsters echoed all around, and some of the nearby adventurers shuddered, opting to stay away from this section of the dungeon for the rest of the day instead of finding out what was happening. 6, 7. 9 should be enough. He said with a smile as he used telekinesis to bind another goblin by the neck. Key. Said one of the goblins in a weak tone. Yeah, blame it onto yourself, perhaps you should have been born as a war shadow. An adventurer only grows in adversity. He mumbled to himself as he flew towards the pathway leading to the upper floors with several goblins being dragged behind him. Here comes the airplane. Silver said as he fed multiple magic stones to each goblin with an evil smile. If you stopped, this means we arrived. Asked the red-haired elf. Yup, that cave over there is the entrance to the 5th floor. We have about 40 minutes left, if we turn back now we should be able to return in time. Replied Nick as she took out a map from her backpack. She may be bad at fighting, but she was damn good at supporting. Everyone nodded at her words, turning around to leave when. Prepare to fight. Exclaimed the blonde-haired girl as she took her sword from her waist. What? Asked the wizard of the group. Hiva. Focus and start chanting. Serena, draw your arrows. Exclaimed the blonde girl. It was too sudden and they didn't have time to prepare. Before they realized it, a group of 7 goblins rushed into the cavern they were currently in. The red-haired elf and the blonde swordswoman blocked a few of them, but the last one rushed past them and into the rear. Damn it. Focus. Cried the swordswoman towards her companions. She immediately understood that these aren't your ordinary goblins. They are as fast as the ones on the lower floors. No. They were faster. Clang. She tried to look back to see how everyone was doing, but her attention was forced back to the 3 monsters in front of her. It seemed as if time had stopped at that point. The goblin was rushing with a large knife in its hands, ready to swing it down on the beast girl. Without a command, she didn't know what to, but her instincts made her raise her shield. Clang. Metal clashed against metal, forcing the beast girl back and tumbling into the ground due to the force of the impact. But her job was done. Whoosh. Key. Exclaimed the goblin as an arrow punctured its leg. I missed. Said Serena as looked at the goblin in confusion. I was aiming at its head. Just don't stay there and pull another arrow. Said Nick in a loud tone as she took out a knife from her waist. Hiva. Stop thinking and start chanting. And as the 2 girls recovered from their confusion, she rushed forward to rescue the fallen girl. Get away from her. Splat. Nick swung her knife, slashing at the goblin's arm, making it roll backward in pain. At the same time, somewhere nearby, chomp. Hum. All of this was seen by Silver, who was invisible, watching everything unfold as he ate popcorn in the dark. I knew it, 9 was a bit too much, and 7 was just the perfect amount. If I had sent more perhaps. He shook his head, raising his left hand and closing it. Crack. The 2 unconscious goblins near him had their skulls cave in, killing them instantly. To create a dangerous situation where they are pressured so they can improve. It doesn't matter if it's artificial, as long as they don't know that, as long as they know they're fucked. It's the perfect fuel for growth. The 2 warriors are fighting for their lives and for their companions, so they are putting everything they have on the line to defeat those goblins as fast as they can. While the 4 girls in the back are struggling to adapt to such an unpredictable situation, but thankfully Nick is already half used to dealing with monsters in the dungeon thanks to some of our adventures. And somehow, they're doing better than I expected. Perhaps I should have her participate in every expedition during this week. Goblins aren't really that big of a deal, even if it's a stronger version of one. Clumsy, weak, and fearful by nature. But of course, a dungeon monster is a dungeon monster, they are naturally as strong as human adults. And even though I fed each 10 magic stones, it isn't enough to make them enhanced species at all. Their strength can be seen when one of the goblins knocked the girl to the ground with a single strike, but their skin isn't thick enough to block a sharp blade, nor are they skillful enough to avoid it. So unless you are a moron or unskilled, it's pretty hard to actually get hurt by one. Of course, there are always the unlucky ones that meet with a group of goblins when they're alone or exhausted after a serious fight. Nothing can be done for those poor souls. Luck is also a type of skill, or so they say. From there on, the result was clear. Nick helped the beast girl get up, and the two, together with the archer, defeated it. The wizard finally managed to complete her spell, and suddenly, a stone spike was created from the dungeon walls and pierced the head of one of the goblins before hitting another goblin's chest, pinning it to the ground. The spell looked strong, but it was the best the poor girl could do. She poured in everything she had and collapsed on the ground due to -0. But that was enough for the other two fighting on the front line, since within 3 minutes, all of the remaining goblins were killed. Good. Silver nodded when they finished killing them, grabbing a small notebook and writing. Group 1 successfully neutralized the goblins within 5 minutes at the cost of their wizard. As expected, the newbies are the weak link, as the two experienced adventurers are more than capable enough at holding their own. A few minutes later, After defeating the goblins, the girls went to the entrance of the 5th floor and rested. Monsters rarely move from one floor to another unless in an extreme situation, nor do monsters appear on those stairs, so it's a pretty safe place to rest for short periods of time. Due to the dungeon's characteristics, it will always prioritize fixing itself as to spawning monsters, so as long as a team digs a hole or breaks the environment, they'll be safe from being ambushed by monsters for at least 99% of the time during the time the dungeon fixes that area. Of course, this is only applicable to the upper floors. The percentage changes depending where you are in the dungeon. That was tense, said Nick as she looked around. Where is that guy when you need him? I am sure he is watching us. Why didn't he make a move though? I know he wouldn't intervene, but wasn't this a bit much? This is why you need to keep your guard up no matter where you are, said the blonde girl as she cleaned her sword. As a frontline, she had to make sure her gear was ready to go at all times, so even now, she used part of her stamina on cleaning her sword to make sure its edge didn't dull. Yes, those goblins were pretty strong, stronger than the ones we meet on the 8th and 9th floors, replied the red-haired elf. How did they appear here on the 4th floor? Asked Serena with a frown. Perhaps we are looking at it the wrong way. What if a group forgot to clean up after defeating a large crowd and these goblins are the result of that? You know that monsters get stronger from eating magic stones, right? Asked Nick to the girls. If that's the case, I want to meet up with the bastards that caused this, said the red-haired elf with a frown. Step. But it seemed that fate had more plans for these girls. Don't tell me, said the blonde girl as she looked behind her. At the bottom of the stairs, a red creature could be seen slowly moving upwards. Damn it. Killer ants. Everyone move. Grab HIVA and stay back, exclaimed the elf as she took her lance from the ground. One is simple enough to deal with. Oh no. One killer ant turned to 2 and 2 turned into 8. In the blink of an eye, a big group of killer ants appeared. Run, she said as she turned around and grabbed Hiva. At the foot of the stairs, Rule number 1 in the dungeon, things can and will always get worse, so move your ass before it's too late, said Silver as he released yet another killer ant onto the tunnel, watching the girls flee from them. Cha. The released killer ant snapped its pincers as it looked at Silver before dashing forward and biting his hand. But nothing happened. Unfortunately for the killer ant, Silver was beyond tough. Its weak pincers couldn't even mark his hand. He simply grabbed the ant and threw it up the stairs without any remorse. This should be enough for now. How will you deal with this now? He mumbled to himself as he vanished once more. Sometime later, They ran with everything they had, but the killer ants were relentless. Over here. If we take this path, we can arrive at the path to the 3rd floor within a minute, said Nick as she glanced at the map, trying to figure out the quickest way to lose the ants from their trail. Thud. But of course, things wouldn't be so simple. During their run, one of them suddenly fell due to not paying enough attention. It was the archer girl. As she fell, she remembered Silver words in the training camp, why they ran so much, why they trained so much. Wasn't it for now? Damn it. She quickly got up and despite the pain in her ankle and the fear in her heart, she continued to run behind the others, grasping dear to her life. Hold on, Serena. We're almost there, said Nick as she continued to run. The problem is when we arrive there. What do we do? In the first place, why are there killer ants here? And where is that guy when you need him? Wasn't he supposed to protect us in this circumstance? Don't tell me this isn't a desperate situation. But his words passed through her head once more, he wouldn't intervene, and doing so meant that she would have died if he wasn't here. And she didn't want that. She didn't want to fail at her very first time being an actual adventurer. Gritting her teeth and cursing her luck, she slowed down and grabbed onto Serena, helping her run faster. Slash crack, slash. She grabbed a dark flask and threw it behind her, spilling its contents all around. It was an oil container. It may not do much, but hopefully, it would slow down the ants. It was her last one though. Slash a few more minutes later, slash. Damn it. They are still after us, said Serena as she breathed heavily. There is no point in running anymore, we are fighting them here, said the blonde girl as she took a step forward. She looked at her surroundings, they were currently at the stairs leading to the third floor. Somehow, even after running so much, they didn't meet a single adventurer, nor did the ants stop chasing after them. So as the senior of their groups, she decided that instead of gambling and running up, it was wiser to use their remaining stamina to fight while they still had the environmental advantage. The stairs were narrow, and it would block the ants from flanking them, it was their best shot at survival. Everyone, get in formation. Nick, you protect Hiva, Fiala, you'll have to work with us and make sure no one passes. I will offer support, said Serena as she sat on the stairs and drew her bow. They all drew their weapons, ready to face off against the monsters. Slash at the same time somewhere near their current location, slash. This is why having these level 1 adventurers spread out amongst the groups was a good idea, said Silver as he watched everything from afar. A newbie would never think of all of this, and if it wasn't for them, they would have probably lost one already. Even if I lost some revenue by having them help newbies grow, I don't care since the last thing I need right now is money. Well, I do need clean money, but that can be done in many ways. But I definitely don't need the pitiful money from a group of level 1 adventurers. I am a bit surprised they decided to fight back though, that was beyond what I had expected. Let's see, there are about 7 killer ants, they should be able to handle this. The killer ant's main problem is its resistance due to its exoskeleton. It goes like this, the newbie adventurer goes for a strike dash, it proves to be ineffective dash, gets confused for an instant dash, the killer ant snaps its jaws at him, trapping the adventurer in place dash, another killer ant comes dash, game over. One single killer ant isn't really that big of a deal if you have a team of 2 or more people, since as an ant, they are pretty immobile, being pretty weak at moving sideways and backward. But they can climb the walls and ceiling, and although that is pretty rare of them to do, from the 7th floor onwards, checking the ceiling becomes a crucial necessity for every adventurer. And further down, checking the ground and walls also becomes a habit as literally everything can attack you down there. 2 experienced adventurers and 4 newbies. One of which is unconscious and the other one is strong but has little to no combat experience, the other 2 are just extras with little experience. The little experience they have is from what they learned during the 3 weeks training, and from what they learned prior to joining the Familia, but most didn't really touch a weapon for long. How are they going to perform? Slash clang, slash. Slash fush, slash. Slash clack, slash. The 2 frontline girls worked together and successfully blocked the first rush of the ants. Thanks to the narrow cave, no more than 2 ants could enter at the same time, and even that was a bit much as they hit each other every once in a while. Nick fed a potion to Hiva, although she had yet to wake up. If things continued like this, she would eventually wake up and potentially help, even if only for a single spell. Serena tried to snipe the ants on the back, but their tough shells proved hard to penetrate. She had to be very precise to hit their weak spots, and once again, that proved to be difficult when these creatures kept moving around. But at least, she tried her best to impede the ants from climbing on the walls and flanking them. Her heart was on her mouth due to fear, but she kept pulling her arrows. Fiala bonked the ants with her shield, aiming at breaking their legs in an attempt to help the others. But even that was difficult. She couldn't properly act as a shield, because if one of the ants were to grab her shield, she wouldn't be getting it back. Yet, somehow, they were doing it. Slash fwash, slash. Slash poof. Cling, slash. And with a precise arrow to the neck of one of the ants, the final ant had been killed and their crisis had been averted. For now. But before everyone could collapse on the ground, the blonde girl said, "Let's not commit the same mistake and be ambushed again, let's leave while we can." I can't feel my hands anymore though, said Serena as she looked at her red hands. They weren't bloody or hurt, they were red from irritation from pulling the string so many times without rest. 5 minutes, that is the maximum I can give everyone. After that, we leave. Yes. They replied in unison. It seemed the leader of this squad had already been chosen. From afar, Silver smiled, writing something else on his notebook. This time, he didn't vanish completely. Instead, the wall behind him started to twist, becoming a door. Despite everything that happened, no more monsters appeared, which was odd, but they didn't complain. "We did it!" exclaimed Fiala as she climbed the stairs to the surface, making the other adventurers look at her with pity. Just by looking at their condition, it was clear they had passed through a minor disaster, so most didn't say anything nor made fun of them as they understood what she was feeling. Still, some adventurers looked at her with disgust for some reason. And then, under the gazes of the people around her, Fiala felt extremely embarrassed as she shut up and dropped her head in shame. Still, we failed the mission, said the wizard girl. I want to hear what he has to say when we come back, Nick said with a sigh. But the blonde-haired girl intervened, saying, the captain said he wouldn't intervene. Remember, after this week, there won't be a captain anymore to help us, so we need to stay focused. Even she had already noticed that something was wrong. First, it were the stronger goblins, and after that were the killer ants. If they were close to where they live it would have been more believable, but they were on the 4th floor. So she had already started to think this had something to do with him. And she was ready to ask him about it. When they got up, they exchanged the magic stones for money. It was quite a considerable amount. 15k valis for 2 hours of work, quite a sum for level 1 adventurers. Remember that a party of 5 experienced level 1 adventurers can make around 25k valis a day. But seeing such money only brought them momentary respite, and it was still not enough to make them feel much better. None of them got excessively hurt apart from the 2 frontline warriors who were filled with cuts and bruises, but the mental impact was still big. Such is the feeling of staring at death. The girls made their way to the plaza near Babel, where they were welcomed by Silver, who was standing next to a big water fountain with his arms opened. Welcome, BA. Wow. You almost kicked my nut, said Silver as he evaded Nick's kick. Yeah, I did. Even if I wanted to, you would have evaded. Silver let out a sigh. He understood her position very well. If someone promised something to him but did little to nothing later down the line, he would have been pretty pissed too. I told you all that I wouldn't interfere, said Silver as he looked at the girls. And before Nick could reply, Silver's hands shone in a gentle light, healing all of their injuries and fatigue. Being an adventurer isn't easy. You will bleed if you don't pay attention. All of this was a result of you all being out of coordination. He smiled and said, but it was a splendid job for a group of beginners. Before we go, I have a question, said the blonde girl. She looked serious, perhaps even a bit disappointed. Yes. Do you know why there were so many lower floor monsters? But before she could continue, she was interrupted by the elf. I can reply to your question. That was something I asked of Captain, she said. What? Everyone said in unison. She looked down awkwardly and said, the best way for an adventurer to grow is by experiencing danger, so I asked him to simulate one such dangerous situation. I didn't know how or what he would do, but I immediately realized it when the goblins ambushed us, she said as she looked at Silver, who looked away with a thin smile. At that time, all of our group's problems were made clear. Our weak coordination and your lack of experience. The best way to improve is to first realize what the problems are, and this was what I wanted. Although I never asked for it to be done like this. Everyone looked at Silver, who was now walking away with his back turned to them. Come back here and answer for your sins, said Nick as she ran after him. Damn it. I almost pissed myself back there, and it was a fucking act. Unfortunately for her, every time she came closer to him, Silver would start running faster, and in no time, she got tired. Smiling cheekily, Silver led them back to the Hearth Manor. Of course, all ended well for Silver, but the poor elf would suffer the consequences of her actions at the hands of her companions later on. And like this, another day came, and Silver led another group into the dungeon. Another day ended and another started. And as such, a week passed in the blink of an eye. Notes. I don't even want to write notes. I'm mentally tired after editing this twice. Chapter 109, Thinking About the Future. /1 week later, / On the 3rd floor of the Heart Manor, Silver sat at the edge of his bed, thinking about some things. It's over, Silver said as he scratched his head. He got up from the bed and approached the window facing the training ground. He looked at the girls training below, and the triplets doing their best to keep up, letting out a sigh in the process. They grew more than I expected. I am proud, yet sad. Proud that they grew so much, and sad about what I did to have pushed them so much. This training was meant to spare them, especially Hestia, the pain of grieving the loss of a loved one. The more capable they are, the longer they will live. Or perhaps this will have an opposite effect. Every adventurer will eventually retire, and many just do so with a coffin. It's a grim look at life, but I'm not wrong, even though I wish to. When the time comes, I wonder, will it be due to time, monsters, or another human being? They weren't the newbies of a month ago, they were all now adventurers who had gone through Silver's harsh training in the dungeon. There was still a lot for them to learn, but with what they have, they won't have any difficulties on the upper floors. Starting from today, they will be free to seek out their own adventures, to grow in their own ways, and to risk their lives in the dungeon for their dreams. This also means that I won't be there anymore. Although some of them are adults and as such, fit to do whatever they do with their lives, as their captain, their friend, and companion, it does make me a bit strange to see them go on their own towards such a dangerous place. Hestia must be doing much worse than me. She spent way longer with them and their relationship is much deeper. She was awkward at first, but with some help, she is now acting as their goddess. It's also a good time for me to go to Loiju and have that annoying talk with him. About our familia ranking and specialization. Familias are classified in a similar way as stats are, ranging from I to S based on size and achievements. The ranking also determines the monthly tax a familia has to pay to the guild, together with the total achievements and their size. It is illegal to not report the level of your adventurers to the guild, and there are heavy fines associated with it if you're found out to be hiding such information. And once a familia reaches D rank, they are required by the guild to go into an expedition. Not all, only expedition-type familias if I'm not mistaken. In the end, it doesn't matter, one day or another will go in one, it's only a matter of time. Officially, I'm level 2, and even though I am pretty strong, that doesn't matter much in regards to how they classify things. If we go on a whole, the Hestia familia has 3 level 2s and 38 level 1s if we ignore Haruheim. The familia is also currently divided into 8 squads of 5, but this may and will probably change soon. A few of these girls were level 1 prior to joining, and they have their own groups, the friends they trust. Although they've been training here hard, I know that some of them miss or feel regretful for not being able to adventure with their friends. So these squads will most likely change soon, but I'm not their dad, they'll figure it out on their own. In case it becomes something more serious, I can intervene, if not, Hestia is there to provide support. She has to learn how to resolve such issues on her own. Although I'm pretty sure she'll resort to me if she's unable to give them advice. As for our ranking, it will definitely be higher than H, but I doubt it will go beyond F. I don't really care about the ranking as long as it doesn't reach D. Once you reach D rank, the guild will constantly harass us with orders to go into an expedition. And preparing an expedition would be a pain, and I don't think these people are ready to go to the middle floors and beyond at all. There is no requirement as to how deep an expedition should go, or how specifically it should be done, but I very well know that if I were to carry 40 people alone to the middle floors, our familia would become the laughingstocks of the city. And as a first expedition, we should go at least till the 18th floor. It's a pretty decent goal, and I want the familia to be ready for that when the time comes. Besides, the lower the rank the better, as the lower the taxes we'll have to pay. This is the reason why Hermes that bastard doesn't report the levels and achievements of his children, since he doesn't want to pay. Alas, he's working with Aurenas, so the big guy just ignores his transgressions. As for the familia's financial situation. In terms of debts, I'm shouldering the debt with Hephaestus alone, as it should be done, my weapon, my responsibility. And everyone has already become acquainted with the Mayak familia to some degree thanks to my actions. Once they start adventuring, commissions from them, and from other sources will come very fast, and money will flow in droves. I'll use that money to improve the manor and its living conditions, and after that, I'll focus on the well-being of our familia members. Gear and magic in order to boost our familia development while aiming at the future that will be the expeditions. I need to cash in while the tax is low. My goal is to make them capable enough to go on an expedition without me. I would hate to see them overly reliant on me. Because that would mean that I failed as a captain. Leading them and dragging them are two completely different things. I also need to settle the manner of the vice-captain slot. Throughout the month, I pushed this position onto Daphne, but she cleverly rejected it. Yet, everyone sees her as kind of the honorary boss whenever I or Hestia aren't around. So I just have to make it official. But even if she can't take on that role, I have another candidate. Silver looked at the crowd of girls training and focused on a blonde girl with fox ears. Next, Haruheim. Ishtar has been quite silent recently. Silver said as he climbed onto his bed again, resting his head on his pillows. It's been over a week since I foiled her plans and stole her money. She pulled many strings and has recovered financially somewhat, but just enough to maintain her operations. Besides, her investigations have led her nowhere. Since there is nothing at the end of the clues I left behind, they'll forever think that someone acted against them, but who? That'll be a mystery for many years to come unless I do something about it. It's evident that she stopped her war campaign and is now focusing on recovering herself. My plan worked and she has no idea who hit them. Which is good for me, but it puts me in the dark in regards to what she had already prepared. She could blow up at any moment, but I can't keep my guard up all the time. Many of her enemies have now started to put pressure on her, and I heard some of her members were even assassinated. I can't really feel bad for them, but that doesn't mean I feel good either. Some of those girls were just normal workers following orders, their fate set due to a goddess's stupidity. Nevertheless, she'll have a hard time recovering anytime soon, and if she ever plans on making moves on my familia due to resentment or suspicion, I'll be more than ready to repeat everything again. Even if the guild finds me, I'll be fine. I just need to pay with the stolen money. I hope she does it though. I wouldn't mind giving her a beating. Talking about the money. I've been having difficulties managing it for the more absurd this may sound. Don't get me wrong, most of the money is doing very fine sitting in my inventory space, but such money is useless, I need it to be in circulation. There are a few grimoires and many magic items and tools, not to mention good gear and equipment, probably items reserved for their expeditions in the dungeon, which is where most of their revenue comes from. And tens of millions of valis in many forms, be it in gems, rare metals, herbs/plant materials from the dungeon, drop items, and simple gold and silver bars to just plain coins. But if any of it apart from the coins goes into circulation, Ishtar will definitely sniff it out. I could get away with selling some of the drop items and materials, and even the gems can be sold illegally since if I were to sell them legally, I would have to show the buyer the proof of quality. Which is unfortunately not in my name. I could work around that and play with the ink. But it's not that simple. As for the coins, alone, they don't amount to much, and I already used a pretty decent chunk of it. That's why this past week, I tried to convert most of this money into something useful slowly. Step by step I bought gear and equipment from Hephaestus as part of our deal using the coins I got from Ishtar. This money has no way of being tracked as each coin is simply stamped gold without a numerical credential tied to it. Although I have no idea how the guild keeps a check on people who print the money. Perhaps they have their own magical ways. Of course, I can't just buy a lot of once, it could raise suspicion, but I'm lucky that gear meant for low-level adventurers is so inexpensive. I bought enough to equip everyone in here today with high-quality gear for their level. I spent around 3 million valis to buy enough sets to equip 40 level 1s. That's around 75k valis per person. The true value I spent for each person varies since some use bows and arrows with light armor while some need a full set of heavy armor with a shield to stand on the front lines. In comparison, the basic set the guild offers for beginners costs between 8k to 10k valis. It's normally a dagger and a basic leather set of armor, a crude map, and the simplest potion. It may be basic but it saved the lives of many inexperienced adventurers. But my halberd alone costs 300 million valis. Sigh, the price inflation is so absurd. This is the last thing I can do for them, after that they'll be on their own. Daphne told me it would be fine to give this armor to everyone as a form of a loan with the intent of motivating everyone to work harder. I don't know how to feel about that since I decided to do this as a gift, but I agreed with her decision eventually. It is true that they can't take these things for granted. If they want privileges, then they need to prove themselves first. The ones that put in the work will receive the investment of the familia, while those that don't will have to take the long route and accumulate money themselves. However, today also has another meaning. Now that some time has passed and we are better established, I'll start to release some of Ishtar's stolen gear on the black market. I have no use for those pieces of equipment. They are different from the gold and silver as they have identification. If someone sees them, there is a big chance of Ishtar one day finding out about it. I'll keep the better pieces of gear for myself. Some of these are simply too good to be sold, pieces that can cost up to a few million valis. But the worse ones I'll just sell with the gems, together with a few other items. Perhaps even scrap them for materials. What? The blacksmith's recruits could use some material for their training. Even if they don't, I can easily sell the rest. In total, they'll get a nice price ranging in the house of 4 to 5 dozen million valis even if I sell them through the black market. I don't care if I am losing money, it wasn't mine in the first place. Silver said with a relaxed smile. Without a doubt, this will royally piss off Ishtar, who will definitely try to investigate. But due to her power dwindling, her influence in the black markets has reached rock bottom, so she'll have quite the trouble tracing the money flow, so she'll have to use her body a lot. And it will be all in vain as the only thing waiting for her shall be disappointment once more. He, bitch. Silver said with a relaxed smile. I hope you get hemorrhoids from giving that ass so much as a lesson from trying to mess with me. I thought about playing around and making false clues leading to other troublesome people to see if they would clash with Ishtar. But I chose to make things simple. The less troublesome this is, the simpler it is to manage it. Overall, it will take years for her to recover, but she won't have the chance to do so anyway. Because her familia will disappear soon enough. He said in a deep tone as his eyes flashed. Phryne Jamil. She doesn't deserve to live. I am not a righteous person. If I were to be one, I would have become akin to a vigilante, clearing out many villains and criminals of this city already. But the things I read about her, and the things I saw while investigating Ishtar's manor. It's harder for me to actively ignore her existence by trying to act cool than to simply formulate a plan to eliminate her. Besides, her disappearance would also benefit me. Phryne Jamil takes pleasure in the kidnapping and torturing of young kids, raping them until they die. She even has her own special room where she does this, all under the eyes of Ishtar and her companions. Everyone knows or has some level of idea of what she does since Phryne herself doesn't really hide it that much. Even her alias is an indicator of that. Androctonus, aka Mankiller. I don't put too much blame on her companions, there isn't much they can do, but I completely and utterly condemn the ones that help her satiate her thirst. It's sickening. I am not trying to be a hero. If I was, I would try to talk her out of this situation, but I don't think there is any room for that to such a twisted living being. Once Phryne disappears, Ishtar's confidence will reach rock bottom and her familia may very well be destroyed by their own enemies without me needing to do anything. However, as long as she's there, Fern can hold this sand castle on her own without much trouble. This is the power of a peak level 5. The power that determines you as a peak power in this world. The power of a nation is all within a person. Level 4 is the elite power in Orario, and everyone that advances further than this is a celebrity. Beyond this and you hold part of the world alone. Not even Ganesha, someone at the top of Orario with thousands of adventurers and 11 level 5s has someone at level 6. Only Loki and Freya are openly known to have level 6 adventurers within Orario. Outside of it would be Poseidon, who is also known to have the sole level 7 besides Otter. The Knight of Knights. A rather mysterious person. But one problem remains with this plan, and that is how to remove Ishtar's print on Heraheim's back. A change in familia can only be done when the two parties' gods agree with each other unconditionally, and I can't see Ishtar being happy with having her switching sides. Eliminating her also isn't an option. Gods must resolve their own issues and it's not up to me to mess with, not because I don't want to, but because the consequences of it are way beyond my capabilities. I've already seen those consequences before. Lastly, I could forcefully declare a war game against her after Phryne dies, but the problem is not me but my familia. Even if they don't need to fight, having a captain that can at a whim start a war with another familia, especially if we consider this familia to be Ishtar's, isn't really comforting. And having a deep conversation with them about why I want to fight her seems a bit too much of a stretch. Besides, doing so right after Phryne dies would almost be akin to shouting that I have something to do with it. The best way would be to have someone deal with her. But that in itself is almost impossible. Perhaps if I eliminate both Phryne and her captain, people may very well do the rest for me as I have said before. Assassinations aren't uncommon and I am sure one day I will have at least one person going after my head. No, I already had people do that once, haven't I? Pretty much all of Orario's level 5 and above adventurers once had someone go after their head. I could even extend this to level 4s. Although most of those assassinations failed, a few succeeded, and those people have now faded from history. I can even see the uproar that would be caused if both Phryne and Ishtar's captain were to be taken down at the same time. If I am lucky, someone would challenge her to a war game and banish her back to heaven, but I can't rely on chance. Worse, what if she's banished outside of Orario? Having her release Haruheim would be a pain. For now, Haruheim will have to remain here hidden. Once I get strong enough, I can have her appear. And once I do that, Ishtar will hastily turn her eyes to me. She would definitely understand that I was the one behind it all. Yet, she would have no proof. Because in the first place, Haruheim doesn't exist at all in the records. But there is a slight chance she may get desperate upon seeing the cause of everything that went wrong and spill the beams. How desperate would she become after seeing her plans being foiled, her captain and her strongest warrior being killed? Spreading Haruheim's ability to the world. I can see her doing that as a last-ditch attempt of seeing me going down with her. And that would be the end of the Hestia Familia, as the entire world would attack us at the same time to get their hands on her. Silver closed his eyes in deep thought. It all boils down to Ishtar. If she simply disappeared, everything would become simpler. As he thought deeply about the matter, something came into his mind. What if I were to control her mind? Yes, methods like this are possible. Although they are called gods, they aren't impervious to everything. They can get high, drunk, poisoned, get hurt, and die, being sent back to heaven in the process. Some are indeed impervious to some of these effects. A god related to the poison wouldn't be poisoned, and a god of wine would have an incredibly high tolerance to any kind of alcohol, even divine ones. But Ishtar isn't one such god. Hestia, as an example, can easily get drunk even by a simple bottle of wine, much less something like Soma. Gods can be charmed, as seen by how Freya does it every once in a while, although they seem to have some level of awareness to it. But since most of them simp for her, they just ignore her actions. Or perhaps that is already part of her charm. Who knows? Getting them drunk is the simplest method of them all, and an advanced form of this method is actually employed by none other than Dionysus. As a god of wine, and one that is relatively sane in his work, he has actually managed to make a wine many times better than Soma's. The reason for this may very well be due to Soma's own attitude, as he is someone who is obsessed with the stupid endeavor of achieving perfection. And it's important to say that Soma is publicly the best winemaker in the world. His wine. If I can get Ishtar drunk and a little bit of persuasion, it may be possible to get her consent, but that is still susceptible to failure, and failure would result in everything I've done crumbling. So I need a fail-safe plan. I need to learn what Dionysus does and see for myself if it's possible. There is just a tiny problem. Dionysus' strongest and most loyal child. And his identity. She is very, very strong. Silver frowned hard, thinking of more possibilities to enact his plan. No matter how much I think it's impossible, it's too risky to approach him, and if I end up being discovered, absolute mayhem would fall into Orario. There are too many things at risk. Would my power work on her? If I add my powers on top of the strongest drink in this world, would she bow down to my will? URG. Dealing with her is a pain in the ass. There is one last option thought. And that option is simple, it's time. I can simply wait, and give myself enough time to grow. But I don't feel good about leaving Haruheim isolated on this manner for a few more years. I would have done nothing to change her situation as I promised, and instead, she would just be living under someone else. Silver looked outside of the window. It seemed their training had come to an end. If I were to pray, would a god out there answer it and get rid of that hoe for me? Silver mumbled with a sarcastic smile. He shook his head and said, I'll think about this later, it's time to congratulate them. Silver turned around and left his room. Notes. Chapter 110, His Home. Hey. Time for chapter. No more words are necessary. Also, from now on I'll drop links again, but I'll use a different method. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. It's finally time, said Piro, the eldest, as he stretched his arms, looking serious. The second born, Phiro, remained silent, thinking about something. So from today onwards we are adventurers? Asked Biro, the youngest, with a timid tone. But he had difficulty hiding his excitement. A lot of emotions were contained within those words. Idiot, said Phiro with a mocking tone, startling the youngest. What do you mean, Phiro? Asked Biro with a frown. He's such a bother sometimes. The second-born smiled, and said with confidence. You are wrong. We have been adventurers ever since we ventured into the dungeon for the first time and returned triumphantly. Oh. Biro understood his meaning and smiled in wonder. He was waiting for his day for so long, and yet, his brother was right, he had been an adventurer ever since he returned from the dungeon a week ago. So he couldn't help but smile, gazing at his surroundings with a silly smile. As everyone finished their morning training, they started to organize themselves in lines based on their group, waiting for their captain to arrive. Everyone, be it them or the girls around them, they were mostly smiling, some looked relieved, and some looked worried, perhaps fearing for the future. No more would they be helped by their captain, no more would they be able to safely train. From now on, they would have to rely on each other, and because of this, many understood his actions from the beginning. With mixed emotions, they patiently waited for their captain to arrive. At the front of each line was the captain of their respective group, and in their case, it was Daphne with an extremely serious look, followed by the tired Cassandra who even after an entire month, still struggled to run around the place with the light weights tied to her legs. She didn't raise her vitality and constitution that well before she leveled up, and because of her position as a backline, she was rarely ever in danger, so even her highest stat, magic, wasn't that high before she leveled up. However, it was still high enough for her to be considered to be within the upper bracket of low-level 2 adventurers. Said Piro, breaking the atmosphere. His two brothers gazed at him at the same time, giving him the chance to speak. Sorry to break the mood, but we are barely anything right now, said Piro, the eldest, who so far had been silent. We trained for a very long time, and now, we finally became adventurers, or so it seems. He said in a low tone. Being an adventurer isn't about hunting goblins and kobolds on the upper floors, nor about the measly amount of money that is only enough to repair our gear. It's about going beyond in places few have ever set their foot on, fighting against creatures no one has ever seen, surviving encounters that will be remembered in history. An adventurer has to go on an adventure. Looks who excited, said Phiro in a teasing tone. Looks like your inner hero has finally been set free, he said with a smile, making the oldest blush a little. I am excited, but from today's onwards, I have no intention of decreasing my training intensity in any way, shape, or form, he said with a smile. Heh. You truly broke the mood. But you're right, said Phiro with a half-smile. The youngest and more timid brother shook his head in agreement. All right, you three, enough talking, he's here, said Daphne as she looked back. Yes, ma'am, replied Piro with a salute. Okay, replied Phiro with a shrug. Sir, replied Biro, looking at the ground in shame. Daphne rolled her eyes and turned her head, looking at the smiling Silver as he walked closer and closer. A few seconds earlier, Silver opened the doors to the back garden and saw everyone finishing their training and getting in line. They're much more organized than a month ago. From a group of strangers to a group of people that can trust each other and are willing to protect each other's backs in the face of danger. They won't have a single problem on the upper floors unless they are super unlucky and meet some sort of irregular situation. Different from the middle floors, the monsters on the upper floors are slow, come in small groups of at most 5 to 7 at most, and give you enough time to breathe between each wave. Not only that, they don't track you for long, and are very susceptible to being outrun and outsmarted by even the most basic trap. Unless it's killer ants and the war shadows. Compared to their companions, killer ants come in large groups and they can attract more rather easily. War shadows have a tendency to assassinate inexperienced adventurers due to their speed and traits as dark shadowy creatures. On the middle floors, the dungeon will constantly launch wave after wave of coordinated monsters that will track you down to the ends of the earth. And worst, most level 2 newbies are barely good enough to outrun them, and since most of the early 13th to 16th floors have a strong sense of smell, they can track you very far even if you do escape them. However, the recruits have shown cooperation equal to most of these level 2 adventurers. All thanks to the training. I'm even a little proud. You're late, Hestia said from the side with her arms crossed. Silver turned to face her and smiled. Fashionably late. It's good to see you too. Did you have a nice sleep? Hestia let out a sigh and said. Not really. Today is. But Silver interrupted her by patting her head and saying. I understand, I also worry for them, otherwise I wouldn't have enforced this entire 1-month training regime. He's always like this. Looking at her expression, he said as he gave her his hand. Let's lead this familia to great heights, shall we? Hestia smiled, and grabbed his hand. Yes. With a big smile, she pulled him forward, bringing him to the place he belonged to, his familia. Good morning everyone, I imagine everyone is doing okay, so let's start this short meeting/talk. First, I would like to congratulate everyone for making it all the way through the training. It wasn't easy, and there is a reason why most adventurers avoid it and instead prefer to jump straight to the dungeon. It's very boring. Silver said with an awkward smile. Still, after 1 month, you all aren't the newbies you were before, and those that weren't, to begin with, are now close enough to work as an efficient party. I must say it wasn't easy, but it was necessary. A bit of temporary pain from running 100 laps is better than the pain of being cut in the arm and resting for 3 weeks. Although I wish this would never occur with any of you. Going away from dungeon-related things, let's talk about the Heart Manor, our familia home. During this month, a lot changed, and I am happy to announce a few things. Several rooms of the manor were refurbished and modified in order to fit new roles. Because of space, we modified most of the right wing. I hope you all can understand. Silver said as he looked at the triplets. A new alchemy room and smithing room have been added with good quality equipment for those aspiring to tap into these professions, and we'll soon have one dedicated to those who wish to be item makers. But that will have to remain a more distant dream due to monetary problems, the same reason why I didn't acquire more alchemical materials. They can be very expensive. We also now have an armory in case you don't have a proper place to store your things or in case you are in need of emergency equipment for whatever reason. The familia will be more than willing to lend you some, just be sure to contact either me, the executives, or this lady over here. Silver said as he looked at Hestia. Your well-being is way more important than a few 10,000 valis. I noticed the way you spoke. But I'll let that pass for now. Hestia said with a side glance. In any case, there isn't much more to talk about the manor. Hopefully in the future, as our familia grows and so does our wealth, many more plans can be implemented so we can improve our living environment even further. Silver did a small stop to breath and said. With the manor in check, let's visualize our companions from the outside. Snap, slash. With the snap of his fingers, 2 glowing runes started shining in the air. No one seemed surprised, this was already the usual for them. No one would bat an eye from seeing these things, or their captain flying around the place. Although the girls would still scream in shock or fear every once in a while due to Silver's unusual abilities. Especially when he teleports around and ends up bumping into someone. As everyone knows, we have a contract with the Mayak and the Hephaestus familia. In exchange for solely buying and utilizing the services of both of them, they are going to give us priority towards commissions and other jobs. So make sure to only buy from them. I'm serious now. Silver said as his expression changed from a smile to a poker face. The Mayak familia will provide us with potions, services, and medicinal products while the Hephaestus familia will provide us with what they are best at, making equipment. There's no need to repeat myself for the rest. I said it so many times I think I've memorized the script. He said with a smile. Silver continued to speak, going on with some of the more intricate details. And that's all everyone. From now on, you are free to do what you wish as you wish. Silver said with a smile. As I said before, our familia is currently rankless, so we aren't required by the guild to go on expeditions, and I'll soon be back with our actual rank. As in regards to how we deal with resources circulation and the tax, we've already discussed this several times, but if you have any inquiries about it, don't be afraid to ask. They aren't there for me to rip you off, I have no need or wish to do that, instead, they're there so we can improve our familia's conditions. For now, treat it as payment for the items I gave you all. But don't be in a rush to pay it off, there is no deadline after all. He said with a friendly smile. In the future, I'll always be there to help you all out, don't forget that, I'm your captain and friend after all. For now, I'll be out to resolve some matters, but if you have any other questions, you can either wait for me to come back or ask them now. Captain? Asked a girl in the crowd. Oh. So we have a question. Good, keep them coming. Silver said with a smile. 3 minutes later, Are there any more questions? If not, enjoy the rest of your day everyone. Yes. Exclaimed the people excitedly. With a smile, Silver turned around, but not before gazing at Daphne and making a funny face to provoke her. This made her grind her teeth in anger. The reason for this is that after an entire month, her position as vice captain was so stable and solidified in the mind of everyone that she is now unable to flee from it. Just as according to Silver's plans. But to help her and make her anger smaller, Silver also appointed 3 more people to the job of executives. Officially, the Hestia Familia has no vice captain, and instead, it has 4 executives, those being Daphne, Cassandra, Igva, and Fernan, with the latter 2 being among the experienced adventurers that were scouted previously. Igva is a 23-year-old Amazon with a surprisingly calm demeanor and contained personality, in contrast with the usual hyperactive and imposing personality of most Amazons. She has short black hair, brownish skin, and relatively defined muscles like most of her race. And even though she is rather reserved, she still has some Amazon tendencies, and she goes around the place with an outfit similar to gym clothes, exposing her defined belly to the world. She acts and looks like a tomboy. Although she hates it when people call her that, and she will make that very clear. Poor triplets. They were the first to find out what happens when you call her that. She may give most girls 1 or 2 chances, but most boys will be beaten at sight. She is also currently, the highest strength-wise just behind Silver and Daphne. His reason for choosing her as an executive is because she shows promise of becoming level 2 within half a year with enough training and because she is rather good with paperwork. Fernan is a young elven woman with red hair and she has been an adventurer for about 3 years. She admits that she is only 21, but such information is dubious. She is part of the first group that Silver led to the dungeon, and also the person to ask Silver to actively make their time in the dungeon harder, so they could grow faster. The reason she left her previous familia was due to bad distribution of resources. Due to being the weakest of her party, she was often given lower and biased percentages. Unfair ones as well. So after a bit of observation, Silver noticed that she was very just, exactly because she experienced injustice for being weak, so she is very friendly to everyone, and even though she started a bit cold towards him, she soon grew more open to Silver as well. Given enough time, he believes she can also level up as well, it's only a matter of opportunity. There were no more reasons as for why Silver chose to have them as executives. Among the oldest he recruited, they were simply the most suited to be the leading figures of the familia. At least for now. With a small familia consisting of 1 level 3, 2 level 2s, and a few dozen level 1, he has to lower the bar a bit, else it would take a long while until someone met with the requirements to become executives and top executives. Or any position of power. The Hestia Familia was just starting after all. So after saying his goodbyes to Hestia, Nick, and Haruheim, Silver made his way to the guild. His target being none other than the guild. It was time to brag. Discuss with Loiju about his familia. And to resume his training in the dungeon. Notes. I just checked, there are no more familia chapters for a long while, so we can safely say it's over. Starting from next chapter. Probably the one after that, he'll go back to the dungeon and the plot will continue. Yay. Peace. Chapter 111, Familia Rank and Shock. Hey bros, there's something I want to say before we start. My second and final wave of exams is arriving, and I'll most likely reduce the weekly chapter releases to prepare and all. This will probably go until the 2nd or 3rd week of August. Hopefully, none of my teachers decide to do late exams. Unless I go to the finals. That would be pretty bad. I just wanted to say this before we go. Enjoy the rest. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. A few minutes after he left the manor, a well-dressed Silver climbed the stairs and entered the guild with a smile, looking around the place as he looked for his advisor and friend. All around he could see people coming and going, rushing around the place to do their business. Adventurers, workers from the guild and other places. People carrying boxes, papers, swords, and more. This place is as busy as always. No, more than usual. Slash thud, slash. Naya. Due to the high traffic, and the fact Silver had stopped at the entrance of the guild to look around, a small cat girl ended up bumping into him. It wasn't her fault either, the poor thing was carrying a large wooden box almost her size, blocking her gaze. She was definitely an adventurer since she was able to evade most of the people while carrying that heavy box. She also seemed young as well. Either that, or she simply had bad genetics and was short as a result. It didn't help that most cat girls were unusually cute, although it was much easier to differentiate a young cat girl from an adult one as compared to Palams. An adult Palam is often indistinguishable from a teenager. But to be honest, Silver is also very tall, being almost 190 cm tall. For him, most of the people in Orario were dwarfs since the average height was that of about 155 cm. He always found it funny that when he put on his heavy armor, becoming a bit taller, he would almost always be able to see the end of a crowd on the streets due to being relatively taller than them. Even Hephaestus, who was considered to be rather tall due to her high heels, was only 175 cm without them. It was very hard to imagine that she was the same height as Loki, and 5 cm smaller than Freya. My apologies, I blocked your way, miss. Silver said with an apologetic expression as he bent down to help her up. No. It was my fault for Naya. The package. She exclaimed as she looked around frantically. But when she didn't find it, no matter how much she looked, she became confused and lost, her tail moving in the air chaotically. Are you looking for these? Silver asked as he slowly lowered the box. Naya. She said, confused as the box was magically dropped from the air in front of her. She quickly ignored this bizarre scene and opened the box to check its contents, a bunch of vials and potions with an unknown liquid inside, and seeing that nothing was broken, she let out a sigh of relief. Don't worry, I made sure to grab it before it hit the ground, nor did I shake the contents. Silver replied with a smile. Thank you, Naya. She said with a happy smile, completely forgetting about the magical scene that just happened. If you don't mind, I noticed the emblem on the box. He said as he looked at the image printed on the lid of the box. It was the emblem of the Loki Familia. Or one of the many they use. There are several variations of it after all. Oh. It isn't a problem at all, Naya. I still don't know why cat girls say Naya at the end of their phrases. Is it some sort of gene memory? Passed down from the ancestral cat people? The girl was about to say something when she noticed who Silver actually was. She had missed them at first, but when she raised her head high, she could notice his pair of platinum eyes gazing at her from high above. It's you. I saw you in the infirmary last time. She said as she pointed at Silver, remembering the aftermath of his fight against a certain elf a month ago. Haha. That is indeed me. Although I'm a bit embarrassed by the way you remember me. The cat girl smiled awkwardly as well, before saying. Oh. It's not like that, it's just that was the first time I saw you. I did see you in the war game as well. You were quite cool. She said as she raised her thumb. 3 weeks ago we went on an expedition to the 44th floor and we recently came back, and although we failed to explore deeper, we still came back with a ton of things that now need to be disposed of. She said. She stretched her arms wide. Oh, so you all came back. I should have expected this. So they are already back. I barely paid attention to it, and now that I can, they're already back. Perhaps this could be an excellent time to visit them again to fight. Spar once more. I imagine it will be quite some time until their next expedition. That's why I'm here, Naya. She said with a smile. I see. In that case, I won't be in your way anymore. Silver said as he stepped aside. Naya, haha. Don't worry about it. She said as she raised her hand and, slap. She slapped his leg, weakly, but the force behind it was massive. Almost making Silver bend his leg. But he resisted it, and despite feeling quite a bit of pain, he smiled and let the hyperactive cat girl pass. Make sure to visit us anytime. Loki-sama talks about you every once in a while and she would be delighted to see you again, Naya. Until next time. She said excitedly as she ran around with her large box. Goodbye. My leg. It's sore. That's a reminder. A reminder to not underestimate my enemies. No matter their size. She was very small, but the power behind that casual slap showed she was at the minimum, a level 3. This is the thing about adventurers, if you misjudged a kid and provoked him, he could very well be one of those rare level 3 14-year-olds. Sigh. The Loki Familia is really something else. They are filled with high-level adventurers and their average is level 2. Even the seemingly innocent cat girl is level 3. With mixed emotions, Silver made his way to the counters. 3 minutes later, ding, Silver was already used to this process. He went to one of the empty counters meant for less urgent matters and pressed on the call bell so a guild personnel could come and help him. Of course, before doing this, he tried looking around but he saw no sign of Loiju, meaning that today, he was probably doing some internal work and was out of sight. Yes. I'll be there in a minute, said a guy as he got up from his desk deeper in the room behind the counters. Sorry for the wait. Oh. Good morning, Silver, said the dwarfman as he approached the counter, noticing Silver. He grabbed a small box and got on top of it, but even so he was still smaller than Silver. Sigh, he said in disappointment. Bad day. No. Not that. Oh well, forget about it. He raised his head and looked at Silver before he pointed backward and said. Loiju is on the archives doing his favorite job, sorting documents. Silver shrugged. Is he ever not with his head in the middle of a pile of books? He asked jokingly. That's why he came to the guild, although he always complains, he loves his job on his own. Loiju Wei, the dwarf said with a smile. May I ask why you need to see him? You know how it is, I need an excuse otherwise those. He looked sneakily at the sides before saying. Those annoying people will get on my foot again, he said in a low tone. But Silver did not reply, only silently smiling. Silver. Oi, I need you too. Who are you speaking of, Jorf? Asked Ina, behind Jorf the dwarf. She had a very gentle smile on her face as she asked the poor dwarf. But Jorf felt immeasurable pressure. Miss Ina. I was talking about Remmer, the dwarf said with conviction. Ina looked at the dwarf with a poker face while Silver had the urge to chuckle. But he had no intention of attracting Ina's wrath. And this wrath included minutes upon minutes of her talking. Eventually going to her complaining about her work. Silver knows how she acts very well, he already went over that several times over the months. From time to time, he would even willingly hear her out as a talking buddy. As a guild worker, she knows a lot, so hearing her out and asking her questions can be quite informative. There are things only the guild can tell you. At the same time, back in the same room, a few meters away from them, Sigh. Remmer let out an audible sigh as he heard what the dwarf said before lowering his head and going back to his work. If you forgot, here is Remmer's image. Sigh, I understand, just be a bit more careful with what you say in public, Jorf. Ina said as she shook her head. Yes, ma'am. I mean, sir. I mean, ma. Jorf said nervously. Just go. Ina said with a frown. Yes, ma'am. He said as he ran away. After he ran away, Silver was left alone with Ina, something rather rare. Good morning, Ina, can I have your esteemed permission to go visit my friend Loiju? Silver said in an overly formal tone. Not you too. Ina said with a smile. I imagine this is about your familia classification. It's been a month already. Time sure passes quickly, she said as she looked at the sky through the high windows. Yes, but that also means that now the Hestia familia has to pay taxes. Silver said with a frown. You talk as if paying taxes was bad, said Misha from the side. Misha, said Ina as she turned around with a headache. Upon noticing a certain running dwarf, Misha, the pink-haired girl, was attracted to the source of this event and saw Silver talking with Ina, and she immediately came to say hi. Her image, if you forgot. In what scenario would someone willingly pay taxes? Silver asked with a frown. You do have a point, Misha said with a thinking expression. Don't agree with him, Ina said as she adjusted her glasses. After chuckling a bit, Silver greeted Misha while Ina said. Back to the matter at hand, I'll go call Loiju while Misha will lead you to a room so you can sort everything with him. Ina said calmly. I will. Misha asked confused. Did I stutter? Ina said with a serious look. No. Come, follow me, Misha said as she grabbed Silver in a hurry. Oi. Calm down. I can't just jump the counter. After this, Misha led Silver to a private simple room with a few bookshelves, a single table, and 2 couches, And it didn't take even a minute, but Loiju soon arrived with a book in his hands. Hey man, how's everything? Loiju asked as he sat down on the couch, putting his book on the table. Quite well, can't say for the familia though. How much tax will I have to pay? Silver said, going straight to the task at hand. No greetings, huh? That works as well, I'm filled with work today, so let's end this quickly, Loiju said with a smile as he scratched his head. After a quick greeting, he fixed his glasses and opened the thick book in his hand, going directly to a page where the symbol of the Hestia familia was printed. It was one of the last pages. Hestia familia. Exploration type, 41 members, 3 level 2 adventurers, 9 experienced level 1 adventurers, and the rest are newbies. Loiju said as he counted the levels of the people within the familia. That is correct. Silver said with a nod. I wasn't questioning you, just saying what is written here. Loiju replied with a straight face. Oh. Sorry. Silver said with a smile. You definitely know you are just being annoying. Loiju took a deep breath and continued. Not many achievements due to the familia being rather recent, not even half a year old. However, there are some rather explosive achievements. Silver raised an eyebrow, he was interested to see the guild's perspective. Participated in a war game against two familias, one of them being E rank and the other 1G. All with but a single member. And it's important to say that the latter's classification was wrong as their adventurer's information was distorted, they should have been at the very least E if not D. But Silver interrupted him and said. Alright, you can stop inflating my balls. It wasn't me who wrote this shit, now shut up before I give you a fine. As I was saying. With a single member, that at the time was level 2. Your commission's history is pristine, and you did almost 100 of them without fail, all completed perfectly, so your reliability is very high. There aren't that many more achievements, at least official ones, but unofficial ones don't count so I won't bother with them. At last but not least, you saved both Goddess Loki and Artemis from a terrorist attack and you also saved the lives of many adventurers on the upper and middle floors of the dungeon. Good job. He said with a small smile. And we can even add here that you once felled the Goliath although that was never properly confirmed. Would you like to? Nah, I can imagine that I would be forced to explain how. That is correct. But it's okay. I already expected this. Phew, that would have been a pain. Most adventurers love to flaunt their achievements, I am so glad mine is a boring guy. Considering your current size, the strength of your familia, its achievements, and the time it has been in operation, I can safely say your familia is G rank. Remember that familia ranks go from I to S following the status classification and that D is the rank where exploration-type familias are required by the guild to go in at least one expedition every 3-month period. Silver didn't say much, waiting for Loiju to continue. Although I'll say it now, there is a bit of a chance the Hestia familia could receive a higher rank after I send the report for the higher-ups to revise. If we remove you from the picture, the Hestia familia is at most a G rank familia, but that's mostly due to its level 2 adventurers and its size. At the same time, I don't think your existence alone is enough to bring it to the next rank. At least from the perspective of the law. So you're either going to become G rank now, or in the close future. Silver nodded and asked. What about now? And how much will I probably pay? I'll make a small file with what we discussed here and wait for Remmer to revise, and once it's done, I'll hand it to you and you'll have about a month to pay for the taxes. As for the amount, considering everything I've said, your familia size and achievements, I can safely say from experience that it's going to be something between 50 to 75k valis in case your familia receives a G rank. And between 150 to 300k valis in case your familia receives an F rank. That's almost my monthly debt to Hephaestus. Without even starting, the Hestia familia monthly expenses alone could go as high as 1 million valis. That is not adding what I owe to Hephaestus and this. Noticing his expression, Loiju said. Previously you weren't paying tax mostly because I couldn't bother to ask for them, they were so insignificant that the guild wouldn't enforce it. A recent familia with a single member. Come on. The tax would go as high as 1 or 3k valis. Of course, you'll still pay for them. This is more of a blind eye from the guild so smaller familias can grow without much pressure. Huh, you say it like that but weren't I already paying those taxes through the transactions? Silver asked. There are taxes when I buy things, there are taxes when I exchange loot for money, there are taxes I have to pay every month. How much of the actual money I make would last at the end of the month? 70%. 55%. True, you do have a point. So many taxes. Silver said as he rolled his eyes. I wasn't the one who made them. But that is pretty much all for today, at most by tomorrow, or perhaps even today in the late evening the papers will be done. Aside from that. Will you go to the dungeon today? Silver smiled and said. Of course. Starting from today, I'll grow at a never-seen-before speed. That's the plan at least. But there is something I would like to say before I leave. Silver said with an awkward smile. Sure, just be quick. Loiju said as he checked the time on the clock hanging on the wall. I leveled up. Slash bam, slash. Loiju hit his head against the table. Notes. Chapter 112, Death Box. As I said last time, I have exams this week, so I'll probably decrease the chapter releases. We'll see. Before we start, I made a tiny whiny change after a reader pointed it out for me. I had increased Hestia's height just like I changed some other characters' ages, but because of this, some dialogue and conversations wouldn't make sense anymore. It's really small, and you would have to be very attentive to remember a detail from 40 to 50 chapters ago. But it can happen. So I simply edited a few things and now Loki and some other characters are a bit taller. It won't fix the problem per se, but it should make a difference. In any case, adios. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /thud/. Due to the sudden shock, Loiju lowered his head in frustration, hitting the table with it. The seconds passed with him in that state, until he raised his head and asked. Since when? How? Just what has he been doing in the past month for him to have grown so much? He was already very strong as a level 2, but now he is level 3. I never expected that the day of seeing him become a second-class adventurer would arrive so soon. But deeming his strength, he may become a first class in no time. A few days ago. And are you sure you are okay? Your forehead is red. My forehead doesn't matter here. He said euphorically as he grabbed Silver's shoulders. Do you understand what this means? Calm down first. Start by talking in a lower tone. Silver replied calmly. Loiju sat back on the couch and took a deep breath. It has only been a few months. What a headache this is going to be. It isn't. Silver said with a smile. Loiju became confused. What do you mean by that? How is this situation not? Because I have no intention of publicizing it yet. One of my reasons to come here was to tell this to you, but I still don't want to let everyone know that I'm level 3. In the first place, they wouldn't believe it, forcing me to show my stats or going through those truth devices. I don't really like them. Second, it's a bother. I hate being looked at as if I was an animal in a zoo, or even if the people doing so are in awe of doing so out of respect, but those will be the minority. You're being pessimistic. I believe they'll be the majority. Silver shrugged. I was never a fan of the spotlight. Don't look at me like that. Loiju was shocked. That is illegal. And you fucker. Do you say you don't like the spotlight? As if. Every damn time. Even in the war game. But Silver simply shrugged once more and said. Between telling the world I leveled up and causing some degree of chaos, being silent for a few more months isn't going to make anyone suspect a thing, and it's also better from the perspective of the guild. You wouldn't be forced to make a report, nor would the guild be obliged to go through the trouble that would follow this revelation. Although you'll still most likely have some trouble, it'll certainly be more contained. I know you're right, but... And I thank you for telling me this. My reasons for revealing this are many, so don't make me go over each, okay? I know that both of us don't want that. Silver said with a slight smile. Sigh. Loiju raised his head once more and smiled awkwardly. Fine, you win. Thank you for updating me on your progress as always. However, there are several things we need to keep an eye out for. As a level 3, you are already over the need for an advisor or instructor, at least for me since I never instructed a level 3 in my career. It's a lot of work after all. I can, of course, still remain as your instructor, although I wouldn't be able to instruct you in any way. It was already difficult to do so before, much less now. Also, as a level 3, I imagine you'll be going to the lower floors. But Silver shook his head. Not anytime soon. The middle floors still give me more than enough of a challenge and they have a lot of riches for me to explore and exploit. After all, there are many herbs and materials to acquire there and the money I make from them is very high. In a sense, depending on how I schedule myself, I could make more on the middle floors as I would on the lower floors. You can say it's because of my freedom of movement. It's always about the money. Loiju said with a smile. I'm not like that. I know. But it's good that you won't dive deeper. The lower floors are no joke. Even after seeing how you fight, going there would be no short of stepping into a fire. Everything the middle floor can offer is more than doubled in the lower floors. Power, danger, quantity, level of cooperation, the average intelligence of the monsters. The last one perhaps not as much, but there is a clear improvement. And this includes the variety of monsters. Because of its size, the lower floors contain a massive quantity of new monsters. The concentration of monsters from the 25th floor to the 27th can be bigger than the entire middle floors. I say it can because the middle floors, especially the 19th to the 24th floor, contain a massive quantity of minor monsters, especially insects. The lower floors are also connected through underground rivers and lakes, allowing monsters from lower or even higher floors to move around. This includes Amphisbaena, the monster Rex of the 27th floor. You could be traveling near a river just after entering the lower floors, and it could suddenly burst out of the water to attack you. I know, I've been reading a lot about the lower and middle floors, but I have no intention of going there for now. Silver said with a nod. I'll settle myself as a level 3 first, only then will I slowly start exploring and getting used to those depths. But as he said, the difference is clear. Monsters will come in waves after waves, and as expected, those monsters are all very strong. Fighting against them is not entirely the problem, at least for me. From the guild's perspective, all of the monsters in there are so strong that level 2 adventurers would barely be good enough to handle them. And even level 4 adventurers would have difficulty in soloing the initial zone, the Water City, that spans from the 25th floor to the 27th. But I'm just as good as a level 4 adventurer, so I could definitely excel in there as long as I kept myself focused. But if I were to get bitten by, let's say, a poison vermis, I may die if I am incapable of removing its poison from my body. That's because the poison of this creature is so extreme that there is only one person in all of Orario that can detoxify it. That being Ermid, the strongest healer in the city if not the world. One of the reasons why I am trying to have Cassandra train. Since she is one of the few that has the prospect of matching her level. After letting Silver think for a few moments, Loiju continued. There's also the question of how long. How long do you wish to remain as a level 2? Loiju asked. Probably for around 2 to 4 more months. That is about the time most people would expect of me. It'll all depend on how much I grow in those months. The problem with this is that I have no intention of stopping my training at all. Because if I end up growing very fast, no one would believe me to be level 2 anymore. If several familiars end up pressurizing ours so they can learn our secrets, I wouldn't be able to do much about it. They tried to do so with Loki when Ace started to rise, but they failed miserably. You could say their attempt died before it even saw the light. But if I were to try the same, I could end up as Orario's common enemy. However, if you choose that, won't that mean that you'll remain as a level 3 for 4 months less? Loiju asked. That is correct, but I don't think I'll level up anytime soon. For now, all I'll do is train and continue adventuring in a normal way. Ha! Normal way, you say? That's good, I don't think you've really done that once. Loiju said with a nod. Come on, I did do that once in a while. Says the guy who started adventuring the day after the new year and took on a monster wave. Do I have to repeat myself? The two talked a bit more about the events of the past, and after being satisfied, Loiju said. Enough of this, I'm really full of things to do. Once again, your rank should be ready by nightfall, so come take a look if you have time. As for your level up, let's treat it as if this conversation never happened. The earlier I forget about this, the less my chances of spilling this out when I'm drunk get. Although I'm thankful, I would have also preferred to not know about this. Is this what they call knowing more than you should? Alright, I'll come back from the dungeon and pass by here. As such, how about some commissions? Silver asked with a smile. I thought you were never going to ask. Silver and Loiju left the room and went back to the reception part of the guild, and in there Loiju helped him choose several good commissions for him to do while he explores the middle floors. And after talking a bit more with some of the workers of the guild such as Ina and Rose, Silver left towards his next destination, that being. Silver raised his head and looked at the wooden plaque hanging on the wall. Hostess of Fertility. Because it was still early, there was no one here in the door, albeit open, there was a clear sign that said, closed. Yet, Silver ignored it and got inside. We are closed, Naya. Oh. It's Silver. Anya said with a smile. She waved at him and he greeted her in reply. Good morning, Anya. Cleaning alone as always. You should talk with Mia and have them punished. Silver asked jokingly. Alone. Do you have eyes? Asked Lunwar from the side, walking out of the shadows. Sorry, I couldn't see you hiding there. You're quite good at this, aren't you? Silver teased. Lunwar looked at Silver for a moment but she said nothing. She approached him and tapped on his shoulder, saying in a low tone. Hee, are you here for Seer? But Silver rolled his eyes and said. You used to be more creative with your jokes, if it's so hard to come up with one every day why don't you just stop? She just shrugged with a smile. He sat in one of the chairs and started to talk with them as he waited for the others to arrive. This has become one of his morning habits, to visit the hostess before going to the dungeon. Not only the hostess but other places as well such as Tom and his father's bar. Every once in a while he would even visit Mayak and Hephaestus to see how they were doing. Of course, he would always be very welcomed. It isn't that hard to visit his friends and doing so at most takes up an hour of his day, so he does it every once in a while. Besides, this is the only time that he can get something from Mamma Mia for free, that being a small cup of coffee the girls make in the mornings. Eventually, Ryu and the others arrived, and they all greeted each other. Over time, Silver grew close to these girls, although not close enough to be considered within their inner circle, but closer than all guys had ever managed to get. He could laugh and talk with them, all under the observant gaze of Mia Grand. Well then everyone, I'm off. Silver said with a smile. See ya. said Lunwar with a smile. Safe travels. Ryu said with a small smile. Good luck, Naya. Anya said with her friendly smile. Try to come back in one piece. Chloe said with a smug smile. Once he left the hostess, he was met with the pleasant view of a smiling Seer, waiting for him outside. Take this with you. Seer said as she gave Silver a small box. No more words were needed, her slightly red face said everything. Exclamation point. I was too late. Upon seeing the box and Seer's naive yet embarrassed smile, Silver took the box with his most natural smile and said. Thank you, I'll bring the box later as always. Be careful, okay? I've heard that the middle floors were slightly chaotic recently, so watch your step. Her words caught Silver off guard. Oh. Is that so? I'll be careful. He replied with a confident expression. Loija didn't say anything to me. Is it a rumor from the adventurers? Seer smiled and went into the pub, a bit too embarrassed to continue there. Silver on the other hand let out a sigh. Receiving a lunchbox from a beautiful girl is very pleasant, but Seer was a very terrible cook. Even Hestia, who never really cooked alone, was better than her. Someone who is a waitress in a bar. He looked at the lunchbox and went into contemplation. I wonder why they changed. Previously, they used to be a bit distant, but slowly became closer and closer. What did I do to gain their trust? And what exactly do these girls think of me? Especially her. Silver emotions for Seer aren't really that deep, he considers her a very good friend, but that is all. Even if she liked him, Silver wouldn't accept her just because she is pretty and has a good personality. Silver shook his head, dissipating these convoluted thoughts before he put the box inside his small backpack and went on his way. Through the windows of the hostess, Seer gazed at Silver, but this time, her gaze was a bit different from before. A mix of worry and expectation, plus an indescribable emotion. Seer. We're going to open soon. Exclaimed Lunwar. Okay. When she turned her face to face the street again, Silver was already gone. Notes. Chapter 113, Berserk Monster. Hey, my guys, my exam is over, and I got a 10 in thermal physics, nice. This week the releases will be normal, but next one, I will have my truly final exams. If I pass as per normal, my recess will start, so bear with me one more time. Apart from that, enjoy the chapter. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /somewhere on the 24th floor, /. The ground trembled as a stone door rose from the ground. /creak, /. The door slowly opened. /bzzz, /bzzz, /. Damn. I barely even got here and there are already mosquitoes trying to bite me. Silver said as he stepped out of his magical door. I swear I don't know what's more annoying, these mosquitoes or the giant hornets. He looked around the place and confirmed that there was no one observing him before proceeding. Sorry buddy, but you'll stay away for today as well, I'll call you out if there is a need to. Silver said to his halberd. He opened his pocket space and stored his halberd and body armor inside before taking out a few more items, scattering them on the floor. Monster luring powder. It's here. I'm just running low on them, I'll have to stop by the black market again. But really, I fucking hate that place, almost 15k valis per 100g of this power. That's more expensive than some drugs. He rolled his eyes in frustration before checking out the next object, a small syringe. Special, vitality training serum, checked. His eyes then moved to several sets of waist and leg bands. Heavy weights checked. Potions and other medicines. The usual for every expedition. All here. I'm all done. Time to restart my training. With a smile, Silver stretched slightly as he thought about what to do. First, I'll check out to see if there is anyone around me. After that, I'll use the powder and inject myself with the serum. The serum isn't anything special, instead, it's a cocktail of debilitating solutions meant to cause a series of side effects such as exhaustion, numbing, sensory deprivation, and a few more. They're not fatal in nature. At least for me, I haven't tried it out in other people but I don't think the results would be pretty. I made it on my own since I couldn't ask Mike to make it for me. Although I think it would have been stronger had I asked him to do it, or someone with the mixing development ability. But I can't ask him to make me what is effectively a super dangerous poison, the same goes for other pharmacists. And I have no interest in commissioning someone from the black market to do it, that's like putting my life in the hands of someone I don't know. It's made not to kill, but to weaken and to have long-lasting effects. Obviously for the sole reason of training myself. Creating a dangerous situation, and also to have my body grow stronger by fighting the poison. Even if I don't have the development ability of abnormal resistance, my body has grown quite resilient to these effects. Although it could also be a result of my high vitality, or both at the same time. Also known as endurance, they mean the same thing. And lastly, the weights. Meant to give me a bit of extra work, although I normally take them off later, not because they are heavy, but because they make my movements clumsy, which is detrimental when I'm trying to get better at hunting and fighting. All of this combined with the fact I'm not wearing armor, and you got yourself the fastest way to commit suicide. Although I have no intention of doing that. This is the best way I have found out for training my stats, although I wouldn't recommend it for anyone other than myself. This is why this method will have to die with me, otherwise people will call me a maniac. I don't really care that much about others, but I would feel bad if someone died while trying to imitate me, even if in a meager way. Hearing everyone scold me would also be pretty awkward. Next. Scout the floor. Create or find a path not used by other adventurers. Use the luring powder together with whatever training objects I have. Then persevere through the waves of monsters as long as I can for a lot of Excelia. And at the end or during the chaos, collect as much loot as I can before it ends up destroyed or lost. Lastly, cash out everything I got in the guild. Or as much as I can, /sip/. Silver opened the powder bag and let its contents spread far by moving the wind around the place. This should cover an area of around 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers radius of me. Once the chaos start, most adventurers will keep themselves far away from me. So much so that I've never actually met anyone while training. After that, he injected himself with the bluish solution, but only a small dosage, leaving behind over 70% of its contents. As he felt his body heat up in reply to the foreign substance, he said, "Let's start small. I'll put on the weights later, it's been a while since I did this." Roar. Before he even had the time to think, the roars of the berserk beasts could be heard echoing in the forest of the 24th floor. "They sure are quick. As always," he said as he cracked his neck. Rustle. Bzzz. It had been less than half a minute, but Silver could already hear the sounds of monsters running in the bushes and the insects flying towards him. I can hear quite a few hornets coming to me. Did a bloody hive grow somewhere nearby? Freeze. The air slowly froze around him, and his usual clear ice spear formed in his hand. Time to rock. Ugho. Bam. The trees were suddenly blown away and a green figure burst out like a rocket towards Silver. Bam. Silver placed his right hand forward and a cone-shaped explosion was released from his fingers, halting the creature on its path. Fwush. But that was not enough as the green creature emerged from the smoke and tried to punch Silver, but he quickly teleported away to observe the situation. The green creature looked around but to no avail, so it roared in anger. Silver on the other hand smiled, but he was still focused. A moss huge. How lucky. A moss huge, as the name implies, is a huge monster whose body is completely made out of moss, an amalgamation of plants, sometimes branches and leaves as well depending on where it walks by. When attacked, it has the ability to create copies from its moss to help it escape. It's a rare monster that usually flees instead of attacking, but that didn't mean it was weak. It had immense physical power and the magical ability to control the many vines around it. Buzz. Silver was barely given time to observe, as the skies were already taken over by dozens of giant insects, diving towards him with their stingers and claws ready to tear him apart. "Hey, come on." Raising his left hand, he made all of the insects gather together into a massive ball and threw them towards the moss huge. Together with that, his right hand swole before a small spherical object was created on the back of his palm. He threw it as they were gathering, making the ball disappear within the bodies of monsters. Snap. Boom. A massive explosion happened in the middle of the monsters, and their body parts were scattered all around the place. Black smoke started to rise into the skies together with a terrible smell. But this was just the start. Roar. Phew. I can understand now why having an army is necessary to raid the deeper floors of the dungeon. Within the roars and the buzzing of wings, Silver started his fight. A few minutes later, on top of a tree a few km away from where Silver fought, a very tall person clad in a black robe watched his fight from afar, silently. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. 2 hours. 3. Boom. From time to time, huge explosions would shake the forest, and massive fires would burn away trees. Dazzling bolts of light would rush into the skies, large ice pillars would form from nothing, and the very earth would move due to their clash. The air trembled as if a storm was brewing, making the leaves rustle in a bizarre symphony. A black cloud formed in the sky, hurling lightning bolts into the ground. Large crowds of monsters were rushing all the time there, as if they were being mind-controlled. Swarms of flying giant wasps moved like battalions of airships, ready to gun whatever was causing all of this mayhem. It seemed as if war was happening in the dungeon. Once the shadowy figure felt that enough time had passed, he grabbed something clad in a red cloth from his pocket and unraveled it. It was a beautiful large white diamond glimmering under the faint light from the glowing moss of the dungeon. He grabbed it and threw it in the middle of where the chaos was boiling. Even if small, to be able to throw the diamond with such precision so far away spoke leagues of the figure's power. Slash roar, slash. Within a minute, the forest trembled as something quickly made its way to where Silver was. Slash back to Silver, slash. Huff. Slash pierce, slash. Silver did a quick jump, barely avoiding a huge deer with antlers that looked like a single very sharp sword. He spun in the air and stabbed his ice spear at its head, making the stag body slide away due to its momentum. Slash bam, slash. As soon as he stepped on the ground, a troll swung its massive fist downward, trying to squish Silver. But he punched upwards and blew it away, making the troll stumble back. Slash fwoosh fwoosh fwoosh, slash. Several finger-sized thorns almost drilled their way into his flesh, being launched by what seemed to be a large red rose. Even the plants were against him. Not only that, in the sky, large dragonflies kept bombarding him with spikes like machine guns. Huff. Every once in a while, Silver had to draw quick breaths. His stamina wasn't infinite, and the poison plus the weights were very effective at draining away what little he had. He didn't take a single potion ever since he started this, but that didn't mean he was perfect, and that was shown by the many bloodstains on his clothes. Although his body had no signs of damage. Apart from a few light cuts that could be seen healing at a visible speed. Silver had committed many mistakes and would make more. It was impossible for him to not commit a mistake given the chaos all around. But for a single person, he was doing exceptionally well. The sheer speed of his movements made it seem as if he and the monsters were in a movie being played at x32 speed. Step by step, Silver took out wave after wave of monsters. Everything seemed to be going well when... Cough. Cough cough. Shit. Silver started to heavily cough, interrupting his rhythm. He looked at the side and saw the one responsible for this, a small group of colorful mushroom-shaped monsters, releasing a thick mist of poisonous purple spores into the air. Dark fungus. Cough. Slash bam, slash. Silver committed yet again another small mistake, and allowed a mad beetle to strike his arms, sending him flying with a small gash on his arms for several meters. But Silver quickly got up, barely affected by this while also avoiding a bugbear that tried to sneak attack him from behind. He committed many mistakes, and this what allowed him to improve himself. He wouldn't do it again. At least not that many more times. Slash slash, slash. Silver disappeared from his location and reappeared behind the annoying group of dark fungus. His hand started to crack as it turned into stone. Slash flash, slash. A gray flash of light covered all of the monsters, and some of the weaker ones immediately turned into stone, while some others became relatively slower as parts of their bodies solidified. The insects fell from the sky and crumbled into bloody chunks while some of the big ones remained still. With a slightly pale look, Silver approached each of those monsters and gave them the last hit, killing them. Phew. Is it over? Silver looked around, and he smiled. Looks like the dungeon gave up. For now. He rested his back against a tree, thinking. Looks like I did more damage than it could take. When the dungeon is damaged, it will prioritize fixing itself rather than spawning monsters, but due to the range of the powder, monsters from far away were attracted. But now, it seems the damage I caused to the environment has surpassed the range of the powder, so the dungeon has decided to fix itself first before continuing to spawn monsters. If the dungeon is aware or not, that doesn't matter. What matters is that it isn't merely an inactive force, it may very well be some sort of complex being. It is capable of exuding anger, and many times, adapting to the situation as it would purposely spawn monsters near injured and lost adventurers to finish them off. It can grow better, improving the monsters within it as the centuries pass through the use of new species and environmental changes. However, the reason why the dungeon grows exponentially more dangerous the deeper you go was never properly explained, and the gods have very tight lips. Even the more chaotic ones would refuse to speak a word. Not all of them seem to know what is happening, or they're simply that good at acting, but those that knew refused to speak even a single sound. There is a saying about adventures, and that is something like, it can always get worse. And they aren't wrong. You may flee from a group of bugbears and meet with a horde of deadly hornets. The thing is, the dungeon will always try to fuck you over. The only thing that confuses me is how exactly it does it. Is the dungeon aware of everyone within it, waiting for a chance to screw each and every one individually? Or does it have a limited attention span? Sometimes, people can get fucked and still flee, and other times, their situation will get worse and they end up dying or losing someone dear to them. It may look like luck and it may very well be. But my situation points to another behavior. Because I cause chaos by gathering and cleaning large groups of monsters, the dungeon would often try to wipe me out. Be it by increasing the spawn rate of monsters around me, or sending something stronger like a minotaur group in the upper middle floors. As if it's not pleased with my actions, it tries to effectively chase me out. However, it never manages to do so as it always stops when the damage becomes too much. I haven't done anything serious, I always try to keep the damage within a controlled spectrum, or perhaps the dungeon is more patient than I thought as it hasn't decided to launch an abomination like the Juggernaut on me yet. Although I wonder if this even phases it. An increase in the number of monsters I have to face won't change a thing, and irregular monsters or enhanced species won't just appear like that, /tremble, / rustle, / hm. No way. Silver said in disbelief. Speak of the devil. His sharp eyes noticed a dark green creature, slowly making its way to him, knocking down the trees in its path as if they were weed. A large reptilian body at least over 10 m long, a massive head with a maw big enough to devour 4 to 5 adults at once, massive claws bigger than a child. Dark green scales covering all of its body, looking at him with unending anger. A green dragon. Why is it here? Did I break a treasure tree without realizing? Silver was extremely confused, especially given the characteristics of this monster. The strongest creature in the middle floors is by far the green dragon. It's an elusive beast that has a single role, and that is to protect a certain spot. What can be considered to be the only form of treasure chest in the dungeon, the green dragon protects it. The so-called treasure trees, large trees whose bark are filled with all sorts of unique and rare gems that can be found within the dungeon, totalizing for a massive amount. However, they aren't so easy to get, nor are they common. A treasure tree is a rare thing to spot, and so is the green dragon that protects it. So why was one right here in front of him? There's no way a treasure tree just formed as I thought, that's not how this works. Or is it? I have no information on how they form. Because they are normally found and not seen growing, /roarr, /. The green dragon roared, cutting Silver out of his thoughts. There was no time to think, the massive creature was rushing at him with its maw open wide open. The green beast, a monster equivalent to a level 4 adventurer, the strongest of this section of the dungeon was charging at him with red eyes. Notes. Chapter 114, Monsters. Not quite. Chapter. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abaddonwriter. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abaddon. /bam/ Shit. Silver jumped to the side, barely avoiding the dragon's charge. Due to its momentum, the dragon was unable to stop, sliding far and toppling many trees in its path, destroying the earth on its path. He looked at the dragon as it disappeared from his sight and thought. That was fast. A bit too fast. Something's wrong, it's too fast. And violent. Green dragons are mostly docile until you invade their territory. And I'm sure I didn't. They're like the Catmus, one of the strongest known monsters to the public, a species of dragon that remains in place protecting a fountain where even a large bottle of its water can cost up to 10 million valis. A green dragon is a match for a decently strong level 4 adventurer, but if that was all I wouldn't be having difficulties against. I'm not invincible against all level 4s, but what makes me strong is how all of my stats are equally as strong as each other, different from most people who at most have 1 or 2 priority stats followed by 1 support stat and 2 weaker stats. If I fight a stronger level 4 adventurer, then most likely I will be faster than them. Or be more dexterous, or have more vitality. Or my plasmids will be strong enough to deal with him. That's how it usually goes. /tremble, /. As Silver thought, the sounds coming from the forest became louder and louder. A green dragon is a very strong monster, one that most established level 4 adventurers would struggle with. But this one far surpasses that. Even if we take my current bad condition due to the poison and the weights, I barely even had time to jump away. It wasn't because I was not fast enough, but just that I barely reacted to it. Deeper in the forest. The dragon slowly turned back, walking back to where he was. Silver took a deeper glance at the creature and immediately realized a few things. Its scales are darker. And they have a certain sheen to them. As if they were metal. It looks a tad more muscular, and lastly, its horns. They were red, unlike the usual white and gray. Without a doubt, this is at the very least an enhanced species. Now it's up to see if it's actually an irregular. It could be a problem if it is. I can always leave, but that would cause other problems. Perhaps. Due to its change, it started roaming around. Green dragons can do that, but it's incredibly rare. When their treasure trees become destroyed or they are looted, but the dragon isn't killed in some strange string of events, they will start to roam since they lost their purpose. Silver unconsciously smiled. The thought of fighting an enraging dragon excited him deeply. An epic saga would always include a dragon one way or another, and even though this dragon didn't have wings, it was still a very fearsome existence. An enhanced green dragon. And when a level 4 monster becomes stronger, it may very well be level 5. No, it is. Slash whoosh, slash. From within the trees, the massive figure of the dragon dashed forward, swiping its claws at Silver. Slash clang, slash. Slash crack, slash. He quickly created an ice shield and ducked, but the shield only lasted long enough to protect him from being cut down, barely stopping the might behind the claw. Silver didn't say anything. Instead, he focused. His right arm was raised, a disk of light started to form. Slash bam, slash. Arg. The dragon landed on the ground and did a quick spin, lashing out its tail at Silver's chest. He managed to block it with a combination of a wind wall, his arms, and the fact he jumped backward to cushion the impact. But he was still sent flying dozens of meters. Slash cut, slash. Before he was hit, he threw the white disc towards the dragon's face, but it simply closed its eyes, letting its scales repel the disc like a bullet hitting metal. Cough. Silver quickly recovered his focus as he flew across the air. I think my arm bones cracked. This won't do, slash crack, slash. Silver crashed against a few more trees and eventually fell on the ground, gasping slightly for air. He took out his weights and drank an antidote. It wouldn't work immediately, but he already felt better. Enough training for today, time to fight for real, he said as he punched the air next to him, creating a black ripple. Help me out, buddy, he said as he took out his faithful halberd from his pocket space. The weapon's runes shone in response to his words, as if ready to take on whatever he was facing. Slash roar, slash. Slash burn, slash. The green dragon opened its mouth and a massive fireball made its way to Silver, destroying everything on its path. Humph. Like a mirage, he disappeared from his location and reappeared behind one of the dragon's rear legs, slashing his halberd towards its tendons. Slash cut, slash. Slash clang, slash. But surprising, or perhaps, as expected, the dragon's scales blocked his halberd, but not without some damage, as several of its scales got cut in half and rendered useless. It felt as if Silver was chopping wood with a blunt axe. Slash gur, slash. Slash swipe, slash. The dragon jumped forward and moved its tail towards Silver, but he once again teleported out of harm's way. He reappeared on top of a tree, trying to have a better look at his surroundings, and it was then that he realized the level of destruction he and the dragon had caused. From his vantage point, he could see the massive 4m wide, 3m deep, and 20m long trench caused by the dragon's fireball. But that was only the crater itself. All around it, in a 20m radius, all plant life had been carbonized, and even more, was currently on fire. Not only this, but he also saw the destruction he caused due to his previous fights. Massive pits, broken and charred trees all around, some even frozen, some turned into stone, others were covered in spider webs and other substances. He could see small glints of light coming from the ground. Those were the magic stones dropped from some of the monsters whose bodies were overly damaged. The ones that remained, that is, as some magic stones were probably destroyed beyond salvaging. Silver also saw the bodies of many more monsters whose magic stones he had yet to remove. For the first time ever since he started adventuring on these floors, he saw the forest burn. This wasn't your usual flora. The plants of the dungeon were highly resistant to damage, and some were even used to make equipment, a part of which were used to make bow shafts and other wooden equipment for first-class adventurers. Seeing it burn, and the red-hot rocks on the ground made Silver understand that he should definitely and never be hit by one of those fire breaths. Slash growl, slash. The dragon slowly turned its head to look at Silver, successfully pinning down his location after sniffing for a while. Its eyes sharpened. It wasn't intelligent, but it wasn't devoid of a thinking process. Like a cat gazing at a bird in the tree, it was thinking of how to take him down from there. This isn't going to be easy, he said with a half-smile. Slash spark, slash. His right hand started to transform, and a lightning bolt formed in the middle of his fingers. Let's dance. The lightning bolt grew several meters in an instant. Its light was blinding. Slash fwash, slash. Slash flash, slash. He threw the lightning bolts, and before it could hit the dragon, it burst out into a massive flash of light, blinding it. The impact caused by the exposition of the lighting was such that it also pushed the dragon back. Silver jumped from the tree and teleported, slashing at the dragon's eyes. Slash a few minutes ago, a few km away from Silver's location, slash. A bizarre group of monsters could be seen moving at high speeds across the labyrinth of caves of the dungeon. A lizardman with medium metallic gray armor, a hippogriff with a blue scarf, a bull-like creature with a dark helmet and a pair of brown pants, a goblin with a small short sword and a red cloak, a harpy with a hairpin, and more. I'll ask once again, Cliff, is it true that you saw the forest burn? The lizardman asked the hippogriff in a serious tone. Hi-egg, replied the hippogriff with a strange noise. In that single bizarre noise, the hippogriff explained how it was flying in the skies before he saw destruction raining down in a portion of the forest not so long ago. Not just any kind of destruction, but widespread and continuous destruction, the kind they fear the most. What is going on? The lizardman said in a worried tone. Could it be a very strong adventurer? Or a green dragon? No, Cliff said that it wasn't the fire of a dragon. Instead, he saw many magical abilities, and that indicates that an adventuring party is passing through. The problem is that for some reason, Cliff mentioned that a large number of monsters were being attracted to the mess and that even he felt his mind cloud for a moment. The lizardman's eyes sharpened for a moment as it thought. Could it be those guys? The ones that have been hunting our kind? His eyes seemed to shine red for a moment, but he quickly calmed down as he shook his head. No, this isn't like them. They move silently and quietly, and they strike quickly after scouting. Making so much noise for no reason is unlike them. So who is it? Who could be making so much noise in the dungeon and attracting monsters when the goal is to fight them as efficiently as possible while avoiding unnecessary fights? An expedition. No, we would have been informed in case a familia went in one. LYD, we're arriving, said the small goblin running in the front. He was holding a pair of binoculars and a compass. The lizardman nodded, sharpening his eyes once more. It was his duty to make sure no problem ever surfaced near his compatriots. If the forest were to burn enough, that would descend. I'll find out soon. Whether they are here to cause trouble and mayhem, or if they are simply a passing group in the middle of a skirmish. Let's go, he said out loud to his group as he accelerated. Back to the present, It had been a few minutes since his fight with the dragon began. Silver was struggling to deal damage to it, but the same couldn't be said for the dragon. The dragon was faster than him, stronger, its scales could offset plenty of attacks and even resist most of his plasmid's magical abilities. Fire. Ineffective. Ice. Not sharp and durable enough. The stone around them. It was like clay to it. Metal. Too bothersome to use. Poison and venom. It has a certain effect, but it will take a while. Snares and traps. Doesn't work. The dragon has a lot of physical strength. Even when he enhanced his body, he could barely make ends meet and evade the swipe of its claws, the bite of its teeth, and the strikes from its sharp tail. So Silver opted for a long-ranged battle, but his stamina was decreasing as he had to constantly make more distance, something that was hard to do against a mobile, agile, and very destructive dragon. Thankfully it didn't have wings. Winged dragons were something that only appeared deeper in the dungeon. Worse, Silver started to worry that a juggernaut may descend soon since the damage caused by the enraged dragon was spreading heavily after a few of its fire breaths. Not only that, he had already seen several groups of adventurers, and although most were fleeing, some did try to approach the fight to understand what was going on. Thankfully, they didn't die and were instead repelled by the dragon's berserk attacks. Thankfully, its attack pattern was simple, but that didn't help much in the face of everything else that was against him. Hup. Crack, roar, Silver drew another quick breath and a large ice spike rose from the ground, penetrating into a wound on the dragon's neck. He wasn't done as he closed his hand, shattering the tip of the ice and having several fragments go deeper inside. Blood splattered on the ground, but it wasn't deep enough to cause substantial damage. The dragon forcibly broke through the ice and slammed its head against Silver, sending him flying. Not only that, one of its horns hit his arm, carving a large injury. Splurge. But it wasn't without some pain. Using the power of the dragon's head, Silver had his halberd penetrate into its forehead by using his arm as a sacrifice, although unfortunately, its sharp blade wasn't long enough to fully pierce its skull. As he flew away, he used telekinesis to stabilize himself and fly into the sky to observe the situation. He could see the fire and destruction. Now much worse than before. It's impressive how destructive some of these monsters are. It makes me wonder how much more destructive they'll become. With this, I can safely say it's a level 5 monster, although I think a proper level 5 adventure wouldn't have that much difficulty against it if they managed to land their hits properly. Of course, I don't think they would take it down easily either. Unless they are a defensive type with high vitality and protective armor, they would die under one of those breaths. Roar. Exclamation point. Silver hastily moved back to the ground, evading yet another fireball. Boom. Tremble. The fireball crashed against the ceiling of the dungeon, making several pieces of rock fall and the ceiling tremble slightly. I can win, but this will turn into a battle of attrition, one that will cause massive damage to the surroundings, and worst comes to worst, the juggernaut will be deployed to kill every single adventurer on this floor and stabilize the floor. And that would quickly go from a controlled situation to a disaster of unknown proportions. The Juggernaut's existence is kept a secret by the guild, and there are no books that mention it at all. The problem is that, if someone is affected by this, and I am proven to be the cause of it, I will be more than heavily punished. Not something that I want. Silver said as he stared at the tired dragon. But this will end soon. Whether I want it or not. I'm not the only one getting tired. After breathing fire several times, the dragon wasn't as active as before, but it was still very attentive to its surroundings. It wouldn't let Silver do as he wished. Phew. Without hesitation, Silver took out a mana potion and chugged it, and immediately after, his halberd burst in light as several effects were attacked on top of each other. His skin seemed to glow and emit steam as his muscles tensed. The green dragon noticed the change, and its claws dug deeper into the ground as it took a more defensive position. Its neck started to glow. It was preparing its strongest fire breath. Get ready, scally friend, as I'm going all out now. Slash crack, slash. Slash bam, slash. Silver teleported to the ground and kicked it with all of his power, rushing forward like a bolt and leaving behind a faint light line as his halberd cut the air with immense speed. Slash roar, slash. The dragon roared as it opened its mouth to bite Silver. He slashed his halberd while the dragon bit down. Silver smiled, expecting this outcome as he screamed. Let's see who. Slash boom, slash. But the rest of his scream was muffled by a powerful explosion. Notes. In this chapter, I actually tried to increase the scale of the MC's power a little. I know that it can be hard to see how destructive each level is when there isn't really a definitive answer. And since it's been a while since we last saw his power, I thought it would be a good time to improve it. I was already going to since he leveled up and all. I hope it gets clearer as we go on, as I myself sometimes get confused. Chapter 115, What? Are you even human? Phew. Here you go. I'll be going to the gym now. Just like I need to exercise my mind, I need to exercise my body. So I'll be here for your questions, later as usual. As for next week, I said it already, but I'll have my exams, so there'll be only one chapter. See you all then. This chapter was quite hard to write, especially the later half of it. I might have made some mistakes and not quite properly relayed my intentions. It's really hard to write about some of these characters. Sheesh. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /Russell/. On the walls of the dungeon high above the ground, the plants that grew there started to move, and suddenly, a rodent-like creature stuck out its head from within the leaves. It observed its surroundings and the destruction beneath it. Its eyes sharpened before it squeaked. Kiki. Behind it was a hole, leading into unexplored ground, hidden in a place no normal adventurer would ever think of exploring. We've arrived, Lyd. Said the siren towards a large lizardman as she heard the sound of the rodent. We're about 100 meters from the source of this mayhem. She said as she looked at the sky. Smoke filled the sky, and fire covered the ground. It was truly a hell-like place. The lizardman nodded and looked around. Everyone, stay alert. Once we confirm what's the cause of this, we'll either leave or engage, so be prepared to move at any time. Lyd said with focus. But he immediately felt that something was wrong. It's too silent. But I can smell many things. Blood, metal, burning. The smell of many monsters mixed. It's unnatural for them to gather like this. Not for the sort of, at least, /sniff. The lizardman smelled further, focusing his senses. This sulfuric smell. The breath of a green dragon. It's the only creature that can cause such a smell here. But I don't smell any humans. Too hard to discern. He mumbled to himself. Lastly. Something that makes my blood boil. Lyd could faintly feel his skin itch, and his eyes water. His muscles involuntarily tightened and his desire to jump down there and swing his claws was increasing. He knew what was happening. This darn powder. The ones that can make us go berserk and ignore our rationale. Could it truly? Lyd. The siren touched his shoulder with her white-blue wing, making the lizardman refocus. Yeah, I know. I shouldn't be losing my focus over this. While they walked forward, a small goblin with a red cloth around its head came running from the hole. It was their scout, but before Lyd could ask him for information, the little thing stumbled down, saying euphorically. It's terrible. The entire forest is burning. Everyone was shocked. Setting this forest ablaze wasn't easy. But for Lyd, he didn't care if the forest was burning. What he cared about was the degree of damage and how much damage it would cause. He looked at the siren and she nodded, opening her wings wide as she ran out of the hole. Slash whoosh, slash. The siren flew into the skies and checked, and then she came back, saying, "It's not as bad as it seems, the source of the fire has already been extinguished, the fire will still spread a bit more but it probably won't cause enough damage to impact the floor too much," she said with a conflicted emotion. Slash buzz, slash. Suddenly, a small cloth sack that was hanging in the waist of Lyd shone, attracting everyone's attention. He grabbed it and unraveled the cloth, revealing it to be a hand-sized purple, translucent marble. The image of a figure clad in black was reflected on the marble. "How's the situation?" asked the cloaked figure. In a turn of events, the marble lit up with light. It was clear what this was now, it was a magic item. The siren opened her mouth and said, "It's rather bad, it seems that at least 10% of the forest on the floor was burned or destroyed through several means, and at the very least 20% may end up destroyed. Even so, the fire will likely die down soon. As long as the damage doesn't extend into the dungeon itself it should be fine." "And the cause?" asked the figure. "Unknown. We just arrived and we were going there to investigate," said Lyd. "I can smell many monsters, but I hear nothing. However, something stands out to me and that is probably the reason behind this fire. I can smell the breath of a green dragon." Upon hearing this, the figure remained silent, weighing down the options before it said, "Try to confirm what is behind it if possible, but if the situation calls for it, run away. The burning of the forest is a big event, but it seems that the situation has settled somewhat. However, remember to always be careful," the figure said. "To confirm whether or not this was man-made or a byproduct of an irregular going berserk, remember that in the end, this is a scout mission. The chaos is bound to attract more adventurers, so keep an eye out." Lyd and the others nodded, and made a hand sign for his people. Slash sniff sniff sniff, slash. A hellhound with a tooth pendant started sniffing the ground, raising its paw and pointing in a direction. One of the monsters, a creature clad in heavy armor, nodded, and it vanished like a shadow. Everyone silently followed it, eventually arriving at an opening in the woods. Opening would be an understatement, this entire portion of the forest had been blown away. The ground still seemed to release smoke into the air, some rocks were still hot, and several craters and ashes could be seen loitering the ground. And at the center of it all, a human being could be seen pressing down on a massive green dragon, holding what seemed to be a lance that was now lodged deep into the creature's neck. The human being was breathing very, very slowly. He was alive, although he seemed to be in a very bad state. Despite all of that, and the blood seeping down his face, the human had a twisted smile on his face, a mixture of happiness and pain. "It's like," said the siren, amazed by this sight. It wasn't every day that you saw an adventurer at his best, accomplishing a great deed. However, his condition was not good at all, his right arm was missing, and by looking at the blood seeping out of the dragon's mouth. But there was something that made Lyd's eyes open wide in shock, and that was the accomplished smile the human had despite his current condition. Triumphantly, he stayed there above the dragon. "He's not moving," exclaimed the goblin in a low tone. That's true, Silver was not moving. But Lyd knew he was very much awake. His sharp eyes could see the faint movements his chest made as he breathed. Most would think that he's unconscious, but be careful, don't approach him. His sharp sense told him that this human wasn't unconscious, he was faking it. Just like they were observing it, he was observing them, waiting for their next movement. What should we do now? It seems this has nothing to do with us, it was just an adventurer fighting against the irregular monster. Lyd's expression suddenly changed into one of enlightenment. It's explained now. The cause of all of this wasn't irregular, but a green dragon of all things. Phew. It was much simpler than what I expected. In this case, the situation has been neutralized. There's no need to remain here. He felt much more relaxed, but this didn't mean that he left his guard down. Lyd was still very much aware of his surroundings. URG. Silver mumbled as he fell onto one knee, unable to stay on his feet due to his current condition. I'm too hurt! Exclamation point. Now. Lyd dashed forward with incredible momentum, pinning Silver into the ground to make sure he wouldn't move. Damn it. But this was the best option. Who is this man? Lyd looked at the boy, confused. Although he was with his back turned, from beginning to end, Lyd knew this boy had no fear of them, nor did he have an aversion to them. It was as if he knew what they were, or at least, he had a card to save his life. Companions? Reinforcements? Or was it something else entirely? His suspicion increased, but now that he had him pinned, he could observe him very closely and through his eyes, and he saw it. Amusement. You. Lyd said suddenly. Exclamation point. But then he noticed his mistake, he spoke. This was a scout mission, and hence, taking precaution as to not be revealed was part of it all. If they were revealed, then they should try and detain the people who saw them first. But from the beginning, was that even possible? LYD had first dashed exactly due to that. Their presence had been somewhat compromised, but due to the many thoughts going through his head, he forgot to consider that he could have just left right then and there. This isn't. Shit, my back. A good time to talk. And I'm bleeding. Silver said tiredly. Exclamation point. LYD was once again left surprised. Instead of feeling fear, the boy simply asked him to get off from his back. LYD was very sensitive. As a powerful monster himself, it wouldn't be hard for him to feel any sudden changes or fluctuations in the emotions of people. So he could easily pinpoint that this boy meant no harm. So LYD did something that surprised everyone around him. He let go of Silver. Everyone was left agape, ready to move in the case the boy moved abruptly. Especially the siren, who was now looking at LYD with a complex emotion. LYD. Is your desire so strong that you would even? She shook her head. It wasn't the time to be melancholic, and instead, it was time to settle this situation. As one of the leaders of the Xenos, she approached LYD and Silver to hear their talk. LYD and Silver stared at each other for a few moments before Silver moved. He slowly turned his head to the side and said, "You look uglier than I thought," he said with a small smile. "You don't look so good either, human," LYD said with a smile of his own. "Heh. I guess so." Silver didn't say much more, pointing to the dragon's maw. "Make me a small favor. Grab my right arm. Before I bleed to death." Your arm, you say?" "All right, I can do that. But in return, I want to hear more about what happened." LYD didn't say much, so he turned his head to the side and went to the dragon, making sure that it was really dead. But he stopped one more time to say, "Don't try anything funny." And Silver just let out a helpless smile. After opening the dragon's mouth, LYD saw it, a dismembered arm deep within the throat of the beast. It was a bit unsightly, but he crawled inside and grabbed it, although he didn't know what the boy would use it for. He knew of ways to reattach severed limbs, but none of them were applicable here. And to be honest, was this boy even worth it? LYD was a positive person, that was why he talked with Silver in the first place. He's someone with a dream of living on the surface with his brothers and sisters, and to be recognized by the people who live above. That was why he always tried to remain somewhat hopeful, even though his efforts never really paid off. He always tried to look at the future, even when his kind started to get hunted down by those on the surface. But this boy was a shock in itself. In many ways. As Silver waited, he observed the other creatures with a complex expression. Looks like this event ended well, but another problem has surfaced now. The Xenos are here. I forgot that they were more active on these floors. I made a blunder. Well, I can't really say it was a blunder. I can't account for everything. The past few times I came here to train, nothing of the sort happened, but today something special ended up happening. And I ended up attracting their attention. Nevertheless, I don't think this is a bad result. The ones in front of me seem to be part of the more friendly Xenos. Silver slowly recovered his stamina, and he used what little he had to move his body on the ground and sit down, resting his back on the dragon's leg. He looked at the siren as she approached him and couldn't help but think, "She is rather pretty." The siren also looked at Silver with curiosity. She saw no bad desires coming from him. Instead, he just smiled awkwardly due to the pain he was feeling. "Hello," he said with his smile. "Hi." "Ha. Really now?" Silver said as he closed his eyes. "This day keeps getting more and more interesting. First I was attacked by a berserk green dragon, and then a talking lizardman pinned me down on the ground. Followed by a pretty siren. This is definitely a first," Silver said with a smile. "Pretty." The siren on the other hand was shocked. She never had a conversation with a human, since every time she saw one, they would immediately attack her no matter how much she tried to converse with them. It wasn't her fault. Sirens are known to be able to imitate sounds and speak very well, so most adventurers would 100% think she was trying to deceive them, as they were taught to do so. Because who would bet their life on the siren actually being friendly? But this human was talking, and he even called her pretty. She could barely process things. "Hey boy. Here," the lizardman said as he handed the boy his arm. But he had a sad expression. Upon looking at Silver's bad state, he realized that there was nothing he could do to save him. He felt that this request was one of those fabled last wish moments. With heavy eyes, he stayed next to Silver. "Thanks," Silver replied as he slowly got up from the ground, his legs trembling slightly. LYD went to help him, and Silver was left surprised, so he said, "You're kinder than most humans I know." After that, he moved his arm next to his wound. And in a bizarre sequence of events, his muscles moved and his arm reattached itself. Arg. It stings. Silver said as he took out a small metallic vial from his waist. It was a potion. After adventuring many times, he understood that he always needed a plan B, and this was one of his solutions. A very expensive elixir. He obviously got it from Ishtar's vault. After a bit of modification, he made this metallic vial so he could always carry it with him without the risk of a glass case breaking. Since right now, he couldn't open his inventory. Yo you. LYD said surprised. He actually. Silver finished gulping down the potion, and sprinkling some of its contents on his arm, so he said. I feel much better now. You weren't dying? LYD asked in surprise, staring at Silver's eyes. What made you think that I was? But your arm and... You aren't an ordinary human, are you? He asked with his mouth agape. Silver smiled and said. And you aren't your ordinary lizardman, are you? He joked. LYD and the others were left confused while Silver smiled. An encounter dictated by fate. What would be the fate of these creatures and what the future had in offer for them? Notes. Chapter 116, Hidden Village. Phew, here it is. At first, I was thinking of making this a side chapter to make things easier on my side, but I got late, so I'll leave that for another time. Sorry for being slightly late. I've been reading the Sword Oratoria manga for ideas and help with the world, and so far, it has been constructive. So much so that I've already spotted several inconsistencies in the more recent chapters. Not these ones, the ones around 14 to 15 chapters ahead. So yeah, you all will probably see the good end of these chapters. It has mostly to do with characters' thought processes and backgrounds. I messed some things up. Some were simply mistakes, others were deeper. For example, Ace trained for 3 years before she leveled up to 6, but in this timeline, I screwed up a little and made her level up slightly before the new year. Even if we assume canon starts 2.5 years later after this new year, she would still be a bit behind her counterpart. It isn't really noticeable for the average reader, but it pisses me off I committed such a simple mistake simply because I thought she had leveled up together with Lafia, when in truth, Lafia leveled up to 3 1 year later. Not only that, but some details about the dungeon design and infrastructure have become clearer, the way some monsters think and all of that as well. Also, the manga does a much better job at showing how strong level 5 and 6 monsters behave, such as the monster Rex Ace fought before she became level 6. Her desires and also, her reactions to some bits and pieces of information as well, all of which are very important, so I'll have to do some changes to those chapters. I just wanted to make that clear. Aside from that, I'll post the 2 chapters for my other novel after this one, so be wary of that, although it may take a few hours for that since I have some things to do. That is all, peace. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abaddonwriter. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abaddon. P.S. As I said before, this will be the sole chapter of this week since I need to study. I've also been thinking about restarting the bonus chapter thingy. If you are not aware, when I started this novel, I would do a bonus chapter every time we passed a certain goal. First, it was 300 power stones, all the way till 1000, which we passed once, but I think this was in the past where I posted every day. I'm thinking of sticking to something around 700 or 800, and if we pass that, I'll post a side chapter on Saturday. I'm still thinking about that, let's see how it goes. After the battle was over, the Xenos slowly approached Silver, seeing that he wasn't a threat and was quite friendly. For now. Remain calm. These bizarre monsters, looking at him with intelligent eyes. It was surely a novel experience for Silver. He could understand now why coexistence was difficult if not totally impossible. After living as an adventurer for so long, growing up in this world like anyone else, he perfectly understood their perspective and why they hated the monsters so much. The better word would be fear, but hate isn't completely wrong either. It was thousands of years of confrontation and there was no way for this situation to change within a few months and for the people to accept them so easily. How many people lost someone close to a monster? Be it within the dungeon or outside. And how many more would lose someone in the future? Even if they already lived in coexistence, would you be able to drink at a bar with a minotaur after your son and wife were killed by one in the dungeon? What if they can think and have emotions? They look alike and that's enough, right? People already fight because of minor differences due to their colors and their size, sometimes if someone is fat or skinny, much less if someone is a completely different existence. This world has no space for them. Unless they make some for themselves. So what now? Silver asked as he scratched the top of his head. Would you mind coming with us? LYD asked. Exclamation point. This caused a few waves within the Xenos. No, he. Think about it. But he. The whispers continued. LYD. Said Ray worriedly. She understood his reasoning and in a sense, she even agreed to him. However, she also had to account for the others' feelings and their positions about this matter. But LYD simply said. We can't leave him like this, not after what happened. Besides, we need to talk, and this place isn't a good place for that. He turned to face Silver and said. Please, come with us, I promise that nothing will happen to you. You know that's strange coming from a lizardman, right? Silver asked with a frown. I can't just accept them, I need to show at least some level of suspicion since this was the first time we've met. Be it a monster or another human, I would never go with them just because they asked. LYD nodded, and said. I understand your point, it's difficult to trust someone you met for the first time, and also, we're not monsters. We are Xenos. He said deeply. I would like to say more, but this isn't the place. Silver also knew that refusing too much might have a different effect and that in the circumstance he did refuse and they acted, they could easily capture him. Several of these monsters are level 3, and their intelligence puts them at a level completely different from these other monsters. Especially these two. The Siren and the Lizardman. They are strong. Although. It's not like they would be capable of doing that in the first place, as Silver would just flee far away through teleportation, but in that scenario, he may end up revealing more than he wishes to. In the end, he loses nothing from going, and instead, he loses everything if he leaves. So after thinking for a while he said. I'll go, but first, can we collect the magic stones and items left behind by the monsters? Sorry if I am being insensitive. Silver said with an apologetic smile. LYD shook his head and smiled slightly. We aren't monsters, we have nothing to do with them. Ray opened her mouth to add. Even though we look like them, this doesn't mean we are their allies. Just like you all, they'll attack us on sight. They are just as troublesome to you as they are for us, besides, we also hunt them to grow stronger, mostly for self-defense. Why do they attack you though? Silver asked. We don't know. LYD said in disappointment. The story is long and filled with inconsistencies, so let's go on our way. Silver nodded, knowing that staying like this in the open wouldn't be very wise, so he turned around and started to process the monsters' bodies. The first thing he did was to gather around the scattered pieces of magic stones and drop loot in the vicinity with a series of abilities, greatly shocking all present. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Silver took out his classic and trusty camera, snapping a photo of the slain dragon so he could pass it on to the guild. He would definitely be rewarded. What is that metal box on your hand? LYD asked curiously. Oh, this. It's a camera, it's meant to take pictures of something, and I'm doing it for this dragon since it's an irregular picture. Ray asked. It's like a painting, but better and worse. I'll show you more later. Silver said with a smile. Next, he climbed on top of the dragon's body and slashed its chest, removing a fist-sized magic stone, incomparable to the previous thumb and finger-sized magic stones he was used to collecting. The size of a magic stone changed slightly over time, but it eventually hit a limit since even deep down, many monsters are still rather small, so it wouldn't make sense for their magic stones to be massive. Although bizarre, monsters still have their own biology and internal organs, and those need space to function properly. Instead, what mostly changes is their quality. Although the magic stone doesn't change in color, at least for the ones he knows of, the glimmering light within it does change. And that is an indicator of its quality and hence, value. From a very faint spark that is emitted from magic stones dropped by goblins on the first floor to the soothing light emitted by the monsters he just killed. Slash poof slash. When he removed the magic stone from the monster, its body fully disintegrated and a series of items were dropped together with a big pile of ash. A large section of its hide followed by one large horn. Nice. This will surely amount to quite an amount. As Silver processed the body, LYD suddenly woke up from his confusion and had everyone join in and help, and within a minute, the ground was filled with items. How are we going to carry these? Ray asked confused. Leave it to me. Silver said with a carefree smile. All of the items suddenly started to levitate, and with that, Silver said. Done, I can carry them like this. WH. That's pretty cool. LYD said with a nod. How long can you do that for? Ray asked, interested in his strange abilities. For this quantity. For about an hour. If I can maintain my focus for that long, of course. Ray was deeply surprised. She wasn't foreign to magic, but seeing such a thing in action was novel even to her. All right. No time to wait. LYD said loudly. Everyone started to walk, looking at Silver with a curious look. Time passed, Silver didn't ask where they were bringing him, but he felt that it was without a doubt to one of their villages, or at least, a safe point where they could talk without worrying about other ears and eyes. On the way, he learned more about the Xenos present here, and that around half of them were unable to talk, but all of them could understand him. After asking, he learned that around 50% of the Xenos were incapable of talking due to not having the necessary vocal cords to do so. Xenos are normally very similar to their monsters' counterparts, but that is not always the case, as some Xenos could be born with different characteristics and features from the monsters. Ray was a good example. She looked like a woman in every single way until you arrived at her legs and arms. From her shoulder, her arm turned into a pair of wings, while her legs were covered in short yellow fur and her feet were similar to a bird's foot. She also had several feathers growing on her head and waist, but that alone was enough to put her apart from other sirens. Although not enough to make her completely different from them. Some other Xenos would be born with the ability to understand the common dialect, but be unable to speak. Some of them can learn to speak and read, others cannot. This has to do with the memories of their past lives, but this can be left for another time. And lastly, there are those who simply cannot understand shit, but they are usually smart enough to learn how to understand the common language. Still, they'll probably never be able to speak it. But Silver wasn't the only one asking questions, as the Xenos were also very eager to speak with a human. So, are you an adventurer? Asked the goblin with a sword on his back. Really, Tell? Is that the best you got to ask him? Asked a bugbear that was wearing a pair of leather boots, a golden necklace, and silver gloves, looking classy. And what was I supposed to ask him? You need to be more creative. For example, how's the surface? Or how many girls was he dumped by? The bugbear said as he turned to face Silver. What a terrible thing to ask. And why are those questions so far apart? Oh. That's a nice question. The goblin said with a nod. Soon a few Xenos started asking him question after question. Everyone. Calm down, especially you. Ray said as she looked at the bugbear. Chill. I was just joking. The bugbear replied, fearful. Ray turned to Silver with an apologetic smile. Sorry, this is the first time we're ever given a chance to ask someone apart from. She stopped talking, but Silver simply smiled and said. No, it's okay, I'm just as fascinated by all of this as them. He then turned to the goblin and said. Yes, I am, a captain of a familia in fact. Silver replied with a smile. And the surface? That's hard to explain. Oh, a familia captain. He seemed oddly excited. What about my other question? The bugbear asked in a low tone. No comment. Buzz. But they were interrupted by a faint light shining on LYD's waist. It's him. Tell said. LYD took the orb out and the reflection of a hooded figure was shown. How was it? The figure asked. We found out the source. An irregular green dragon was fighting an adventurer, but by the time we arrived everything was already over. A green dragon, you say? That's exceptionally rare, they don't often leave their nests. Thankfully this matter has already been taken care of. What of the adventurer? I imagine he survived the encounter. Do you know of his appearance? Perhaps I can identify which high-class adventurer slew it. He's fine, we have him here with us. LYD said as he moved the orb to show Silver's face. The figure on the orb was frozen solid, taken by surprise to an incredible degree. Give me a moment, I'll be there. It exclaimed as the call was suddenly cut. LYD was surprised by this as he said. Sorry, she doesn't usually act like that. What happened, I wonder? But Silver only smiled helplessly. Of course, she is acting like that. They don't know much about the surface and what's been happening, so from their perspective I am a not-so-normal adventurer. While from the perspective of the person on the other side of that magic tool. Seeing me, the captain of the Hestia Familia here is certainly something unexpected. LYD scratched the top of his head as he continued to lead them deeper into the dungeon. Around an hour later, We're here. LYD said as he looked at the dungeon wall. I don't see any signs of this. Silver also looked at the stone wall, but he saw nothing. Upon a closer look, he did see a crack on the wall and a few marks on the ground, but it was extremely well hidden and normally he would have just passed by this wall without looking at it. Although in the first place, this section of the dungeon was located within the unexplored grounds, so normally, he wouldn't even be here. Although most if not all of the upper floors were explored, the same can't be said about the middle floor and below. Every once a while a new area is found in the middle floors, while the lower floors are constantly being mapped, much less the deep floors and beyond. Crack. LYD pressed his hand against the wall, and it slowly budged under his strength. Eventually, a hole formed and everyone passed through it. Come, don't be afraid. Ray said with a smile as she moved her wing. That's not it. Silver said as he took a step forward. I'm just trying to get used to this, growl. But as he got inside, he was met with an interesting sight. In front of him was yet another green dragon, and this one meant business. It wasn't bigger than the last one, but the pressure it exuded was considerably higher. We're back, Gryu. Ray said with a smile. The huge dragon stared at Silver and puffed a bit of air, blowing his clothes slightly. In the midst of this, Ray said. This is Gryu. He used to be our leader, but he gave the position to us after he grew old. Huff. The dragon puffed a big amount of air, showing his displeasure. Ahaha. Gryu can't speak your language, but he can understand it just fine. Lyd said with a smile. Nice to meet you. Silver said with a smile. Huff. The dragon blew up some air, gazing at Silver with its red eyes full of wisdom. It seemed to be judging him, but what it thought was a mystery, perhaps for it, his appearance wasn't in any way special. Or perhaps, it saw something interesting about him. Oh yeah, now that I think about it, everyone introduced themselves but we forgot to ask your name. Ray said with a shocked expression. What a blunder. But since we're here, how about we have him talk with everyone at once? Lyd asked. Oh, you're right, I ended up being rude. Just let me put this rock back in. Silver replied apologetically. Clack. Without saying much, Silver moved his hand and the rock fell back in place like a glove. Thank you, Adventurer-san. The lizard said formally with a smile. Silver was still not used to it, his smile was a bit weird but it had sincerity. Lyd's smile was sincere and honest, like his personality, but seeing a lizardman showing his sharp teeth didn't really convey happy emotions to Silver. As they walked deeper, Silver asked. This place. It's like a cavern, but it seems to have been sculpted. We call it hidden villages, they are places where no monsters spawn and we believe the dungeon made it to protect us, her children that have no place within it. Lyd said in a deep tone. That's one of the reasons we want to go to the surface, so we can safely walk with no fear. Lyd continued. And stretch out wings under the fabled sun. Ray said with a smile as she continued Lyd's phrase. Silver went into deep thought. Just a shame this dream may never actually happen. Notes. Yay, end. See you all another time, I hope you enjoyed the chapter. I wanted to say something but I forget as I edited this, damn. Chapter 117, A Test of Trust. My boys, we're back. My exams have ended, I have passed everything, no final exams for this guy. However, I did have a pretty terrible night. Today was super cold, and I slept without the fan on like always, and with a hot blanket, yet I still caught a minor cold. Not only that, I dreamt that I was at university again, doing an exam I didn't even know existed. Obviously not understanding shit. I feel beaten both mentally and physically. For now, enjoy the chapter, now, I'll rest. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called, Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. P.S. I should be posting my other novel chapter later today as I have yet to edit it. If you forgot what was happening, Silver met with the Xenos and they dragged him to their village, where they are now. What an interesting place. Silver mumbled to himself as he looked around. A hidden village, it's like a massive room, perhaps the size of a small stadium, I can't quite figure out how big it is. It's like a safe room. Perhaps it is one, but the Xenos have something else to say about these. They say the dungeon created this for them, and although I'm willing to accept this answer, it isn't the only conclusion I can arrive at, the dungeon has many secrets after all. Hidden rooms with secret treasures, hidden monsters protecting secret areas, places with special effects like the thermal pools on the middle floors or the secret safe room on the lower and deep floors. The arena, Monster Rex, the Juggernaut, its hate for gods, black monsters. I could go on and on. I myself once found a safe room on the upper floors, although it was quickly destroyed by the dungeon soon after, meaning, it was a consumable safe room, meant to exist for a limited amount of time. The dungeon is constantly changing in ways one cannot quite point out. It isn't impossible to punch the walls of the dungeon and suddenly find an entirely new unexplored section. Or the gaping maw of a monster ready to devour you whole. So I can't just accept that the dungeon made this place for them, although I'm not entirely against it either. Because it would mean that the dungeon feels some sort of empathy or connection with these creatures. Or perhaps it has some sort of bizarre plan in mind. If it even has the capability to do so. After all, a large hidden spacious room where no monsters spawn, where there are several caves that can be used as rooms. It seems oddly fit for the Xenos. LYD and the others eventually led Silver to a large bonfire surrounded by stairs. "We're back, everyone," LYD said out loud. Slash roar, slash. The sounds of roars echoed as dozens of monsters walked out from the shadows and into the light of the massive central bonfire. Most of them wore some kind of garment or item to differentiate them from the rest, like a giant spider that had a classy hat, and an ogre with a long red cape. Slash roar, slash. They screamed loudly, welcoming the safe return of their friends and also, at the arrival of a mysterious guest. Silver, unfortunately, did not understand a thing of what they were saying. Their roars, barks, and meows were completely alien to him. LYD made a gesture for them to stop talking, saying, "We've returned, and dealt with the danger. But this time is actually rather special since, as you can see, we..." Slash roar, slash. A massive roar suddenly echoed, making the cavern tremble and interrupting LYD. "You really did it now, LYD," exclaimed someone with a deep voice from the sky. Slash bam, slash. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a creature fell from the sky right in front of Silver, gazing down at him menacingly. Slash growl, slash. He breathed right in front of him, showing his sharp teeth, each the size of his finger, trying to intimidate him. Gray stone-like skin, with equally gray eyes, extremely sharp teeth, and long claws, a pair of wings on its back. It was a gargoyle. A pretty strong one at that. "What do you all think you are doing? I thought that it was okay for you all to leave since you were together, but you came back with a human," he exclaimed rudely as he looked at LYD and Ray. "After everything that happened recently, you're now showing them how to get to our home. What about our fallen comrades? Did you already forget what happened?" the gargoyle exclaimed in grief and anger. Its wings fluttered behind him, causing a strong wind pressure across the entire room. "It's not like that, Grow. It was a coincidence. He needed to come and... He is different," Ray said with certainty. She understood her compatriot's anger, but she also tried to explain herself, although, in a very awkward way. She herself couldn't believe her words, it seemed too alien for her, but she had to remain firm, as that was her choice, her dream. Slash grr, slash. Grow growled in anger, while Silver felt somewhat touched. He had already understood that these underground dwellers were a bit naive in regards to relationships, or perhaps, he was too corrupted by how things went on the surface that he forgot that people could just be this trusting. Seeing them put such faith in him made him feel strange, perhaps because such people were extremely hard to find up there. People who don't expect much from you, simply trusting. Even Hestia thinks too much from time to time even though she believes in him. Of course, it's not like them were robots that instant, why believed in him either, but it was more of a messiah situation, where he came at the right time, in front of the people who needed him the most. For these Xenos, someone who they can talk with and trust is something they've been desiring for a long time. Perhaps their entire lives. At the start, Silver was merely curious about their existence, and he wouldn't have minded helping them. All for the sake of observing them closely so he could learn more about the dungeon and specifically, to see for himself what made them different. He wanted to understand the process of how a Xenos came to be, and how their soul formed. An understanding of that may be the final key to unlocking a completely new strand of abilities, diving deep into the realm of the soul. So he decided to fully commit to building a relationship with the Xenos. Now, although he still wants to learn and observe them, he found these furry friends more than simply interesting. They were indeed, very much alive. Not the case in real-life Skull. "What nonsense are you spitting to me, LYD?" Grow exclaimed in anger. "I told you that he... different. There is no such thing. They are all the same. Bastards that see us as nothing but monsters. Merchandise to be sold, slaves to be ordered, prey to be killed." The gargoyle looked straight at Silver, the latter feeling the intense hatred and pressure being emanated from the monster. It was stronger. Much stronger than the green dragon. Slash growl, slash. Grow growled once more and said, "You have no place here. In other times, I would have told you to simply leave, but..." His wings suddenly opened fully. "I can't risk it now." Slash whoosh, slash. Grow suddenly vanished from Silver's sight, and next time Silver felt the air brush against his hair and an intense pain from his stomach. He was flying in the air, with Grow grabbing him by the waist. Exclamation point. Silver took no time and immediately reappeared on the ground, but he did not make any excessive movements, nor did he take his halberd out of his back, and instead, he remained on his spot and said, "Lock me if you wish, beat me if you must, I won't say a thing, nor will I react. In the first place, fighting him isn't wise, so I'll have to use the persuasion approach." But Grow interrupted him, ignoring his speech. "So let me take a bite out of you," Grow said in a deep tone. Silver remained silent before he said, "It's not that I don't understand your situation, but for me, this is just as big of a surprise. You can easily ask what happened previously." It wasn't me who approached you all approached me first. Step. LYD walked in front of Silver, opening his arms wide. I'm sorry for this, but as I promised, no more harm will come your way. LYD said with a determined gaze. No, it's fine. Silver said. I want them to trust me, but I don't want to overdo it. Right now, I trust the Xenos because I know external things about them. But I can't rely on these things all the time. So I want to trust to them. These Xenos. These people that are right in front of me. But can I do it? Clang. Silver dropped his halberd on the ground. I won't react. But Grow simply smiled, showing his teeth. Good, stay still, I'll end this quickly. Whoosh. Grow dashed forward, but this time, he seemed slower but still very fast for Silver. With each flap of its wings, he got closer to him, opening his claws and maw, ready to chew on his shoulder. But Silver did not move. Gee. Grow. Stop this. Exclaimed LYD suddenly. Splurge. Eventually, Grow dashed across Silver, cutting a large chunk of flesh from his shoulder. Adventurer-san. Exclaimed LYD worriedly. Grow. You went too far with this test. Ray said loudly. Her voice was so strong that it sent Grow flying away. It was a sonic attack, the kind sirens were known best for. Roar. The Xenos voiced their protests while Grow remained silent, staring at the piece of bloodied flesh on his hand with a deep gaze. He turned his head to look at Silver, only to see the latter looking at him with the same calm gaze as before as blood fell onto the ground. Why didn't you evade? Silver smiled slightly, although his mouth twitched from time to time. He was trying his best to act tough, but the pain was a bit much. Someone promised me that I wouldn't get hurt here, so I trusted him. Nothing more. Can I have a refund? He said ironically. LYD seemed touched and regretful at the same time. He tried to say something but Grow interrupted him. I won't apologize, not to a human. Grow. Ray said loudly. But I will accept your presents, for now. His wings opened, ready to leave. Wait. Silver said suddenly. Grow seemed serene. He had realized his mistake as he said. If you want to punish me you can do it, I will accept it as. But Grow was interrupted by Silver. Give me back that thing in your hand, I'm bleeding and I need my shoulder back. He said with a straight face. LYD's expression suddenly brightened. Oh yeah. Adventurer-san can heal it. You can do it right? LYD asked in a worried tone. If I do it quickly enough, then yes I can. It hurts but I need to keep a straight face. A straight face. Even though I numbed the area so the pain would lessen, it still hurts. Grow suddenly reappeared in front of Silver, gazing at his eyes. He lowered his hand and handed him the bloodied piece of meat. It was part of Silver's right shoulder. Silver felt strange, annoyed, angry, but he had to maintain his emotions right now. This wasn't the place to throw a tantrum. Without saying much, Silver carefully placed it back and chugged another emergency elixir, repeating the same process from before. It was a lot of money wasted, but it was worth it. After he was done, his shoulder looked brand new, apart from all the blood of course. And his poor shirt that was now completely tattered. Are you feeling all right, Adventurer-san? Ray asked as she flew around him with a worried expression. I've had worse, but it did hurt a lot. Was this enough for him to trust me? If I can make these extreme Xenos trust me, then I can make all of them trust me. Once he was done, he raised his hand to Grow for a handshake. I didn't tell you all my name so I'll do it now. He said as he looked at LYD, Ray, and some others, before finally turning to face Grow. Nice to meet you all, my name is Melio Silver. How about you? Grow looked at his hand, it was tiny in comparison to his. Humph, don't get carried away, human. You may have passed this little test, but I'll have my eyes on you. Instead of shaking his hand, Grow turned around and started to walk away. Grow. LYD exclaimed, but the gargoyle ignored him. Ah. I'm truly sorry, Silverchi. Grow is such a hothead, he's always been like that, time has had its mark on him. I can call you that, right? LYD asked as he shook his hand in the place of Grow. Although his sharp claws were uncomfortably close to his arm's veins, Silver still smiled and said. Everyone just calls me Silver, so feel free. So it's settled. He said with a smile. Roar. The Xenos were ecstatic to have made contact with a human, and as soon as Silver and LYD exchanged a handshake, they rushed around him so they could better observe him. Wait. Silver exclaimed as he was pushed around by the many Xenos. Puffed. I think fur just got into my mouth. He felt as if he was a city boy who had suddenly gone to a farm and was now being attacked by the animals. All sorts of dungeon beasts he had grown used to killing on sight were now gathering around him, looking at him, trying to shake hands with him, some even licked him, sniffing him and rubbing themselves against him. If he opened his mouth for a moment, a mouthful of fur would get inside his throat. There were easily over 100 Xenos in the room. This would take a while. Around half an hour later, the situation had calmed down and now Silver was sitting next to a bonfire, listening to the Xenos' stories and their dreams, together with their recent sorrows and problems. The Xenos were beings that had been around the dungeon for a very, very long time, but they only recently made contact with the surface world. They were discovered by the Hodmen, aka Fells, around 13 or so years ago, but some of them claimed to have made contact with humans and other species much earlier, albeit they had never initiated any sort of long-term relationship like what they have now. Any sort of rumors caused by these interactions had long since been censored by the guild. Their existence is now a complete mystery, although even if it wasn't, few people would even believe it. Xenos are birthed from the endless cycle of death and rebirth of the dungeon. Each monster in the dungeon is actually an individual creature, and when they die, they return to whatever gave birth to them in the first place. Some time passes, and they are respawned by the dungeon, starting a new life, a new cycle. Their soul keeps experiencing more and more, and their individuality keeps growing further and further. An unknown number of reincarnations later, or perhaps a trigger is all that is needed, such as becoming an irregular monster and growing some level of intelligence. But one day, they simply wake up, not as monsters, but something else. The Xenos. Their soul changes, going from a monster to a creature. They describe that as if waking up from a dream. You aren't aware until you are truly up from bed. Most retain their memories from these many encounters, and that's what allows them to communicate in the common language and understand some basics about adventurers and themselves. Like normal monsters, they can eat magic stones to grow stronger, but there is a limit for that, as they can normally just grow slightly more than their monster counterpart, but there are exceptions such as Let, a very strong level 3 goblin with the potential to grow further. Because of this, all of them can be considered to be at the very least strengthened species, and some are even irregular versions with unique abilities. But the 3 strongest are still Lyd, Ray, and Grow. The 3 are level 5 monsters with intelligence and almost 20 years of experience surviving in the dungeon. There is also Gryu, the oldest, a green dragon so old that his strength has started to decay due to old age, something extremely unusual and probably never thought possible for dungeon creatures before. After all, it would be rare for a dungeon monster to live even for a few years. The deeper they are, the longer they tend to live, and who knows what sort of old creatures there are deep in the dungeon, where no one has stepped foot on. Although Silver thought that this may be the natural thing to happen, since as you dive deeper and the floors start to become massive, entire ecosystems start to form within the dungeon. That is why the frequency of enhanced species and irregular monsters increases as you go further down, since the likability of monsters clashing increases. Graya was once the strongest Xenos of his time and a leader, but now he is retired, watching over the gates of this particular hidden village. And it's unlikely any adventurer will ever come here anyway, but if they do, it's even more unlikely they will pass that ancestral dragon with level 5 strength. If not higher. The Xenos dream of the surface, but Silver thought this could actually be an unnatural feeling. The goal of the dungeon is to release monsters on the surface, but it can't anymore due to the seal and the prayers coming from arenas, so could this feeling have something to do with that? An order to rise to the surface, but now that they are self-aware and not trapped by arena's power, it has transformed into a desire. Not only that, you may imagine that the Xenos have killed their fair share of adventurers thanks to their gear, but that is not entirely correct, as most of it was actually supplied by the guild. And speaking of the devil. Melios Silver. Fell said slowly. Silver raised his head, looking at the cloaked figure with interested eyes. We've finally met. Notes. Chapter 118, Promise Me. Hey, my friends, hello, a good day to you all. I'll be posting the chapter a bit earlier today since I'll be spending the rest of the day on 2 things. First, I'll do a slight rewrite of 4 chapters. I did a few mistakes in regards to personality and information, and I only realized it after I started reading the Sword Oratoria manga. Second, I'll try to finish the chapter for my other novel. I'm late already and that damn cold has finally settled. Hopefully, I'll have that done soon. Don't worry, I'm not pushing myself, at most, I'm upset. See you all soon. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. P.S. Here are some images for the Xenos, and for the new person, I forgot to add them recently, so here they are. I'll probably add them in the previous chapters, but unless you reread them, there is no need to check it out. Melios Silver. We've finally met. Fell said slowly. Silver slowly turned his head to face the mysterious newcomer. At first, he was confused. The genderless voice wasn't one he recognized, but the moment he saw the black robe and silver gauntlets, something lit up on the far edges of his mind. He looked at the hood, but he could see nothing but darkness inside. The hood was also a magic item, just like the rest of the robe, the gauntlets, and even the metallic boots hidden beneath the robe. Silver wasn't surprised by this person's appearance, nor the fact that he seemed to know him. It was to be expected given who it was. But he had to keep some level of an act. It would do no good if he were to show that he knew anything about this person for now. "You know me?" Silver asked. "How can I not? Ever since the attack against the Loki Familia, your presence has been seen in many minor and bigger events across Orario. And now, you are the record holder for the fastest level up. By a mile, much to Goddess Loki's dismay, she caused quite the ruckus when she visited the guild after the Donatus." "Haha. I'm sorry," Silver asked jokingly. However, it was impossible to discern this being's expression. Its voice did not change as it continued to say, "Many are expectant in regards to how long you'll take to level up once more, me included. Your strength is also very impressive. Being level 2, you fended off and defeated a green dragon. I was very surprised when I heard about it." Silver scratched the back of his head and said, "I merely won because I won the battle of attrition, and in the end, I sacrificed a portion of myself to deal the killing blow. That's not optimal. Besides, I can hear suspicion in her voice. If it's a her, should I just say I'm level 3 and be done with it? Considering her position. Yet you defeated it. Few could repeat what you did, regardless of their accomplishments. Speaking of which, you're also probably the one behind the recent unrest on the 24th floor, right?" Silver looked at the cloaked figure with a calm expression. It seemed that his indiscriminate fighting has attracted some level of attention. It was bound to happen eventually. He was surprised this didn't happen sooner. Perhaps due to the fact, his fights have started to grow wider in scale. But with that in mind, Silver really wanted to know how much this person and the guild respectively knew about him. "What do you mean?" he asked, keeping on the act. "Go on, tell me what you know." Fells raised her hands and shook them. "There is no need to act defensively. I am not your enemy, nor am I here to punish you. It's more about curiosity. And my way of helping you, since it seems you wish to keep this a secret." Silver remained silent, but that was enough for Fells. She immediately started to speak. For the last 2 or so weeks, every day there would be a period where the monsters would go into considerable unrest within the 24th floor. However, such unrest was also noted on the 21st, 22nd, and the 23rd floors. Prior investigation points to the use of a certain illegal item. The same one you used. And you think it was me? I did train on those floors, but only once. It was when I was trying to figure out the best place to train. A place where the ratio of all things combined results in the most optimal scenario. Deeper doesn't mean better after all. Initially, I didn't even consider you. After all, what can a recent level 2 adventurer have to do with unrest on the middle floors? But now, I am certain. I see. I'll try to be a bit more cautious next time. I hope my actions haven't caused any trouble." "Have they?" Fells shook her head. "Thankfully, no such thing has happened. No adventurer is rash enough to rush into a berserking wave of monsters. Even large familias will avoid those to preserve strength during expeditions, much less isolated parties." "Yeah. You're right," Silver said with an awkward smile. "In any case, this was what I wanted to say." Fells replied slowly. However, Silver still asked, "So, what is the thing you want to tell me? You didn't tell me all of this for nothing, right?" he said with a small smile. "It seems you have noticed. This makes things simpler. As you must have heard, recently, everyone is on edge due to recent attacks from a group of illegal poachers, and they are known to use similar illegal items during their operations. Such attacks aren't uncommon, since it's impossible to regulate adventurers and ask them to not attack the Xenos. However, such situations are extremely rare as they'll once upon a blue moon meet each other. Yet, this isn't the case for this group of poachers. They actively seek them out. I had great difficulty trying to tie their movements to this recent unrest, but now it's explained." "It was you," Fells said. Silver smiled slightly. "That's right, but if there is a dangerous group like that roaming around, it's best to not assume it was all me simply because of convenience," he replied sternly. "But of course, such a possibility never escaped from my mind." Fells nodded, before replying. "Please, don't treat this as an interrogation. I just wanted to make things clear. It's fine, I'll simply try to reduce the scale of things and not indiscriminately destroy my surroundings," Silver replied as he shook his head. "But if I am allowed to ask, why were you using this powder? Even if it was to complete a quest, using it on such a wide area." Silver scratched his chin, thinking of an answer, but in the end, he said, "Why? Because it's part of my daily training." "TR training, you say?" "Daily training." Fels seemed considerably surprised. For the first time, she stuttered in her speech. Yes, hunting monsters the normal way is. Pardon my arrogant words, a waste of time. With my set of abilities and skills, I've come to the conclusion that fighting off large numbers of enemies is the most ideal for my growth. Even if rash, this is the style I've determined for myself after many dives in dungeon. But I can't just go after large groups, those aren't common. Monster migrations do happen, but that is only under special circumstances. There are other situations where large groups form, but all of that is just like the former, happening under unreliable dates. So I came to the conclusion that it would be easier if they came to me rather than me to them. Is that an odd way of thinking? Even the Xenos seemed surprised to hear this. Silver Chi, isn't that pretty dangerous? LYD asked confused. LYD frowned pretty hard, but he couldn't really find a flaw in his words. Of course, common sense dictated that people would often prefer to go to the monsters than the contrary. Yes, it is. He replied with a nod. So why do you do it? Ray asked. Silver raised his eyebrow in wonder. An adventurer is meant to brave the unknown while challenging higher and higher risks, to break their chains and reach the gods. If I was afraid of such danger, I wouldn't have become an adventurer in the first place. Because just like you, I also have my own dream. They all remained silent until Fels opened her mouth to ask. But even so, isn't it too much to use luring powder on an entire sector of the 24th floor? Alone. Much less as a level 2. All adventurers, without exception, would always choose to preserve their strength at all times. Those that didn't are already dead or retired after heavy injuries or traumatic experiences. But he is saying that he prefers to fight everything at once. And the more the better. He's trying to make it sound logical and as if it was the natural conclusion to derive. I can count on one hand the number of people who risk themselves to such a degree in the name of self-training. People of old, already forgotten or became legends, nothing but stories for children to smile at. But recent names would include the Sword Princess when she was younger, and the champion Otter. There are others who come close, but they always operate within a certain risk margin. While Fels thought, Silver said. It depends, for everyone. Probably so. However, I am very aware of how dangerous my actions are to other adventurers. I have the means to flee in case things go bad, and to clean up afterward, but I always make sure to stick to all safety measures. Not only for myself but for the people around me as well. Silver said with a straight face. I check to see if there is any group nearby, and I train far away from the main paths and even side paths, sticking to wild regions during my training. Although today was a bit much and something unexpected happened. I didn't expect there to be such a creature nearby. I made a blunder. It was my first time meeting a green dragon, although I am disappointed that I failed to find its treasure tree. But I'm happier that I managed to have my arm back. Fels was a bit shocked. Even LYD, Ray, and the others were also considerably mouth-opened. So you're saying that every day you enter the dungeon alone, go to the 24th floor, spread luring powder, and fight whatever comes your way? Fels asked speechlessly. That's mostly correct. That's pretty much what my schedule was for the past 2 or so weeks. Silver Chi. LYD said. Just thinking about it. About his state when I first found him. So he fought against that entire army of monsters and then proceeded to engage with the dragon. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Fels remained silent for a long time. It makes more sense now. She said as she shook her head. What does? Your reports. I always found it strange for a level 2 lone adventurer to bring back loot that not even large groups from decent-sized familias would be able to gather. There was even a request for a private investigation, but the results were inconclusive since you did spend most of your time in the dungeon. And the guild was unwilling to send personnel to investigate deeper. My apologies if it offends you in any way, that wasn't the intention. Silver shrugged. I fully understand what the guild thinks. I'm not a child. Albeit I'm curious about who asked for such an investigation. She enforced the word private, and as such, it should have remained a secret. But she told me such a thing happened. To warn me. Who else is after me? My actions aren't exactly subtle. For example, today, I should have killed 100 monsters at the very least. If it was a big familia, no one would mind, but me. That's why I store part of it away and sell it over time. Even if the price of the magic stones decreases slightly. I had stopped doing it after I became level 2, but I was forced to do so again. Just like she said, I don't want people to sniff around me too much. I don't doubt it, seeing the massive pile of drop items stashed nearby. But I'm not here to reprimand you for your actions, or to discuss how you train. Although I will ask you to be more careful next time. There is a reason this powder is considered illegal, so I hope you don't misuse it. It seemed she could only keep a blind eye for this, any more than this and the guild may be forced to take action. And he understood loud and clear what she was trying to say. Why trust me? You've already given me a reason. He remained silent. Although our first encounter was rather unusual, I would still like to extend my greeting to you and an offer. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm called Fells, and I am currently representing Arenas in helping the Xenos achieve their dream. And also to make sure they remain safe and hidden in order to reduce possible chaos and further repercussions. Arenas. Silver asked. That is correct. 13 years ago was when I first made contact with the Xenos by chance, and since then we've been working with them towards coexistence. Arenas and I believe that it is more than just a dream, but we always lack the means to achieve it. And that is also the reason why I am here. Adventurer Silver, do you believe it's possible for humans and Xenos to live in harmony? Silver raised his head, looking at all of the Xenos that were now looking at him, waiting for his reply. Yes, I don't think it's impossible. Yet, my short answer is yes, but my true answer is, it depends on how you want to do so. Whispers, The Xenos started to become worried as they talked. Oh. Would you mind elaborating? Of course not, although it's a bit long. Time is the thing I have most. Fells said ironically. Silver nodded, understand the hidden meaning within it. Fells also had a lot of secrets hidden beneath those robes. He walked back and sat down on a rock near the bonfire. To explain why my answer is like that, we need to determine the time frame for this dream. Because I can't see this being possible within the close future, much less on a medium term, and depending on how far you look, even on a long term as well. Perhaps this may only be done after I die of old age. And looking after yourself, towards the next generations is not something everything can do, or are willing to do. Why do you think so, Silver Chi? LYD asked, a bit depressed. LYD, just like each Xenos is different from each other, each individual up there is different from each other, in many diverse ways and in ways you can't comprehend right now, be it good or bad. People have been in war against monsters for too long. They won't accept your existence so easily. Even me. I grew up in a village in the countryside, and although I never lost a family member to a monster, I heard of people that did lose someone to a roaming monster. Just look at the Loki Familia, half of their executives are like that. I am a curious person, and although I consider myself open-minded, this doesn't mean I can fully see you all as friends. I'm sorry for being harsh. My hard training, my vocation as an adventurer has taught me to be wary of those claws and fangs you have. Hell, I'm even wary of other adventurers when I'm down here. I see. LYD said as he looked at his claws. But LYD, don't get me wrong, I still believe you are all much more than simply intelligent monsters, you have been constantly proving that to me. So I'm willing to give it a try. Or several tries. He said with a small smile. Silver Chi. Silver turned his head and looked back at Fells. People are selfish, even if they understand they are all capable of thinking and are completely unlike monsters, they'll simply ignore it as that is easier. People don't want to make the hard decisions, they'll wait for those on top to make them first, or for someone braver to act first, it has always been like that. And in the end, they'll complain, although, it's not entirely their fault either, I'm not trying to antagonize the people here. Elves were just like that, weren't they? Completely isolated from everyone, and extremely racist. It wouldn't be uncommon for them to kill travelers on sight if they were to cut a tree of their forest, or to get too close to their borders. Fells remained silent, understand where he was going with this. The elf situation is different yet similar to this one. Why were the elves accepted? He asked Fells. Because of many reasons, but the most important was that they didn't have that many grudges with everyone else. Because they looked similar to the other races, almost put on a pedestal due to their beauty, history, and grace by them. However, the Xenos are very similar to everyone's number one enemy, and second of all, it's much easier to pin a goblin as dangerous than a pretty and gracious level 6 adventurer. A mother would feel much safer putting her child next to dubious adventurer than an inoffensive Xenos, just because he or she looks like a monster. This is the hypocrisy of men. Under this thinking, introducing someone like Ray to the surface world would be much easier than LYD. But it would still be an incomparably difficult task. Do you understand where I'm getting at? Silver asked as he looked at Fells. I do, it was something I've considered as well, and the very reason why it's so difficult to achieve this dream, even after 13 years have passed. How long would it take to make this mother comfortable with leaving her child with the Xenos? How long would it take to make her trust them? Fells said. This isn't something that can be done just like that, but it isn't impossible. She replied in a strong tone. Silver nodded. That is why I said yes, but that it depends. The Xenos looked at each other, discussing what he had just said. Even so, we've always known that coexistence would be a hard task, and with that in mind I ask again. Are you willing to help us? Silver looked at the Xenos, but he didn't smile. Didn't I say it before? I'll give it a try, as many times as I. /roar/. The Xenos roared in excitement, cutting Silver, but he didn't smile. Instead, he continued after they calmed down slightly. There is one issue we need to resolve before we proceed, one that, albeit dark, I need to say out loud, else this wouldn't feel genuine to me. I want to give it my all, but I want to be honest as well. Humans, elves, beast people, and more are all community species. This means that it's impossible, or at least, very hard to live alone or in isolation for extreme periods of time. If done so, severe psychological trauma would happen. If I choose to openly support something the majority refuses, this will affect my everything and those around me in the eyes of everyone else. So yes, I am willing to help, but my mother, my father, my friends, what would they think of my actions? Most importantly, what would the people think of them? I can stand being pushed out because I live my own life, but can my friends and family do the same? But Fells simply said, there is no need to openly reveal your support because we aren't ready to reveal our existence to the world. That is why we've been working hard to make people used to monsters slowly, but what we needed was someone like you. Someone who can act as a bridge, slowly over time, and not in a sudden manner. Silver remained pensive. In the end, he knew that there was no need for him to say that, but now that he did, he felt a bit better. It made him feel as if they were on the same page. At the end of the day, there would come a time where he would be forced to make a public choice, and what would he choose at the time? There are several things I would like to ask. First being, what sort of coexistence do you seek? What do you mean, Silver Chi? LYD asked. Just living on the surface. What else could we ask for? There are many ways I can think of to introduce you all to the surface world. We could go with this extremely and painful process you've all been following of slowly trying to communicate. It may work once in a while, but what about when it fails? The loss of progress would be massive, while the pace would be slower than a nail's pace. If you wish to walk outside, then you'll eventually need to reveal yourselves. It isn't an easy path, but a path is a path. But you could also aim for something else. Simply announcing your existence. What? That is. Fells said. That would make things too chaotic. If they were suddenly revealed to the world. I'm not saying for you all to simply reveal yourselves, but instead, to prove to the entire world that what they think does not matter. What do you mean, Mr. Silver? Ray asked, frowning. Silver expression turned dark, the yellow light from the bonfire fire shone on his face, casting a shadow on the rest of his body. How does a nation sustain itself? Through power. A powerless nation will only fade away from history. If you are all strong enough, then what about their opinion? You could easily climb the dungeon and take a portion of the surface to live in. And slowly from there, you could start talking and negotiating, and make people deal with your existence. Even if this generation doesn't tolerate you, and the next one is the same, one day, they'll simply adjust. It'll come a time where a kid will just grow and say, those guys. They've always been there, what about it? Of course, assuming you all last long enough. What Silver said made them all silent. That's too extreme. Fells said. I know, but it was just a suggestion. What I'm trying to say is that, no matter what you all do, it's impossible to achieve complete harmony within this lifetime, but depending on how you all act, perhaps those that will come after you will be able to enjoy the morning sun without a shred of worry. It has always been like this, not only for you, but for those on the surface as well. The scars of war last generations. Even now, conflicts between elves and other species exist, and it'll probably last for a long time. Fells was feeling extremely conflicted. Because what he said was technically right. He isn't wrong, but those words are filled with violence and they point out a grim future. If such a path is chosen, casualties from either side will be inevitable. But he is also saying that our original course of action is also not without flaws. And the result of it is already showing itself. A long and arduous path where many sacrifices will have to make. It's just that the sacrifices are made over time instead of at once. No matter what path we choose, casualties will happen from both sides. Looking at their expression, Silver let out a sigh. Looks like my words were too much. I'm sorry everyone, I spoiled the mood. This was merely a suggestion, so don't take it too seriously. Such a problem wasn't so simple to resolve in the first place. My words are merely that. Words, life is full of surprises, plans often not prove to be useless. But LYD said with a firm tone. No, you're correct. We are weak. We have to be strong so we can follow our dream, and fight for it. Because of our weakness, we lost some of our friends because we couldn't protect them. We were fooled by their lies, blinded by a promise of coexistence, and this light burned us. However, I am unwilling to let go of our dream like this, else their sacrifices would have been meaningless. He looked at Silver and said. I want to see the fabled sun. Would you help us? He asked as he stretched his arm once more. It meant something completely different. Although things happened suddenly, what I wanted has not changed. Silver grabbed LYD's hand. Only if you help me achieve mine as well. he said with a smile. Lyd smiled. Previously, it was a light-hearted greeting, now, it was a promise. Roar, slash. The Xenos cried loudly in cheers. Notes. Phew, more than 4K words. It was hard to write this chapter. I hope it went out okay, now it's time to do the rest. See ya. P.S. There is one thing a lot of people have asked me, and that is why do I reply to many comments with a dot. It's pretty simple, I use a dot to mark all mistakes or things for me to take a look at later. So if you see a dot on your comment, it's pretty safe to say I'll take a second look at it. Even if you simply said something ironically, remember that I can't see the context for your comment, so I take it at face value. Thanks for reading. Chapter 119, Sparring Partners. Ha 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 ha, I just realized that I forgot to add the chapter yesterday. What can I say but, I forge your skull. I did quite a lot yesterday, I rewrote 4 chapters, and I finished making Zero Fate's next chapter as well. I'll even go cook some rice now, I'm hungry. So yeah, quite a lot of things to do, at least I'm more relaxed, without the need to study and all. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. I hope you enjoy this chapter, peace. You said something about a dream, can we hear more about it? Ray asked Silver curiously. Silver smiled. He raised his right hand and pointed down. It's pretty simple. So much so that it makes me a bit embarrassed to share. You guys want to go up, I want to go down. Lyd's eyes opened wide. Why? There isn't really a grand reason or a life lesson to tell here, simply a desire. I want to explore the dungeon and just that, or better put, to have an adventure. And I plan to achieve that by going further down, not because I wish to beat someone else's record, but because I feel like doing so. That's why I've been training. And why I became an adventurer. To go further down. That wasn't something I ever thought about. Lyd said as he scratched his chin. Oh. So you never explored further? Silver said with a bit of surprise. Not really. I just always thought the surface to be a much more appealing goal than going deeper into the dungeon, although it's not like I never went deep. Sometimes we do need to visit the deep floors, although only on rare occasions. That isn't a place I would like to visit often, too dangerous and chaotic. Fells then opened her mouth and said. That is because the Xenos are tasked with keeping the middle and lower floors stable, and sometimes, they venture deeper to eliminate. Lyd nodded and said. We take care of irregularities such as enhanced and irregular monsters, and sometimes, we even help adventurers escape danger. We also keep track of groups and expeditions, reporting them to the guild as often not they may require reinforcements or help. Silver nodded. The best way to describe the Xenos would be that they are Aurena's personal army. Aurena's is trying within certain limits to bring the Xenos and the other races together, but he aims for stability, even if that means keeping the Xenos below. That is why his actions were always overly passive and overly protective of the Xenos' secrecy. With that out of the way. In what way can I help? Silver asked Fells. It doesn't look like I have any use, and on the contrary, they have a lot more to offer me than I have to offer them. They can be sparring partners, they can give me information, such as pointing to me the location of interesting monsters to fight, like a green dragon or an irregular. And just by themselves, they can give me a lot just by letting me observe them. Fells thought for a moment, perhaps she didn't expect this to be possible as she too was without words. I thank you for the initiative, but right now there isn't much you can do to help us. What about the poachers? But Fells was cut by none other than Grow, who was watching their exchange from the dark. Don't put your nose in our business, I'll take them out myself. Besides, there isn't much you can do with your measly strength. Grow. Lyd said with sharp eyes. But he simply closed his eyes and ignored Lyd. No, he is right, I'm a weak adventurer. But that doesn't mean I can't help. I would like to see for myself who is hunting the Xenos, and take an active stance instead of waiting until a victor comes out. He looked at Fells and asked. My abilities are very versatile, and as long as you tell me what is happening, I can tell you how much I can help. The moment I saw them, it was the moment I got involved with them. If I had chosen to ignore them or to refuse to help, my path with them would be over, at least in the short term. And since I'm here, I see no reason to not do my best and make them indebted to me. As for what I can gain from this, they can become a strong ally within and in the future, out of the dungeon as well. Even if I don't need it, perhaps others will. Fells raised her left index finger to her chin, thinking. Right now, we are in the middle of a large-scale investigation, and it may take a while for results to bear fruit. Previously, due to a coincidental encounter, the Xenos ended up making contact with them in the middle of an irregular monster subjugation, similar to your case, albeit more violent in nature. This ended up attracting their attention as at the time they were also after this irregular monster. After the initial contact, the Xenos in charge of the operation were fooled and captured, being brought to the surface to be sold. Once we tracked them down and arrived at their headquarters, they made a run for it while destroying everything they left behind. Fells said in a deep tone. All of the Xenos closed their eyes in grief, while some growled in anger. We know who is the one behind this, or rather, who are the people. The Icolos Familia, an exploration-type familia and also an extremely powerful familia that is known to do black market dealings frequently. Previously, they were always tolerated due to their in-line behavior, in a similar way as to how I'm turning a blind eye to you carrying around luring powder and other potentially illegal items. Oops. Silver said awkwardly. And it's also due to the fact that cleaning these shady familias wouldn't help at all in making Orario safer. However, recently, they stepped out of bounds and became greedy, dealing with shadier subjects beyond the guild's tolerance limit. Especially their actions towards the Xenos, that was already beyond what we could take. The problem is, we don't know where they are. And I've been conducting extensive research into this subject. The details for this are very extensive and rather unimportant, so pardon me if we leave it here for now. Some time ago, after their escape, we cornered them in the dungeon, but they seemingly disappeared somewhere in the deep floors. Since then there have been no clues. I see. Silver replied pensively. The Icolos Familia, and their disappearance in the deep floors. It must mean only one thing, Gnosis. Gnosis, or also called the man-made dungeon, was a massive project envisioned by Daedalus, the genius architect behind the current Babel and a considerable portion of Orario. This was 1,000 years ago. During his life, Daedalus grew to have a great fascination with the dungeon, so he dreamt of making one himself. Then, Gnosis was born. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to live long enough to see its completion, even if he was an elf. Instead, he left behind a curse in his own bloodline, one that made all of his descendants architects geniuses, but also made them almost like puppets to his will. And 99% of the time, they'll go insane or become morally gray, most often seen as evil, all towards further progressing Gnosis. A descendant of Daedalus wouldn't hesitate to rape a woman in order to create offspring to keep the work going. Every day until they die they'll keep hammering away in the underground, making the perfect dungeon. And this has been going on since then. And now, an intrinsic and complex labyrinth has been born. Sigh. Albeit I find Gnosis and its ability to connect with the dungeon fascinating. Especially how Daedalus unraveled the mystery of connecting with the dungeon through other physical means outside of its known entrances. There is no time to dwell on that. If you ever find them, be sure to contact me. Silver said to Fells. At least, I'll keep an eye out for the Icolos Familia. I will, but I'll tell you, this isn't. Silver shook his head and interrupted Fells. Stop, before I start reconsidering. Deeming her reaction, she may have yet to find out about Gnosis, and that would fit with the storyline. Or what remains of it. It's been a long time since I actually thought about it. I had thrown it away unconsciously quite a while ago. Only certain parts of it were now relevant to me. Gnosis. I didn't really want to deal with this mess. Especially since dealing with them would eventually lead to dealing with Evelys, who now use it as a base. A bunch of nonsense. Silver turned his face to the Xenos and smiled. It seems I can't help much for now, but I can still do something else. I hope it's enough for the hospitality you all gave me. Even you grow. He said with a small smile. Grr. Snap, slash. Silver snapped his finger very loudly, and a flash of light took over the entire cave. WH. What is this? LYD said loudly as he looked around. Everyone was confused as they gazed around. The entire cavern had changed, and now, they were on top of what seemed to be a ruined building, under the scorching sun. The Xenos looked around, some staring at the massive tower in the distance, others staring at the green mountains far away. This is the surface. Silver said on the side. What? Exclaimed Fells as she gazed around. It's an illusion. Silver said. Many of the Xenons, including Grow, were extremely fascinated by this. The blue sky, the clouds, and most importantly, the glowing orb in the sky. I can't imitate the real deal, and if you ever go up there, be sure to not stare at the sun. Silver said with a smile. I'm being serious, it isn't good for your vision. It's so spacious. Ray said as she unconsciously opened her wings. But Silver interrupted her before she jumped. Be careful, we are still in the previous room, so don't bang your head in the ceiling. Snap, slash. Silver once again snapped his fingers. This time, they were on top of Babel overlooking Orario below. I can't really simulate the city very well, so this isn't really how it looks. Silver said apologetically. Nor have I ever climbed to the top of Babel, so this isn't really accurate. I'll do it one day. No. Don't be ashamed. This is simply. Lyd said with deep emotion. Even Grow and some of the reluctant Xenos were stunned by the sight. Especially Fells. Buzz. The entire mirage was suddenly broken, and a pale Silver was now seen sitting in the room with a potion in his mouth. Ha. Sorry, I can't keep that up for very long. I lasted less than I wanted, how embarrassing. Can you relate? But I told you, my abilities are very versatile. Fells looked at Silver and said. I've heard about it, and it has made me think for a while, how does it work? If you don't mind me asking. It's complicated, and I don't mind saying if it's just this much. A good way of saying it is that my magic is similar to the magic used by a monster. Silver's hand started to change and scales grew in it, becoming very similar to Lyd's hand. I can alter myself and produce results out of it, and that is why I'm not limited by the 3 magic rule. It is fascinating. Fells said loudly. A new form of magic not seen before, ! But once she realized her blunder, she recovered her composure. Silver Chi. Thank you for this, it was as magnificent as I've dreamed of. Lyd said with a nod. This is the most I can do right now. It would be too much to expose some other things, but for now, it will be enough. Once our relationship improves, I wouldn't mind bringing them out of the dungeon and into Orario. Everyone seemed to trust Silver more, and some even started to have a bit of hope. A desire to see that sky once more. While they were talking with each other about what just happened, Silver checked the time. Are you late? We did hold on to you for quite some time. Ray said gently. No, it's not that, it's just that I like to keep track of time. While he talked with her, Grow approached Silver and said. I was wrong. Huh. Silver was surprised this stubborn gargoyle was apologizing. But even so, he didn't mock him and instead he said. As I said before, I can somewhat understand your position. But that doesn't mean I'll take what you did lying down. Silver got up from the ground with a small smile, grabbing his halberd and saying. Spar with me. The Xenos who were paying attention to them were shocked. Grow was one of them. You. Why? Silver smiled slightly. I told you about my dream, and it's not something I can easily achieve. Every day I risk my life, fighting in the dungeon, all with the intent of improving. It's not every day I can find a willing opponent to clash against, at least one stronger than me. To be honest, that is easy, but there is a clear difference between fighting a higher-level monster in the dungeon and asking an adventurer for a spar. And the number of people I can ask for a spar is rather small, at least those stronger than me. So, treat it as payment for my help and also because I am still a bit pissed. Grow looked at Silver with his gray eyes and a rare grin formed on his lips. I doubt a level 2 adventurer can even injure me though. Silver also grinned in reply. We'll see about that. Ray had a conflicted expression as she looked at the two, but she ended up letting out a short sigh. Are you sure about this, Silver Chi? Grow is just weaker than me and Gryu. Said Lyd in a low tone. Even better. Arrogant kid. Grow said with a sharp expression. Silver looked at Lyd and then said. After I fight with him it's your turn. What? In exchange for my help, allow me to grow stronger by fighting you all. Although I have yet to do anything. Ah. It was then that Fells remembered the war game. This boy in front of him. He was a battle junkie. She facepalmed due to her oversight as Silver and Grow moved to a more appropriate place to fight. Notes. Chapter 120, Humiliation, the Surprise of Defeat. I have eaten and I'm now in good spirits, so I present to you this chapter. My day has just started, and I need to make a new chapter and edit it. After that, I'll make more chapters of this novel. Hopefully, I'll make at least 1 or 2 before I'm forced to go sleep. I hope you enjoy it. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Grow led Silver to an open area that was like an arena. As soon as they arrived, Lyd opened his mouth to say. This is where we usually train, even though we hide most of the time, we still need to protect ourselves from monsters. Although not everyone is capable of fighting or are willing to, most of us are, and when we aren't out there doing missions we are here training. Lyd said seriously. Silver nodded, and then he said. There's something I would like to ask. I already know all of you are strengthened species, however, I am surprised that you all aren't as strong as you'd expected, right? Lyd asked as he interrupted Silver. Silver nodded. You'd think that deeming our long history and the fact that we live within the dungeon, we would be strong, or at least, just as strong as those on the surface, right? After all, a monster can eat magic stones to grow, and so can we. To sustain ourselves, we eat the flesh of other monsters, the plants and fruits of the dungeon, and sometimes, we go to the pantry rooms to collect food. And to grow stronger we consume their magic stones. However, not everyone can grow stronger, being limited to the strength they were born with, since we are mostly limited by our counterparts. The limit of strength most of us can achieve is to become a strengthened species. Although it's true that sometimes we can go well beyond that, like me, that isn't a common thing. With each increase in strength past our limit, it becomes harder and harder to increase it, to the point it becomes a chore to seek more power. LYD said while he shook his head. At most, on your terms, a level 2 can grow to become level 3 before hitting his limit. There wasn't a single moment where I didn't train, but even so, my strength is at most compared to a level 5 adventurer. I can still grow more, but how long will it take? Other lizardmen are at most level 2, but I'm already well past that. So where does my limit lie? There is also the limit of how much I can eat in a short period of time. It's embarrassing to admit it, but if I eat too many magic stones I'll start feeling bad. LYD said as he scratched the back of his head. Interesting. Silver said as he thought deeply. Enough talking. Grow said as he interrupted the two. You're going to regret this, kid. He said loudly. Humph, look at him, he was all grumpy at the start and now he's excited. Said a harpy Xenos from the back. Why you? I heard that. Said Grow as he stuttered. Chuckles, / Some of the Xenos laughed at Grow embarrassment. Slitter, / As Grow screamed and everyone laughed, a tall blue lamia slithered to the arena and said. All right now, enough talk, let's start this. Heh. Finally. Grow said. No going overboard, and I mean it, okay? Said the lamia as she looked at Grow. Humph, I can't make my claws any less sharp. Grow said as he looked up. Silver looked at the lamia and said with a smile. It's okay, as long as I don't suffer any fatal damage I can heal just fine, and he has a point anyway. Even so, this is just a spar. Whatever, Laura. Boy. Take out your weapon. Stop wasting my time. Grow said as he looked at Silver. At least that way he won't be able to complain that he didn't give his all later. Besides, I never plan to use all of my strength, it isn't worth it to use it on a kid. I'll imprint it on his mind that I'm in charge. Silver let out a small sigh to the gargoyle's excitement. He raised his right hand and his halberd magically flew to him, surprising several of the Xenos. At least the ones who didn't come with him earlier. Petty tricks. Grow said. Clang, / We'll see about that. Silver replied as he rested his halberd on the ground. LYD took this opportunity to say. The first one to get knocked out or be subdued loses, you may also surrender anytime, I'll also say it right now, if I deem fit, I'll intervene. He looked at Silver one last time and the latter just smiled with a nod. So. Start. Whoosh, / Grow extended his wings and immediately started to fly. Let's see how you deal with this. But Silver raised his hand and moved it down. My wings, / thud, / Grow suddenly felt his entire body grow heavier, and suddenly, his wings became trapped in a translucent green light, making Grow incapable of flying. Within a second, he fell head first into the hard rocky ground, making a large dent on the ground. Silence, / Grow himself couldn't believe it, feeling the very familiar stone all around his face. Crack / He removed his head from the ground, looking pretty pissed. But Silver wasn't there. Clang, / Grow quickly turned and parried Silver's blow with his claws before jumping backward to reposition. When did he move behind me? I didn't notice it at all. But his movements are still pretty slow, I can still, slip, / But as he touched the ground, it became extremely slippery, making him stumble backward. Damn it. What is happening? He felt a strange force on his foot, and before he knew it, the ground was in front of his face again. Slam, / Grow was slammed face first into the ground, making him eat dirt again. Silence / It was an embarrassing moment for Grow. In less than 10 seconds, he was forced to eat dirt twice by someone so much weaker than him. An adventurer no less. Roar, / bam, / Grow jumped from the ground, unleashing his full power and making the ground beneath him shatter. As his wings opened, the air pressure peeled out a layer of stone from beneath him. Image. This is bad, Grow is angry now. Ray said as she looked at LYD. Should we? But LYD wasn't paying attention to her, instead, he was fully focused on the fight, waiting for it to unravel. "I'm done playing around," Grow said as he flew in the air. But his eyes were focused. "I've heard, seen, and experienced all sorts of magic being used, be it against monsters or adventurers. But this is the first time I've seen anything like this before. I didn't see it, it was sudden and with no indicators." "Not quite." As he said before, his body did change. "As long as I strike before his body changes, I win." But Grow suddenly realized. "No. Why am I thinking of strategies to win against him? He's much weaker than me. An outsider. A human no less. Younger and weaker than me." Grow flapped his wings and immediately dived to Silver. "I'll end this now and bury this embarrassment!" Exclamation point. Silver barely had time to react to Grow, he was fast, much faster than the green dragon. Slash slash, slash. Grow aimed his claw strike at his shoulder like last time, but the feeling was completely different. It felt as if he had slashed at air. WH. Slash clang, slash. As he lost his focus due to confusion, Silver's body dissipated, and his halberd appeared in its place, with its top blade aiming at Grow's chest. Due to his momentum, Grow barely had the time to evade, and as a result, the blade struck against his abdomen, producing a clear sound as if metal had struck against metal. Once he touched the ground it became clear, on his abdomen now had a clear white mark, and his scales were slightly dented. Grow felt incredibly humiliated, not once, not twice, but thrice. That was the number of times he was beaten. But while Grow laid there, silent, Silver was still very attentive to his surroundings. "I don't lose too much. But the difference is still there. Grow is definitely a high level 5 monster, his speed and power are a notch above mine. I did well so far but these tactics would at most work once or twice against him." He was fighting against an intelligent being, one that would learn and adapt to his fighting style and counterattack with his own strategies. And not just any intelligent being, but a veteran that has survived for many years in the dungeon, fighting was in his blood already. Simple traps were useless as they only worked on the simple creatures of the dungeon. A gargoyle was actually a very simple monster. It had 3 main points and those were pretty much everything it had. Sharp claws, wings, and a very hard defense due to its stone-like skin. A gargoyle is a deep floor monster, and they are born assassins. Stalking their prey from afar with their natural camouflage, waiting until the time is right, before doing a single dive and killing their prey in a single blow. This doesn't mean they are weak in close-quarter combat since they have their extremely hard skin, but they are also pretty lackluster since that is all they have. Grow finally moved, but this time, his gaze was calm. "It was my loss," Grow said calmly. All of the Xenos all around were surprised. The no-nonsense, hot-headed, and impulsive Grow was admitting defeat. Grow's eyes were sharp as he looked at Silver. "I underestimated you too much, and this resulted in me taking 3 strikes. If you were stronger or had a sharper weapon, I would be laying on the floor already. You have proven to me that you aren't just all talk. And continuing this has no meaning, as the difference in our power is too great." Without waiting any more, Grow turned around and left. "Phew," Lyd said as he sighed in relief. "Even in the end, you keep this act, Grow. He seems upset though," Ray said as she looked at Grow. "Of course he is. But he just needs some time alone and he'll be fine. I know how you feel, Grow. But this time it'll be different." He turned to look at Silver, who was a bit confused. "So, I won." His expression warped and he said with a smile. "Who's next?" Slash roar, slash. The Xenos cried loudly, and a tall armored creature jumped into the arena. However, it was hard to discern what was using it, as if the armor was moving on its own. By taking a deeper look inside it, it was possible to see a dark figure moving. It was a war shadow. The Xenos raised its left claw and challenged Silver for a fight. It couldn't speak, but it could express itself easily. "It seems they are quite excited," Fells said as she watched this unfold from the side. "This was the furthest we ever went in regards to our plans. Other candidates would always back out or choose the surface instead of the Xenos. Or become violent and backlash. They prefer to stick with their common sense as they fear the truth. There was once a very good candidate, but she became incapable of adventuring as she started to grow pity for the monsters of the dungeon, even though they are completely different from the Xenos. And in the end, in an effort to overcome this trauma, she went to the dungeon to fight, but was unable to defend herself and died. Her body was never recovered. He seems genuine in his desire to help them and seems very clear about his intention, so this matter will probably not become a problem. Yet I can see that he is holding something from us. But it remains to be seen how far we can actually bring this interaction. I'll need to report this to Arenas and see his opinion about all of this. It doesn't seem this can be reversed at this point. As Silver and the Xenos fought, Fells turned around and left. Slash a few more hours and many fights later, slash. Slash thud, slash. Silver crashed his head against the ground unmoving, too tired to move. Slash roar, slash. Next to him was a big Xenos. It was a silverback holding a massive greatsword at least thrice Silver's size. The Xenos banged its fist against its chest, proclaiming its victory with a roar. The fallen Silver was then carried next to the central bonfire where he was healed. For the next few minutes after that, the Xenos talked with him about a lot of things and shared several stories with him. Over time, the initial excitement of seeing an adventurer died out and everyone started to go back to what they usually did. And once this happened, Silver said to Lyd and Ray, "It's getting late, I'm afraid my time has come to an end." Lyd nodded, already expecting him to say such a thing. "It was fun meeting you, Silverchi. I hope we can meet again soon." "That'll probably happen very soon. I'll be on the 24th floor almost every day from now on, so we'll probably meet each other quite frequently." "That's good to hear," he said with a smile. Following that, Silver said goodbye to the other Xenos and left the hidden village. Lyd offered to escort him, but he said it was okay. And once he entered an alley relatively far away from the village, he stored his loot inside his pocket space and left the dungeon. Hence, his first contact with the Xenos ended on a positive note. Slash a few moments later on the surface, slash. Inside the Loki Familia's manor. Finally, it's over. Loki said with a tired expression as her face looked deflated. "I finished updating all of my children." But her face suddenly brightened as she smiled like a devil. "This means it's time." "Oh. How much I missed it." The feeling of her smooth back, /bam, /. She kicked the door open and screamed. "Ace. Come here. It's time to update your status." Loki started to scream as she looked for Ace, and it didn't take long for someone to kindly ask her to shut up. /shudder/. Her target, who was currently taking a shower, suddenly shuddered. "Is the window open?" Ace asked herself as she looked outside of her shower box. But she did not hear the cries of her goddess, and even if she could, she would ignore her completely. "Ace, pass me the shampoo, I forgot mine again," Tiona said on the side from another shower box. She didn't say much. Instead, she grabbed a bottle and passed it to the shower box next to hers before continuing to wash her dazzling golden hair. "Thank you," Tiona said eagerly. Sometime later, / What is this? Loki screamed as she read Ace stats. Something unprecedented had happened, but what could make the experienced Loki cry in surprise? Later that day, The moment Silver returned home, he was approached by Cassandra, who was relatively euphoric. She kept saying she had a dream about him fighting for his life in the dungeon against a reptilian monster. And he couldn't help but let out a small sigh. It seemed she was a bit late. So he simply patted her head and said he was okay. You're okay? Hey. Captain. What do you mean? Cassandra said out loud as she went after Silver. Notes. Chapter 121, Explosive Growth. For now, we shall continue with the Loki Familia's POV. I'll do such things from time to time since the POVs from other sources do add a lot of spice to a story after all. I think it went alright, and I think I did a good job with their personalities and way of speaking, especially how they see each other and their goals. It's up to you all to decide though. I'll be here in case of any problem. Peace. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/Abaddon And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abaddon. In a closed-off room somewhere within the Loki Familia's manor, Loki, Ace, Riveria, Gareth, Finn, Tiona, and Bet could be seen waiting. Pretty much, all of the top brass of the Loki Familia was in this room. Something very frequent to be honest. Albeit certainly not an everyday occurrence. Yet, surprisingly, most were using their casual clothes. Finn was using a more formal attire, as he has a lot of care for his image as the captain. Gareth had a simple garb, his favorite to use indoors and walk around in. But due to his taste, people would often call him old man, and despite this annoying him, Gareth would at most give them a knock on the head. Loki was using her usual clothes. To be honest, it would be surprising if she was using anything else. Riveria was using a cloak as always hiding most of her body. Her sense of fashion was pretty dull, yet no one complained. No one had the balls to do it. The last time someone went to her, saying she looked dull and old, would prefer to not remember what he went through. Tioni and Tiona were using a variant of their usual clothes, although the amount of skin they were showing was no less than before, pretty similar to Loki in a sense, albeit even Loki had a certain sense of shame. And like Ace, their hairs were all slightly wet due to getting out of the shower not so long ago. Ace was the most surprising, as she had a red scarf around her neck. Although she was using her usual white dress and sandals since unlike Tioni and Tiona, she had no sense of fashion. Although the right word to use would be uncare. Her attention was always on training, and this led to some things being neglected. Thankfully over the years, Riveria and the others put some common sense on her head, shaping her into a more normal girl. As for Bet, no one cared. Although he seemed upset about something. Silence. Everyone seemed to be waiting for Loki to say something, but Gareth was the first to talk. So, what's all the fuss about this time? Gareth asked with his arms crossed. This broke the ice and allowed the others to say as well. It seems to be something about Ace stats, right? Finn asked with a thin smile. After all, not even a minute passed since they started updating her status and Loki screamed. I wonder what Loki saw that made her do that. Did Ace get a new skill? That would be not entirely impossible, but it surely causes some waves. Yeah, that would be enough to make her scream, pretty loudly at that. But not like this, Loki would already be parading around the city if that was the case. Or at least she would have tried to do that and Ace would have stopped her, but they seem oddly quiet. Ace was a bit different in this expedition, pushing herself much harder than usual and she even went against my orders twice. I can't blame her though. She must be feeling anxious. And even a bit powerless. What she saw before we went on an expedition must have riled her up way more than usual. Seeing that adventurer grow and being overpowered by him, even if it was just a mock battle where she limited herself. And the previous fight against that terrorist. Both deeply marked her. Finn started to remember that fight. It wasn't an easy fight. After Silver had been knocked out for good, Itos, the terrorist, used a period of time where everyone was unfocused to chant his magic, raising his power to the absolute limit. Finn even believed that for a moment, Itos may have become comparable to Otter, perhaps not stronger, but there might have been a chance of him defeating the latter. And for them, he was a trickier enemy to deal with. With decades of experience and many magical techniques, including even chant connection, chant cancelling, concurrent chanting, and more. Itos wasn't something they could take on so easily. It can even be said that he was the hardest enemy they faced to date, even if their fight was rather short, at least for Ace and the younger executives. Yet, they still felled him with the combined effort of 3 level SIXS and 4 level 5s, and Lafia who was there to heal and support them. Although she was level 3, Lafia could very well be considered a level 6 wizard due to her elf ring skill. However, what mattered here was the process. The way he fought, his expressions during the fight. And the words he said. Flashback time, smiley face. Clang. Ace swung her sword with all of her might, chaotic wind surrounding her sword and body as she did struck diagonally. But Itos easily blocked it, making Ace fly backward due to the recoil. Impressive enchant magic. Itos said to Ace, instantly recognizing what she was using. Too strong though. It makes me remember. Of the wind spirits. He said with a half-smile, stunning Ace frozen. Clang. Don't take your eyes off me. Gareth screamed as he slashed with his axe in anger. But his strength was still lower than the current Itos. Dwarves are always so hot-headed. Itos said with a cold expression as he kicked Gareth in the stomach, sending him flying towards a house. Gareth managed to block the attack with his axe, but he was still sent flying across several houses, breaking wall after wall like an artillery shell. Fwash. Suddenly, from his blind spot, Finn appeared with his spear, thrusting it upward towards Itos' shoulder. Exclamation point. Cut. But Itos was still faster than him, moving his back and minimizing his movement, paring the spear away as it cut his shoulder. That was close, but you should have aimed somewhere else. Like my head. Bam. He kicked Finn in the guts, sending him flying as well. Itos' gaze went back to Ace as he said. Come, don't just stand there. Fear is the worst you can ever feel in a fight. His grip on his magic amplifier tightened. Although I wonder if it'll make a difference. At least he had the courage. No, he was excited to face me. But Ace did not respond, making Itos say. You're blinded by rage, I can feel it, the wind around you screams in agony. Your sword is lacking. Limited by your own dark desires, your vision is like a tunnel, nothing else matters for you apart from what lies at the end of it. You lack variety, but perhaps. That is what makes you strong. An ironclad will to move forward regardless of your surroundings. He then looked at her with a disappointed gaze. He was weaker than you, but I had more fun sparring with him than playing with you. His desires were clear, his gaze is at the future, yours remains in the past. And you have the gall to call yourself Sword Princess. Aren't you living in the past too much? He mocked her with a sly smile. Slash bam, slash. Shut the fuck up. Bet screamed as he kicked Itos from the air. What an angry guard dog. Itos said as he easily blocked Bet's kick. He grabbed Bet's leg and smashed him against the ground, causing the entire city block to shake, and making Bet's mind blank out. He slowly raised Bet up and prepared to smash him again. Get your hands. Tiona said. Off him, you motherfucker. Tioni replied with a twisted expression as she swung her 2 daggers at his neck, looking like a demon. But Itos easily evaded the 2, throwing Bet against Tiona and kicking Tioni in the arms. Slash crack, slash. Surprisingly, Tioni resisted the kick with her arms, but the ground beneath her completely caved in, as if a meteor had just fallen. Amazons. Anger seems to run in your veins. He said as he slapped her away. It makes me remember an old friend. I wonder what happened to her. She was very, very strong. Itos said as he thought of the past. Riveria, who was far away, felt useless. Her magic was simply too destructive, and using it here would completely incinerate a large section of the city. And using weaker forms of it would do little to no effect, rather, it would make their fight worse and further damage the city instead of helping. Should she freeze the ground? No effect, at most, it will make everything slippery. But she couldn't remain there staring. Veil breath. She exclaimed loudly as several magic circles lit up around her. Immediately after, Ace felt her injuries heal, and the pain wash away. How annoying, 9 hell. Itos did not care about Riveria, he couldn't, if he were to even think about attacking her, he would be attacked from all sides at once. So he dusted his clothes and said to Ace one last time in a volume only the 2 of them could hear. A princess, that's all you ever be. He said deeply. I don't care. But Itos cut her. Should that really be the case? For your aims. Your goals. A princess. Cannot take down a dragon. You're unfit to become a champion. If only. If only you were even half of what your father was. Perhaps all of this would have had a meaning. Slash whisper, slash. Itos then said something else, but due to the rising wind coming from Ace's slowly growing rage, it ended up being muffled down. Exclamation point. You. She exclaimed in a very angry tone. Don't you dare. Wind started to revolve around her in a way it had never done before. Insult my father. Even the houses nearby started to shatter into a million pieces as a tornado formed within Orario. Ace's expression was completely warped, displaying her anger, one she had never felt before. Itos looked at her with an ironic smile. If only. This was enough. Lil Rafaga. Ace moved her sword, pointing it at Itos as she took a step forward. Finn closed his eyes as he remembered that. Whatever he knew. It doesn't matter now. After this fight, everyone has changed somewhat. Tioni, Tiona, and Bet have started to train even more than before. They probably felt useless after what happened. Especially Lafia. Even though they have nothing to blame, they are already very impressive for being able to do anything at all against that opponent. Riveria was also rather impacted by this. Because his identity was more than just that of a strong elf. It wouldn't be wrong to say he was her great uncle or a not-so-distant relative. She has been investigating this matter deeply, and she'll soon go back to her home forest. Although. It won't be on good terms. She wants answers. And she'll get them. Ace has become rather pensive, more so than before. Finn looked at the scarf on her neck and shook his head. Just spit it out, Shorty. Bet said annoyed. Humph, here, take a look yourselves. She said as she slammed a paper on the table. It was Ace stats. Previously it was lower, but I increased it. It's due to a mistake I made with the timeline. Ace Wallenstein. Level. Strength H, 155-G. Vitality I, 97-H. Dexterity H, 186-G. Agility G, 200-G. Magic G, 205-G. Hunter G-F. Abnormal Resistance G. Swordsman H-G. Magic. Aerial. Skills. Avenger. Silence, / Gareth's eyes were wide open. Riveria couldn't believe what she was seeing, her eyes twitching. Finn's mind went into overdrive. Tiona's mind blanked. Tioni was on the verge of screaming. Bet bit his lips in frustration. Ace touched her hair and looked at the window, feeling a bit embarrassed. See? I told you it would be shocking. Loki said with a smile. This. How? In the first place this. Tiona said as stuttered. Is such growth even possible? Riveria asked puzzled. It has been over 3 weeks since the last time we updated. Gareth said as he recovered his focus. Even so, Gareth. I know, there is no need to look at me like that. He said as he scratched his neck. Tiona kept silent, thinking. And so did Bet. Seeing your face, I imagine you have an explanation for this. Finn asked. Loki nodded with a smile. Okay, calm down. I do think I have the answer for this. Loki said with a small smile. She pointed at Ace's scarf. The scarf? That piece of cloth? Tiona asked, slightly confused. It isn't just a piece of cloth. It's a magic tool. This will take a while to explain. Loki said with a frown. A few minutes later, After explaining what that item could have been while keeping some details a secret, Loki updated their status and found out a shocking truth. After that, she had everyone apart from the top executives leave. She wanted to discuss this further with them. To think its effects would extend to all of us. Riveria said with a frown. Has this affected other members of the Familia? She couldn't understand what was happening. This went completely against everything she knew about Fauna and Excelia. Her belief of how an adventurer should grow and their own limits was changing. If Loki's words were correct, then it was an item that could instigate growth beyond one's own limit, speeding it up in the process. One of the many reasons why growth started to slow down as your status increased was because of how you were slowly approaching your limit, and the closer you are to it, the slower the progress becomes. In other words, it was an item meant to speed up the growth of a being and increase her potential without side effects. But Riveria always believed that it was impossible to go beyond one's limits. That was why she always told Ace to not overdo, and why she always tried to impede Tiona and Tiona from throwing themselves into danger, despite their skill set being built around that. She still believes that her methods were correct. It's not like she was a nanny. She would often not send them into danger so they would grow. Sometimes, even Tiona could get frustrated, and in those scenarios, she wouldn't mind having her in the front lines all alone. She, more than anyone else, wanted them to grow. Grow so they could achieve their dreams. Nevertheless, she always had the bigger picture in mind, being very careful so she wouldn't cross a line. The line of adventure. Because when an adventurer goes into one, either he comes back on his own 2 feet, or in a sack. However, she is now starting to understand that there is something to strive for beyond your limits and that it is indeed possible to go beyond it. Although it's still a matter of how to do it and if it's worth it in the first place. Because with her decades of experience as an adventurer, she has never heard of anyone who broke his limits. It surely isn't something simple to do in the first place. What should we do? Riveria asked Loki in a serious tone. Loki did not reply. Instead, she opened her eyes slightly and smiled. We'll keep it, of course. Sigh. I'll go with your decision. She said as she closed her eyes, thinking. Few people know about its existence, and in the first place, is there anyone better than us to keep it safe? Loki said slowly. She is right, Riveria. Whatever its true effects are, it is clear that it does have an effect on the normal growth of an adventurer and that it would cause a pandemonium if people were to find out about its existence. Finn turned his face to Loki and continued. I'll trust your words for now and believe it holds no harm to Ace, so in the meantime, we need to figure out what to make out of the situation as a whole. Ace will continue to grow and so will everyone. However, this may destabilize the Familia's current teamwork as Ace will continue to grow at an accelerated speed while the others won't be able to keep up. In 3 weeks my status grew more than in this entire year added. Ace development will surely skyrocket even further. However, this will also mean that Bet and the others will be left behind, and this will create a small rift that needs to be closed up as soon as possible. Or at least, this rift may cause them to start doing reckless things. Like going deeper in the dungeon in small groups or even alone. That isn't problematic, they aren't children, and they do such things all the time. But what if they have a clear goal in mind? A reason to risk themselves further than they had ever before. It took many years to change Ace into what she is today. I don't want her to go back to the dark child she used to be. One of the reasons why their growth speed was decreasing is that as level 5s and SIXS, the only suitable place for them to train is the deep floors and below. And for a normal team, going there would take days. Ace might arrive there earlier, but she would have to put in some effort. Every day, to go beyond the 35th floor and back. It isn't really efficient. Especially for Finn, Gareth, and Riveria who had to manage the Familia's affairs. That is why the Loki Familia does expeditions every once in a while. It's not just for resources, but also to increase their status, even though they themselves had already forgotten what it is to go on an adventure. Meanwhile, Ace and the others would always train in the dungeon, while the top executives were always occupied with work. So in essence, it's a growth-oriented item. And it not only affects Ace but all of us at the same time. Gareth said as he scratched his beard. It has a very long story and you said this item is rumored to exist among the gods. So, isn't that going to be a potential problem? If someone else ends up recognizing it? Loki shrugged and said, upset. Still, sealing it up somewhere is too much, and I don't think it's that hard to. Oh. Whatever, we can discuss more later. Loki said with a serious expression. Instead, what we should be paying attention to is not on that, but on the person who gave that item to us. Or better put, gave it to Ace. Loki continued saying with a half-smile. I think it's time for us to visit that boy and ask him a few questions. He likely knows more about the overall situation than us after all. From our investigations, before the item got in the hands of that bastard, it was in that guy's hands. Ever since AI Tan got it from him, she hasn't been the same. I need to go there personally and beat him up from trying his hand at my ace. However, what do you plan to learn from him? Gareth asked. Loki looked at Gareth and said as she raised her left hand. First, the overall situation, anything is better than what we have. Which is very little. Second, Ace origins were always a very sensitive mystery, one that we kept quiet about for a long time. This matter is definitely tied to her, and even if it's futile, we need to check everything and see what we can learn. Loki said seriously. Especially since our main lead was cut off in that fight. So I think we should visit him. Instead of waiting for him to come to us again. Let's give him a surprise. Hee hee. The mystery of Ace's birth. It was something that occasionally passed through Loki's head. She knew much more than those three things even she was unwilling to share, not because she was selfish, but because she was waiting for the right time. There was no way she didn't trust her children to share this information with. However, there is still a lot she didn't know, things she wanted to learn. And strangely enough, this entire matter seems to be centered around that very mystery. There is no way Loki would ignore it. It was time to once again delve deep into this mystery she had given up figuring out. And her first target was further down south, within the center of Arario, within a private exchange room. That'll be exactly 673k Valis, said the guild worker as she counted the value of the items on the ground. Damn taxes and minimum payment policy, it should have been at least 900k. Silver said out loud. Next time, I'll go to a business familia, they'll certainly buy it for a better price. But the reason why I go to the guild is because it's fast. Yet. The money. Please wait a moment so we can provide you with the payment. The clerk said to Silver with a small bow. Silver nodded and sat down on his chair as he whistled in peace. It doesn't matter now. Today was a good day, he said with a smile as he waited for his money. But soon enough, trouble would come to knock on his door yet again. Notes. What happened to Ace was more of a mistake than anything else. Our boy, the MC, arrived at Arario around November 1st, and he received the news that the Sword Princess had leveled up not long ago. Or a bit after that, I don't quite remember. On the timeline sheet, and in the manga, Ace says she had been stuck on level 5 for 3 years already, but due to the mistake I made, that kind of slowed down her progress for about 5 to 9 months, I don't quite know the exact time. It isn't really significant for most, but hey, consider that she simply grew faster in this timeline and that she remained as a level 4 for longer. Or you can simply believe that she leveled up as per normal, in that case, her stats are okay since it would be almost a year since she leveled up. Peace. P.S. A few more things, a bit of spoiler from the source material. I finished reading the manga for Sword Oratoria. I liked it. I think the manga is much better than the anime, the art style makes the story more adult. Not only does everyone looks older, even their actions look less childish than in the show. The most important thing is how Belle goes from a 13-ish-year-old kid to a man that looks 17, his expressions and such are much deeper. It also helps that there aren't as many socially awkward scenes in there. A shame that it only goes to the start of the Xenos arc, pretty much, season 3. There are 4 volumes in Raw, but I can't read Japanese, but by the pace, I think it would go past season 3, and go into the arc they cut from the anime, the Rakia Empire invasion. I would have liked to see that, I learned so much from this. After all, I wanted to see the end of Evolus and what did the Loki Familia do after that was over. Such as Dionysus's final moments and such, I'll maybe read the source materials but that isn't a guarantee. I'll maybe check out the Danmachi original manga and see if I can get those arcs. Although I doubt it goes as far into the story as the So manga. The So manga has to go through 8 or so volumes, while the Danmachi one has to go through 12 to reach the same point. I think. Such a shame. Chapter 122, The Puppeteer. Here it is, not much to say about this chapter. Enjoy. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. / sometime later in the Hestia Familia manner, / and done. Hestia said cheerfully as she finished updating Silver's stats. She took out a piece of paper and transcribed his new status before getting off his back and sitting on the edge of the bed. But midway through that, Silver said, "Can I ask you something?" Silver asked with a dark expression. "Yes. Just give me a minute, I need to focus here. It isn't anything difficult, just. Why do you sit on my back every time?" Because it's simpler." She replied immediately. "Do you do that with the others?" "No. Why would I?" Hestia replied with a sly smile. She only smiled like that because she knew Silver couldn't see her. "I see. What is it? Are you uncomfortable?" she asked, faking annoyance. "On the contrary, I must say that feeling your bottom on my back is quite heavenly." "Stop. I get it." Hestia replied, embarrassed. Silver rolled his eyes, letting her finish and get out of his back. "Let me take a look," Silver said with a smile as he sat next to her. "It's all yours." Before he could grab the paper though, Hestia sat on his lap once more. This seemed to be her new favorite spot when reviewing his development. Silver didn't say anything though. Instead, he enjoyed her presence and calmly read through the paper. "Melio Silver, I actually forgot to add Neo Stir. Level. Strength H, 100-H. Vitality H, 100-H. Dexterity H, 100-H. Agility H, 100-H. Magic H, 100-H. Evolved Body-H. Perseverance-G. Geneticist-I. Magic. Magnum Opus Ambrosia. Skills. Vit Algin. Infer David Missimus. It's about what I expected," Silver said with a frown. "Today I didn't only kill monsters after all." "You talk as if it was small, even though it's still much higher than the norm," Hestia said as she rolled her eyes. "You know, today was the first day I updated the statuses of everyone since they first entered our familia. And the growth of the new adventures within that single month was about 3 to 5 times what you made today. In 1 month, they made around 4 times what you did in 1 day. So please," Hestia said as she pulled his right cheek. "I never said I was slow, just that it was what I expected," Silver said as he patted her head. "Although the result is lower than what I expected," Silver pointed out. "Isn't it normal for it to decrease as your level increases?" "Oh yeah," Hestia said, realizing her own mistake. "This guy leveled up faster to level 3 than it took for him to level up to 2. This rule doesn't really apply. It's probably the way I train," Silver mumbled to himself. "At first, my training method was new and effective, but as time went on, I got better at hunting monsters and fighting, to a point I became used to it. Even when I use poison and weights to make things harder and train other statuses, it didn't change much as I am at the end of the day, used to hunting them. Another way to put it is that this isn't as much of a threat to me as it once was. As my level increased and my abilities rose, becoming more diversified, to a point where I can quite easily reattach a limb as long as I have a sufficiently strong potion to help. I won't lie, this method is still very effective since there is still a big danger in facing a lot of enemies while under critical conditions and limitations like the weights. And killing many enemies still and will always give me a large influx of exilia. Otter got stronger because every day he would hunt minotaurs, the exilia he gained was small but meaningful. And slowly, with each grain of sand, he built up a mountain. It will take much longer for me to level up again," Silver said in deep thought. "Unless I go on a few adventures." "Should I do that? Is that bad?" Hestia asked as she rested her head on his chest. "Not at all," he replied as he hugged her. "Although for me, the stronger I get the better my situation becomes. For most adventurers, level 3 to 4 is actually quite an awkward level since the monsters one would need to hunt to become stronger effectively lay on the lower floors. The problem with this is that it takes quite some time to go that far. If a party of level 3 adventurers has 18 hours to hunt in a day, they'll take 8 to 10 of it to travel down and up from there. That is why expeditions or longer dives are necessary," Silver said. "And why the 18th floor is so important, despite it being full of scammers." "And your point is?" she asked as she yawned. "What I'm trying to say is that the leveling speed of the average level 3 adventurer decreases even more due to the lack of proper opponents to face. And that they need to go further down in the dungeon to find those, taking more time from their already short training time. But this isn't going to be a problem since I can go there and back within a minute. This fact alone increases my total training time by a considerable amount. As for the levels above that, It becomes quite hard to find opponents unless one goes on an expedition. Since monsters suitable for level 4 adventurers and above can only be found around the lower half of the lower floors, unless someone decides to aim for the long run and train in the middle to upper lower floors. There are many level 5s and SIXs that were born through death fights on the surface, but in the first place, just how many suitable enemies are out there? It's not like the world is full of strong criminal organizations with the desire to invade Orario. As Silver spoke, Hestia's expression relaxed as she rested her head on his chest. And after a few minutes talking, he noticed her breathing. Is she even listening to me? Silver lowered his head and noticed that his small goddess had already closed her eyes and wasn't paying attention to him anymore. I bet it was hard for you too. Silver said with a small smile as he carefully put her on the bed. This was their first day in the dungeon alone, so I imagine she spent the entire day worried, and it didn't help that I spent so long down there as well. Thankfully, everyone returned safely and without any heavy injury. The results of the 1 month of training are finally showing. Especially for the newbies. And some of them are even showing considerable growth, although, only time will tell if they'll keep that up. The limit of someone being able to level up, unless they have some sort of unique way, is 1 year, so I'll at most be seeing a level 2 out of them next spring. Since this is the time it takes for the Falna to settle properly and for your body to adapt to the blessing. Of course, there is the possibility of one of the newbies leveling up before that time. But people with unique skills that can allow such fast development aren't just found. I wonder how much some of them will grow within a year. Will there be any talented adventurers on the same level as Daphne? Daphne had 2 stats that reached 700 before she leveled up, those were her 2 major ones. Her support stats reached 500 while her smallest stat, magic, reached a measly 100 because she rarely used her magic due to her remorse for Apollo. These stats are already considered well above the average and are not commonly seen. But what I wanted to see was a talent that could rise above that and aim at 800 or even 900. Although that last one is a bit extreme. I don't have any expectations for someone to level up before that time. Apart from those that were already adventurers previously, of course. It would be great if our familia gave birth to a few level 2s within the next few months. Silver turned his head to face Hestia one more time before he turned around and left. The night was long and he had a few more things to do. Such as buying a drink for his friend, he deserved it. And if possible, there was a certain person he had to visit as well. At the same time, somewhere deep underground, in a well-illuminated room, Dix Perdix, the adventurer responsible for the recent casualties among the Xenos, could be looking down on a spear. This is? He asked a bald man next to him. It's a new weapon, it was given to us recently by them as a gift. The bald man said. Gift? Dix asked ironically. Don't make me laugh, what does that skinny bones of a brother want of me? He should have just stayed put in his damn cave, rotting away forever with his tools instead of meddling with my life. It is my first time seeing a curse weapon of this quality, it's extremely sharp, and it has the ability to deal unhealable injuries to those it wounds. It's not just any curse, but it's pretty strong, I can tell it's a curse weapon simply by looking at it. It's honestly very scary. Ah, it makes sense now. Dix replied as he shook his head. TSK, what a bother. Dix said as he removed his protective glasses to take a better look at the spear. Dix wasn't pleased with this. They're pretty much telling me that my previous actions were subpar and that they need me to work harder. So they are giving me the tools necessary for that or what? Bunch of retards, who didn't even realize they were scammed. Did they say anything? He asked as he grabbed the spear. Yes, they asked you to bring more of the merchandise as soon as possible, and the more of that special merchandise we bring, the more money will be given in return. Thud. Dix knocked the bottom of the spear against the ground, testing it slightly. They sure are asking something unreasonable again, Dix. Previously it was a massive demand for deep floor monsters and now they aren't even considering our current condition. The bald man said. Dix shook his head. That is irrelevant, Gran, our lives are expendable to them, they only care about the results. And we need the money anyway. Even if everything had gone well, our situation would have remained the same. His expression soon twisted into a grin. However, they think they can bind us because of that measly contract and weak threats, but they barely know I already have them caught in a trap. They don't even know who they're dealing with. He took a knife and plunged it into the table, striking a point in the map. It was somewhere inside the red light district. We just need to keep acting as if we're their lackeys, so we'll use them for now as well. He said as he checked the sharpness of the spear. Don't they seem eager for us to finish our job? To the point they gave me this. So we just need to strike that. They are acting greedy now that the Ishtar familia has lost its influence, trying to gobble up as much of the market as they can before they recover. And without noticing, they have simply made things easier for us and now I can bring forward my plan. We'll gobble everything. Until the opportunity arises, we'll act as their hunting dogs. And once they're down, we'll take over their business and we'll become the rulers of this sector within the black market. Dick said with a serious expression. Let them choke on their own ambitions and set the stage for us. And we'll take everything from them. Dick said with a cruel expression as he burned the map on the table. As he looked at the fire, Dick said. And once all of this is done, we'll go back to what we were doing previously. Our biggest problem right now is accomplishing this plan while being hunted by the guild. It was a miscalculation. I thought I had hit jackpot, but I struck a rather big hornet's nest. Why the guild cares so much about a bunch of monsters is beyond me though. But it's not like anything changed. We need money, the guild's after us, and we always moved while under their eyes. Nothing changed. Clean this up. Dick said as he left. Yes, boss. Gran said with a salute. But internally he was confused. Why did boss burn such a perfectly fine map? Gran thought that it was such a shame. Somewhere within Orario, a blond man could be seen on top of the ceiling of a house, observing the people below with a pair of binoculars. It wasn't just any place, but below him, the colorful streets of the red light district sparkled under the night sky. Knock. He was completely silent until he suddenly said. Any news? He asked the air. A dead end once again. Someone replied from behind him. It was Asfi, removing her invisible cape. See, I thought as much. Hermes said with disappointment as he took a step back and sat on the chair. Hermes-sama, something is wrong. This isn't going anywhere. Asfi said with a serious face. No need, I already figured it out. Hermes said with a smile. You did? Asif asked, suspicious. Yup, there is no third party. He said in an amused tone. His expression was slightly dark and twisted, it made him look evil as the red light from the district reflected on his face. What? Asfi exclaimed surprised. Think about it. Asfi-chan. Hermes said as he moved his binoculars around. All of our clues led nowhere, and the few we have all point to ambiguous targets. Even after investigating them, there is no evidence that points to these targets ever moving against the Ishtar Familia. At least, in the way we hoped for. Meaning. They were set up. Asfi said, continuing from where Hermes stopped. Bingo. Albeit it doesn't matter, those people got what they wanted and now, everyone is fighting each other since they got the reasons they wanted. Whoever did this had a clear goal in mind and several things going on for them. First, they needed to be extremely capable, because not only did they leave no evidence of their existence, but they did it while leaving behind false evidence to mislead us. And this means they had information. A lot of it, things we didn't even know before investigating thoroughly. Second, they need to be fast or extremely well coordinated. Or in a sense, to have critical information on the Ishtar Familia's inner workings to move so precisely and decisively. We investigated that, and the clues pointed out to Phryne, Ishtar's captain. Asfi said. But Asfi, that is impossible deeming the circumstances. And that is proven by what we researched about her. Asfi suddenly had the urge to vomit. Don't make me remember that. We should just report her to the guild. And make Ishtar mad. That won't lead us anywhere, she'll have her out of jail in no time. Hermes shrugged. Phryne has nowhere to go, there is no point in her betraying Ishtar at all. At least not now. Phryne is unaware of her own circumstance, so it wouldn't be surprising for her to try pulling something like that. This is yet again another case of incrimination, a bright light to draw attention from the truth. And they simply used an easy target, one that would have quite the hard time defending itself. The truth? And what is that? Hermes smiled widely as he stared at the bright moon. An organization that has a grudge against Ishtar, is abnormally coordinated, knows a lot about their inner workings and private information. And they are also trying very hard to divert information from themselves. As if they are trying to buy time. However, there is one critical piece of information you forgot to consider, and that was her plans prior to all of this happening. But we found little to no information on that. What we found is enough. Hermes' smile became extremely wide in awe. If we connected everything we have, it becomes a bit clearer. He said as he turned his back to the red light district for dramatic effect. That this is no organization's work at all, Asfi. Since the beginning, this was done by one person. Asfi took a step back while her eyes twitched. What? Be more clear, please. She replied with a frown. Hermes started to raise his fingers, counting. Let's take a look at this from another perspective. Someone with the ability to be anywhere within Orario within the span of a single moment. Someone with the ability to infiltrate, steal, incriminate, and flee without leaving a single trace behind. An extreme level of information forging and scenario setup. Someone with the goal and determination to screw with a familia like Ishtar's without caring at all about the consequences. Someone With the balls to do it while incriminating everyone and making them fight each other fiercely. While simply enjoying the aftermath from the shadows. Someone who did all of this with no clear goal aside from simply vengeance, as he didn't get anything from this, nor did he try to make use of the situation. Or is that so? Someone with a bizarre and unique assortment of abilities to make all of this possible. Tell me, Asfi, who do you think meets these criteria? Who? Is there even such a person? No. He is absolutely out of the possible suspects. Asfi said with a pale face. But Hermes smiled. There is only one person. It doesn't even make any sense. You're just assuming things. Twisting them so they fit with your assumptions. Asfi cried out loudly. But Hermes turned his head towards the northwest, where the Heart Manor resided. I can see it. This stage you set for yourself. How you outplayed a god without giving her a chance to counterattack. The reason is clear. This wasn't an assault, but an act of self-defense. I have been testimony to one of the greatest heists ever seen in Orario's history, done in a single night silently. Sublime work. Melio's silver. Hermes said as he looked at the sky. / at the same time, at the very top of Babel, / Took you long enough, Hermes. Freya said with a smile. She approached the mirror of her room, touching it with her petite fingers. Resting her head against the cold glass, enjoying the sensation. Isn't he splendid? Her silver eyes shone in purple light as she gazed at the city below. Her thoughts unknown. Notes. This chapter was made prior to me reading the manga, so some things are a bit wrong and weird. I tried fixing most of them and I am pleased with this end result, albeit I found Hermes and Asfi's interaction a bit odd. Anyway, opinions are welcome. Good opinions, shit talk won't be tolerated. Smiley face. Chapter 123, enjoying some time off. Another week has passed, and here I am for another chapter. This one is more of a light chapter, not really anything serious going on, but it does set some groundwork. This week, I'll also probably post a side chapter. It was one I've been wanting to release for a long time but didn't manage to do to me waiting for the story to reach this point. Well. That was all, enjoy. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon / www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Sticking to his promises, Silver left the manor and made his way to the guild. He wanted to try something out, to see if his plan was even feasible in the first place. And deeming what he was about to do, why not bring a friend? A few minutes later, creek, It was currently nightfall. Most people were either going back from work or the dungeon, spending the early night in the many inns and bars around the city. Some were going to the entertainment district, the only place in Orario where you could gamble. As for Silver, he finally arrived at the guild. He was currently wearing some casual clothes, a pair of stylish brown pants, a black shirt with a high collar, and shoes. Without wasting any more time, he got inside the guild. He saw a few lights still on, and a few people walking around the place. Some were guards, others were normal workers, some going home, others just arriving. Most likely, the night shift was starting and the morning shift workers had already mostly left. There were those that worked when the sun was up and there were those that worked when the sun was down. And there were also those who worked during both times. True workaholics. The guild never stopped, it couldn't. If it were to do so, by morning, the amount of work would be simply enormous. Silver ignored most of them as he didn't know them, and went to the balcony, looking at the tables beyond it. And there he saw his target, a tired elf with dark circles signing some documents at a fast pace, sitting on a desk with a small magical lamp to illuminate it. He smiled slyly and raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at Loiju. Shua. A cold wave of air was blown towards him. Hi. Loiju said in surprise, startling the people around him. He looked at them in embarrassment, but without wasting a single more second he looked at the balcony and as he expected, the perpetrator of this event was there, looking at him with an innocent expression. That son of a. Can't I even work in peace? Loiju calmed down and got up, going to Silver. 6 minutes later, Are you ready? Silver asked. Yes, my work was done long ago, I was just working overtime for the extra pay and to make sure tomorrow's work is done. You always work overtime. Silver said as he rolled his eyes. And even so, I'm always filled with work. Loiju replied with a shrug. Theoretically, I'm 2 weeks ahead of my schedule. He then turned to Silver and said with a half smile. And I'm also being paid for this extra work. So you have no need to go to work tomorrow, is that correct? He asked as he rolled his eyes. Technically, I could remain home for the next 2 weeks but I would lose my extra pay. But Loiju then understood his meaning. What are you planning to do? Hey, all food and drinks are on me today. Silver said with a smile. Shudder. Loiju suddenly felt his back go cold. So he hastily replied. Now I remember. Tomorrow I. But Silver ignored him and said. Too late for that now, buddy. And you can't say no, I'm a level 2 adventurer and you're just a domestic elf. Help. Someone help. He's kidnapping me. Wait, what did you say? Loiju said out loud with a frown. But the other guild workers simply ignored him, even Rose who was nearby simply gave the two of them a side glance before resuming her work. Shall we go? Look, what made you think I'm a domestic elf? What is even a domestic elf? I'm a proud. And as such, the two made their way outside. A few minutes later, This place again. So you only wanted to share some drinks? Why didn't you say so? Loiju asked as he looked at the pub in front of them. Hostess of fertility. You'll see. To be honest, I didn't have any other high-quality pub in mind, I really need to explore Orario a bit and learn about a few more places, creek, Welcome, Naya. Oh. Said Anya as she saw Silver and Loiju. It's been a while since Anya saw the two of you together. She said with a smile. You don't say. This dude has been super busy. Loiju remarked ironically. Says who? Silver asked with a smile as he rolled his eyes. He turned his head to Anya and asked. Do you still have some chairs near the counter? Yes, Naya. Anya then led Silver and Loiju towards a pair of chairs near the balcony. The first one to greet them was Mamma Mia, who was cleaning a cup with a smile on her face. It's been a while since I saw you coming here at this time, kid. She said. Things have been very busy recently. A bit tough even. Silver said as he scratched his head. What about you? Has business been going well? He asked. Mia smiled and said as she continued to wipe the cups. About the same as any other day, albeit. Nah, it's nothing really important. She said as she shook her head. So. What can I get for you two? I don't know, today, this guy pays for everything. Loiju said as he pointed at Silver. That's rare, did you hit your head too hard in the dungeon? Mamma Mia said surprised. Not you too. Silver said with a tired smile. He grabbed the menu for the day and said. All right. Then, give us today's special, and 2 orange juices. Isn't that quite boring? Loiju asked, disappointed. TSK, you better watch your tone, I'm not done yet. Silver said with a devilish smile. Following that, Silver pointed with his finger towards every single alcoholic drink Mamma Mia had. And a large bowl of beans. I want a small cup of everything, one for me, and one for him. Today is the day I'll figure out what is the best. Loiju's expression suddenly became ashen. I see it now. You brought me here to die. He exclaimed loudly. Hey, enjoy the rest of your petty life while you still can then. Silver said with a smile. If you don't make it, I'll order a pretty coffin for you out of my own pockets, don't worry, it'll be of the highest elvenwood quality. Loiju's eyes twitched. You are G. Just do what you wish to do. I won't be able to work tomorrow at this pace. Perhaps not even the day after. Mamma Mia smiled widely and even let out a laugh. Are you sure you brought enough coins for your daring act? She asked in a serious tone. I'm pretty sure I did, but in case I don't I'll pay the rest tomorrow. Mamma Mia shook her head. We don't make tabs here. How stingy, it's not like you don't know where I live. Rules are rules. She replied. So Loiju will have to wait while I go back home to grab more money. Oi. This guy. All right. As long as one of you stays. Mamma Mia said with a smile. I'll bring your food soon enough. She said as she turned to the side. While Loiju started complaining to him, Silver relaxed, turning his face to the side. He saw Seer, giving him a gentle greeting, so he smiled and greeted her back. Oi. Loiju suddenly pulled his head, twisting his head so he would face him. You brought me here to die, and now you ignore me and flirt with a pretty girl in front of me. Do you want to die so much, eh? Don't forget who's the person behind making your reports. Silver rolled his eyes again for the millionth time and said. I wasn't flirting with her, even if I wanted to, that would be impossible as the girls in this place have a wall around them that's thicker than the dungeon's walls. Besides, I would be shooting myself in the foot if I were to try anything considering who their boss is. Is that so? I think the only thick thing here is your head. Said a voice behind him. He turned his head and saw Lunwar, looking at him with a smile, holding a wooden plate in her hand. Am I wrong though? Silver asked. Who knows? She replied with a playful smile. Excuse me. Someone said loudly. Oops, looks like that was all the time I had, bye-bye. She then left with a small wave. But soon enough, a playful cat teased Silver by tickling him with her tail when he wasn't paying attention. Almost making him turn around and grab it, but he knew better. He wasn't ready to die yet. And after a little while, a beautiful elf came to him with their food. Her expression was as cold as always, but when Silver greeted her with a smile, she smiled at him as well. And then he turned to face the food with an innocent expression as if this was extremely normal. This made Loiju super pissed. As they ate their food and talked, Silver thought of his reasons for coming here. He didn't come here just to play around, although he was indeed having some. Silver had a reason far beyond just repaying his friend with some expensive drinks. He wanted to test some of the drinks Orario had to offer, and see how effective they really were in making someone drunk. And his test subject was none other than Loiju, who still didn't realize the sad fate he would soon fall into. Every time Loiju became drunk, Silver had an antidote potion ready to clean him from that. Of course, that did not clean him of his need to go piss, so Loiju ended up spending more time walking to the bathroom than drinking. Not to say, he would also be testing it himself. However, Silver himself didn't put a lot of faith in these drinks. As if finding a drink that met his requirements would be so simple. A drink capable of influencing a god. But drawing a baseline wasn't completely useless either. Although not without its price. Even if ordering a small cup of each drink, this mission would be pretty costly, probably in the house of tens of thousands of valis if not more. But Silver was ready to make this expense. As long as Hestia didn't know that he threw away 100k valis on drinks, it was fine. 1 hour later, In front of Loiju and Silver was now a bunch of small glass cups, testimony of their little adventure to taste all sorts of drinks. Stars, Run Bright, My Dream, is composed of. Loiju sang in Elvish, extremely drunk. Thud, Loiju suddenly dropped his face onto the table, and before he could even raise it again, he suddenly went asleep. A differential equation is when I. Silver said, trying to keep focus. Silver on the other hand was frowning, trying very hard to keep himself sober. Even with his extreme resistance, these drinks made by the gods of alcohol and wine were more than just strong, they were magical in their own right. He tried to reduce the effects of alcohol as much as he could, but even after cleansing his system of its influence multiple times over, his head still hurt and his thoughts were a bit sluggish. He did the same to Loiju, but there was a limit to how much his abilities could help his friend. It was already impressive he lasted this long. You're quite strong, kid. That was the last shot. I didn't expect you to still be sane after this. Mamma Mia said with a smile. I know some people that would love to compete with you. She seemed to even respect him a bit more. URG. These gods. What do they wish to accomplish? Making these drinks. So strong. Mia let out a small sigh with a smile as she said. All right, that's enough for today, you drank too much. I know, I didn't plan on drinking anything else. Slam. Silver was suddenly startled by her as she slammed her hand on the counter, leaving behind a small note. Silver grabbed it and read its contents. By the heavens, he said after he read through it. He grabbed the pouch on his waist and put it on the table. My head hurts, count it for me. Bwahaha. Mamma Mia said with a rare laugh. Hi. Allow me to count. Seer said as she approached the counter. She looked at Silver with a smile. Don't even think about it. Silver warned Seer. But I haven't done anything yet. I know, and I hope it remains as such. Chuckle. Seer counted the coins and took out the exact amount before giving Silver the rest. He didn't even count it, instead, he got up, went to the bathroom to wash his face, and went back to the counter to grab his friend. He put his on his back like a sack of potatoes and looked around. With a small smile, he said goodbye to everyone and went back while dragging the knocked-out Loiju. On the streets, Silver slowly recovered as he used his plasmids on himself, thinking. Today was quite a trip. It was fun, I needed something like this. Albeit next time, I'll aim for a lighter activity. Still, I now have a clearer understanding of how strong these drinks are. Some were strong enough to send Loiju to another dimension in a single sip, while others were just tasty. But none were strong enough for what I wanted. Now I understand why Soma is so expensive and dangerous, it's supposedly stronger and more addictive than anything I drank today. Looks like I'll have to seek one out myself. The drink that is made by Dionysus himself. Once I have that, only one thing. I'll have to test how effective a goddess of beauty charm is. How it feels when it's used against me. Just in case things go south. I already have a way for that, I'm just wondering to myself if I should try it out or not. Silver raised his right hand as he took out a clock from his pocket. Looks like I won't be able to visit her. I'll do it tomorrow morning once I fully recover. Silver continued to drag his friend around the place, and it was then that he realized. Where the fuck do you live? He asked Loiju. ZZZZZZZZ. I thought as much. Fine, you'll stay at my place for today, be honored. This will probably be the closest you'll ever sleep to a girl within the next 10 years. And like that, they went home. The tired human and the drunk elf. Notes. There was one thing I forgot to add. If you see me replying with a dot, it means I probably thought you were making a correction, so don't be confused. Chapter 124, The Bathhouse Incident, SC, 7 and 8. Sorry for the wait. Here is the chapter. Not only today's chapter, but this will also count as the other chapter of this week as well. This one is 6K words long, and it's a single long story. Side chapters 8 and 9, the last two I had left to post. I wanted to post this a long time ago, but I ended up waiting for the timeline to advance and the opportunity appeared. Starting next week, I'll probably resume the bonus chapter goals. I'll probably set something around 500 to 700 power stones since we can get that rather periodically. If we do pass it, I'll say it on Sunday and post a new chapter after. In any case, I hope you like this chapter. P.S. If you ever see me replying with a DOT, please ignore it. This is my way of marking comments that I think are pointing out mistakes. If you want to point out a mistake, use asterisk, it makes things simpler. You all know I read all comments, so sometimes, 1 or 2 comments may pass through my vision. Aside from that, I need to sleep, see you all later. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. This chapter is a bit of a joke, it is mostly canon, but also not. I would say it is. I had fun writing it, I hope you have fun reading it. Let's go back a few days ago. A little over a week to be precise, just a day after Ganesha's spring event. The first day of April. Silver was having a rather strange dream where he was a detective in the middle of the 21st century city, but midway through that, the ocean's marine life started an all-out war against the trees. /cockadeo /URG. Silver said as he woke up from his bizarre dream with a tired expression. Such a distasteful bird, what a way to start the day. He said as he looked out into the window. But no matter how much he looked, he never found where those damn birds sang from. He touched his face, trying to send the tiredness away, but it didn't, he simply wanted to remain in bed. /thud/. Slapping his poor bed, Silver got up and went to the bathroom, the very same thing he did every day. He brushed his teeth, took off his clothes, proceeding on taking a cold quick shower before putting on a more casual set of clothes. Once he was done, he checked the time, it was a bit over 6 a.m. Hestia should be asleep, and the others are. Silver went to the window once more, looking at the ground floor. There, he saw a group of girls running around a track, some simply stretched, others were doing something else. It was their early morning training, something they did every day on his demand when they entered the Familia. They're more energetic than me, he said as he scratched his nose. I can't go on like this, how would I face them if the captain wakes up after everyone else? Silver said in a low tone with a half smile. He, of course, did not consider Hestia, everyone knew how lazy she was, so no one nitpicked on her. Silver shook his head, and made his way to the first floor to eat some breakfast. Yawn. I'm hungry. Finally, he was there, the first floor, the kitchen, hopefully, the girls hadn't eaten all of the damn cheese like last time. Is someone there already? Haruheim. Silver heard chattering inside the kitchen, giggles, and chuckles, it seemed it wasn't Haruheim, but instead, a group of girls. Jumping training. No can do. He mumbled with a smile. /creak/. He opened the door and immediately realized his mistake. Time seemed to slow down as Silver analyzed his current situation. In front of him was a group of 3 girls, looking at him with smiling faces. One of them was Riddle, a small and presumably young elf with dark hair, she was one of the youngest, being around 15 years old. The other one was Serena, a human girl with blonde hair, around the same age as Riddle. And finally, a beast girl with brown hair, it was Fiala, and about a year and a half older than Riddle. How heartwarming seeing 3 young ladies from 3 different races playing and laughing. But the target of their fun seemed to be none other than Silver. As above him was A bucket of icy cold water slowly fell, inch by inch in a perfect motion, towards his head. He could easily evade it, even a kobold was faster than that. It wouldn't be impossible for a normal person either, depending on how cautious they were. But he didn't move. Instead, he simply looked at the three girls as the bucket slowly fell, perhaps already accepting his fate. That he had been pranked. Slash splash, slash. Ha ha ha. Laughed Serena loudly. It worked. Ha ha. Chuckled Fiala, before shutting her mouth. Isn't that? Each of the girls had different reactions. One laughed loudly with her eyes closed, the other one laughed slightly, but soon realized what had just happened. And the last one, Riddle, was completely and utterly silent, following her race's standard of being silent and cold. And rooted in place like a tree. Slash silence, slash. Ha ha. What happened, everyone? IHH. Exclaimed Serena as she opened her eyes. Shit. They stood there, gazing at Silver with the platinum bucked on his head. Slash clap clap, slash. Silver started to clap, very slowly, before saying as he removed the buck from his head. You got me, the old reliable, the classic prank. He said with a small smile. Why the stunned faces? I won't do anything at all. The girls seemed to relax slightly. You should be happy that it was me, had it been Daphne or Cassandra. Igva or Fernan. Who knows what they might have done? Silver said as he shook his head. He placed the buck on the counter and said. I don't mind these harmless pranks, so keep going if you wish, just remember to clean it up, okay? He said as he walked past them. Phew. But the moment he heard one of them sighing in relief, he said without turning his back. Oh yeah. Remember that there will be a backlash, prepare to be pranked later. The three suddenly tensed. I wonder what it might be. Ho ho ho. Silver said dramatically as he walked away. Wait. Captain. I'm sorry. Riddle exclaimed as she went after him. Ha ha. Too late. Silver exclaimed as he vanished like smoke. Slash thud slash. She fell onto her knees with small tears in her eyes. It's over. Don't be overdramatic, little Ree, the captain is a very cool person. Slash step step, slash. But before Serena could continue, someone approached from the corridor. Hey. Is the captain inside? I just heard his voice and I would like to talk with him for a moment. Cassandra said as she stepped inside. Ah. No. Wait. Slash slip, slash. Cassandra slipped on the water, throwing her plate full of pancakes into the air. And they just so happened to fall directly on top of another person. It was a very pissed off Daphne. Not only that, but Cassandra also grabbed onto the only source of support instinctively, which were the pants of the person behind her, pulling them down and revealing a beautiful and mature panty that looked just like a spotted tiger. You guys. She said with a flushed expression that contained her immense anger. URG. I'm sorry. Cassandra said as she looked around embarrassed. Kinky. But, run. Serena exclaimed as she ran in the opposite direction. Fiala went after her like a bolt of lightning, leaving the confused Riddle behind. By the time she noticed what had happened, Daphne was in front of her. She knew there was no escape from this, so she. Eek. Cried. Slash sometime later, slash. So today is one of those days. Should I abandon the idea of going to the dungeon and instead enjoy the day a little? Silver asked himself as he walked on the street. Nah, I could instead leave the dungeon earlier to play a bit. That seems about right. There are indeed some people I would like to prank. Silver walked down the streets with a carefree expression. He saw the workers waking up, opening their shops, and going to buy their fruits and vegetables on the market. He saw children running around and playing, imagining themselves as heroes and monsters. This was the peace the guild was trying so desperately to maintain. Here I am. Silver said as he looked at a bar. Slash hostess of fertility slash. Slash whispers, slash. He could hear whispers coming from inside. He had come all the way here to see them, so there was no point in turning around now, right? Ever since Seer started to make him food, even though it was terrible, Silver always came here to grab it out of courtesy. And despite him denying it with every fiber of his soul, he quite liked doing so. It was one more excuse to visit them. Slash creak, slash. So he opened the half-closed door. No fucking way. Ah. Cough. I was distracted. Anyway. In front of him was a group of 4 girls, looking at him with mixed expression. A cat girl with dark hair, smiling mischievously. A human girl with light brown hair, with a tired expression. An elf girl with an icy cold expression, but somewhat warm. And finally, another cat girl with brown hair who seemed to be jumping in the air with excitement as she gazed at Silver. Didn't this happen before? Why? Alas, above him was another godforsaken bucket of icy cold water, slowly falling, inch by inch in a perfect motion. He could easily evade it, even a goblin was faster than that. It wouldn't be impossible for a normal person either, depending on how cautious they were. But he didn't move. Instead, he simply looked at the four girls as the bucket slowly fell, already accepting his cruel fate in despair. That he had been pranked once more. They also looked at him, perhaps noticing his expression and that he wasn't going to move. They looked at his eyes for a few awkward moments before the water completely covered his face. After all, every one of these girls was strong, so for them, the bucket also fell at a very slow speed. Slash splash, slash. Nyahaha. I knew he would come. Chloe said with a sly smile. How did he fall for the oldest trick in the book? Lunwar asked out loud, even though she knew why. Bwahaha. Anya laughed as she rolled on her back. Anya, get up, you're messing up your uniform. Ryu said in a low tone as she turned around, hiding her small smile and puffed cheeks. Silver, on the other hand, remained silent, letting the cold water soak his clothes. Women. He mumbled to himself in a cold tone. He slowly took out the bucket from his head, revealing his wet face and hair for all to see. He brushed his hair backward, frowning. Prepare for severe backlash. He proclaimed out loud for all of them. Heh? Do you even have the courage for that big guy? Chloe teased. A desperate man will resort to desperate actions. Someone on the ground cannot fall further. He said deeply with a stone-cold expression. Instead of greeting them, he turned around, walking to a table and grabbing a piece of mopping cloth that was dry. He grabbed it and stretched it, and like magic, the cloth actually got bigger and bigger until it became a massive one piece, long enough to cover someone up completely. How did you do that? Anya asked curiously as she approached him. She looked at him with innocent eyes. Silver gazed down at her with his cold eyes. You. Forget it. He said as he shook his head, walking past her. Not worth it. Eh? Tell me. She said as she followed him. No. Bew. Tell me. She said persistently. Silver turned to her and frowned. Fine, here, solve this puzzle cube and I'll tell you. He said as he took a cube out of his pocket. Anya's focus wasn't on why he had that on his pocket at all. Instead, she was looking directly at the object. It was a Rubik's Cube. All of the faces need to be of the same color, one color for each face. Good luck. Huh. I can do that. She said cutely as she sat down on a chair, moving the faces of the cube around with great interest. This is fun. She was defeated just like that. Lunwar said with a helpless smile. Indeed she was. Chloe said as she shook her head. The girls simply shook their heads. Anya was simply too much of an airhead. Silver walked towards Chloe and said. Do not resist, you have no options, you are surrounded, hand yourself in the name of the law. Chloe smiled wickedly and said. Nya. Help me, Ryo. She said dramatically as she ran around the shop. Ryu remained silent. There is no escape, she won't help you, accept your fate. Silver said as he moved his hand. Slash whoosh, slash. Silver suddenly reappeared right next to Chloe, all of the fur on her body standing up in surprise. But before she had the time to react, Silver threw the mop on top of her head, covering her completely. Everyone was confused. Was that it? Even Ryu became a bit tensed. She thought that Silver would do something bad for a moment, but it was just that. I got scared there for a moment. Chloe said out loud. Don't celebrate yet, it has only started. Silver said as he crossed his arms. He turned to Lunwar and said. Why don't you do the honors and reveal our little cat's new look? New look? Say that again. Chloe exclaimed loudly. Of course. Lunwar said with a small smile. How fun, slash whoosh, slash. She pulled down the cloth, and immediately. Silence. Slash thud, slash. Anya dropped the Rubik's Cube on the ground. Ryu turned around immediately, trying very hard to hold down her laugh, while Lunwar. Ha 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 ha. WH. What happened? Can someone tell me what's going on? Chloe asked as she looked at her hands. I don't feel any different. Pink. Anya exclaimed loudly. Pink. Chloe said to herself. My underwear. Ah. No. I don't have pink underwear. She looked up and down, checked her clothes, nothing was out of the ordinary. It was then that she checked her tail. Naya. She blurted out in shock. She then ran to the bathroom, and in no time at all, she ran out like a bolt of lightning, trying to grasp Silver's collar. But her hands phased through him as if it was air. Futile. Silver said as he looked down on her due to the difference in height. Turn me back. She exclaimed with a sharp gaze as she continued to sweep the air. No can do, this will last an entire day I'm afraid. Silver said as he shook his head. No. It can't be. She said with a pale expression. Chloe was now. A pink cat, her hair, her ears, and her tail, all of the fur on her body had become pink. The Rock knows what you're thinking, sus. What's all the fuss? Mia exclaimed as she opened the door from the kitchen. We'll open soon, so everyone. What the? She immediately stopped, looking at the pink-haired Chloe and. What a look, very daring. Albeit I question what's your purpose with it. Is that the fashion these days? Mia asked in a straightforward way with a big smile. It was clear, she knew very well Chloe got pranked. I know right. Isn't she charming? Silver said with a smile of his own. You. Chloe said annoyed. Well then. Next. He said as he looked at Lenoir. But she immediately replied. I have nothing to do with it. She said with a straight face. W.H. Traitor. You were the one that filled the bucket. Chloe said out loud. Don't listen to her, she simply wants me to pull me down with her. Lenoir replied. You. I won't forget this. Friends became foes. Silver looked at Anya and asked. Who filled the bucket? Naya. It was Elle. She then looked at Lenoir, seeing her extremely scary smile, she changed and said. It was Chloe Naya. Definitely her, no one else. Naya. Anya said with her ears down, her tail between her legs. I see. Silver then looked at Rio, but after a little while, he ignored her as well. Huh. Why not Rio? Chloe asked. I know she had nothing to do with this. How do you know that? Stop trying to share the blame and enjoy your new look for the rest of the day. Silver said in a low tone. He looked at Mia and asked. Would you like to try as well? Pink hair? No way, too goofy. She said as she turned around, going back to setting up the shop. Her words rang deep in Chloe's ears. Silver looked around and asked. Isn't there someone missing? Seer is sick, unfortunately, so she stayed home today. Ryu replied in a low tone. Hey, missing her already? Lenoir teased. Do you want the cloth? Silver asked with a smile. Sorry, I'll stop. Whoosh, slash. Chloe tried to grab his collar once again, but she once again failed. You sure are determined, I'll give you that. You're one to talk. Who would want to stay like this? A shame, I've never seen a pink cat before. Alright then, I'll give you a chance. If you apologize properly while saying, I'm sorry Nyoster, this little cat was wrong, I'll change your hair color. Chloe looked at him with a disgusted expression, while Lenoir tried to hold her laugh. PFF. New York. Nyoster. Lenoir said as her lips trembled. Mia, who was about to get inside the kitchen, shook her head. I'm sorry Nyoster, this little cat was wrong. She said in a very low tone with a dark expression. Silver then took out a small box from within his pockets, pressing a button on it. I'm sorry Nyoster, this little cat was wrong, the box said. Silence, slash. Puffed. Ryu turned around and laughed in a low tone, she couldn't take this anymore. Whoosh, slash. Ha. Chloe said as she grabbed the box from Silver's hand. I'll crush this damn thing. But when she tried to crush it. Nothing. Impressive, you're very fast, I can see you have some practice. Silver praised. But you're far below me in the art of thievery. He said as he raised his right hand, the box was right there. What? Chloe exclaimed. When did he? Well then everyone, have a good morning, I hope business is good. Silver said as he walked towards the door. No. Whoosh, slash. She once again jumped at him, trying to grab his collar, but she passed through him. Silver smiled as his body slowly turned into smoke. Turn my hair back. Chloe exclaimed. I already did. Silver said with a small smile. He did. Wait. No. Not like this, you %% and dollar. Chloe's fur was now blonde. Sometime later at the guild, slash. This should be all. Loiju replied as he checked some papers. There seemed to be fewer commissions this time around. Silver said as he checked the contents, just in case this elf tried to prank him, he was fed up with that already. It happens, you see. Step step step, slash. Suddenly, someone entered running into the guild. It was a blond man with a green hat. Image. Huff. Huff. Is he here? He mumbled to himself as he looked around. He eventually saw who he was looking for. Is that? Silver also noticed this man, and the strange fact he seemed to be walking in his direction. I finally met you. I heard you walked early to go to the dungeon, but I underestimate the time and almost missed you. Phew. The man said as he fixed his hat in place. Hermes. Silver asked. Why is he here? Oh. It's been a long while since we last met, no. All the way back at Apollo's party. Man, that brings back some memories. Hosting that game sure was fun. I can't believe an entire month has already rolled by. He said with a small smile. Is everyone okay? I mean, Hestia and your familia. He asked with a genuine smile. They are. Hestia is a bit overwhelmed due to her work, but the new members are growing well. That aside, what brings you to me? Haha. It's a bit awkward to talk about it here. He said as he looked around. Hey friend, would you mind guiding us to a private room? Hermes asked as he looked at Loiju. Not really, we were done here already. Splash. Silver looked in horror as Loiju was completely drenched in water, just like him a few minutes ago. Oh god. If I was just a step faster. The elf looked at Silver and Hermes before he said. Well then, the private rooms are in this corridor. I imagine you two already know that, just grab the one you like. As you can see, an inconvenience has just befallen upon me, so if you two excuse me, I need to dry my hair. Loiju said as he walked down the corridor. It was only for a moment, but Silver saw a pink-haired girl smiling at the other end of the corridor. A few more minutes of explanations later, And that's all. Hermes said as he put his hat back on his head. Wait, let me go over everything again. You received a commission this morning about retrieving an item from an unknown goddess, right? Yes, I did. I don't really know who it is, but that doesn't matter. That's very important. A friend of mine has requested it for me to take the item and bring it to them. Hermes replied with a nod. So you're the middleman? Silver asked. Precisely. Okay, I understand that. What I didn't quite understand was why you need me. Grab it yourself. It's like this, currently, Asfi and the others are away doing something else, so I don't have anyone else that can do this mission for me. So I thought until I remembered how you infiltrated the fortress in the war game. You are the perfect solution for this. No. Why do you need someone with infiltrating abilities? Silver asked with a dark expression. Well. Because the commissioner left her item in the divine bathhouse. Wait, Silver Kun, don't leave. Hermes exclaimed as he saw Silver get up from his chair. Don't joke with me, Hermes, I have some serious things to do. I'm not falling for that. I'm being serious this time. Hermes replied hastily. He passed his arm through his neck and said. Look, the rewards are massive, I tell you. You just need to get inside, grab the item, and leave. You even get to have a nice view on the way. First, I don't care about other goddess looks. If I wanted to look at them, there were so many less dangerous and self-destructive ways of doing so. Besides, why didn't that goddess, the commissioner, actually leave the item somewhere else? Did she forget it there or something? I don't know. I just know that the reward is big, and that I was already paid. Look, you were already paid. Silver frowned. All right. I'll give you the entire reward now. So please, do it for me. My reputation for never failing a commission in my life is at stake. Let's make this clear. Silver said as he crossed his arm. You want me to risk my entire life's reputation, infiltrating the divine bathhouse, all for the sake of a boring-ass commission? Why don't you have another goddess do it for you? No can do. The commissioner said that she would cancel the commission if we did that. She would even come back for the money. What a nitpicky person. What is so important that other female goddesses can't see? And between you and me, I don't want to find out who has the power to hand out so much money just like this. Damn it all, this day keeps getting worse. Fine, I'll do it, but I want everything you know about the bathhouse, from the blueprint to the damned water temperature. Yes, sir. Hermes replied with a relieved smile. Sorry. My friend, later that day on the attic of a house, Here I am. Silver said as he looked at the Greek-style building in front of him through a crack in the window. It looked like a massive temple in the middle of the city. It was in fact, one of the only places in the entirety of Orario that was built on top of a natural thermal pool. The mystic and acclaimed place where the dreams of many men converged. the divine bathhouse where only the goddesses were allowed to bath. With a single glance, Silver could see many soldiers all around the bathhouse, all women, of course, making sure no one dared to take even a single step too close. These girls were actually pretty famous, they were part of the familia that built this bathhouse, and all of them are level 3 and above. The reason why there were so many personnel here was due to a single man. Or better put, God. Legend portrays that long ago, a perverted god of lightning would periodically infiltrate the bathhouse to spy on the goddesses, being beaten half to death almost every time. And his actions have only made Silver's job harder. No mortal would dare invade, most gods wouldn't dare as well, to be scorned for eternity is something they would prefer not to go through. They aren't like that god, they can't be so daring and have the face to walk around after being found out. And Silver was now challenging this very notion, an adventure like none before. I can't fucking believe I'm doing this, he said as he tied a black bandana around his mouth. Technically, I don't need to get into the baths, only the changing section, that's where my item is, so things are simpler. But I might be able to hide my smell, my sounds, and my appearance by turning invisible, I can't hide my soul. There are many gods with many abilities, if I'm unlucky and meet just a single one of them, they would be able to see me regardless of how much I try. Of course, fleeing is very simple, a matter of just teleporting away, but the goddesses would be pretty pissed, who knows what lengths they would go to in order to find the culprit. I have already altered my appearance, but even that may not be enough. What if they lock onto my soul? There are several death gods in the world after all. Silver shook his head and solidified his will, vanishing from the place he stood. Slash shwa, slash. The sound of moving water. The steam rising in the air, the faint music playing in the background, and the expensive decoration all around. This was indeed the most beautiful bathhouse ever made, worthy of being used by the gods. Few would be able to contend for this spot. Beauties of immeasurable level walked both naked or in very thin clothes all around, a view many men could only dream of. Goddesses of many kinds and areas, but Silver ignored them all, not even sparing them a glance. He had a mission to complete and each second inside was a second more that something bad could happen. Following the map given to him by Hermes, he crossed room by room, trying his best to avoid anyone, be it mortal or god alike. Finally, he arrived where he wanted to be, a changing room with a small shower for the goddesses to change and wash before getting inside the thermal pool. The only thing that separated him from 100 goddesses was a thin curtain on the other side of the room. It should be here. Aha. Perhaps this would be simpler than it seemed, or so Silver believed. In front of Silver was a wooden casket, decorated with many kinds of images, truly overly flamboyant for something that would only be used for clothes to be put inside. But that didn't matter to Silver, whatever this was made from was irrelevant. I need to look for a green tag. He opened the casket, and as expected, it was filled with neatly packed clothes. They emitted a faint fragrance, so much so even Silver was affected by it. Whoever goddess this belonged to was surely one hell of a girl. One more reason for him to finish this as soon as possible, this goddess could come back any time, albeit this was unlikely as these clothes probably belonged to the commissioner. First, he pushed aside a large cloak, followed by a rather erotic dress, but Silver already knew not to mind the god's strange sense of fashion. Next, it was her underwear, a pair of rather large bras, followed by a petite panty. The longer he moved around the casket, the more affected Silver seemed to become. He felt pathetic, to be influenced by clothes. What was him? A 12-year-old pubescent boy. What's happening? Where is the item? He came to a horrifying truth. There was nothing inside. No way. It was then that he grabbed the panty, in its back was a green tag. I've been had. Once I'm done with this place, I'll show him. Silver was about to leave the place when. How curious. Someone said behind him as if waiting for this opportunity. I recognize this voice. Silver immediately got up, turning around to see a naked goddess, looking at him with a flushed expression. Image. /freeze, Mamasaka. Silver was so shocked even the language inside his mind changed. In front of him was beautiful. Impressively beautiful goddess. Her hair was silver just like his eyes, her eyes were purple, her expression divine. It was Fr. But the goddess in front of him placed her right index finger on his mouth. Shiu. She said gently. She approached him, speaking in his ear. You move, I scream, you talk, I scream, do anything, I scream. Foo-foo. She said with a flushed expression as she touched her own cheeks. Damn you Hermes. Despite her usual calm behavior when around others, Freya seemed very relaxed right now. It seemed she had just left the bath, small sparkling drops of water were all around her voluptuous body, releasing faint steam, mystifying her already divine beauty. Her wet hair falling on her breasts, hiding them from the world as if they were always meant to be there. Everything about her, from the way she moved to the way she speaked, were full of erotic expressions as if she was made for this, the fleshy representation of beauty. Unconsciously, Silver dropped his eyes, trying to take a better look at her body. But not so fast, she said with a thin smile as she used her left index finger to lift his chin. My damn body is starting to. Without saying anything, she first touched his hair, and after having a good feel, she went to his face, saying, "Your eyes are beautiful," she said slowly with a red expression. Is she? No. How can she see me? No matter what, I'm invisible. Freya can't. Or can she? Against all odds, this was truly the first time in a long time someone had said that to his face. Freya had just hit Silver with one of the oldest lines in the book. She continued, she grabbed his nose, his cheeks, and then she passed her slender finger around his lips, her expression becoming rosier by the second. Fu. She was having fun, a lot of fun. She felt as if she was being electrified with each moment, her body shaking in a strange pleasure. Such a feeling, had she ever felt it? It was truly. Her weight was all for this single moment. It almost gave her the will to do something sacrilegious. Damn it all. If I were to teleport away. Suddenly, Freya looked straight into his eyes, without saying a thing, only a small smile. She won't let me escape like that. Each moment I feel less. Is this her natural charm? Or is this the actual thing? My thoughts are still rational, I can still remember many things. What does she want from me? What she wanted. Silver knew it very well. Freya continued on her little venture, from his shoulders to his chest, and from that to his nipples and abs. She even put her hand beneath his shirt, to have a direct feel. MNN. But it finally came. The time to go beyond his waist. She immediately saw that dragon, erect in all of its muscular glory. There was nothing Silver could do if he didn't have a reaction like this after literally what could be the most sensual girl in existence touching him. What would that make him? Freya is sensual enough to make straight girls bend the other way. My. It seems. She said slowly in his ears. Bite. She lightly bit his ears. Silver's expression blackened, he was using literally everything he had here. In the end, he was between a rock and a hard place. On one side, it was being molested by Freya, while on the other side was leaving and having his reputation soiled forever. Both were equally terrible options, but in the end, perhaps. Exclamation point. This is it. The moment he felt a certain hand grasping his elemental golden orbs, he knew it was too late for anything else. I'm sorry everyone, I have failed you all. Bravo 6, going dark, whispers, Could it be? A chance, thud, Using telekinesis, he made a large casket fall onto the ground, causing a little bit of noise. Freya mumbled as she looked at the side. That is. Creak. Following this, the door to the changing room was opened, revealing a woman. Her hair was black, her eyes were red, and she had a rather evil look. The moment she saw the naked and wet Freya, she said, "Oh. Freya, I didn't expect you to be here, you rarely come by," she said slowly as she gazed at her. From everyone I could have met, it was this conceited. Freya also looked at her, but as soon as she did that, she quickly turned to the side, only to realize to her dismay, Silver was long gone. Her expression turned icy, her eyes expressionless as she said, "Sethlin." Freya said in a deep tone, her eyes sparkling. Exclamation point. What's going on with her? Did I come by at the wrong time? She certainly did. Sethlin immediately realized the change in her disposition, even taking a step back. But what happened after was unrelated to Silver and his plight. Around an hour later, Please. Don't do this to me. Hermes implored. Silver remained silent, his expression was as dark as charcoal as he looked down at Hermes. Hermes was currently strapped to a stone wall in the middle of Arario's old ruins. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Empires rise, kingdoms fall, even the gods can be forgotten. There is no need to be so extreme. Hermes said in a low tone. It's just a prank. Bro. Silver said slowly as he turned around, walking away into the horizon. Wait. Please. No one knows I'm here. I'll die. Asfi is occupied, it'll take at least half a day for her to notice my absence and even longer for her to find me. How could I know? How could I know? Silver's expression never changed. I'm thirsty and hungry. Please. Hey. Come back. Hermes exclaimed loudly. As Hermes' cries became lower and lower, Silver went back to his home, his bathroom to be precise. After everything that happened, he needed to blow off some steam, on his own. He felt too guilty to do anything else. This day would be erased from history by both Hermes and Silver. The bathhouse incident. Notes. Chapter 125, A Mission from the Guild. Is everyone ready? Time to continue. As always, I'll drop below some links and talk a bit more about everything that's going through my head. First, my little vacation is about to end, at most one more week and I'll go back to uni. I know, it's sad, I feel the same. This time, I'll be choosing even more electives, about 8, I'm certain about one thing, I certainly won't have time to write, play, exercise, and study sheesh. At least I don't have a girlfriend, otherwise, my life would be overpacked. I'm starting to understand how Philip feels. Wait, I based him off myself, oh yeah. For those unaware, he's from my other novel. Anyway, this leads us to today. Last 2 chapters were a bit more comical, a day in the bar, and a day of pranks. Now we go back to the serious stuff. We didn't pass the goal for the extra chapter, but that's likely because I posted 2 chapters instead of 3, one being bigger of course. Nothing else to say. Enjoy. P.S. I still don't know if most of you know, but I use ... to mark messages. I do not reply simply for the funny. I'll use it when I see someone pointing out a mistake, not to make some sort of exquisite joke. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, The Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /chirp/ /chirp/ Ugh. Silver slowly lifted his head from his comfortable pillow under the cheerful noises of the birds outside and the warm sunlight from the rising sun. At first, he found the place strange, but as his brain resumed operations and his memory started to get in order, he started to remember how he got to his room. My head. He said as he clutched onto it. Even after all I did. I guess I can't go unpunished for tasting all kinds of drinks at once. Even though most of them weren't that high on alcohol. Neither was it a lot when I put all of those small shots together. I certainly drank more than this before. But even so, I won't do it again. What do the gods put in these drinks to make them like this? He then remembered a certain elf. Damn. I hope he's okay. He looked towards the side wall, his eyes flashed, and for a moment, he saw the figure of a snoring elf laying on a bed. It seems he's okay. For now. Once he wakes up, the poor sod will likely die. He shook his head, taking out a small vial of a green liquid from his pocket space. His hand phased through the wall as if it was made out of water. Here you go. He said as he placed the small vial on top of a table. That's all that I can do for now. I hope you still have the stomach to drink one last bottle. He said with a small smile. But enough lazing around, I have things to do. Silver got up from his bed, stretched, brushed his teeth, and took a quick shower. Now, if someone was to look at him, they wouldn't believe he was wasted not so long ago. A few minutes later, Silver was now properly dressed and his breath was mint. He couldn't get any better than this unless he used makeup. What a bad idea. He went to his drawer on the side of his bed and took out a small hand clock. 6:21 a.m. Just how little did I sleep? He looked outside. It was true, the sun had just risen. He could see flocks of birds rising into the skies, and the clear clouds moving slowly in the blue sky. Even when he looked at the training grounds, he saw no one. This was how early it was. After all, there were some pretty hard-working people in his familia, people that would continually train from early morning to dawn. URG. If I'm not mistaken. I went to visit Loiju around 6 to 7 p.m. And we drank for close to 2 to 3 hours. Arriving back home after half an hour. So perhaps I didn't sleep so little after all. What happened after? Oh yeah. Luigi was knocked out so he didn't. He couldn't cause a fuss, while I was very tired and my mind was cloudy, so I just ignored most of the people on the way before going to sleep. I remember meeting someone. Yeah, an Amazon. She even laughed when she saw both me and Luigi. She helped me bring him to his bed and slapped my shoulder, saying that I looked a bit more human. Sigh. Silver let out a small sigh as he shook his head. Looks like I may have been distancing myself instead of getting close to my familia companions as I intended. Committing such embarrassing acts and laughing with everyone is part of being in a familia, right? Silver shook his head once again, trying to remember more, but the last thing he remembered after talking with the Amazon was hitting the bed. Wait. Yeah, I remember Hestia coming here in the middle of the night to say something, but I was half asleep and I don't remember shit. I'll just ask her. Aside from this, what can I draw from this little experience of mine? Well, Aurario's drinks can be very potent, although I didn't try Soma, since Mia doesn't sell it in her pub. I still tried many other famous drinks. N1. But it isn't enough. This isn't what I'm looking for. Silver shrugged slightly. I already expected something like this to happen, but it was worth a shot. That guy also seemed to have fun, so I guess it all worked in the end. Nevertheless, I'll still have to seek out the one Dionysus makes. Silver scratched his head. His plan was just forming. There was still a lot to think over. With a frown on his face, he left his room. A few minutes later, Because it was so early in the morning, Silver saw no one walking around. Not even Haruheim, who was currently working as a maid in the manor, was up, even though she was usually the first to do so in order to set up the main table so everyone could eat breakfast together. It was silent, but Silver didn't really mind it. Besides, from the faint noises coming from the rooms, he could determine that there were indeed some people awakened. They were just getting ready in their rooms. Clang, hum. As he walked through the corridors of the manor, he heard the faint sound of metal clashing against metal. He walked to a window nearby, but saw no one. The sound was coming from further away. From inside the small forest in the back section of the manor. Is someone training already? How hardworking. Silver lifted his right arm, and a hole appeared on the back of his palm. Bzz. A yellow bee horrifyingly crawled out of the hole, flying in the direction of the sound. Don't blame Silver, he was a bit bored, so why not check it out and see what was happening? Ah. I see. After flying for a little over a minute, the little bee saw the figure of a young boy, holding a spear as he clashed it against an iron chest plate strapped to a tree. It was Pyrrho, the eldest of the triplets, training in the morning alone and away from other people's sights. Silver determined that not even a level 2 like Daphne would be able to hear him considering how far he was. I heard he showed the most talent among his brothers while also being the one to work the hardest. Now I see why. His talent comes from somewhere. Silver smiled slightly. It must be hard to be the eldest. So I'll give you some help. This is a bit complicated, especially with my damn headache, but I can pull it off. He said as he controlled the yellow bee. The bee landed near a rock behind Pyrrho, and above it, a black portal opened, and a colorless potion fell out of it as the portal vanished. The bee grabbed the potion and moved it near the young boy's belongings as if it was always there. Good luck. He said as he turned around. 13. Ha. 14. The young boy was so focused on his task that it would take at least another 30 minutes for him to notice the potion, but once he does, he would be in for a pleasant surprise. Sometime later. Silver continued on his way across the manor, stopping in front of Hestia's room. Zzzzzzz. Snore, zzzzz. As expected. She's sleeping, huh? He opened the door and looked inside, approaching her bed in deep thought. For a moment, he debated whether it would be a good choice to wake her up now just to talk, or if it was better to let her sleep more. But on another note, he felt that if he were to leave her for later, she would complain. Hestia mumbled in her sleep as she grabbed his arm. Silver opened his eyes, startled. Did she react to me? How cute. Yeah. I almost forgot about it since we're now mostly sleeping far away from each other, but in the past, she would always cling to me. It's rather nice. He smiled. I kind of miss those times a little, even though they weren't so long ago. Nor did they last that long at all either. Hestia's bed was rather large, and since it seemed she wouldn't let go of his arm anytime soon, he simply took off his shoes and laid next to her. It was comfortable, even though there was someone laying on his arm. Hee. She mumbled in her sleep with a small smile as she hugged Silver. It's difficult to think she's sleeping, but she is. He looked at her flowing black hair and thought. Fine. I'll pamper you a bit. Silver hugged her back, caressing her smooth hair. Half an hour later, Yawn. Who? Wait. Hestia opened her eyes and felt a familiar warmth. She was confused at first, almost jumping out of bed, but then, she noticed who it was. Hestia smiled sweetly. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. Hee. It's not every day I can enjoy this. Even though I wished for this to repeat every day. Maybe I'll remain sleeping for a little while longer. Hestia buried her face on his chest, without knowing that Silver had already realized she was awake. This girl. Silver shook his head mentally. He caressed her head once more and kissed it. MNN. Hestia said suddenly. Damn. I couldn't hold it. Good morning, slept well? He asked gently. So you noticed? She said in a low tone. I don't mind, if you wish to remain like this for a while longer you can. He said as he pulled her closer. I'm going to melt away, hee. But she quickly recovered her bearings. You're oddly clingy today. Not that I'm complaining. Sigh, it makes me sad to hear that. No, I wasn't scolding you. She said hurriedly. Yeah, I understand, so far, I haven't been a nice representation of what a boyfriend should be. Exclamation point. It feels nice to hear him say that. Boyfriend. He. But when she looked at his face, she saw him smiling. Humph. Hestia tried to turn around, but Silver kissed her, draining all of her strength away. Time passed, and Hestia eventually turned her face away, saying, Stop. I need to breathe. Your pee pardoned. Silver smiled, sometimes it was a bit too easy to convince this little girl. A few more minutes of talking later, So. That was what you meant by nothing serious? Hestia asked Silver with a frown. You came back tumbling, and your friend was completely knocked out. She said with a sigh. Silver smiled. Surprisingly, we didn't drink that much. But what we actually drank was individually very strong. He said with a half-smile. He wasn't lying, a couple dozen small shots didn't even amount to 2 to 3 bottles, some adventurers will drink several mugs of mead a day. Some of those drinks didn't even have high alcohol contents. But they were still strong nonetheless. It makes me wonder how strong Soma actually is. Although I have no intention of risking myself and drinking it since people say it's highly addictive. Silver said with a shrug. Sigh. As long as you're fine. She said with a smile. She stopped to think until she remembered what she was going to say. Oh yeah. You said you went to the guild for our familiar rank. Did you receive it? Exclamation point. Silver suddenly realized. I did, but I actually forgot to check. He said awkwardly as he opened his inventory, taking out a small letter. I was so focused yesterday that I forgot to open it. But oh well, better this way. How about we open it together? He asked with a smile. Hestia nodded, taking out a small blunt knife from her drawer. It was a letter opener, something really necessary for someone in a position of power. /rip/. Okay. Let me see. Hestia said as she read through the letter. She quickly skimmed through the phrases, those formalities were of little to no importance for her, going quickly to the core of the letter. Ha. She gasped in surprise. What is it? Is our rank lower than expected? Silver asked Hestia. Check it yourself. She said as she turned the letter to him. Blah blah blah. Congratulations. Blah. And. At the very end of the letter, he saw the symbol of his familia next to a massive letter. F. F rank. Silver said as he raised an eyebrow. Not truly unexpected. Luigi did say that our rank was either going to be G or something higher. But this means that the taxes. Damn. But this was far from the end. HM. Look at this. A mission. Do you know anything about this, Silver? Mission. Let me take a look. This time, Silver read through the entire letter. It wasn't simply a notice about their familia rank, but also a mission from the guild. It was pretty vague, but it was about delivering something from the surface to the dungeon. Hestia was pretty confused about this. Why would there be such a quest? She may understand if it was to deliver supplies to the 18th floor, there is a city there after all. But deliver supplies to the dungeon. No specified floor. What do you think this is? She asked as she turned her face to look at Silver. Silver did not reply, remaining in deep thought. Silver knew very well what the mission was. Or at least, what it was supposed to mean, especially due to his recent contact with the Xenos and Fells. He found it strange that such an important quest to be delivered through a simple familia rank letter, so he thought it was something else. But perhaps the most secretive things are hidden in the simplest of things. Do you know what this is about? She asked him with a frown, noticing his expression. Yes, I do, they purposely kept it vague, I'll learn more by going there directly. This surprised Hestia, who then asked. What is it about then? It's complicated, but I may be overestimating things as well, but the timing is a bit too perfect. Just tell me. She asked annoyed. Calm down. Let me take a look at it first, I'll tell you everything later. Hestia was visibly upset. Tisk, even now, you keep acting mysteriously. She said as she crossed her arms. Silver rolled his eyes. Women. So he hugged her and said. I'm not trying to do that, I swear. It's just a bit overly complicated and it would be overwhelming if I were to simply tell you what's going on. He replied with an awkward smile. I could even be wrong anyway. I'll take that for now, but don't take too long and say what's happening, okay? She said in a concerned tone. I will, we're a familia after all. Silver got up from Hestia's bed and said. Aside from that. Aren't you happy? We're now an F-rank familia. A little bit. She said as she looked at the side with her cheeks puffed. Silver rolled his eyes, so he patted her head and said. Me too. Hestia liked it, but she tried to remain upset. Humph. Once Silver was done patting her head, he left Hestia's room. There were still some things he had to do before resuming his training, but it seemed he now had one more thing to do before diving in the dungeon. Notes. The chapter ended rather quickly, even I was surprised as I edited it. Do you want a teaser of the next chapter? I imagine you want me to improve these. For a total of 1,200,000 valis, I'll even add in and make you something from the remaining leather and scales you brought me for free. Went to the Hephaestus Familia to make a new helmet since he lost his other one. You already know how. Loki said tiredly. End. N. I've recently read the episode Ryu manga, and I found out that the pub actually has more than just a few members that usually appear. In fact, it has at the very least 10 more workers, all of which are probably over level 3 in terms of power, making them an actual super strong familia. All girls with a troublesome past, adopted by Mamma Mia and Seer and reformed into proper people. I think the only one that's named is Maya, a cook, but there are many others. Of course, I probably won't show them, but I'll try to make their existence known when I make another episode in the Hostess. Chapter 126, Meetup. Here it is, a bit late, but that was due to me working on some other things. I'll go back to that now, bye. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Sometime later in the streets of Orario, Upon leaving the manor, Silver went directly to the west, beyond Babel, towards the workplaces of the Hephaestus Familia. The Hephaestus Familia had shops all across the city, including one a few minutes away from the Hearth Manor, but he was looking for a specific place. I'm here. Silver said as he looked at the entrance of a shop. On his way out of the manor, Silver grabbed a large bag. It was stuffed, full of things. And of course, a thick coin purse on his waist, one that several thieves tried to steal but to no avail. He couldn't walk around without one after all. As for the shop, it wasn't special or anything of the like. In fact, if you looked all around, you would see many others like it. The same wood, the same style. But on the wooden frame of the door, imprinted with a pair of hammers, was the symbol of the Hephaestus Familia. Beyond the glass window, you could see all sorts of items. All very pricey, of course. Creak. Silver opened the door to the shop. It was empty, likely due to the price of the items, or simply due to the overwhelming competition. Perhaps he was simply too soon as the day had barely even started. I'm going, give me a minute, said an old voice coming from deeper within the shop. Silver didn't say anything, opting to remain silent and wait. He looked around the shop, checking the products to quench his boredom. All were of high quality, boots, and armor made from unknown materials, some shining in yellow light, others shining in a rainbow light. But armor and such gear didn't suit his style very well. He was a strange kind of adventurer, that due to his unique set of abilities and resources, could take hits and recover almost immediately without the need of potions, something most adventurers wouldn't even dream of. So he turned his face from those and looked at the weapons. Sigh. So many zeros, he said in a low tone. But since the last time I came here, these prices have gone from something completely ludicrous to something within a workable range. If I were given enough time, and if I didn't spend any money on anything else, I would be able to afford some of them within a week or two. Alas. Potions are expensive, and I need them to train, otherwise I would be out of steam in half an hour of high-intensity fighting, perhaps even faster. Alas. That's what she said. All of Silver's expenses normally went to alchemical products, and those weren't cheap, especially the ones he got from the black market. The rest went to settle his debt with Hephaestus and to his daily activities. Step. Someone soon reacted to his presence. Pretty early to come to my shop, but I'm here if you need anything. Wait, that's a face I recognize. It's you, lad, said a dwarf as he carried a box filled with gear. It is indeed me. It's been a while since we last met, Espinter, Silver said with a thin smile as he shook the old dwarf's hand. This was the same old dwarf that once tried to introduce Silver to Hephaestus, and the very person that led to him joining the Hestia Familia. Silver always meets with him when he goes to visit Hephaestus. but that rarely ever happens in the first place. He was the most proficient blacksmith he knew of apart from Hephaestus, and since he knows very well that he can't employ the services of the latter. I bet you aren't here for some reunion, otherwise you would have visited me earlier. Well, not like that was necessary in the first place, he said as he walked to the counter. He pulled a box and stepped on it so he could remain on the same level as Silver. Close enough. So, what is it? I'll tell you right now that even though you're on good terms with Lady Hephaestus and the fact that I know you, I won't give you any discounts, he said in a deep tone. I'm already full of work and it's already a lot for me to not raise the price of my normal commissions for you. I didn't even say anything, Silver said as his eyelids twitched. I can tell by your look, it's the same many that come to my shop have before asking for me to make them something. And also due to that fat bag on your back, I can hear the items on your back rattling against each other. Your coin pouch also seems heavy, you came here prepared, boyo, he said as he scratched his chin. Silver smiled. You got me. Slash tap, slash. Espinter slapped the counter and said, Here, show me, we'll talk about the rest later. Silver complied. He approached the counter and placed the bag there, slowly removing its contents. A pair of boots and gauntlets, plus a series of monster materials. The dwarf started by checking the items. Is this green dragon scales? No, it's a bit different. The thickness is different, the color is darker, and there is a certain sheen to it. Slash clink, slash. He flicked the scale, causing it to produce a clear sound. I can tell, these are stronger scales than the ones usually found in green dragons. What sort of creature is this? Espinter asked confused. Silver nodded and replied. It's a green dragon, although as you said, it's much stronger than your regular green dragon. It's an enhanced species comparable to a level 5 adventurer. At least, in theory, it wasn't much different from the traditional green dragon. Not that I've ever seen one. A monster level is always hard to determine. So it's mostly an approximation. The dwarf then looked at the boots and gloves and asked, What about these? He grabbed the boots and said, I can't determine where this leather came from. Makes me remember the skin of a minotaur. Very rough to the point it hurts passing my hand through it. The Goliath? Silver was impressed, this old dwarf knew what he was working with. And I can even tell by looking at it that it was made by an amateur given these stitches and rough metal work. Aside from that, the origin of these materials puzzles me, it doesn't seem to be iron or steel. It's not every time I don't recognize the origin of a metal from the get-go. You've got me intrigued, kid, spill it out, what is this made of? Silver smiled. Those were dropped by the Goliath when I killed it some time ago. What? Espinter looked at Silver in disbelief before grabbing one of the boots in a hurry. Are you telling me this was by a monster? He checked the boot sole and slash clang, slash. He looked at it for a few moments before slamming the sole of the boot on the counter, causing it to tremble but not break. Interesting. I heard about monster Rexes leaving behind interesting loot, but this is by far the most unique I've seen in my career. Not its skin, nor the teeth. That's what it normally leaves behind. Albeit rarely, it can leave behind multiple parts of its body. But I never saw something so complete. He looked at the scales and leather and said, I imagine you want me to improve these boots by putting everything together. Yes. If possible, I want you to change the leather on the boots and gloves from this one. You can keep the size, there's no need to alter it, but perhaps adding a belt to tie them up may be a good idea. But if it's not possible, I'm okay with it. Espinter said as he scratched his head. I don't think it's impossible, my fear is damaging this item's unique properties, but from what I've seen, at least for the boots, this effect is connected with its soul. I'll have to experiment with the gloves for a little while longer. Still, I'll try to at least sharpen this metal due to how rough it looks. It's pissing me off. Silver nodded. In that case, how much? The dwarf remained silent for a good minute before replying. It's not entirely a simple job, I'll be pretty much making an entirely new boot and gloves for you, but in the end, I'll add the metal parts in order to carry on the special property. If everything goes as planned, of course. For a new set of boots and gloves. 1,815,000 valis per boot, and 1,785,000 valis per glove, for a total of 7,200,000 valis, I'll even add in and make you something from the remaining leather and scales you brought me for free. Silver was pleasantly surprised. Rather cheap, I expected more, around 9 million, I wouldn't be surprised if it went beyond 10 million. Even though I supplied the items, these materials are still enough to make level 5 gear. Things around this level tend to go on average above 10 million valis, some top level 5 adventurers can have a monthly expense surpassing 100 million valis. Some of their weapons are even public knowledge, things that are tied to their names and identities. Masterworks that is often the image of a familia as well. For example, the pair of kukri knives Tioni uses costs close to 60 million to make, while Tiona's greatsword costs over 100 million to make. And that's extremely pricey, yet, even so, nothing that a few days working in the lower and below floors can do. Of course, only for the most capable of first-class adventurers. The reason why it's so expensive is that people that can work with those materials aren't easy to come by. Especially when it comes from a senior blacksmith of the Hephaestus familia. Of course, the price can go up or down depending on how much of the materials you give the blacksmith, but even so, materials also have a price. Heh, I know, consider it a special case since it's a unique item and it won't be boring to work with, besides, treat it as me being intrigued by it. He stopped and looked at Silver with a serious expression. However, there is a chance of failure or damage of the item's intrinsic effect, so be wary of that. That is why I decreased the price. If you're okay with that, then I'll start working on it as soon as I finish setting up the shop, you can pay me later. Silver nodded immediately. For him, those were already outdated, he barely ever used them if at all, he was planning on giving them to someone else long ago since he felt it was a bore to sell them. And when he thought about improving them, he just had to do it. As for how long? But Silver interrupted him and said, "It's okay, there's no need for that, just contact me later and I'll come to fetch them whenever you're done." Sigh. I was going to say 1 to 2 weeks, perhaps 3 since leather work takes some time, but fine, once I'm done I'll send you a damn letter. Espinter said with a smile. He then looked at Silver and asked. So. Anything else? It's been a while since we talked about blacksmithing. Silver felt a bit awkward. Since I left my hometown, I barely ever touched a hammer. Perhaps one of these days, when things calm down a little, I'll go back to blacksmithing. I still have my project stashed away somewhere in my storage. Bah. It's always the same, young people focus more on raising their stats instead of improving their uniqueness. The dwarf said with an annoyed gaze. He isn't wrong, adventurers do tend to focus too much on raising their stats rather than what really matters, their unique abilities and techniques. It's the reason why someone who has learned martial arts their entire life can defeat a level 2 or even level 3 adventurer even without fauna. Although for the later case. Only in some very specific scenarios. But that feels really awkward when it's directed to me. Come on, the last thing I've been doing is neglecting my training. Espinter turned around and said. I'll say it again, kiddo, you have a knack for this, I can feel it, you were born with the talent to make things. If the opportunity ever comes, it's never too late to try and wield the hammer. But for now, get out of my shop. I need to finish setting it up for the customers. Really? Do you even have customers? Silver said with a small smile. Espinter grunted, displeased. I have. You'd be surprised how many adventurers are willing to invest money to save themselves while looking good in the process. Besides, most of my customers are people like you, who come not to buy, but to request me to do something. Must be rather profitable. Silver said with a nod. So what's the point of all these objects laying around? Better not ask, I can feel this would take a while. And tiring, but M-job is M-job, and I'm satisfied with it. Silver smiled and said his farewells, leaving the shop with a small smile. One problem dealt with. It only cost me a quarter of everything I have. Not counting what I borrowed from Ishtar. Anyway. What now? Slash not long after Silver left, slash. Slash ding ding ding, slash. I'm going, just wait a minute. Espinter said as he walked to the front of the shop again. It's me, my friend, do you have some time for this old man? Said the man that just entered. Ah. You're rather early this time, I didn't expect you to ever be this early. How is it? Were you thrown out? He finally arrived at the front room of his shop, seeing who it was. It was another dwarf just like him, very muscular and with a magnificent beard. No. I was not. So. What did you break this time? Your axe. Or will you finally wield a hammer like I always told you to? I lost my helmet. The dwarf said slightly embarrassed. Bwahaha. I know. One dwarf laughed, the other one looked at the ground embarrassed. But you know. I can't make you one since you have a contract with Captain Tsubaki. Espinter said seriously. I went to her already, she should be making a new one already, the problem is. But Espinter cut him and said. Let me guess, she's too occupied making magic swords and doesn't have the time to fix the rest. It's like you said, she even went a step further and decided to make an entirely new set for me. She truly has no consideration for this old man's wallet. The other dwarf said as he shook his head. That's just like her, all right. Espinter said with a nod. All right, since she allowed it, send it to me and I'll have it fixed, it should do as a spare until she's done with her work. You saved me this time, can't work without armor. Slash at the same time further north, slash. Enough talking. All right. Is everyone ready? Loki exclaimed as she got up from her seat. We're just visiting him, there's no need for this fuss. Tiona said, yawning. You can stay if you don't want to go. Tiona replied as she stretched her arms, her hair still wet from her most recent bath. Humph, I am whenever Captain is. She said as she looked around, trying to find Finn. However, strangely enough, none of the top executives were present in this room, only Ace and her group. Oh yeah, speaking of him, where's Finn? Tiona asked as she relaxed on the couch. He. Occupied as always. Loki said as she swatted the air. Finn went to welcome someone from the Poseidon Familia that just arrived in Orario from Melon, business talk, the boring stuff. Revi is at the guild reviewing some of our commissions and contracts. Pretty much the basic preparation for our next expedition in a few weeks. I pity her. But who else but her? If everything is left to Finn, then he'll collapse like what happened all those years ago. And if we leave it to Gareth? Forget that I said that. While Gareth went to the Hephaestus Familia to make a new helmet since he lost his other one. You already know how. What's the number? How many times did he lose his helmet during an expedition? Sigh, this is what he gets for not having a strap. He's also there to do basic maintenance on his gear. They'll come to us as soon as they're done. Loki replied with a thin smile. Ha! I can understand Gareth and Rivera. But just who needs the captain to be present to be welcomed like that? Tiona said, surprised. Well. It's not like it's the first time, Captain will always welcome princess and kings on behalf of Orario. But now of all times. We weren't even informed of that. Loki seemed annoyed as well as she replied. Ah. Forget about it. It's nothing important anyway. You're just making us more curious. Tiona said as she got up from the couch. Let's just go already, hurry up, who cares what he's doing, he'll be back soon anyway. Bet told in an aggressive tone. Loki smiled in a mischievous way. You're one to talk, you didn't care at all where we were going, but when I said we were visiting that boy you got all excited. Could it be? Lo. Shut up and hurry up already. Bet barked, annoyed as he opened up the door and closed it. Slash thud, slash. TSK, he isn't honest at all. Loki said as she turned around. Let's go before he gets angrier and ends up doing something stupid again. Everyone nodded. Ace. Tiona asked as she turned around, seeing the pensive Ace. Oh, I'm going. She said as she got up from her chair, adjusting the scarf on her neck as she passed through the door. Notes. N. This guy appeared very early, around chapter 14. And a few other times whenever Silver visited Hephaestus. That was probably around chap 30 to 45. Extra note, although Espinter isn't shown in the story, it's a character that I made. I thought it would be normal for the Hephaestus Familia to have old smiths and not simply Tsubaki as a master smith since Hephaestus has been in the mortal plane for a few decades, I think even more than Loki. Since I had no use for him, I decided to make him a retired master smith. He isn't super strong, probably only around level 3 or 4, but as he stated at the start of the series, he was simply working in the shop as a form of retirement, only recently has he decided to come back to work in a more serious way. Considering Garth's age, I think it would have been interesting if he had been contracted with him in a time Tsubaki was too young or incapable of being Gareth Smith. Probably a story of a decade ago. Chapter 127, The Cow and the Board. Hello everyone, this is the last chapter of this week. Important disclaimer. First, I would like to address a rising issue with webnovel, and that is their recent changes that force everyone to read through their apps. Most of you may not know this, but in essence, using the excuse that they wanted to protect the authors from having their works copied by bots, they had everyone move to the app. The problem is that the app is terrible, in my opinion. They could have just done this for the paid novels, instead of every single one. So yeah, it's very likely that I'll post my novel on another site. Once I do that, I'll post the link over here. Thank you all for reading and for the support. I hope they reverse this action soon. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, The Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Not long after Silver left the shop, bam. Clang, . Inside a closed room, a blue-haired girl could be seen practicing martial arts, continually hitting a dummy with weights on her legs and arms. She seemed to be in her early 20s, but her sharp gaze exuded many, many years of experience. Her body wasn't muscular, but it wasn't flaccid in the least. And by the sound produced when her legs and fists clashed against the dummy, it was clear she wasn't your defenseless princess. Ha! She exclaimed as she kicked the metal dummy. Slash clang, slash. She barely budged, while the dummy was left with another dent. Ha! Slash clang, slash. Yet again, the dummy was hit, but thankfully, it was locked in place by several thick screws, otherwise, it would have been sent flying. Ha! Slash crack, slash. That was its limit. The poor metal dummy broke under the force of the blue-haired lady's kick. Her feet completely went through it in a feat of extreme violence unfitting this dazzling lady. Phew! The young woman stopped and stabilized her breath, before turning around and grabbing a towel on the ground. She felt refreshed, but at the same time, she looked at the window of her room with a certain longing. What was she thinking about? Perhaps, the right question would be, who she was thinking of. Slash clap clap clap, slash. Perhaps her prayers were answered, but she suddenly heard claps coming from behind her. Hum. At first, she felt it was odd, yet it wasn't unthinkable. It was not like her room was isolated or locked. People could come and go whenever they wished, albeit it was uncommon for her to be disturbed. It does happen from time to time. But once she turned around and saw who it was, her eyes darted open in shock. You're truly impressive. Your title as one of the strongest gods isn't for show. Silver said with a smile as he looked at Artemis. Most gods are barely stronger than mortals, but some do possess some level of physical prowess. Hercules is one such god, although I'm unsure of how strong he is. I imagine that there are many such gods. Artemis is just the most famous of the bunch, her body being comparable to a level 3 adventurer, and not only that, she possesses many years of martial training. It wouldn't be hard for her to topple a level 4 adventurer. If she was given the chance to do that. Last time, she almost died due to a deficit of attention caused by exhaustion. Seeing the very person she longed to see so suddenly took Artemis off her rails. Making her unable to properly reply as many questions passed through her mind. But she recomposed herself and smiled. Thank you, I practice every day. All due to my promise. Seeing that they would talk for a little while, Silver created a pair of chairs by manipulating the stone beneath their feet. Take a seat, I bet you're tired after all of this. Silver said with a smile. What a gentleman. Artemis said with a small smile as she sat down. She was indeed tired, her legs were sore, and even her back was hurting a little. With a serious face, she said. Until they grow capable enough to take care of themselves, I'll be the one to protect them. This was the promise I made to myself before making this familia. And the ones that come after, I'll protect them as well. Despite trying to reply to him in a formal way, she still felt very embarrassed. She was sweaty and her attire wasn't really fitting for the occasion. A pair of skin-tight black shorts and a sleeveless white shirt, it did not expose her belly, but her arms and legs were for all to see. It was erotic in its own way, albeit Silver didn't pay attention to that. Not that much at least. Her long blue hair was tied in a ponytail to not get in her way. Silver felt it was quite novel to see her like this, and just like when Hestia unties her hair, he thought it fits her. Although Silver did like her untied hair more. Perhaps he did have a thing for this sort of hairstyle. It was a rare view of Artemis, one few boys had ever seen, those that had most likely didn't or wouldn't like to remember due to the beating they received. You choose quite the time to visit, you could have warned me beforehand. She said with a smile as she wiped her face with a towel. She had now grown a bit more used to him, there was no point in trying to act composed. In fact, she didn't like that, she liked to be herself, and to be loved for who she was, and for that, Silver was more than happy to help. It was you who told me to visit whenever I wished, so here I am. Even though my routine has been the same, each day it seems I have less and less time to visit the people around me. It's vexing. Artemis couldn't help but playfully pout and ask. What if I was taking a bath? Then I would wait, of course, unless you want me to join you. She looked at the side with a red face. Forget I said that. Silver smiled, raising his hand. Slash flush, slash. A fast stream of air quickly passed through Artemis' body, cleaning her of all of the dirt that accumulated during her training. Artemis swore that for a moment, she even smelled flowers coming from her clothes. She barely even processed what had happened before Silver approached her and said. Now you have no reason to be embarrassed, right? He asked with a smile as he held her cheek. You're playing dirty, don't you know that? I'll report you for cheating. She said with a smile as she hugged him. Who sets the rules? He asked with a frown. Don't dodge the question. Artemis said with a chuckle. Well then, what if I am? What are you going to do about it? He asked playfully. What to do? I guess I'll have to punish you for your misdeeds. She said with a gentle smile. How so? Do you even have the power to do so? You can't resist. It's futile. Artemis said as she got on her tiptoes to kiss Silver. The second person Silver had to visit was Artemis. Through the weeks, his relationship with her was ever increasing. Even though he found it hard to set aside some time to stay alone with her, he did manage to do so every once in a while. And here he was again, hugging her tight. Fulfilling her dream. At the same time in the hearth manor, sneeze. Hestia sneezed loudly. I'm having a bad feeling. Ever since yesterday when he came back with that drunk elf. Looks like today is going to be a bad day. Half an hour later, We arrived. Loki said with a smile as she looked at the hearth manor. Southwest, this is the place. Apollo's old house. What was it called again? Heart. Heat. Manor. Tioni said as she looked around. It's the hearth manor if I'm not wrong. Lafia replied with an inquisitive look. It's pretty as the rumors say. God Apollo was very careful about these things. I guess it doesn't matter anymore. It's bigger than I expected, isn't it bigger than our own manor? Tioni asked Loki as she turned to face her. But Loki just cringed. As if. It may have more space, but it lacks style and substance. Loki replied as she crossed her arms. It's just a bit space devoid of. Who cares about that, let's get inside. Bet said, interrupting Loki's narrative as walked in front. This guy never stops being an ass. Loki said as she rolled her eyes. It's rather pretty. Lafia said in a low tone as she looked at the main entrance. As always, Ace remained silent as she observed her surroundings. Let's go. Loki exclaimed as she went after Bet. A few minutes before, What do I do today? Hestia asked herself as she looked around. She dropped her head on her pillow, moving her legs in the air as she thought. Silver won't be back until later in the day as always. Before, he would always come back before nightfall, allowing us to spend the early night together. But now. Everyone is busy with their own things. The children don't need my support, they have already found their own places. And I'm still on vacation from my job in Heffy's shop. There's nothing to do. Should I read those books about management and administration Silver bought me? But they're so boring. She said as she rolled around in bed. Sorry Silver, but I can't. I'm a failure. Hestia was in the middle of a life crisis. But as she requested, something would truly be presented to her. Although perhaps, not what she wanted. Sigh. At least I have my beautiful front garden to stare at. She said as she rested her head on the window. Oh. Perhaps I should start learning some gardening, they say it's quite soothing. Yes, that's it. I need a hobby. And what better way to start than through gardening? Hestia excitedly left her room, but on her way, she realized something. She didn't know where the gardening tools were. In fact, she knew nothing about it. So she dejectedly made her way to Haruheim, who at this time was clearing the dust from the floor of the second floor with a broom, asking for help. And she was surprised to find out that Haruheim actually knew where those were. Hestia started to realize that she knew less about her own manor than a newcomer. Feeling even more defeated, Hestia went to the frontal garden with a toolbox, a pair of gardening gloves, a book about gardening, ready to pluck out some weeds. A few minutes later, Okay. So. I just need to pull these out. Simple enough. She mumbled to herself as she read a book about gardening. It seems to be the case. Although I need to be careful and not damage the flowers. She crouched down near the beautiful yellow flowers and started to pull out the grass. One by one, it was simple at first, but some of the bigger ones were surprisingly hard to take out without damaging the flowers or causing a mess. After all, a weed needs to be taken out from its root else it would grow up again. She was having fun at first, seeing the yellow flowers growing healthy did give her a sense of accomplishment, even though she did nothing at all. The reasons these flowers were so beautiful was all due to Apollo and his obsession with the color yellow, although through the weeks since the Hestia familia took over the manor, Silver did take care of the flowers, making sure they didn't wither and die. Hestia faintly remembers him talking about hiring people to take care of the manor. And her brushing the matter aside. It looks like she forgot about that as well. Nevertheless, she focused on her simple task while humming a song. But it would all come crashing down the moment she heard that horrendous voice. Hey kid, can you call us your goddess? Loki asked sarcastically from the other side of the gate. Kid? I'm not a. Hestia said annoyed as she looked at Loki and company. Era. Look who it is. For a moment, I confused you for a kid. You're not that much different from one after all, in fact, given your size, I think playing with dirt fits you oddly well. Loki said with a smile as she looked down at Hestia. Hashtag. Hestia got annoyed. She didn't know what this flatboard wanted with her, coming all the way to her own house. But she wouldn't let her go unpunished like that. Oh no, not in her own territory. Who? Did your brain turn into mush and you can't recognize me anymore? Loki asked with a small smile. Ah. Pardon me. For a moment I didn't recognize you. I thought you were some of the younger members of my familia, given your lack of a bust. She said deeply. So I assumed you to be below 10, I'm very sorry. Hestia said as she proudly puffed her chest. Grr. Loki growled as she ground her teeth. The most sensitive topic to talk about Loki was definitely her bust size. It was enough to flare her up immediately. There they go again. Lafia mumbled to herself as her long ears dropped slightly. Do I look childish? Tiona mumbled to herself as she checked her own chest. Ah. No. You are. Perfect the way you are. Lafia said awkwardly. Easy for you to say that when you have nothing to be ashamed of. Tiona replied as she looked at Lafia's chest. Wah. Wah. All the while, Loki and Hestia continued to stare at each other. Without a shred of doubt, what came after was a clash of titans as the two started to argue with one another using deeper and more complex words to insult one another. At this moment, Hestia's grammar seemed to increase as she took out complex words all to describe how lackluster Loki's breasts and feminine appeal were, while the latter used the most infuriating and enigmatic words to describe how akin to a cow Hestia was. The only thing impeding them from lashing out at each other was the metal gate, preventing two feral beasts from clawing at each other. This went on for a minute, then 5 minutes. Until Bet said with a frown. Just STO. Don't meddle in this, Bet. I'll skin her alive. Loki said, fuming after hearing Hestia's latest verbal abuse. Even Bet took a step back, his eyelids twitching from how annoyed he was. But thankfully. Hestia-sama. Haruheim asked as she approached the gates. She was attracted to all of the noise, not only her, but even some other members of the familia were now gazing at this situation from the windows of the manor. Oh. Said Loki as she saw the beautiful fox girl approach from within the manor. A renard, you don't see those every so often. A renard was a rare sight after all. For many of them, this was their first time seeing one. So Ace and the rest couldn't help but be attracted to the fluffy golden tail of the beautiful fox girl. Ah. Haruheim. Nice timing. Can you come here for a moment? Hestia said with a devious smile. Yes. She asked innocently as she approached her. Here. Hestia said as she grabbed Haruheim's breasts. Hestia-sama. Haruheim asked with a red face. See this board? Something you'll never be able to compare to. Even this young, 16-year-old girl has more bust than you. Slash thunder, slash. Loki felt as if she heard thunder. Not only her, but even that young elf close to you. And I can tell, she's even younger than that. You're not even on the same level as a teenager. Slash thunder, slash. Hestia's words echoed in her ears just like the footsteps of an armored knight echoed in the dungeon. Tioni and Tiona simply shook their heads while Lafia's expression went completely red as she hid her chest behind her arms. Bet looked at the side, fed up with all of this, kicking a stone aside to ease his frustration, while Ace looked at her own bust before checking Loki's and Hestia's. She seemed oddly pleased. This action wasn't unnoticed by Loki, who felt her knees go weak. Hestia smiled triumphantly. Time passed, and eventually, Loki and the others were allowed inside the manor after explaining why they were here. Hestia understood the part that they came here to talk with Silver, but she didn't understand why so many came in the first place. Especially Loki. Was it such a big deal? Or was there something she didn't know? She felt that the longer it passed, the less she knew about the things going on around him. And she wasn't pleased about that. Worse, Silver wasn't home right now, and she had no idea of when he would be back, so the only thing she could do was to welcome them inside first and hear what they had to say. Hopefully, Silver would be back soon. Unfortunately for them, Silver was now playing around in Orario's ruins with another girl. She would certainly be extremely pissed if she were to find out about that. Even though she was the one that allowed this in the first place. Notes. Chapter 128, Confrontation, the Mutant and the Werewolf. We're back everyone with another week. In the end, Webnovel went back on their actions and opened the web browser for people to see. Rather ironic. Of course, I'll continue to post on other sources, just in case. Also, this action was the main thing that made me take a step back in regards to making a contract with Webnovel, regardless of how big it is. Aside from that, I'll only be posting this chapter this week. I need to catch up with my other novel chapters. There is quite a lot to do. In the situation I managed to do it earlier than expected, then I may post another chap. I hope you enjoy today's chap. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels, including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Around an hour after Silver left the manor, after a long hour playing and talking a lot, their time had finally come to an end. It was a shame, both of them felt that way, but they had their own responsibilities. Don't forget it, okay? Artemis said with a thin smile. I won't, I said that 5 times already. Silver replied with a helpless smile. He turned around and said, See you soon, Artemis. See you, she said as she watched him slowly vanish from her sight. There he goes. She let out a small sigh before raising her head and smiling. It was fun. I'll be waiting for your next visit. Although. Next time. Artemis smiled playfully and left her room. She had work to do. Whoosh. Silver reappeared in an alley like always. Naya. A street cat that was resting nearby suddenly jumped in shock when it saw Silver appearing like a ghost out of nowhere. Ha. Silver chuckled as he saw the cat running away. That's the normal response to have. Every once in a while, this will happen. Better a cat than a kid taking a piss in the corner and causing a mess. He rested his back on the wall and thought. A shame our time went out so early. But I chose a bad time to visit. After all, she has work to do, she's a busy woman. I wanted to make it a surprise like I always do, nevertheless. Sometimes I wonder. Perhaps I should just make it public. On another note, perhaps not. If I were to reveal our relationship, then I would have to do the same with Hestia. And right now isn't the time to do that. Besides, I don't think I'm ready to face the consequences of that. The scandal. Silver smiled helplessly. He had dug his own grave. The only thing left to do now is to visit the guild. I want to know what they want from me. Will it be something related to the Xenos, or something completely unrelated? After all, it's not like the guild only has one thing inside their sleeves. There are many secrets that need to be kept from the prying eyes of the public. I'll find out about it anyway when I go there. Speaking of the guild. I wonder if Loiju is up already. And if so, I hope he is okay. Silver thought for a moment before saying. It won't take too much time to just take a look. I'm not on a schedule right now anyway. Besides, how can I lose the chance to see him wasted and make fun of him? I'm sure he won't drink for at least a month, so it'll be a while. I'll take this chance to take a few more photos. He'll be annoyed, but it will be a good thing to remember every once in a while. Much to his displeasure. He smiled slightly, vanishing from the alley. A few moments later. In the Hearth Manor, For the last time. No, I don't know where he is nor when he'll come. Stop asking about it already. Hestia replied, annoyed. She looked at the smiling Loki and continued. Do you keep track of your children? Of course not. So stop asking the obvious and leave. But Loki rolled her eyes. She rested her head on the couch and looked at the ceiling, bored. Damn it. I was hasty. Due to my desire to find out more about this, I ended up rushing things. I came here to investigate, but so far, it seems she truly knows nothing at all. It could due to the fact that she is just a dunce, but that pretty much clears my suspicions of her. But not about that guy. That only makes me more curious though. What could be known that he would even hide it from his own goddess? Or is their relationship worse than I thought? Loki looked around. Like her, they seemed bored. Well, only Bet. Seeing this, Loki thought. Is this what I get by trying to visit him by surprise? But if I didn't, then the entire purpose of this investigation would have been thrown out of the window. Still, everything points to them not being directly related to this. Perhaps I should have just invited him instead. Oh. This one is quite good. Tiona said as she pointed at a photo. Throughout all of this, Tioni got bored and curiously grabbed a book from a shelf nearby, of course, under the permission of Hestia. It was a photo book, a collection of many photos Silver took down in his many adventures around Orario. It was an odd way of seeing the dungeon, one that very much interested everyone. Apart from Bet, who didn't care about this at all. The one Tiona was looking at showed a group of adventurers fighting a horde of minotaurs. It was very knitted and the angle was quite nice. They didn't know who they were, but that didn't matter. When he comes back, I'll ask him to take a... What's the name again? Photo, yeah, a photo of me. Tioni said with a smile. That's a good idea. Her sister said with a nod. I'll gift it to Captain Hee. Even Ace seemed to enjoy the idea, while Lafia smiled under the thought of being in one together with Ace. Tiona turned the page. It was a series of photos, but not of the dungeon anymore, but photos of the girls from the Hestia Familia. Some were smiling, others were posing. They seemed used to this. This was because, since their very first day in the Familia, Silver had already introduced them to this by taking a grand photo of all of them together. It was the very first image of the album. While the four girls enjoyed the book, Hestia said, "Look, I'll do you a favor and tell him you all came here today. I'm sure Silver will visit you as soon as he hears about it anyway." Hestia said smugly. Loki's eyelids twitched. "Besides, I wouldn't want to hold on to you any longer, and I'm sure you're a busy person like me, so why don't we call it a day?" Grind, slash. The sound of Loki grinding her teeth could be faintly heard. Loki frowned. After all her work, did it come as futile? Simply because she was late. Worse, she was now being made fun of by this lowly. How frustrating. But in the end, she had to accept that she had come at a bad time, so she opened her mouth and said, "The more I would like to argue with you." But she was interrupted by Bet, who finally lost his calm. "What a waste of time," he said, frustrated as he got up from the couch. "Bet," Tiona said, trying to calm him down. "Next time, do it properly," Bet said as he looked at Loki. He walked to the door, saying, "Wasting my morning to visit a weak-ass familia that's nothing more than the shadow of a man. A bunch of morons." Bam, slash. He opened the door violently, angrily storming outside. But he failed to control his strength and ended up breaking one of the hinges. For a very small moment, Bet was startled. He didn't want to do that, but now it was too late, so he chose to act though and leave the room with a conflicted expression, knowing very well he would be punished later. "I'll pay for the door," Loki said as she facepalmed. "That damn wolf. He has quite the short fuse," Hestia said with a frown. "Guess I was lucky. There are all sorts of people. It's a blessing everyone is so nice. Or, since I was the one who chose them, does this mean I have a better sense of judgment than Loki? Ha." She then became a bit depressed. But he isn't wrong. Our familia is nothing without him. Still, that only means we have a lot to learn. Don't mind Bet, he's a nuthead that went through a lot, Loki said in a rare deep voice. No offense taken, he may be an ass, looking constipated all the time, but at least he's honest, even if awfully so. Someone said behind Loki. Ha ha ha, I guess so. What? She said as she turned around suddenly. Hey. Silver said with a smile as he winked at Loki. This guy. How long had he been there? No, how did he even? Not only her, but everyone turned their heads to look at Silver, who was now with his arms crossed as he looked down towards Loki. Lafia almost jumped out of her couch due to shock. Tiona's eyes brightened. Tioni was pleasantly surprised. A seemed just about the same, completely unaffected by his sudden appearance. Although that was far from the truth, as her eyes seemed a bit bigger than before, despite it all, she was shocked in her own way due to how sudden it was. Loki's expression was one of curiosity, but she was pleased that he was here now. And Hestia let out a sigh. Before they even had the time to say anything, Silver said once more. What a surprise, I didn't expect such a reception to greet me now of all times. I came back home to check on a friend, only to see a few more pop up. He said honestly with a small smile. It's nice to see you all okay. But shouldn't you all be resting after a tiring expedition? Silver. Didn't you tell me you were only going to be back later? As usual? Hestia asked, confused. Silver nodded. Indeed I was, however. I decided to come back to take a look at a certain friend of mine before going to the dungeon after finishing my usual business on the surface. I'm glad I did that now though, else I would have missed you all. Step. You. Bet exclaimed as he came back running ferociously with his brows furrowed. Hello. Silver replied with a thin smile as he waved at the angry werewolf. Time seemed to stop, Bet and Silver, staring at each other. The more Bet looked at him, the angrier he became. Not even for a single moment had he forgotten the shame of that day in the bar. The day they first met. It was all due to a small mistake. He underestimated Silver because of his new adventurer status, and due to that, it all came crashing down. He felt a strange feeling rise in his body. He was confused at first, but his instincts told him it was dangerous. It may have been due to the little alcohol he drank, causing him to lose his already short calm and act even more impulsive, or simply due to him being comfortable in the pub. But that day. He didn't remember why he started it, but he remembered approaching Silver. The next thing he realized after was a strange feeling that took over his body, the coldness that shook his entire body. It wasn't cold per se, it was just cold in places it shouldn't. That day he looked down to see that he was naked, and around to notice that he was in the safety room. very far from the pub. He couldn't escape, nor were there extra clothes for him to wear. So he was forced to wait until Loki came to rescue him. It didn't take much to realize someone had transported him there, much to his confusion and disbelief, although that would become clearer in the future after Finn and the others explained what had happened to him. The feeling of running around the manor with a silver cup to hide his genitalia was something he could never forget. The gazes of the people and their chuckles, there. Many times had he wanted to come and beat Silver up for what he did. It didn't matter to him who was right and wrong, the only thing that mattered to him was his vengeance. So he clenched his fist but he stopped. Bet shook his head. What was he doing? Raising his fist to a level 2 adventurer. That was much more humiliating to him than what happened previously. TSK. Consider yourself lucky, he said as he put his hands on his pockets, turning around to leave. Phew. Loki and the other girls let out sighs of relief. For a moment, they expected Bet to snap. Loki knew Bet wouldn't take it too far, but she was indeed expecting things to escalate. While their friend, you have quite the dangerous look on your face. Silver taunted with a thin smile. Loki and the others suddenly opened their eyes wide. It wasn't enough that Bet miraculously decided to stop, but he was now being taunted. This son of a bitch. Bet said with a small smile as he turned around. Oi, insulting my mother. Is that necessary? Sit down and have a snack, that'll calm you down. Silver asked as he raised his right eyebrow. The furniture in this room is quite expensive, and even though I doubt he would lose it and lash out at me, the chance of something breaking is high. Better not risk it any more than what I already have. Before Bet could process things, Silver raised his right hand and said, how about we forget what happened last time and start over? Ha! Bet's confused expression turned into a twisted smile as he looked at Silver, because it was clear to him what he meant. Don't waste my time, Bet said as he turned around, ignoring his handshake. Silver rolled his eyes. After coming all the way here, are you going to leave with that? I expected more. Silver taunted. Level 5. They must think I'm insane. And in a certain way, even I think it's rash. But if he comes at me without a plan, I can guarantee that even if I lose, he won't find it fulfilling in the least. For a prideful person like him, what's the point of winning a fight against a level 2 after struggling? It would do little to enforce his point, the contrary would happen, and he would feel deeply humiliated once more. Me, on the other hand, would gain a lot, be it as an experience, or for my reputation. Yet, on the other hand, I simply want him to shake my hand. Because from the beginning, I have nothing against him. I find no solace in fighting with a guy that is honestly, extremely pitiful. Regardless of how rude he may seem. Surprisingly enough, Bet's smile grew as he said. You do have some balls, not gonna lie. Crack. He clenched his fist, causing an airwave across the room and knocking some things off the table and shelves, but Silver put everything back in place with telekinesis. But do you have what it takes to back that off? It was safe to say that Bet was getting angry. Notes. This chapter used to be extremely different, but I changed the way he interacted with Bet since this was around the time I started to read the manga. And seeing Bet's true personality, I found out I had done him dirty. I'll post the original version on Volume 0 if you're interested. I'll do this for each of the next 3 chapters since all of them have been altered. Thank you for reading. Chapter 129, Confrontation, Truth X Reason. Hey, we're back. Hopefully, it'll take some time until our next time off. Right now, we continue from where we stopped with the Loki Familia visit, immediately after Silver provoked Bet after he was too much of an ass. As for the plot, so far, a lot will happen, and some conflicts will rise. But I'm already starting to see the end of this volume. You can continue reading, or jump to the chapter since it's a possible spoiler. Most likely, it'll end with a direct confrontation between the Ishtar Familia and the MC, to make reason of this volume's name, together with a potential level up, or be very close to after this conflict. Of course, I'll do a time skip. It'll definitely be over 2 months, but more than that I can't say. This will open a lot for the future. Silver won't have to worry about them pestering him anymore, Haruheim will have the chance to properly start diving into the dungeon, and the Hestia Familia will likely advance to AD rank Familia not much after. We'll see what'll happen after. I will start reading the Sword Oratoria volumes. There is quite a lot I need to inform myself with. Anyway, bye. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abaddamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abaddam. As always, the other version of this chapter will be released on Volume 0 for the interested. If you want to pick a fight, be a man and say it to my face. Bet said as his expression turned serious. This guy. He exuded a certain pressure, it was the killing sense of a wild beast. A demi-human. A level 5 demi-human pressure. A werewolf no less, one that grew amidst bloodshed with an ever-increasing desire for power. One that does not recognize the weak, only the strong. Despite it all, Silver was not intimidated. Pick a fight. Are you serious? Silver asked with a frown. I would like to, a decent beating is all that this guy needs to stop bullshitting, but this is not the time, nor the place for that. For someone that only respects the strong, and tries to incentivize the weak, only proving your capabilities will make him stop. I'm already aware of why you're here, so I won't beat around the bush. Still. Silver paused slightly to breathe before continuing. You're currently in my house, inside my office. It was already a lot when you spoke rudely with my goddess and broke my door. Now, you're trying to pull me into a fight? Bet just remained there, gazing at Silver. Stop it with your meaningless words, you barked a lot, but now you're backing off, huh? Bet said as his eyes sharpened. Looks like not only his eyes are silver. Despite his immense anger, he still held himself on account of his goddess' wishes and orders. He is rash, but not completely irrational. However, Bet would continue to push. Push as much as he could until this man in front of him bent, allowing him to finally beat him up. For him, the weak, to learn his place. Or so were his delusions. The man in front of him was more patient than he thought. He's right, Bet, just chill out and have some respect. Loki said as she pointed at the chair. Before I make you. But Bet only smiled. Respect? Are you telling me to respect this twerp? A newbie that has barely even explored the dungeon. How long has it been? 4 to 5 months. Don't make me laugh. He looked at Silver and showed his sharp teeth in a wide smile as he gazed at Silver. He doesn't deserve it. Eek. Lafia said as she hid her head behind the couch. The pressure exuded by Bet at this moment was a bit too much for her to bear. Deeming her meek personality, this stimulus was a bit too much for her. Even she could tell that both Silver and Bet were starting to lose their patience. Ace frowned a little. She was about to ask Bet to stop as it was making Lafia uncomfortable when Tiona said, Bet, why don't you just relax? Tiona said with a frown, already seeing that things were scaling down really quickly. Tioni shook her head. She had predicted this outcome from the very beginning, but in a sense, she was curious as to see what would happen. Of course, if Bet were to go out of line, she would be the first to discipline him. In the name of her captain, who would have done the same, of course. Hestia looked at Silver with worried eyes. She didn't know what to say. She was upset, of course. Having a guest be so rude is rather uncomfortable and awkward to deal with. But she could feel the sorrow and anguish in this child's heart. This rudeness was supported by something. Immense grief, anger, helplessness, and responsibility hidden deep within. Loki's eyelids twitched. She knew she shouldn't have brought him. She wanted to ask Silver some questions, but if a fight were to start and if he ended up being beaten up, how was she supposed to ask for his cooperation? It would be shocking if he was still willing to talk with them at all. Fine. Not like I need your respect, but so what? If fighting me is the reason you came here, then you may as well leave. He said as he pointed at the door. I have no time and my desire to fight him has dwindled. His act is simply that pitiful for me. A poor guy that has resorted to scare tactics in order not to hurt himself anymore. His expression was dark. He knew Bet had a rough personality and that the way they met wasn't ideal, but his patience had limits. In fact, if it wasn't for their difference in level, Silver may have started a fight long ago to show the werewolf what he was capable of. Did this mean he was scared? Not quite. He simply felt that it would be an inconvenience for both him and the others around him were he and Bet to start fighting. But he knows himself very well. He is incapable of dominating him in a fight, so why risk his pricey furniture? Leave. Not after coming all the way here. Bet said with a frown. B-E-T-E. Loki said angrily. She had reached her limits, and it was time to chain this feral wolf before he caused her any more trouble. But surprisingly, Bet grabbed Silver's hand. Slash clench, slash. However, each second, he increased the pressure on his hand. He felt humiliated in many ways, defeated. He simply wanted everything to end, and this was his way to repay it all. If he can't clash directly, may this show of strength be enough to shut him up. What is? But each second that passed as he kept increasing his strength, the expression of the men in front of him did not change, gazing at him with a small smile. Bet started to tense up. Something was wrong with this level 2 adventurer. Remember, officially, he is level 2, in truth, he is a level 3 adventurer. Slash silence, slash. The people observed this exchange with confused gazes. Why wasn't anything happening? Damn it, is this still not enough? I'm using my level 4 strength here. How high is his strength? Is he like the old? Huh. Out of nowhere, the pressure on his hand increased many times. But he wasn't the one putting pressure anymore. It was Silver. Trying to get the initiative. And this pissed off Bet greatly, but just as much as it made him confused. What is it? Wasn't it enough? Why don't you stop holding my hand? Silver asked slowly as he continued to grasp tighter. You. Bet replied angrily. Oh no. Loki said with a frown. Please. Stop provoking him, /BAM, /. Bet pressed down, using a considerable portion of his strength to crush Silver's hand, but not enough to cripple it. He simply wanted to teach this arrogant prick a lesson. It was his level 5 strength, his arms were clearly showing some level of effort as his muscles bulged. Yet. Nothing changed at all. Silver remained there, holding onto his hand in silence, allowing Bet to keep trying. But the more strength he put, the lower his self-esteem fell. Was this all of his own strength was worth? He wasn't even good enough to push a level 2 to his knees. Silver silently watched the werewolf as his expression changed. I don't really have anything against him, in fact, I would prefer him to be an ally instead of an enemy. Not like this situation will put us as enemies in the first place, I'm not that petty, nor is he. Especially him. Bet is simply hot-headed. Or would the proper word be, stubborn. Bet grew up being beaten and humiliated by many, some he outgrew, others he still can't, such as Gareth, people he strives towards even today, like a certain king. Otter's alias is King. And yet, he deeply respects them and treats them as friends. He doesn't want to suppress everyone that is weaker than him, instead, he wants them to realize how weak they are so they strive to improve, that is what he does, even if that makes him hated by many. If they use him as fuel for their growth, and live in the process, then he is satisfied, even though he'll never show that to anyone. And at the same time, that is a defense mechanism so that the impact when they eventually die decreases. That is Bet Loga, someone that can't bear to build relationships with others, in fear of losing them again, he presses everyone around him, calling them weak and humiliating them, so they either quit or grow a desire to grow. He'll protect them if they get in danger, and silently mourn them if he fails to do so, but he'll never change, insulting everyone weaker than him with a straight face. You can even say he's slowly self-destructing, but that is the paradox of this lone wolf, one he may have realized already. This is enough, I can't push any further than this. Despite it all, his strength is definitely higher than mine, even if by just a little, so before I make a fool of myself. N1. Silver let go of Bet's hand when he realized the wolf boy was lost in thought, thinking too deeply to care about his surroundings anymore. Once his hand was released, the wolf boy walked slowly towards the door, his tail loose and his ears slightly tilted, he seemed confused and even a bit broken. It was a strange side they had never seen before, like a beaten dog in the rain. Silver turned around and looked at Loki, he bowed slightly and said, I'm sorry, I may have gone a bit overboard. What a terrible way to host a meeting. But the guests were at fault. No, things went better than I expected in the end, thank you for doing it like this. She said awkwardly. I should have been more adamant in refusing him. What is happening to me recently? I'm committing so many oversights. Although. What was that? Loki's eyes sharpened. Bet was struggling at the end, he was getting really close to his full strength there. Tell me. What just happened? Bet wouldn't have allowed himself to be beaten like that. A dangerous thought formed on her head. Is this brat on the same level already? What happened? Silver asked out loud. Nothing much, I just shook his hands and reconciled. He replied with an innocent smile. You call that reconciling? Loki asked with an amused smile. So he'll keep quiet, huh? Fine, I'll ignore it for today. On the other hand, when she looked at Hestia, she smiled proudly, greatly annoying her. That. Look at her all proud. I'll have to punish Bet accordingly later. Outside of the room, the fur on Bet's body started to rise, it were his instincts telling him that something was about to happen. He looked left and right, but nothing. So he calmed down as he shook his head, after all, what sort of danger could there be in here? Back in the room, Silver smiled slightly, replying to Loki's question. I won't deny it, I did this mainly because I found it amusing, but at the end of the day, he's upset for what I did last time, that I can understand, but to that, his foul personality was the cause of it. To be honest, I kind of wanted to be on terms with him, but I'm fine if he doesn't want to. He said with a shrug. I have nothing against him at all, on the contrary, I respect him for how far he came and for what he did to Orario. I'll give him respect if he respects me, even if he scorns me in private I won't care. But if he doesn't, then why care? He talks like this, but he's hiding his threats beneath them. Loki suddenly had an intense headache. It was already hard to make him forget what happened last time, and it'll be even harder now. Nothing serious happened this time, but I doubt Bet will take lightly into being trashed around like that. I'll chain him up before he causes more trouble. I'll keep that in mind, she said with a frown. And I'll make sure he understands that as well. Besides, this was quite unexpected. She looked at Silver with a deep gaze. He really grew, huh? That isn't the power a level 2 should have. So unless he has several skills to increase that, it's still impossible. Not only that but his strength as well. The only possible explanation is he's level 3 already. And not a weak level 3 at that. This level of growth rivals even that of what Ace showed me recently. No, it goes beyond that. For him to compare to Bet in strength and at the minimum, he definitely got S every time he leveled up. So I'm very curious. I thought at first that his fast growth was due to this item while it was in his possession, but I may have been mistaken all along. If that's the case, what is the source of his speedy growth? A skill. A type never seen before. This dunce doesn't seem to be breaking the rules and using her arcanum to boost his status. If it really is that. Silver nodded and went to take a seat next to Hestia. Without further ado, allow me to properly welcome you all into the Hestia Familia's home, the Hearth Manor. This time, without interruptions. Snap, slash. Silver snapped his fingers, and the entire room vibrated as many shelves and drawers were opened at the same time. Many pieces of cutlery, teapots, kettles, and more started to fly around the place. Wow! Exclaimed Tiona as she looked at the flying objects, organizing themselves on the table in front of them. My apologies as we don't have that deep of a selection of tea and snacks. Loki smiled. Stop showing off and pour us some tea. Silver also smiled in reply. As you wish. Creak, slash. The door to the office opened with a creak due to the broken hinge, revealing Haruheim in her maid clothes, holding onto a large water bottle. She seemed a bit flustered and even a bit confused. But why is she here? That's simple. Simple flashback slash. Not so long ago, Haruheim was calmly cleaning the main table as everyone finished their breakfast when she heard Cyber's voice in her head. Haruheim. All of the fur on her body stood up due to the surprise, she almost dropped the plate in her hand on the ground. Sorry for startling you, but could you bring us a large bottle of water to the office? Oh okay. She said gently as she looked around. Present slash. Thank you Haruheim, can you pour some tea for our guests? Silver asked the fox girl. Tea? She asked as she looked around. She immediately noticed the cutlery on the main table, but she also noticed that something seemed wrong. There was someone missing, right? She quickly shook that off from her mind as she said. In that case, give me a minute to heat the water. However, Silver interrupted her and said. Give me the water bottle. She tilted her head, a bit confused, but she complied. Silver held the kettle with one hand and soon. Whistle, slash. A large column of vapor started to be released from the kettle, the water was already boiling. Heh. Loki said with a small smile. Look at this guy, showing off again, clap clap, slash. Haruheim clapped slightly in a cute way, in awe of his ability. Here, be careful, it's a bit hot. He said as he gave the kettle back to Haruheim. As she poured the tea for them, Silver said. I would like to small talk and ask how your expedition went, but I doubt you came here for that. So tell me, I'm all ears, what do you need me for? Oh and ah. Is it okay for him to just leave like that? Silver asked as he pointed at the door. Not beating around the bush, huh? I like it. Loki replied. She then crossed her legs and said. And yes, leave him be, he came here to meet you, and he got what he wanted, albeit not in the way he expected, he just needs some time to think and he'll be okay. He was never one to participate in meetings, always calling them a waste of time. It's simple, can you tell us everything you know about this item over here? She said as she pointed at the red scarf on Ace's neck. But Silver remained silent. You know something about it, don't you? There was no point in remaining silent now. If she came to him, then that means she had at least one or two clues pointing to him. I do. Silver replied plainly after thinking deeply for a little while. How honest. In that case. But before Loki could say anything else. Please. I want to know. Ace said in a firm tone as she interrupted Loki. Everyone nodded, they were just like her, they were very curious about this item. Hestia wasn't an exception, this story came and went in the blink of an eye, she barely heard anything about it, be it what actually happened or the events surrounding it. To be honest. She kind of forgot about it, there were too many things on her head and as such, the idea of inquiring Silver escaped her mind. Hearing their words, Silver smiled and said. Fine, having you owe me more favors can't be that bad. You're making me regret this. Loki said with a twisted expression. Silver simply shrugged and said. The answer is simple, but at the same, it implies something I'm not sure you're all quite ready to hear. Please. Say it. Ace replied, her conviction not wavering in the least. We do have some time. Since you're so eager. Where do I start? Notes. N. Numerically, going by the wiki, Bet most likely maintained an average of 700 plus to 750 for every level up in regards to strength. And considering that he is at the start of level 5, he has at most 100 to 200 strength, but that is already enough to make his raw values higher or at the same range as silver. Around 3000 plus if you didn't wish to do the math. But they have a 2-level difference, and that is huge. Hope it helped. Peace. Chapter 130, Confrontation, Bitter Truth. Okay. First, there is an issue that needs to be addressed. Silver said calmly. The details regarding this mess go back to Ace, and despite it all, I have no idea of many circumstances surrounding her. It would be best to not run my mouth without some consideration of who may be hearing it. This is a story that can and will get very personal, so I would like to warn you of that. He asked as he looked at Ace. Personal? With Ace? What does this have to do with Ace? Tiona asked with a frown. Everything. It has everything to do with her. Family. Silver said slowly. Her parents. But it seems they don't quite know. It's all on Ace anyway. Ace's eyes suddenly opened wide. In a sense, she was waiting for this, but at the same time, she wanted it to not be the case. Ace parents. Lafia said with wide eyes. It wasn't like this was a taboo topic within the Loki familia, it just so happened that in the busy days of normal life, such a topic never really came into her mind, or those of many people to be honest. After all, most adventures were like that, with family either far away, buried, or they had some sort of tragic tale about them. Since it isn't hard to think that, if you were a caring parent, would you want your child to risk their lives every day in the dungeon? Few are those whose parents are adventurers and go with them to the dungeon. So overall, family tends to be a bittersweet topic in every adventurer's mouth. Still, it's not like people didn't get curious about one another, especially when it's about Ace. It just never passed through Lafia's and the others' mind. But even if she could ask Ace, she wouldn't be able to hear an answer as Riveria and the others would put a stop to her question by changing the subject, just like they did with many others. They were always actively keeping the subject a secret until Ace was ready to share it with others. Something she had yet to do. The only ones who seem to know what is going on with her past are Loki and the top executives, Finn, Gareth, and Riveria, who surprisingly, were not present here. Perhaps that was Loki's plan all along. Ace said, hesitating greatly. Silence. Ace. Are you? Lafia said, worried and shocked. Was she not a friend? Someone she could trust and open up to? Why was she hesitating? Ace of all people. Something must be wrong. Lafia tried to lie to herself in order to think of an excuse, but what Loki said next cleared her chaotic thoughts. Everyone. Would you all mind leaving the room for a moment? Make sure to check on Bet and see if he isn't causing any trouble, he already embarrassed himself enough for a day. She said with a small smile. Tioni got up from her chair, she felt it was a shame, but she knew that one day, she would learn about her friend's past, more than anyone knows how painful the past can be. Tiona too, although, after they leave, she would make sure this girl knew that she could count on them, no matter what had happened to her, they would always be by their side. Because they were her friends. Lafia was certainly the most impacted about this, she felt betrayed in a sense, and at the same time, pathetic. She thought that she wasn't even worthy of carrying Ace burdens, and this ignited her desire to improve, more so than ever before. Creak. So they left the room silently and closed the door, making the atmosphere take a turn for the worse. Should I even be here? Even Hestia felt something was wrong, much less the poor fox girl in the corner of the room with her tail between her legs. Once they left Loki sked. You sure know how to worsen the mood. Loki said with a smile. I'm just trying to be considerate. Silver replied annoyed. It shouldn't have been you. We should be the ones to ask such a question. Loki rebuked with a sly smile. She looked at Haruheim and said. What about that furry tail over there? Haruheim. I trust her with this matter, as long you're okay with it, of course, it's your matter after all. Silver said confidently. There can be no one more loyal than her. Not even a single word of this will come out of here. I hope. Still, it would have been the same if those girls had remained, but it wasn't entirely a matter of trust, but a matter of her feelings. Ace didn't say much, she didn't mind them hearing, at least, not as much as the others that just left. Hestia was a goddess while Haruheim had a meek personality that made Ace think of her as a child, just like. Then it's resolved. Loki said with a serious look. Silver smiled, took a quick sip of his tea, and continued. Let me start with how I got this information in the first place, since I'm sure you are very curious about that. He said with a smile as he looked at Loki. Looks like I got busted. Loki replied with a smile. He's more cooperative than I thought. Thankfully, that hardhead didn't fully annoy him. Time to get a bit serious. Her eyes sharpened, gleaming slightly. Silver rolled his eyes and said with a sigh. It isn't as impressive as you think. The information came to me on its own, as I don't have any sort of special information network. A bit before your fight. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. That man approached me for a talk. Bam, slash. Ha. You never told me that. Hestia exclaimed as she slapped the table. Haruheim's tail shot up due to how startled she was by this. Hestia looked at him with a frustrated gaze. She felt betrayed. So Silver quickly replied. Ha. I just thought it was unnecessary, as it would cause you more worry than giving you answers. I'll make up for it, okay? Silver replied with an awkward smile. Humph. Everyone seemed a bit awkward. Loki even seemed a bit suspicious about her reaction, but before things progressed further, Silver continued. I don't know exactly why he came after me, but I have a pretty solid theory after hearing what he had to say. He came after me to see if I had what he was looking for, and indeed I had. I have no need to go super deep into his connection with my grandparents. At least not now. Upon confirming my identity, this prompted him to start talking and ended up in a mock fight. If you can even call it that. Why he did so. But then Loki shook her head. Wait a minute, I can understand that he was looking for it, but in the first place, why did you have it? That's a good point. Hestia mumbled to herself. Why am I agreeing with her? Well. So much for wanting to keep quiet. No matter, not like it's a big deal. That was something he told me about. It's a long story and it involves my family, you see. Your family? Hestia asked, surprised. To think I would hear about them here. He told me a lot about them, but never something that could be traced to this event in any way. The only clue is his grandparents visited him, but that also remained unsolved. And I forgot about it. Ace's expression changed as she looked at the ground, reminiscing about something. Memories of a time when she also had a family of her own, of a time when she could smile on the fields, her father running after her with a helpless smile while her mother looked at her from a green hill while the soothing wind blew on her hair. Yes, but don't get the wrong idea, they didn't contribute to this situation in the least. At least not directly. Besides, this was what I heard from him, so it could very well be wrong. I guess I can't really confirm nor deny it until I go back and visit my family. I'm distorting the truth, but for this goddess, it'll have to be enough. Last thing I want is them going after my family to ask what happened. I'll go over everything really quickly since most details are unnecessary. It goes like this. Decades ago, my grandparents from my mother's side used to be part of a familia here in Orario. The Prometheus familia. Ha. Isn't that the one those bastards were part of? Loki exclaimed with a frown, slightly conflicted. Familias can change. From my own investigations, the Prometheus familia was relatively well-known and famous familia. So something must have happened later down the line. Well. Yes, but that will come shortly. You see, like many others before them, the Prometheus familia suffered severe losses in the dungeon, and that caused a massive shift in the structure of the familia, and their ideology, causing them to leave due to certain disagreements. It was due to a clash of ideas, if you will. He looked at Loki and said. This is your answer. They left long ago, before the familia had changed into what it was today. They are completely unrelated to their current actions, although not entirely unrelated to their goals. I guess you're right. I apologize, I got a bit out of line there. She said as she shook her head. It's okay, I can understand how you feel about them. Heh. Loki said with a smug smile as she remembered the day they met and the time they spent in the pub. Hestia didn't like her expression for some reason, more so than usual. Cough. Anyway, let's go back to the matter at hand. Silver said awkwardly. My grandparents. They didn't quite leave without causing some trouble, you see. Since they took this very item with them. That was how it got in my possession so many years later. My grandma gave it to me. Silver said, slightly embarrassed. I thought about this many times, and I pretty much figured out why she did so. She probably thought it was safer to do so. Instead of waiting for him to come after them and recover the item, she gave it to me while keeping this item's origins a secret. However, she couldn't predict that I would grow and attract attention so fast. Still. That does not quite explain how it came to that familia possession. Loki said with a frown. Silver shrugged. I would be surprised if there was a record of that. I do know that the scarf was previously in his wife's possession before coming to my grandparents. But it may be a tad too much to tell that as well. It would come as strange for me to know that as well. Continue. Loki requested with a nod. Silver took a sip of his tea while everyone looked at him. Loki's and Hestia's eyelids twitched in annoyance. How can he be this calm? Ace's expression did not change, she continued to wait as per normal while. Haruheim chuckled slightly, finding it all oddly amusing. Ah. Silver said as he fished drinking his tea. Pinch. Silver looked at the side, seeing a fairly angry Hestia looking at him with an annoyed face. Was it good? She asked in a deep tone, slowly, letter by letter. How can you be so calm in this situation? Phenomenal, in fact, thank you Haruheim. He said as he looked at the fox girl in the corner of the room, who had been silent so far. She didn't say much, but her face got slightly flushed as she smiled and her tail wagged. This pissed Hestia even more. And made Loki even more suspicious. There was a reader that complained about the size of some paragraphs, and he used a tea conversation as a possible example, so because I was annoyed, I put this line here for the funny. So, continuing from where I stopped. He told me many things about his past and his story with my grandfather. You know how old people are. Perhaps he was simply bored, reminiscing about the past. He was so friendly that for a moment, I even started to question his reasons and motives. Still, there was no way I would have dropped my guard. I was dealing with a terrorist, one that had orchestrated something really massive, and even though his plan failed, it still caused quite the substantial amount of damage. He said as he looked at Loki. Yeah. I'm still thankful for you being there, you're quite the reliable guy. Loki replied with a mischievous smile as she side-glanced at Hestia. What is she doing? This is unlike her. Hestia's eyebrows furrowed in suspicion. Still, after going over his story, we get to the interesting part, the reason you came here for. Silver said with a smile. Everyone focused. Haruheim put her hands in front of her mouth, she was really enjoying this story. He told me about what this item was supposed to be, and why he wanted it made. That he needed something to repair it. That was a thing. Hestia asked as she tilted her head. The longer he talks, the less I understand. Besides, how can a scarf be broken? Perhaps broken may be a bad word to use, but it's a simple term everyone can understand. After all, ancient items that aren't properly maintained for long periods of time do tend to malfunction. He said with a small smile and in a slightly sarcastic tone. Perhaps she won't understand deeming her fame for not paying attention to her surroundings even in heaven. But Loki on the other hand. In fact, that was the reason why he attacked you in the first place. Silver said as he looked at Loki. What? Loki asked with a dark expression. Gasp. I'm sure you can tell if I'm lying, and this one over here would also notice if I was planning something else, so I don't think there is a need to doubt my words. From my perspective, his attack on you was merely a distraction, as his goal was something else entirely. He then looked at Ace and pointed at her. Have you two not realized it yet? He asked. Ace shook her head, while Loki's eyelids twitched. His target was her. Or more precisely, her blood. Have you realized now? Everyone was shocked by this, even Ace, her eyes darted open as she grasped her clothes in mild anger. Mother. What was he going to do with that? Loki asked, remaining focused. He was going to fully repair the item. How? I have no idea, so don't ask. But he told me a few things. And that was the fact he needed the blood of Arya to fix it. Arya? Loki asked with a twisted expression. His words, not mine. Silver replied plainly. Arya. How? How does he know such a name? Ace exclaimed suddenly. She got up from her chair and approached Silver. Do you know? But Silver shook his head. No, I don't know how, I barely know anything about Arya herself, and despite all of the inconsistencies and suspicions I have, this is merely what he told me about. Yes Ace, let him finish first. Loki said as she pulled her arm gently. This wasn't the time to play or joke. Arya. Who? What is happening? They talk as if it's important. Even Haruheim seems to know who it is. So why am I the only one that doesn't know? She looked at Silver with resentment, as if he was the one responsible for her current ignorance. Haruheim on the other hand remained silent, blocking her surprise with her hands, she couldn't believe what he was hearing. The great spirit Arya had a daughter. Or was it simply a coincidence in the name? Loki frowned, thinking deeply. As I was saying, he was there for your blood, as to how he knew who you were. That guy was an elf, a very old elf at that, the way he spoke made me think that he wasn't the only one aware of your existence. What? Loki said deeply. The elves are involved in this now. I thought it was an individual act. Riveria won't be pleased about this. Well, she already wasn't, especially when we investigated him and found out he was a royal from another forest. Ace was also perplexed. He knew who your mother and father were, as to how he came to know that. I don't know. Loki bit her thumb lightly. This was getting annoying. What do you know about all of this? Loki asked. Me. Not much. I mean, I did know that Albert had a son. You did? Loki asked with a frown. I learned it from a history book. A fairy tale collection, albeit the book failed to explain who was his mother and his name. There is indeed such a book out there, far away, a white-haired young man sneezed as he read his favorite book, But after meeting that guy, it wasn't difficult to connect the dots. I see. So. What are your thoughts about it? I need to determine his position on this matter. What do you mean? Don't feign ignorance. You know very well what I'm asking about. Well. It doesn't matter to me. Silver said with a small smile. Ace, who had been with her head dropped this entire time, raised it to look at Silver. If you are a spirit, or a human, or something in between. Does that ever matter? Should I look at you in any different way? Well, I guess it makes you feel more mysterious. Makes me feel curious to learn more about you. He said with a smile. He started to feel awkward. You are G. I'll say this once. I'm sure that for me, and for you as well, you're simply Ace. Ace Wallenstein. You may wish to follow on your father's legacy, on your mother's legacy. Or perhaps, create a new path solely your own. It doesn't matter, as long as you remain yourself. You may be a half-spirit, but does that make you any less human? Silver smiled. He had spoken his lines and was about to continue when Ace said. Thank you. She said in a low tone. She was smiling, even if just slightly. Cough. Loki said, ruining the mood. Humph. Not on my watch. Anyway. I imagine that what happened at the end after your fight with him was. But Silver shook his head. Well. I wasn't conscious when this happened, so I can't really comment on it. That is one of my regrets. Nevertheless, deeming his sudden increase in strength, he must have achieved what he wanted. So? Loki asked. This magic tool. Item. Or whatever you may call it has the very simple ability to help someone break their own limits. /silence/ WH. You aren't making any sense. Loki said with a frown and in shock. Is it really that? Even Ace gasped. She knew exactly what it was to be limited. With each level up, she felt as it became harder and harder for her to improve, everything was becoming slower and slower. Haruheim also displayed some shock. Silver found it amusing to see her reactions each time he said something new. Especially when he mentioned that Ace was the daughter of Arya and Albert, she almost fell to the ground in excitement. She was truly seeing with her own eyes a heroic figure from one of her favorite tales. And Silver would have to talk with her later about it. Hestia was the only one that remained calm. Was that really special? I know very well that it may be hard to take. I was like that as well when I first heard about it from his mouth. Besides, don't play with me. I know very well that you're aware of what it does, even if just slightly. Silver said with a serious expression. Silver looked at Loki with a deep gaze, but the latter didn't seem pleased about this situation. What do you mean, Silver? Hestia asked, confused. After that event, I tried to dig into as much as I could, and I did find faint traces of this item's existence, buried away in time as a legend of some kind. If you know where to look, you'll find faint traces of it. Most will deem it as superstition, a fairy tale. But that is enough for me. How could someone like this red-haired girl in front of me miss such details? You may not know it, due to your past, but I expected this of you already. Silver said as he looked at Hestia, making her frown in annoyance. However, this isn't the case for a well-informed goddess. One that is known for her intelligence. Silver said as he looked at Loki. Oh, you're making me blush. Loki replied cheekily. Hey. I told you many times already, I was really busy in heaven, okay? I barely had time to look at the lower world, much less pay attention to rumors. She said as she pulled his shoulders. Hestia on the other hand complained. Seeing her reaction, trying to make light of things, he said. Well, you came to me for answers, and I gave you what I knew, even if it isn't much. He pointed towards Ace's scarf and said. The truth, albeit crazy, cannot be denied. I rest my case here. Notes. Do you think the chapters are taking too long to advance? Really, just tell me, I'll try to advance the plot faster. The way I write is like this. I write around 2K to 2.5K words of story, advancing the plot. I add from 500 to 1K words of conversations and world background while I edit. For example, this chapter has 3.7k words, a bit over the word cap of 3k. Well, it was 3k before I edited it, but now that I did it again, it became 3.7k. Since I edit each chapter twice, this normally makes the chapters rather decent. But it can make you feel as if the chapter isn't going anywhere and has a lot of conversations. If you feel like that, just tell me, give me your opinion. As for the future plot, there are already 20 more chapters ready, but I think we are very close to the final arc of this volume. I mean, I'll make a time skip and this will lead to the end arc, or so is how I plan. I think I said this last chapter. Anyway, I'm done here, see ya. Chapter 131, Confrontation, Me. It's complicated. I am awakened. I have discovered the perfect way to maximize time. Instead of listening to those long-ass conversations my teachers have the inkling to start, I'll now read the light novel, expanding my knowledge into something interesting instead of integrals and derivatives. Today, I read about a fifth of the 9th volume of Sword Oratoria. Likely, by the end of next week, I'll have finished the 12th, and with it, everything from this side. I'll then start reading the original Danmachi light novel. I know, I'm very dedicated to my craft. If only calculus was half as interesting. As for the chapter, I have mixed feelings about it. This is the last chapter from the rewritten section, so that's a thing. I hope you like it. I'll answer any questions once I'm back from uni. See ya. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. His words rang deep in their minds. The truth cannot be denied. With a solemn expression, Silver remained still, waiting for them to process what he had said. There was no point in rushing them. You can call them back if you wish, I won't be saying anything sensitive anymore. He said as he cracked his neck. Loki nodded, she turned around and called them back, and the room was soon filled with people once again. With the exception of Bet, who seemingly disappeared. To where that wolf had gone to. They could only imagine. Excuse me. Lafia said as she entered the room. Loki, Bet said he would go out for a walk. Tioni said as she entered the room. Loki frowned, but she let out a sigh. Just leave him, he'll come back eventually. Oh hey-oh. We're back, missed us. Tiona said with a small smile. She jumped and sat on the couch, looking straight at Silver. What are you all talking about? Well. Silver smiled and let out a sigh, telling them a resumed story that didn't involve Ace's personal story. At the end of it, they were just as confused and shocked as Loki, especially Tioni, who managed to realize the same thing Loki did. What caused him to grow so fast? Taking this chance, Loki asked. What about you? Loki asked with a sharp gaze. Silver remained silent. But she kept pressing. Does your growth has anything to do with this? She asked as she touched Ace's neck, making sure to savor the sensation of her skin. Ace's expression darkened. Ha. I'm joking, of course not, you just explained that wasn't possible. She said lightly. She looked at him with a serious expression and asked. Then how? Silver remained silent, he closed his eyes, deep in thought while the mood became heavier. The others wanted to intervene and stir things back to how they were before, but they were also curious. How? And if so, could he also tell them? Was it too greedy? It may seem preposterous to ask him of his secrets, but they couldn't help it. They are adventurers after all. However, what each of them felt about that was different. Tiona felt bad, she was between asking her goddess to stop and remaining silent, seeing how things developed. Tioni was very interested, but she was fine with either. If she felt that things were going on a bad turn, she would use everything in her ability to make amends. She had to keep their reputation intact, as that was what her beloved captain would have desired. Lafia was interested in this subject greatly, strength. That was something she had always envisioned ever since she joined the Loki Familia after graduating from her school and becoming Riveria's apprentice. Haruheim on the other hand was the calmer of the bunch. For her, who had never properly understood what is to reach your limits, this talk was merely a novelty. Ha. I thought this question was coming. But his expression turned serious as he replied. Don't you think you're straying off topic too much? Does this have anything to do with your personal investigation? Is that a refusal? Loki asked sharply. Beating around the bush won't lead us anywhere. She said as she shook her shoulders. You're right, and I guess I do have some things to say. Silver said with a pensive gaze. But, it's something very personal to me, so I'll have to stop you right here. I refuse to explain this to you. Silver replied sternly. No one expected him to be so blunt. Not even Loki. She expected a refusal, just not like this. He wasn't tactfully at all. Talk about being rude and direct. Well. She was the one that didn't want to beat around the bush in the first place. But hey, she was Loki, being unreasonable and shameless was in her blood. Slash tap, slash. Hestia used her elbow to Silver's side, but he ignored her. He knew what she wanted to say, but he had to remain strong about his choices. He was the front of the Hestia familia, and despite him wanting to keep good relations with the Loki familia, he has some pride and understanding about himself. If he's going to talk, then he first needs to have them understand how meaningful it is to him. You. Do you understand just who you are talking with? Loki asked surprised. This guy. He is so bold. TSK, is it a lack of trust? We don't know each other that deeply. Or is it something else? It looks like this infringes too much on his personal space. URG. Riveria and Finn are much better at sweet-talking people. But I can't lose here and lose face to my precious children and... this boobosaurus of a woman. Yes, I do know you. Silver replied as he shook his head. Loki, the trickiest prankster that loves to have fun, drink wine, especially somas, joke with her familia children, lays around, touch little girls, and has a complex. But Silver stopped as he looked at her chest. Hashtag. Where are you looking at, you fucker? And how does he know so much about me? Yup, that's Loki. Tiona said with a nod. It's actually a bit scary how precise that is. Tioni said. Lafia nodded with a frown, she was thinking deeply. But lacked the words to refute. Everyone seemed to nod to his words, he had hit the sweet spot. And also. Someone who owes me a tad bit much. He said seriously. I'll stay adamant about my choices. Silver said unwavering as he looked at Loki. But when things were getting tense, Ace intervened. Please. Please tell me how to get stronger. She asked with a serious expression as she clutched onto her dress. Her eyes seemed to shine, even her expression was slightly flushed. Silver knew that this must be hard for her, whatever was passing through her mind, taking the first step in requesting someone else's help. It was clear that Ace had thought greatly about this, despite the circumstances. It was no surprise why everyone was so surprised. Did you hear what I said? Silver asked with a frown. I'll apologize right now, Ace. I'll have to trick you a little. My skill isn't something that should be shared, but everything else. So first. Yes, that is why. But Silver shook his head. This was the reason why I warned you all at the start. I'm not explaining to you how to do things, and I told you all that this wasn't going to make sense. I simply can't bring myself to tell you something that doesn't suit you, you know that yourself. She looked at the ground, depressed and even slightly ashamed. But at the same time, she wanted to say. At least she thought she wanted. She didn't know what she wanted. Ace felt she needed to say, what do you even know about me? But the words never came out from her lips, she only stared at the ground, frustrated, or so she thought, she didn't know what she was feeling. Silver looked at Ace and said honestly. I'm not trying to shoot you down. Nor am I trying to make little of your efforts. I can tell just by looking about your achievements, at your mindset, and at the way you hold your sword. Your conviction. The amount of effort you put into all of this, the burden you carry. But it's exactly because of this that I can't say that you aren't suited for the method I used to grow stronger. Will you bite? Do I have to push more? She didn't reply. The strength you seek, I can understand why you do so. But if you push yourself too hard. Wasn't that the reason why they always pulled you back? Silver asked as he looked at Loki and... at the door. After all, a certain elf had been standing there for a while now. Even though most had yet to realize, too focused on his words to pay attention to her faint presence. People have limits, and breaking them was never supposed to be a simple thing, since what does it even mean to break your limits? You want to grow stronger so desperately, but does it really have to be at any cost? This is something she has to learn if I were to tell them how I grow. Would she throw herself in a wave of minotaurs alone? Of course not. Not quite. She would definitely consider, and it's that indecision that would make both Loki and several others hostile to me. Or at the very least, make them have dual feelings about me. If any of them were to get hurt by my words, no matter how truthful I am or how much I warned them, they would still feel upset. My limit. Ace didn't expect to be scolded. For a moment, she felt as if she was hearing Riveria talk. From the other side of the door, a certain elf smiled slightly. Besides, what I did to grow was very particular, not really something I would recommend you all to follow. And I have my own secrets to keep. Even if I were to do so. These two beautiful ladies would beat me up. Silver said as he pointed at the door and at Loki. Heh. Trying to sweet-talk me, kid. But. 2. Ah. I see. Slash creak, slash. Everyone apart from Loki looked at the door as it slowly opened, revealing a beautiful elf with green hair. It was Riveria, with her cold and serious gaze. Riveria-sama. Ouch. Lafia exclaimed in surprise as Riveria approached behind her and smacked her head with a cane. I told you to be more composed in such meetings many times before, didn't I? She said as she closed one of her eyes. This child. She then looked at Silver and nodded slightly before taking a seat next to Loki's after Tiona made up some space. I didn't quite expect us to meet like this again. She said with a thin smile. Neither did I, nevertheless, it's a pleasure to meet the Nine Hell again. Silver replied with a smile. No need to be so formal, Riveria will do. Didn't I say that last time as well? She said with a smile. She looked around, but she seemed confused. Where's Bet? Everyone then smiled helplessly. He left early after he lost his patience, you must have missed him. Loki said with a calm smile. But the true meaning of her words was, I'll tell you later, leave that guy alone. That's unlike him. Riveria said suspiciously. Even if he was upset, he would have stayed just for the sake of being around. Is he still upset about that? Perhaps too embarrassed to remain any longer. The last time something like this happened was when he became drunk and said some regrettable things around Loki. He stayed out of her sight for close to half a month. Seeing that everything was under control, she simply let it be. She then became serious and said. Enough side talk. Firstly, my apologies for coming so late, I missed the start of the conversation due to the guild being busy as always, and now I'm lost in what to make of all of it. Even after trying, I still can't make ends meet about the meaning of your words. What you said about limits. I can't help but be skeptical about what you said. Limits can be broken. Even after all you said, I'm finding difficulty believing that. Silver nodded, he understood her point. For her, it was already very hard to limit the actions of Ace and the others, she always had to limit them, after all, they work together, and not separately. This is because, even with their strength, they can't act on their own in the deep floors, else they would die. She has to control their unending desire for power and impede them from throwing themselves in the army of monsters the dungeon throws at them. But it's not her fault either, since she also believes that once you hit the limit. It's that. Unless you dedicate unending amounts of time to increase that limit step by step like Otter, then your only solution is to train something else or to level up. Not that she knows how Otter became that strong in the first place. N0. It is not an opinion, it is a fact. Since you came in late, I do not mind going over everything again quickly. Riveria nodded, saying thank you to Haruheim for pouring her tea, waiting for Silver to recount his story. 5 minutes later, She was left shocked, but not overly so as most of his words were within her expectations. When she listened to Loki's account about Ace growth before coming here, she had already formulated a certain understanding of the matter, it just came as a shock to her to hear this from an outsider's mouth. Confirming her doubts. And this was shown by her expression of deep confusion and disbelief. Even so. She tried to formulate a comeback, but she was unable to. The almost 100-year-old sage was unable to refute this. Of course, she could simply say that their knowledge about the item was wrong and that it had no such effect. But then, what would be the explanation for what happened? Well. This is all I had to share. Silver said as he looked at them. You now know that the item is safe, and its supposed effects, its history, how it got into my hands, what else do you need? My favorite food. I quite like a well-made steak. He replied with a small smile. Perhaps you'd prefer my 3 sizes. No, thank you. Lafia said embarrassed. Bam, Loki slammed her hand on the table, making the teacups fly, but Silver stopped them by making them float in the air. She wouldn't lose her composure like this, it was obvious she expected him to react like this. I can't take this out of my head. How, just how did you grow if? MHMPH. In the middle of her talk, Riveria grabbed Loki's mouth, impeding her from talking further. My apologies, Loki is a very curious person, I hope you take no offense to that. Silver smiled helplessly. I don't mind. I'm used to it already. She just like her. HAAA. Me. Say that again. Hestia said as she grabbed Silver's collar. Ha. Let me go, Revi. Loki's explained as she looked at Riveria. Riveria did just that, and Loki was released, hitting her bum on the ground. URG. I can't believe this humiliation is coming from my own child. She said as she massaged her sore ass. So you should behave more and stop asking about other people's personal things. In the end, we got what we wanted to, what she's doing is using her authority to try and poke her nose where it doesn't belong. Classic Loki behavior. Ha. Don't tell me you aren't curious about it. Riveria's eyes twitch, and she became very very slightly flushed. The non-expressive elf showed a rare emotion. Perhaps just a little. Everyone then looked at Silver. What? I told you many times already. He replied as he moved his hands. But they did not budge. You're also insistent, do you know that? I guess this is it. Loki smiled, she had gotten him. Many say that to me. Sigh. Silver tiredly closed his eyes. It's not like I need to reveal anything deep, just some of my habits in the dungeon should be enough to show just how much I work. However, it needs to be shocking if I want to make them believe in it, especially since Ace trained with her life on the line when she was younger. The only reason why she didn't push herself further was because of none other than Loki and the top executives. Tioni and Tiona are similar. Almost all Amazons are. Silver. Hestia said worriedly. No, it's okay, I know what I'm doing. He raised his head and got up from his seat, looking down at them as he said. Fine, I'll tell you how I got this strong, but I have a few conditions. Yay. Loki exclaimed with a smile as she jumped from her seat. She approached him and tapped his back excitedly. She raised her head to look at Silver. He had one of his eyebrows raised, thinking about her actions. Silver rolled his eyes. Grinding, slash. It took no longer than a second for the sound of grinding to be heard. Loki looked at the side to see Hestia, her hair rising into the sky, defying gravity as she ground her teeth in anger. What are you doing? Hestia said word by word as steam came off her mouth. It wasn't that Hestia was possessive, it's just that from the large selection of people she didn't want Silver to associate with, Loki was at the very top. Me. I'm giving him my appreciation. He, her reaction is quite amusing. He doesn't need your appreciation. Now, get away. Hestia said as she jumped after Loki. Then it became a tug-of-war where one was pulled, and the other held. Silver remained unmoving this entire time, looking at Riveria and the others with a blank expression. Sigh. Riveria said as she got up from her seat. Smack. But surprisingly, it wasn't her who smacked Loki in the head, sending her face first onto the ground. It was Ace. Hiss. While Loki twitched on the ground, Hestia hissed to her as she clung onto Silver. Can I get some time off? Silver requested with a frown. Notes. N. In the end, there are many holes in this explanation. You see, Riveria is old enough to know many people and to have lived in the time of the Zeus and Hera familias. So it wouldn't have been impossible for one or several unique individuals to have appeared here and there. It's not like she was a child when she entered the Loki familia, she was around 50 to 60 years old, same for Finn and Gareth who were around their late 10s to early 20s. Of course, even that is not enough, just living in that era doesn't mean she has a great deal of information about it. After all, perhaps not even Zeus and Hera know about the fact you can break past your limit. Even if they knew, there is nothing forcing the two familias in sharing the information they know. Perhaps they did, and the guild censored it, in fear of having promising adventurers kill themselves off over the prospect of breaking their own limits. Chapter 132, Insane Training. You mean, the basic. Hey. This chapter, I tried to address a small issue someone said to me. About me ending with too many. Said this. Said that. I hope it became a bit better. As I said many times, I hear your suggestions. If you can give me a better way to write, or even some methods, I'll take a look and I might even implement it. This chapter is long, having 4K words. After this chapter, we should get into the next minor arc that will have fights and some deaths. Yay. MC will kill people. I'm sure you were all waiting for that again. I'm talking about you all, battle maniacs. As such, I hope you'll see you all again in 2 days. Until then, yo boy and friend, author, Abaddon. I hope you like it. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/Abaddon You can also find the links on my Disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abaddon. Everyone patiently waited for Silver to start his explanation. Haruheim was pretty interested in hearing what he had to say as she moved her fox ears slightly. Lafia moved her hair so she could hear it as well. Ace and Tiona's eyes seemed to shine as she waited for his response. But Silver simply found them shameless. Apart from Haruheim. I'll be brief as I have things to do after this. Silver said as he took out his shirt. WH. Silver. Wah 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 wah. Shock. Everyone gasped at his actions. Lafia blocked her face with her hands. Tiona looked at the side, slightly flushed, although her gaze kept going back and forth between him and the wall. Haruheim placed her 2 hands on her face, her legs trembling. It took everything she had to not fall on the ground. Ace's expression was red, but she remained focused. She was here to hear his explanation and she would hear it. Or so she thought, since just like Tiona, she looked at the side. Riveria frowned, but unlike the others, she immediately understood why he took his shirt off and what he was trying to explain. Loki's expression was that of interest, and right now, she thought that Silver was definitely the boldest guy she had ever known. Not anyone has the balls to do this sort of thing in this situation, to take off his shirt. In the presence of 2 goddesses, 3 level 5s, 1 level 6, and 1 level 3 adventurer. Especially deeming who these girls were. But instead of getting red like the other girls, she exclaimed as she blocked Ace's eyes. Close your eyes, AI Tan. Lastly, there was Tioni, whose expression did not change in the slightest. Or so she would like to believe, as she did flush slightly, although she would refuse wholeheartedly were someone to point that out. Since her heart was already with somebody else. Finally, there was Hestia, whose expression was darker than the night sky. What are you all doing? Silver asked with a frown. Crazy girls. You. Vert. You. Lafia exclaimed as she looked at his chest with a flushed expression. But instead of his muscles, she saw another shirt, a black vest filled to the brim with small rectangular metal objects. Arranged in a way so it wouldn't be as noticeable while under his shirt. What is that? Riviera asked, interested. Silver took out one of the rectangular metal objects and gave it to her. It was around 3 centimeters wide, 6 centimeters long, 2 centimeters deep. But when she held it, Riveria soon realized that it weighed over 2 kg. This is what I wanted to show to you all. Is something wrong? Weights. Riveria mumbled to herself as she checked the metal object. This is. It's veradamantite. Silver said. Veradamantite? Tiona asked, confused. Lafia thought for a moment before replying. It's the official name for the heavier form of adamantite, mostly given to unprocessed ores collected from the middle and upper floors. Its excessive weight normally comes from its mixture composition of impurities, but as you know, most people tend to process these to remove as many impurities as they can, increasing the price of the metal exponentially. Until it becomes dir adamantite, albeit as I said, such process results in a massive rise in price, and the end result is normally a worse purity than what you'd get from the deep floors. It's my first time seeing it actually being used this way. Lafia was rather confused about this. But she opted to wait for Silver's input. But before he could say anything, Riveria's eyes sharpened as she took a side glance at Ace, Tiona, and Tioni. It isn't that hard to distinguish it from other materials. Or so it would be if you paid attention to the classes. Looks like you all need some supplementary lessons. The 3 remained silent, looking at the side to avoid her gaze. Care to explain, boyo? I don't think they got it yet. Loki said with a cheeky smile. Silver rolled his eyes. After giving some thought, he said. I don't think it's that novel of an idea, it's simply weighted. Each of these weighs around 2 kg, for a total of 50 individual pieces. Wait. You're telling me you walk around the place with 100 kilograms strapped to your chest every day? Riveria asked, surprised. That's a bit over the top for simple muscle training. It could even be harmful. Not just 100, normally, I also wear weights on my arms and legs, but these you see are the ones I used outdoors and are hence meant to be light and comfortable. Although they're not quite comfortable. I'll need to fix this eventually. I also have a plan to eventually make my clothes heavy as well, but so far I didn't have enough time to visit a seamstress to see if it was possible, even though I have some candidates. There are many heavy textile materials out there, many are used in clothes confection. Ace combat dress is one such example, no way that's made with normal materials. Riveria did not reply, but she actually liked the idea of heavy clothes for training. Lafia suddenly shuddered. She looked around trying to see if there was any window open blowing cold wind at her. But there wasn't. I have another set of weights for the dungeon made with the heaviest alloy I could afford. Of course, the design is different to cope with the movements I perform in the dungeon, so it isn't technically heavier than this. These ones were more of a test I did some time ago, but I kept them since, as I've said before, they were good enough for outdoor use, otherwise I would have switched each individual weight instead of using an impure metal such as veradamantite. Or simply made another design, but my time and money are limited. I like their expressions, but this is not enough to have them satisfied. Well, my training methods aren't really a secret. Many of my familia members know what I normally do, but this isn't the case for them. Sorry Loki, but I'll be getting this one favor for free, and at the same time, remove a bit of your suspicion of me. Lafia's expression paled. There's one thing I don't understand. How do you look so light? Tiona asked, confused. From her perspective, Silver's steps, when he sat on the couch, all the way to the movements of his arms and legs, it was all natural and she couldn't point to the existence of the weights at all. She once trained with weights, she did that often. But only in the training grounds of the Loki Familia, it was a bit much anywhere else. And exactly because she had used them, she knew how hard it was to move with them on, especially with heavier weights. Giving his level, those should be pretty heavy, right? Heh. Silver smiled slightly, looks like things were progressing well. Well, first. It's mostly because these weights are light for me, they are strapped on my chest next to my body center of mass. But also because I'm constantly using my magic as well. Magic? Riveria asked, interested. I already know it's chantless, but I didn't notice magic power being used at all. Did he use it before we arrived? Silver didn't say much more, instead, he had one of the weights rise into the air and float a few cm above his palm. I'm constantly trying to adjust my weight so it does not affect my surroundings too much, This isn't quite it. What? Lafia exclaimed. Seeing that everyone was now looking at her, she cowered down and hugged her head in embarrassment. Sigh, I'll ask the question in this child's place. Are you saying to us that you are always maintaining a portion of your focus on controlling the magic power around you? Riveria asked with a serious look. Silver nodded as he brushed his messy hair. Yes, I do this every day for many other things as well, it's part of my basic training. It doesn't really help with increasing my magic that much, however, since I'm always maintaining it, after several weeks, it accumulates. It's mostly a form of exercise towards control, and for other mages, it would normally be akin to concurrent chant training. Silence. No one there was ignorant, they knew very well how difficult controlling your magic power was, even for Tioni and Tiona who didn't have any magical skills, they knew how hard it was. After all, to be able to cast while moving, such a thing is so incredible that it's considered a technique is only known by the most proficient of magic users. Compared to that, Silver's control looks like something from another world as he talks, eats, trains, fights. Unfortunately, they would never understand that his powers weren't quite magic, and for him, doing this was much simpler than casting. Silver understood that, and because of that, he never felt that his achievements were that impressive. For him, someone like Riveria, who has already mastered her chants to such a degree that she could move, fight, give orders, cancel it, chain it with other chants, and more. Someone like her is the one who should be praised and looked up to, she wasn't given the title of sage for nothing. But despite it all, he had to keep pressing forward and feed them these directions so they would look away from the main cause, his skill. With this seemingly strange vest, I train my strength, my vitality, and my magic at the same time with this simple design. But this isn't all I do, every day, I'll exhaust my magic power to the point I would suffer -0, several times, every day. Don't worry, I make sure to not exaggerate, it has been a long time since I knocked myself out from that. Unfortunately, I would say. I have no time to get knocked out, as I've said, when was the last time? Sigh. Silver's expression softened as he remembered the past. And I've been doing this for a few years already. Grandma was very serious with her training. If you look at it from another perspective, it's the normal training a mage would see themselves into, slightly altered to fit me. And that's that. I see. Lafia hung her head low. She always trained so damn hard, and now. What was that in comparison to his? She also trained heavily, but never to that point. If she were to exhaust herself to the point of -0, she would have to rest for days. But he did it at least once per day. She felt envious of his growth speed once, and took it to herself that she would get stronger after her loss to him last time they met, yet. Thud. Perhaps feeling her emotions, Riveria patted her head. Loki raised one of her eyebrows, partly in doubt, not to his explanation. You certainly train very diligently. Perhaps a little bit too much. Hestia said on the side with a frown. This would probably be the last thing these two would ever agree on. Silver's eyelids twitched a bit as he turned to face Hestia. Huh? Not you too. We already talked about this a few times before. Humph. Chuckle. Haruheim chuckled slightly, but seeing they were now looking at her, she bowed down and apologized. No, there is no need to apologize. Cough. Anyway, let's continue. Silver said as he turned to the side. Tiona's eyes opened wide, she didn't expect to be more. There's more. Huh? Of course, there is, I train all of my stats in a variety of ways. What do you mean by, of course? Don't you get tired? I'm getting tired of hearing your story. Tiona's eyelids twitched, but it quickly changed to a smile of excitement. Silver got up from the couch and walked to the shelf on the side. On the way, he removed his vest. Exclamation point. But before everyone could see his bare back, a white smoke screen formed in the air, and when it dissipated, Silver was wearing a brand new shirt and holding several vials in his hands. Loki knew he was doing it on purpose, teasing them in a low-key manner. She found it amusing. This guy sure had some balls. But she felt that it wasn't only for that. He was hiding something behind that mist. You're quite fast. My instincts tell me something interesting has just happened. But I can't quite put my finger on it. How many things can he do? Lafia mumbled to herself as her ears fell. Silver looked at her with a serious expression, saying, "That's funny coming from the 1000 elf. Ah." Lafia remained embarrassed with her head hung low. Silver smiled. He liked making fun of this tiny elf, especially when her long ears became red. It was amusing. Albeit the green-haired elf on her side didn't seem too pleased about it. He sat down on the couch again and placed the vials inside. Riveria focused, but she couldn't recognize what the vials were. There were no labels, but the substance inside didn't seem safe. Dark colors, some bubbling, others emitting dangerous gases. Loki's eyes sharpened as she grabbed one of the vials. She could tell that. Ho ho. This is dangerous. Do you know what it is, Loki-sama? Tioni asked Loki with interest. Nope. Then why did you say it was dangerous? Gut feeling. While Tioni shook her head in disappointment, Silver continued. She isn't wrong, this is dangerous. For non-adventurers and newbies. I wouldn't say it's the case for you all. And before you ask, I have no idea if it's illegal or not. I made it myself after all. Technically, it is illegal, but then again. Oops. Lafia's expression finally recovered as her ears shot up, so she opened her mouth to inquire. You made a potion without the mixing development ability. Yes. Isn't it a waste? Silver looked at her, confused. Why? People can still hammer iron without the blacksmith development ability, people can still build homes without fauna, and people can still put materials together to make potions and such things just the same. I can understand that seeking the most out of every material is the norm, but this is a personal experiment. I like the freedom of doing things myself in my own time. There is no one to get disappointed at but at myself. So between wasting a few materials and my time looking for someone eligible to do this for me, I prefer to waste a few thousand valis worth of materials and do it myself. But. Silver shrugged. I know, but it's not like I'm competing with other people on the market. My things are for my own consumption after all. I have only myself to blame if something goes wrong, not like it will anytime soon. So. Enough of keeping us in the dark. Loki said with an excited expression. Silver took the first vial. It was filled with a purple liquid. This is the dream spider's poison. I mixed it with some other things in order to make its effects milder, but to last over long periods of time. What? Lafia said as she jumped from her seat. It wasn't just her that was surprised. Riveria grabbed one of the vials, asking politely to open one of the vials. Upon confirming what it was, she asked with a frown. What is the meaning of this? Can't you tell? Riveria closed her eyes, letting out a sigh as she asked. Are you trying to kill yourself? Don't tell me he's using this too. But Silver remained composed. Thank you for worrying about me, but I normally. But Loki intervened. Forget that. Are you telling me that you go every day to the dungeon, wearing weights underneath your equipment, then you debilitate yourself with poison before hunting? Riveria was just as frustrated as Loki. She had never seen someone so uncaring about their own lives. Yes. How else was I supposed to go to the dungeon? Better not say that. He took a quick glance at Hestia, but the latter simply looked at him with a dark expression before stepping on his toes lightly. Riveria took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and she then asked. Are you aware of how dangerous that is? I am, but also, it's not like I started with this from the very start. I have a methodology that I follow very closely. It was created after many tries and it was what allowed me to grow like this. My skill helped, but the way I do things is very important as well. That is why I decided to share this and not the rest, because people can believe in something they can envision. Despite it not making that much sense. Every day, progressively, as I got stronger, as I leveled up, as my body grew resistant to it, I improved the recipe and my ways as well. I scout every floor, I buy an extensive amount of potions and exploration tools. I don't simply take these on the spot, instead I try to think of my environment first, my escape route, the monster's routes. I won't deny it, it is a quick way to die, but my circumstances are different from others because I can afford this risk. What can I say? I'm built differently. Tiona's expression became oddly focused as she said. But if so, what's the purpose of this? Are you training your development ability? If so, wasn't it already proven that it's only effective if you don't have it and that such a thing is ineffective unless you risk your life? Silver understood her words very well. If consuming poison and injecting venom could help in further increasing your development abilities, everyone would do so in the safety of their homes. Unfortunately, it isn't as simple. Ah. I read that book as well, however, you got something wrong. People tend to believe in this explanation, but that is actually hearsay. There is proper research into this. After all, abnormal resistance is one of the top's picked DAs. And it states that abnormal resistance does increase with this method at the same pace as you'd get in the dungeon. If you read those books again, you'll notice that. The reason it takes so long despite that is due to the fact abnormal resistance involves a lot more than just poisoning. But my objective isn't to increase that in the first place. Silver then took the bottle and chugged it down in one fell motion. Silver! Hestia exclaimed worriedly. He patted her head calmly. Why do you look surprised? You know very well that nothing will happen. He then looked at the others and said. A dream spider is indeed a monster feared by many beginners, but that's that. Its poison is nothing more than a bitter drink for me. At this point in time, after drinking such a concentrated dose, I would have at least felt drowsy. As the poison seeps through the pores of my stomach. Yet after my constitution increased so much, its effects have decreased considerably. Although to enhance its effects, the best way is to inject it with a syringe, in a similar way to how the spider would have done with its fangs. But I won't do that here. I'll make it clear, this has no psychedelic effects, it's not a drug and I don't use it for pleasure. Why do you wish to make the dungeon harder? Tioni asked. Pardon my rudeness but. What a redundant question. Tioni's expression soured. For self-growth of course. I do not wish to throw my life away, I have carefully engineered a training method fit for myself after a lot of trial and error. Riveria facepalmed. She lived a long life, and she had met many people. It wasn't her first time seeing someone like him, albeit it sure was her first time seeing someone so insane. Yet. She started to consider if it was indeed possible to use very, very mild poisons or sufficiently heavy weights during mock training more often. Some of the beginners had yet to receive abnormal resistance after all. She was always seeking ways in helping everyone grow stronger, so this might be a new thing to try out. Lafia and the others shuddered slightly. Woo. I thought you were hardcore since you leveled up so fast, but it seems you're a complete madman. Loki said as she shook her head. It's safe to say he has the abnormal resistance development ability. And he may have it at quite the high level if we assume they grow just as fast as his level. Thank you for the compliment. It wasn't one though. While they snickered at each other, Lafia took a look at the vials and asked. What about the other vials? Those. They are the successors I made, each has different effects, as for the rest, it's the antidotes. Can't go around with poison and not have an antidote, right? I guess so. She said with an awkward smile. He grabbed one and quickly commented. This one I made of the power of the purple moth, but it's super weak, it barely itches. Well, you know very well the effects of their poison, everyone knows that. I guess it's useful as a pepper spray. Pepper spray? Tiona asked with interest. A form of a defensive spray that you use on monsters, yeah. Silver grabbed another vial while they thought about what he just said. This one was made from the poison of the dark fungus from the forest section of the middle floors. It's rather strong, and I can't take it like that, it makes me a bit dizzy. My next target is the poison vermis. Its poison is so freaking strong and deadly that only one person in Orario can detoxify it, that being Armid, the strongest healer. Another reason why I am so adamant about training Cassandra as her healing magic has a certain room to compete with her. Of course, that is only for people without abnormal resistance. As long as you have at least an H in it, the poison will at most make your body very hot like in a cold. The combination of the DA, a basic antidote, and your constitution value would be more than enough to detoxify it. Following it would be the polluta from the lower floors. It is one of the most poisonous monsters known. It has no antidote for its poison, so if you get poisoned, you have to make do with what you have. And since it's a deep floor monster, good luck getting back to the surface to be treated by Armid in time. As she heard his explanation, Loki playfully shook the poison vials. Just dizzy, huh? This seems pretty strong to me though. She then smiled. So. What's next? Do you go to the dungeon blindfolded? Or do you perhaps have something better too? No. Well, I mean, I did blindfold myself once but. Silver said as he thought deeply. I knew it. Silver started to sweat slightly as he replied. But I can't really say that was part of my training. Sensory deprivation is something I tried before, but because I normally have so many things going on, doing so just makes it way too dangerous. Silver said as he waved. Although I should indeed try it out again. Riveria looked at him and said with a small, rare smile. That's big after all you said. Ha ha ha. As I said before, I normally scout the floor thoroughly and learn its environment, growing used to how monsters move and behave, where are the exits and entrances before doing any training. Each dive to the dungeon is backed by many hours reading books, understanding the environment of the dungeon and the monsters inhabiting each floor, so don't think I just go in blind. Oh. I didn't think you were the scholar type, no offense of course. Riveria said. Silver scratched his head, understanding why she said that. It's okay, I know very well how I look and sound. They aren't bad adventurers, and despite all of the hardships they went through to be here, I think their way of thinking is still too conservative. He started to remember the words of a certain elf, and the very fact that before them, the Zeus and Hera familius used to rule Orario. Knowing their existence, he can't really take them seriously at all. Silver remained silent for a few moments until he said, For me, you know, an adventurer is meant to break his own chains, surpass his limits, to get closer and closer to God. This is what I believe in the path I have chosen to follow. Whatever you all have decided for yourself, that is your correct path. There is no need to belittle yourself with others. This is what I think. Focus on your desires, listen to your heart, and break the shell around you. He raised his head, taking a deep look at Loki and Ace. Besides this, are you all now satisfied? Notes. Now that the chapter has ended, I hope that those readers that were wary of the MC being a pushover or were simply going to say his secrets have gotten some inner peace. I don't expect all to disappear, and I even have some inner fear that they have increased. I wanted you to understand that, between telling something of little worth to him, getting favor in the process, and simply telling them to insert reader's words, fuck off. He would gain more doing this. His skill was kept a secret, but his way of training was shared. This isn't really that much, why? Remember the fact that Lloydju tried to make a level-up summary, but he was rejected by the guild. This is it, the information that would have been released within it. In fact, it's only a small part of it. He didn't even go into how he always goes alone, and how he fights large waves of monsters. How he uses luring powder and such. There is a lot of information he has yet to share. Was it to your liking? I hope so. I need to eat now, see ya. I'll post my other novel chapter as soon as I finish eating. Chapter 133, Don't Leave Me Here. I tried to decrease a little what I said last time and I tried something different. If you spot it, tell me what you think. Aside from that, see ya. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abatum. Smiling lightly as he took another sip from his tea, Silver raised his head to ask. Is there anything else puzzling you all? Looking at their expressions, I bet they still have a lot more to ask me. Of course, there was. In fact, they seemed even more confused. After all, even with all that he said, was it really enough for him to level up so quickly? Tioni, Tiona, and Ace, the three of them trained every day without stopping. Aside from that, yes, they understood that Silver was an extremely hardworking person, more so than they thought, but even so, that doesn't explain his speedy growth. And in Ace's case, when she was younger, just a fledgling level 1 adventurer, her magic was so strong that it was hidden from her by Loki and the top executives for the same reason why Silver didn't want to share this with them. Because they didn't want Ace to kill herself in the dungeon from fighting too much. Still, that was more of a personality issue. The Ace of the past cannot be compared to the Ace of today, both in body and mind, mostly in mind. The little girl that went to the dungeon alone, carrying several swords, breaking them one by one as she fought wave after wave of monsters on the upper floors, ignoring all injuries has already disappeared, being replaced by a more collective and calm girl, focused and disciplined. This guy. Not all of them could see it since their focus was somewhere else, but for Riveria and Loki, they immediately recognized that something seemed to be missing. Still, Riveria didn't point it out, it was them who asked too much in the first place even when they didn't have the right to, and she was more than happy that he replied in the first place. For now, her worries were in making sure these three girls didn't try to replicate what he just said in any way, shape, or form outside of her guidance. As for the last one, Lafia was completely under her control. The little elf would never dare to try anything without her permission. Same for Loki, she got what she wanted and a bit more. If she were to ask anything else, she was afraid he was going to teleport her back to her manor without much thought like how he did to Bet. This will make do for now. Loki replied with a satisfied smile. Even if I tried, Riveria wouldn't allow me to push for more answers. And right now, I have something else to think about instead of pestering this kid. Something to fill my mind with. But once that's done. She then looked at the window and thought. That old dwarf is surely taking his sweet time. As expected. I'll pull his beard later. Finn on the other hand is receiving the guests from Melon. Loki got up from her seat and stared at Silver. I'll owe you one. Unfortunately. It seems my debts keep increasing. I swear. What a scam. Silver smiled smugly, gazing at her as he opened his arms slightly. Another one. Loki grumbled, getting up from her couch as she stomped on the ground in dissatisfaction, saying, "Chi," as she turned around. "This is the new form of writing I talked about. Do you even know how few people were able to say that and live to tell the tale? I'll make him so indebted to me he'll have no choice but to kiss my feet." Wouldn't that be a reward in the end? But it would surely annoy her. Hestia suddenly found that Loki's figure had turned twice more displeasing to her eyes. Eh? So soon? Tiona's expression was one of disappointment as she got up from her couch. She bent over the table, having her face approach Silver's. It may have been intentional or not, but this allowed him to look at her cleavage. But no matter how much she bent, she couldn't show what didn't exist in the first place. With frustration, she said, "I thought we were going to spar a little," as Reveria pulled her back. Tione and Ace nodded. Even Lafia seemed interested in sparring. She had gone through his previous fights multiple times, and she wanted to try something on her mind. Her own approach in dealing with his abilities. "We already did more than enough. We were lucky that he came back. Let's not take any more of his time, isn't that right?" Reveria said as she looked at Silver. "I wouldn't mind sparing. Although not today, I am indeed quite busy. Let's leave it for another time, just make sure to tell me when you are available." Silver said as he scratched his head. "I'm mostly pretty free since I normally just go to the dungeon, just that today I have a few things I can't cut." "What a shame, looks like today I'll have you all for myself." Loki teased Tiona. At this point in time, there's no point in arguing anymore. The balls he has. To make me and my children wait. Tiona immediately denied Loki, waving her hands quickly and in a robotic tone. "Ah, no way, I'm going to the dungeon." "URG." An instant denial. Loki dramatically took a step back, while Silver smiled. At least the mood got a bit better. Like that, they all joked and said a few more lines until they gave each other goodbye under the promise of meeting again soon. Before they left though, Silver approached them and asked, "Do you want to take a photo?" Just when they were about to leave, Loki and the others turned to Silver, who was now holding a strange black box. "By photo you mean?" Silver nodded towards the busty Amazonas. "Why not?" Tiona was the most interested in this by far. "What are you all talking about?" The elven sage approached the girls, confused and a bit interested in their conversation. "Just wait and see." Loki replied with a small smile as she stared at a nearby mirror. Normally, she didn't really care much about her appearance, but this didn't mean she neglected it. There was a reason why her hair was always in line. "I'm getting worried." "A bit closer." Silver then asked for them to remain close to each other before dragging Hestia and standing next to them. "Is this all I have to do?" Reveria asked as she looked at the camera. "What sort of magic tool is that? And why do I have to stare at it and smile? How unusual." The camera started to fly in the air, positioning itself a few meters away from them. It was Silver controlling it with his mind. "Just remember to not blink and to smile. On a count of 3. Tiona suddenly lost concentration, asking anxiously. "Wait. What'll happen when?" 2. "I just need to smile right," she said as she took out her brightest smile. 1. Flash. Everyone rubbed their eyes for a small moment. "Ouch. You could have said that this would happen," Loki complained as she rubbed her eyes. But Silver ignored her. He grabbed the camera and processed the photo within. They all looked at him in silence as the seconds passed. With a small smile, Silver took a small piece of paper from within the camera before adding something else to it, saying, "Here," as he closed the camera with a click. It was a simple photo of all of them standing side by side. Loki had a funny expression on her face due to the sudden flash, as if she was about to wheeze, while Reveria and Ace had their poker expressions in place. It was impressive how they managed to not blink. Reveria looked more constipated than serious, and this made her embarrassed as her ears flushed slightly. Tiona's smile was simply too exaggerated and it made her seem cartoonish evil, and Lafia seemed too nervous. The only one normal from their groups was Tione, who had a thin smile on her lips. She was relaxed, but this was in line with the confident person she was. Loki snatched the photo, glaring daggers at it with a frown. "What? Is this truly me? I look terrible." She then looked at Hestia, who had a beautiful smile on her face as she stood next to Silver, displeased. "Heh." Surprisingly, Hestia said nothing and instead just let out a dry laugh. Hashtag. "What are you laughing about?" Tiona coughed awkwardly as she saw her smile. "Wow. It's really interesting. But is it possible to try again?" "Of course," he said as he tinkered with the camera. "Hee, I want to try something." Tiona moved close to Silver and posed, raising her 2 hands and her thumbs. Everyone just stared at her, but she wasn't affected by this in the least. What are you doing? Take the photo. Silver rolled his eyes, and the two of them took a photo alone. He gave her the photo and she smiled sweetly. I'll take good care of it. The mood had lightened up, and everyone was now smiling. Tioni suddenly had a big brain moment. Can I have one? I'll give it to Captain. Silver raised an eyebrow, but he smiled. After talking for a bit longer and taking a few more photos, they left the manor. Of course, it was not like everything was resolved, and for Ace, the strange feeling she had was now growing. Her curiosity was becoming too great. Every time she met him, she felt that he knew more about her than she could imagine. She could only turn her head and look at the closing gates of the Hearth Manor as they walked away. Back at the manor. Are you leaving now? Hestia asked as she looked at Silver. No, I still have to visit someone. That was the sole reason I came here. Can't forget about Loija now, can we? Hestia seemed pensive. Is something bothering you? Yes. I didn't imagine you would concede to their request so easily. Not only that, after hearing it from his mouth, I've started to feel more and more worried. But I can't. Silver patted Hestia's head, interrupting her thoughts. I can tell what you're thinking about with a glance. There is no need for you to hold yourself. If you, the goddess, do not speak your mind with me, the captain, then we'll never go anywhere. Try to be like Loki in this case, she just speaks her mind whenever. Hestia frowned and crossed her arms. She's a bit too free. Silver rolled his eyes, already thinking about the insults that must be going on inside her head. I'm worried. You always just push yourself so much. He didn't reply, letting her say her words as he caressed her head. Sometimes I think I said this too many times, but be careful. Silver smiled and replied with a smile. And as always I'll say, I will. As for me concerning their request, I just thought it was the most sensible choice. Sensible? She asked. Yes. At that moment, I could have maintained my choice and refused, however, I underestimated their interest, and as such, I decided to take another approach. I choose to say a few things to them and make them satisfied instead of maintaining a secret and leaving them curious. It was a choice of values. Which is better, to keep a cheap secret unsaid, or to explain and gain some points with one of the strongest familias of Orario? If I had chosen to remain silent, there was even the chance of making them slightly remorseful. People are just like that, there's nothing to feel bad about. When you put it that way, it makes sense. Although, if you take what he said in another way, he's saying that we don't have what it takes to offend Loki. It is unsettling that I have to give ground to that smooth mirror, but I think he made the right choice. Seeing her expression, Silver continued to caress her hair, until she smiled in embarrassment. In the end, he took a photo with her as well, giving it to her after she requested, envious of Tiona. Following this, Silver walked back to the office to see Haruheim, who was now cleaning up the teapots and plates on the table. Mr. Silver. Do you need anything? She asked as she looked at him. I can't let you clean all alone, he said as he approached the table. Ah. This isn't necessary. You already do a lot by cleaning this giant manor alone, at least for this. But she grabbed his arm with a serious expression. No. This isn't much. Compared to what you do to make me safe. Let me do this. I don't wish to watch helplessly anymore, I want to do something. Even if only this. She looked at the table and continued to clean. Everyone outside, they train every day, fighting in the dungeon, working hard to improve. While I do absolutely nothing at all. On the contrary, I am so weak that I have to stay hidden. So at least this, allow me to repay your kindness. She said with a serious gaze as she looked at Silver. Looks like these few weeks of training allowed her to grow a little. Silver smiled and patted her head, making her blush a little. I said it once, there is no need for you to repay me at all. There will come a time when down there, you'll use your magic and save someone's life, that will be the time when you'll repay me. And you'll do it so many times I'll end up being the one in debt. Besides, don't you also train every day with them? Not only that, but you also clean the manor on your own. If that's not hard work, I don't know what is. He continued to pat her head as her tail moved from left to right. Soon. I'll set you free, you'll be able to go with us on an adventure, so be ready for that, okay? Grow strong, little fox, so you can adventure like the heroes you're so entranced by. She smiled sweetly. Yes. Oh yes, before I go, why not a photo? Silver asked as he looked at Haruheim. I don't think there'll be a better chance for this. With me? Why yes. She said with a smile. Flash. They took a photo together, and Silver gave her the photo as per normal. But in the end, Silver still helped her clean. But midway through that, Haruheim started getting hesitant. Silver noticed it, so he asked her what was wrong. Is it true? What exactly? That Miss Wallenstein is his daughter? She asked slowly, her eyes shining slightly. Silver took a deep breath. The world is a strange place. Legendary monsters sealed somewhere far away, mythical swords stuck in stone or in the bottom of a lake. Ancient ruins with treasures forgotten by time. With elves that can live hundreds of years and spirits that can live forever, is it really strange for a human girl to live a few hundred? Haruheim became clearly distressed as she thought of an answer, making Silver chuckle. Sorry, I'm just messing with you. She pouted a little, slapping his back with her tail. She definitely is their daughter. However difficult it may be to accept it. Silver replied with a deep expression. But spirits? Yes. It was supposed to be impossible. Silver looked at the window outside, and then his expression twisted a little. But what can I say? Perhaps he had such a massive desire to bed his wife that it worked, who knows, there is a skill for anything. Or his spear was simply strong enough to shatter the very heavens and... Sir Silver! She exclaimed as her tail started to slap his back very fast. Laughing a little, the two continued to clean the mess they had caused. Following that, he walked to where the boys' dormitories were. I'm going to die. The room. It keeps spinning. Someone, make it stop. As he approached his target, he started to hear the painful wails of a hangoverman coming from one of the rooms. But there was something surprising right outside of the room. It was a pretty Amazon with short black hair, wearing what seems to be gym clothes. Captain? Igva asked as she saw Silver approach her. Oh. I didn't expect to see you here. Silver said to her. Haha. I took pity on this little guy and came here to take a look, but it seems you beat me up to it. She passed right by him in a hurry, saying. Well then, I'll leave you two alone. Why the hurry? Silver shook his head. He opened the door and got inside, seeing Loiju laying on the bed, unmoving. A man laying on a bed in the dark. Who? Loiju said in a low tone. It's me, your favorite adventurer and friend. Loiju's eyes opened slightly, he looked straight at Silver's eyes and said. Fuck you. That was the only thing he said as he lost his strength. Sigh. Silver wanted to laugh a little, but instead, he replied. Here, have some water first. He said as he took out the water kettle next to his bed. Funny enough, he didn't know who had put the kettle there. When he left the manor earlier this day, it wasn't there, meaning someone had entered this room and placed it there. Perhaps. Water. Loiju exclaimed, he looked at it as if he had just survived a desert. He grabbed the kettle in a surprising display of power and drank it all, splashing a good amount of water onto his face and the bed. Once he was done, he looked at the ceiling, feeling a bit better, his eyes recovering a small portion of their old luster. Now this, it should help with the pain. Silver said as he gave him a potion bottle, the same one he had left next to his bed earlier this day. Loiju looked at it with a frown, was this some sort of joke? He was hangover and this guy is offering him something to drink that isn't water. This isn't a trick or anything, right? No it isn't, so drink it before I leave. Well, thank you, after that night I'll have to think twice every time you offer me something to drink. Gulp. Loiju grabbed the potion bottle and chugged it all down, and after a few seconds. I feel 300% better. You can thank me later. Thank you. You of all people. You almost killed me. Stop being dramatic, we didn't even drink that much, besides, I helped you detoxify most of the alcohol before you even passed out. That's probably the reason why he even remembers what happened. Passed out. URG. My head. What happened? You don't remember? Only the start. You bringing me to that damned pub. That you forced me to drink and drink more. URG. Son of. So he doesn't remember what he drank or how much. Perhaps it's better this way. Where am I? Luigi asked after a small pause. Can't you tell? You're in my familia's manor. The what? Oh. He looked around and let out a sigh. What time is it? Too late for you to go to work. Do you think I have any intention of going there looking like this? I do. Fuck, he knows me too well. Fine, it's not like I can move even if I wanted to. Luigi said with a sigh. My muscles ache, my head's spinning, I feel sluggish, I feel as if I just ate sand. There's no way I can go to work like this. My work is already done anyway. But my extra pay. Since you're fine, I'll be leaving. What? What about me? Loiju asked as a bead of sweat went down his forehead. You're fine, just sleep and leave once you're better. No, no, no. I mean, he said as he looked around. Isn't your familia filled with women? And isn't that what you always wanted? Don't leave me alone. Loiju exclaimed. Silver scoffed. Don't worry, they don't bite. I can't say the same for the Amazons though. They may indeed try to bite this handsome elf. Silver turned around and made his way to the door. I'm begging you here, please. Didn't you say that you wanted a girl? Do your best. Don't use that as an excuse. Silver. Silver. Slash clack slash. Silver closed the door behind him, ignoring the calls of the elf. He had one place to be, and that was the guild. Notes. And so we conclude this arc, next one, the guild's request, into the dungeon. Chapter 134, Armed Monsters. We're back, how are you all doing? Anyway, enjoy the chapter. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. A few minutes later The air twisted and with a small explosion of steam, Silver appeared from thin air inside a dark alley in the middle of Orario. This time, there was no unfortunate soul to scare, he was completely alone. With his hands on his pockets, he left the alley before taking a sharp turn and walking a few blocks down the street. Finally, I'm here. Raising his head with a smile on his face, Silver stared at the gates of the guild's headquarters. Some things happened along the way, but now there's no one to stop me. This was the place he was supposed to receive his package and also more details on his quest. He looked left and right, but he saw no one. Adventurers walking in and out of the guild, plus a few tall wooden boards with several messages, most of them about things like monsters in the dungeon, or recruitment notices of other familias. But that wasn't what he was curious about, so he walked past them. This was indeed his first ever mission from the guild, something that can be extended to the Hestia familia, thus becoming its first familia mission. So without further ado, he got inside. Chattering. As always, there was no need to explain how busy the guild was. In a sense, Silver liked this environment. It showed how full of life Orario was. He looked towards the balcony, seeing Ina working as per usual. He even saw some guys around her, probably trying to hit on her. She seemed tired, she probably deals with those people every day. Thankfully, Misha appeared and kicked them out together with Rose. Things are as hectic as always. Should I go annoy her as well? Just as he thought about that, Ina looked at him from afar. Silver waved, and she replied with a tired expression. She truly wasn't in the mood to talk. In the middle of all of this, he took a step forward to get in line. Excuse me, are you perhaps, Adventurer Silver? Someone asked behind him. Silver turned around to see a middle-aged man clad in the guild's clothes. His eyes had large dark circles around them, showing that he probably worked overtime, and quite frequently at that. Or he simply lacked sleep. Many men would often spend their night in the entertainment district or drinking and eating at night. He was holding a small piece of wood with a paper clip to it. The moment he saw Silver, he started to write some things on the paper. Yes, it's me. Do I know him? It doesn't ring any bells. The man smiled, he looked at Silver and said. Oh ho ho, the moment I saw your eyes I knew it was you. Just a moment. He took out a small box from his pocket and gave it to Silver. It was sudden, but here is your commission, can you sign over here? Silver was surprised, so he said, what? So soon, as he grabbed the small box after signing the paper. He quickly read through the paper, but it wasn't anything alarming, just normal guild stuff. He signed several of these every day each time he had to collect a commission. Speaking of that, it seemed that today he wasn't going to grab any. Would Ina help him with that? Silver fondled with the box, trying to make some sense of it. The box is just a bit bigger than one for a ring finger. Don't tell me I'm delivering a marriage ring for some guy. What's this commission about though? He asked as he inspected the box. The man expected this question, so he replied hastily as he looked around. It's a delivery quest towards the 18th floor. It was rather sudden so we couldn't add a lot of information to the letter. My sincere apologies on that. Everyone has their hands full and it doesn't seem the situation will stabilize anytime soon. Inside that box, you'll find an extensive explanation of the commission, including the rewards you'll receive. Please, as soon as you're available, head to the guild branch at Babel so you can take the package. The man bowed slightly. Was this all he had to say? Silver felt slightly awkward. No further explanation. Was this a compulsory quest? He didn't ask those questions since the worker in front of him didn't seem to know much more than what he already said. He is after all just a middle worker, seeing how things are all around him. He probably treats this event as simply one in the many he'll have to deal with during the remainder of the day, so the faster he deals with it the better. Perhaps he shouldn't be thinking of asking the men, and instead, what he needed was within that box. "Thank you," Silver said as he placed the box in his pocket. This wasn't the place to open it. "No worries, now, if you excuse me," the man said with a slight bow as he turned around and left. Phew. The man took a look at the paper on his hands and exhaled some air. He was tired, but he pressed on. With a pen, he crossed a line. It was at the very top of his list. How weird. All of this was very unusual to Silver. Still, no one paid attention to them at all, as if they were air. Why? Because all around him, many were actively collecting boxes just like him, so his actions were in no way out of the norm. The most glances he would receive would be from the few people that actually managed to recognize him amidst the crowd. In Orario, fame can be really ephemeral, lasting very little. Many would remember him, especially those he saved, but some would soon forget and go on with their days. Of course, his name, or should I say, his alias was already known by many adventurers. Likely, with one more level up, people would start to talk about him frantically. A few moments later, Silver left the guild and made his way to Babel, but on the way, he stopped by a dark alley to open the box. Inside he found no marriage ring, but another small note. He expected this to be honest. But contrary to his expectations, it wasn't a formal guild notice. Instead, it was a written paper. And this seems to have been written by Royman, the guild head himself, as his stamp was on the paper. Not only that, there were even mentions of things no one else apart from the upper bracket of the guild should know. The so-called dungeon dwellers. As expected, it seemed that Guy didn't know what was truly inside this box. There is indeed information, but no talk about the rewards or the commission's contents. Whoever gave me this commission probably wants to keep its existence a secret. So this isn't a formal request per se, but an informal one disguised as formal. It may sound redundant, after all, why would the guild try to hide information from itself? Especially when the ones giving me this quest are the ones on top. Despite how it sounds, there is an explanation for this situation. Pretty much, someone within the guild wants me to deliver something to someone in the dungeon, and I'm going to meet said person on the 18th floor. So far so good, no need to hide that. The problem is who this person is. There is no doubt after reading through this that it's the Xenos. Why all the secrecy? Well, it's not because of the guild per se, but because of the forces outside of it. It's almost impossible for the guild to leak something, especially within Orario, since it's right under the gaze of Arenas. What they're trying to do is to cover what I'm doing with a veil, so people from outside the guild don't suspect much. This extends within the guild as well. The things Arenas asks to be kept a secret will never reach the ears of even Remmer, the guild's section leader, despite his high rank. Unless Arenas allows it, since, in the end, there is no need to fill the heads of the normal workers with things they can't properly understand or would make them worry. Still, I'm pretty excited to see what they'll have me deliver. With that in mind, Silver made his way to Babel. 20 or so minutes later, thud. This should be it, said a buffed man as he dropped a large bag on the ground. He wasn't alone. Next to him were 3 more buff men. All of them had to work together to carry this bag. This was how heavy it was. Is this my package? Silver questioned with a dark expression. It's almost my size. He looked at the oversized bag. It was almost his height and at least 2 m wide. Perhaps even a bit bigger. As for its weight, there is no need to comment. There's no mistaking, this is everything. You and your party are surely going to have quite the trouble, he said as he looked at Silver. Yeah. So my commission is to carry this all the way to the 18th floor. This looks like something Lloydu would pull off to make fun of me. If they knew I had the ability to store things, then this would be explained, but they don't know that. Do they have so much trust in me to carry this all down there on my own? Sigh. Silver went next to the backpack and lifted it up without a speck of trouble. The 4 buff dudes looked at him impressed. Guild workers aren't allowed to make a pact with a god, not even with Arenas, all of this in order to maintain the guild's neutrality. Because of this, they oftentimes see themselves in pretty awkward situations. Especially when they have to carry heavy things with them. Although normally that isn't a problem, as they can employ low-level adventurers to help them with such things, and this was exactly what those 4 men were. Well then. I'm off, he said with a small nod towards the 4 dudes. Wait. What is it? Is there something else? Please sign here, it's for the identification process. Oh. A few minutes later, key, thud, A goblin holding a sharp rock jumped from the ground, trying to slash his leg. But the moment the rock touched his leg, it recoiled as if it was striking metal. Silver and the goblin looked at each other for a moment before he pulled his leg back and slash splat, slash. The caverns of the dungeon became a bit redder. Without trouble, Silver descended the stairs of the dungeon and arrived at the first floor before finding a hidden alley and teleporting all the way to the 18th floor. Okay, I'm here. Back at the beautiful 18th floor. Now, I need to find the place mentioned in the paper. He checked the map he had bought long ago, and the information within the paper, eventually deciding to go east of his current location. As for what's in the package, you ask? Silver did stop to check. Inside, he saw dozens of swords, knives, axes, and other supplies such as potions, all neatly packed within this oversized backpack. And it wasn't your ordinary swords and axes, but high-class equipment, the likes level 3 and 4 adventurers would use consistently. A quick calculation by measuring the materials he recognized. The total price of this collection would shoot up beyond 200 million valis. And this was only for what he knew. A conservative estimation would be 300 million valis. This is because a part of these weapons were actually magic swords, although only a very small part. It seems the guild wants to arm the Xenos. The Xenos act as Aurena's private army within the dungeon, taking care of many problems and scouting the floors, and cleaning them of any potential trouble. After all, most irregular and strengthened species are normally dealt with by them before they become troublesome. And even if they only operate within the deeper sections of the middle floors and the lower floors, that is already enough. All troublesome creatures on the upper floors can be easily dealt with, and those on the deep floors and beyond are hardly troublesome, being cleared up by the big familius whenever they go on an expedition. So it is in his best interest that they are well armed and have the capability to defend themselves. Still, last time I visited them, they were in danger, or so it seemed at least. That was why some of them were reluctant about me at first, and some still are. Most likely, this commission is due to that danger. I wonder though, who is causing them trouble? It must be quite the enemy considering that the Xenos are filled with level 4 and 3 monsters, and several level 5s. Perhaps more if we add the old Xenos, although their strength has deteriorated. The question is, how to help them in a natural way? Thinking deeply, Silver continued on his way. He made his way past Rivera, the city on the 18th floor, and into a rocky region next to it. This region was filled with massive crystals, similar to the ones on the ceiling, although these don't glow in the night, nor were they pretty. It depends on the perspective. They were extremely sharp, and most of them were several meters tall. They were so packed together that it was almost impossible to pass through them. They were just as dangerous as they were beautiful. One false step and you could lose your toe. Or your whole foot. Or worse, your life. Unless you were very agile, being able to jump on top of them. Or if you could fly above them, the best was to just go around them. Silver chose the latter, sticking to the path written on the paper as he continued marching onward because, for him, it didn't really matter. If his objective was to pass through these crystals, he had 10 ways of doing so, and half of them involved blasting everything to pieces. But as he carried the massive bag, trying his best to not have it tear, he finally realized how it felt to be a supporter. Slash crack, slash. Silver grabbed a massive crystal, throwing it to the side. They surely choose one hell of a place. This can't go on. Feeling slightly defeated, he stored the bag inside his pocket space, putting an end to his troubles. He looked around, trying to find the exact place until his eyes fell upon a large crystal that looked like a large bear. He approached the gigantic crystal, looking around it until he saw a cross marking. It was very small, but it was enough for him. This is the place. He looked around, and upon confirming that there was no one around him, he took out his backpack from his storage and pushed the giant crystal aside. Slash crackle, slash. The crystal cracked as it was moved aside, but soon enough, a hole appeared underneath it. Sorry for the intrusion. Silver replied with a smile as he looked at the darkness within the hole. A pair of red eyes stared at him from within, and like a flash, they disappeared. And now, a fluffy white bunny hugged Silver's face. Slash Kiyu, slash. The white rabbit made cute noises as it hugged his face, but Silver couldn't stay here in the open for long, so he pulled the rabbit aside and asked. Is it just you? Kiyu. The rabbit replied. I'll take that as a yes. Kiyu. The rabbit jumped into the dark hole, prompting him to follow. Sigh. Time to figure out what they need these for. Silver stepped into the darkness, following the rabbit. Slash crack, slash. The giant crystal soon moved back on its own, as if it had never moved to begin with. Inside the hole, Silver thought. That was fucking heavy. Notes. Chapter 135, Retaliation. It is time. I hope you all like it. I was going to say more, but as per normal, I forgot. I'll add more at the end if I do remember. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels, including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Where is this place? Are we on the 19th floor already? Silver followed the white bunny through the long caves of the dungeon, going up and down, left and right. Sometimes, the ground was made of wood, other times, it was the cold rocky ground he was used to. He didn't know where he was, nor where he was going, as this place wasn't on the map. And it was to be expected considering that this route was chosen for this commission in the first place. The Xenos knew much more about the dungeon's inner structure than the adventurers after all. They need safe and hidden paths to move around. Still, the adventures have decades of accumulation and information passed down from generation to generation, so at the very least, they don't lose by much. But Silver would like to know how much the Xenos knew about the dungeon. Perhaps they knew of areas completely hidden off from the rest of the dungeon. Areas he could use to hunt in peace. Kiki. The bunny jumped on top of a large boulder, jumping up and down quickly before jumping one last time and climbing to his shoulders. Did we arrive, Alls? Kiyu, said the rabbit as it pointed toward a rock. They were currently on a large corridor. Silver didn't know where it led to, but that didn't seem to matter as their goal was a giant rock on the wall. The rock wasn't anything special, and if the bunny hasn't pointed at it, even Silver would have passed by it as it looked like any other large boulder in the dungeon. He had seen at least 40 of these ever since he started walking with the little rabbit. Qua. Alls jumped from his shoulder, and let out a strange noise as it looked at the rock. Tremble. The giant rock slowly moved, and a hole appeared behind it. Like a white flash, Alls rushed inside. Alls, did you? Surprisingly, the one that appeared on the other side was someone Silver knew. A large gray monster, a gargoyle to be exact. It was one of the 3 Xenos leaders, Grow, staring at Silver with his cold, stony gray eyes. You. What are you doing here? Silver shrugged. Out of everyone he could have met, it had to be this grumpy guy. I would like to ask that question myself. You are truly a bother, Grow said with a grunt. He then noticed the large backpack Silver was carrying, and he immediately nodded, understanding the situation. Grow then said, I see, so this is the cause, as he signaled with his head for them to get inside. Well, it doesn't matter who does it. Tremble. Once they got inside, Grow pushed the rock back in place and led them deeper into the hidden village. Once he got inside and his eyes adapted to the darkness, he was met with many other Xenos. Most of them he actually knew, but some he didn't. They seemed more surprised to see him than he was in seeing them, but still, with Grow right by his side, they didn't cause a ruckus. Silver also realized where he was. It was the same village as last time, but this time, he got inside through another entrance. He was surprised. Silver thought there was only a single entrance to the hidden village, but that may have been an assumption from him. He tried to form a mental map, tracing back his steps, and he could faintly understand where Alls had led him through. It was indeed an unmapped path hidden from other adventurers. I was wondering who would be delivering the items this time, but to think it would be you, Grow said in a low tone as they walked. Silver raised his right eyebrow, but he didn't mind his hard tone. Things happened, and now I'm here. He's still a bit aggressive. Just like how you met with LYD. He asked ironically. Perhaps. Perhaps not, he's even joking now, look at him go. Grow stopped, saying, Here, this is enough, as he pointed at the ground. Thud. Silver dropped the bag as soon as Grow stopped walking, letting the Xenos open it and start distributing the things inside. It was then that he noticed that many of them were equipped with many sorts of gear, from spears and chest plates to bows and cloaks. How much money had the guild invested into them? This wasn't the first time they sent them items. He couldn't stay still anymore, so he opened his mouth to ask. We talked about this last time. But are you guys preparing for something? These aren't simple tools. Also, by taking a glance at them, it seems they already received a few of these before. Most of them are equipped in at least 1 or 2 new pieces of shining gear. Grow smiled. He felt he could use this situation to his advantage. So he said smugly. This doesn't concern you. Don't meddle in our affairs, human. Just when Grow was feeling good from telling Silver to go away, someone interrupted him. We're going on the offensive against the hunters that captured our kind, LYD said as he walked from the darkness. As the silhouette became more apparent and recognizing the voice somewhat, Silver asked. LYD. We meet again, Silver Chi. Although this time, there is no time to throw a welcome party. he said in a heavy tone. What's the matter? He looks oddly serious. This is unlike his overly friendly behavior. He's also wearing some brand new armor. If he appeared like that on the surface, I might even think that he came from a civilized nation of reptiles. LYD stayed silent for a small while before he said, what you said last time. And showed us, it has impacted us deeply. Not only me, but many of us have started to hunt constantly in the dungeon, in order to gather magic stones for us to grow stronger faster. Previously, we did that slowly and over time, since not only was there no motivation to do so, but it was also extremely hard for us to grow beyond a certain limit. And to maintain a low profile from other adventurers. Yet now, everyone is doing their best to grow as much as they can. And as they say on the surface, to strike while the iron is hot, if I'm not mistaken. We'll now start our counterattack. What? Silver asked as he furrowed his brows. What I said, huh? I simply told them that they were too idealistic, but I did not deny their dreams. It was possible. I just think they are being too passive about it. To a point where they are making themselves more vulnerable. The initiative is good, but rushing things to prove a point will only lead to their destruction. Grow became annoyed after being interrupted and ignored. Damn it, LYD. Whatever, you heard him, human. It seems he's at least willing to talk with me now without cursing or sounding unpleased. Looks like something changed while I was away. We had enough of them going after us, so this time, we'll go after them. Grow said aggressively. We've already confirmed that they aren't stronger than us, nor are they more numerous than us. With these odds, we can simply crush them completely, and avenge everyone. So don't get in the way. We don't need your help. Silver replied with an awkward smile. I didn't even say anything. Besides, they are indeed more numerous. But stronger. The Ikelos Familia isn't so simple to deal with. There's a reason why the guild is investing so much in this. And it makes me confused. Why is the guild supporting their actions? Do they know that they can't stop them? Or do they have some other plan in mind? Gore. Grow growled and turned around. Seeing that he didn't grab anything, Silver asked. Aren't you grabbing anything? I don't need it. Grow replied as he showed his claws to Silver. My claws are sharper than these blunt swords and my scales are sturdier than the metal used to make this armor. I don't need these petty things to fight. Slash whoosh, slash. And like that, Grow opened his wings and left the place, grumpy. Even so. You could have at least grabbed something. LYD approached Silver, touching his shoulder as he replied with a straight face. Don't mind him, he's simply too bad at expressing goodwill in any way other than violent quotes. It's okay, I know he means no harm. For the most part. He'll get used to me eventually, and I hope that once this is over, I'll be able to learn more about the Xenos and train with them daily. Even if my stats don't increase, I'm lacking strong people around my level to face. This is the only way for me to improve past my status. Since strength isn't only about the numbers shown on my back. LYD smiled with his awful full smile, showing his sharp teeth to Silver before bending down and grabbing a medium-sized curved sword, and a small blue blade, a magic sword. It was a good sword that seems to have been made from Damascus steel. The patterns on it looked like lightning bolts. With this batch, we're ready. Now that I think about it. There are some Xenos I don't recognize and some seem to be missing. Shit, I may have hit a sore spot. Oh. It seems I was insensitive and forgot to introduce you all to them. LYD them gathered everyone and introduced them to Silver once more. It was both embarrassing and awkward, but Silver felt more welcome than last time. They are from our hidden village on the 27th floor. They are here to help us with our plan. As for Ray and the others, they are currently preparing our trap. Phew, so nothing serious happened. I ought to be more careful with my words next time. Silver then became curious. What do you mean by that? Well. A trap is a trap. LYD said awkwardly as he searched for the words to use. Direct confrontation is an option, but it could lead to considerable casualties, something no one can stand. So instead, we'll lead them to a trap, make them think they have the upper hand, and capture as many of them as we can. We were just waiting for the support from the guild, and now, we can start our plan. I see. Will it be so simple, I wonder? Especially considering who we are dealing with. Now that I think about it, the reason I was told to come here may have been due to this. My actions. My meeting with the Xenos must be the cause behind this. The Xenos are excited, and their emotions are boiling. They have decided to stop being cautious, always hiding, and are now on the offensive against their assailant. This may be their boldest move ever. Since I'm here, I see no point in returning. Besides, I would feel bad if something bad were to actually happen. Can I help? Even if I stay on the sidelines, my abilities are rather versatile. They may refuse me if I ask to stay on the front lines. Would you be willing to? If that's the case, an extra hand would be more than welcomed. Lyd did not question Silver. He knew that questioning him about his resolve would be more akin to an insult than improperly conveying his concern. However, there was still something on his mind as he became serious, looking at Silver with a deep gaze. Although, if it comes down to that, I wouldn't want you to have to go through that. Silver smiled slightly. He was thankful that Lyd was so mindfully of his feelings, but he was too naive. Silver wouldn't care so much about the lives of these criminals. And even if he knew who they were, something he found very difficult to believe, he would still place the lives of these strange and cheerfully monsters over the lives of people he never saw, that hunt and torture them simply out of self-profit and pleasure. However, in the offset he did see someone he knew there. Sparring someone wouldn't be that difficult. Someone has to be kept alive so they can talk. That person might as well be someone he chooses, however hypocritical that may be. It's okay, when the time arrives, I won't slow you all down, nor get in your way. I never thought I would say that. Rather novel. Then let's go, we have no time to waste. Lyd said as he walked past Silver. Slash roar, slash. Slash roar, slash. Lyd roared, and soon enough, the loud cries of the Xenos echoed in the village. They were ready, this time, armed to the teeth, they were out for blood. Sometimes I wonder what I'm getting myself into. No matter, I'll just treat this as part of the commission. And this means that everyone is coming back alive. Silver shook his head, following the Xenos as they left the village. Slash at the same time, somewhere on the lower floors, slash. Inside a dark wet cave, a group of people, some sharpening their weapons, others eating some snacks, a few more unlooked, all waiting for something. At the edge of this cave, a bald man talked with an Amazon, and once he was done, he approached him and sitting on the ground and holding a black spear. Everything is done, Dix, said the baldy. Good, let's get this over with, Dix said as he got up from the ground. All preparations are over, this time, we'll capture a nice amount all at once. And with it, money shouldn't be a problem for a long while. We invested quite a lot in this just so our investments return tenfold. There is no room for failure. The problem is, something feels off. And I don't like this feeling. Dix touched his nose as if he could smell something. Tracking them was too easy this time. Their path is too obvious. They're going to the southernmost pantry on the 24th floor, probably to gather food. However, even though they aren't leaving tracks behind, their movements have been too simple in regards to their past habits and diversion tactics. As if they are deliberately luring us. Dix thought deeply, before smiling slightly. So that's how it is, no wonder I felt something was off. They must have decided to retaliate. He mumbled to himself with a sadistic smile. They're smarter than I thought. But if so, things change, yet the plan can't be called off, it's too late for that. Dix thought deeply, gazing at the dungeon outside of the cavern until he figured a plan out. There's no need to change things, I've made extensive preparations. But having a plan B won't do any harm. Let's see what they have in offer for us. Dix smiled, he felt that these monsters' pathetic attempt at trapping them to be amusing. He would wait. Wait for the moment he would crush their hopes and carve their flesh, all while laughing at them for entertaining even a slight bit of hope. After all, he was the raiser of Orario. Killing monsters is a pleasure for him. He did that over and over again for a decade. What difference had it if the monsters could think? Scream. Feel fear. It simply made things that more enjoyable. Notes. Welp, here it is. Next few chapters will be all about this confrontation and the things that'll happen in between. As for the future, as of now in the advanced chapters, after a decent time skip, Silver is also about to level up to level 4, and we should be close to the end of this volume. Probably another 10 to 20 chapters should be more than enough, including side chapters. In fact, I have one half done. I was planning on releasing it today as well, but I opted not to. If you have any characters you would like to see in a side chapter, like the people in the guild, other families, perhaps even outside of Orario, tell me, I'll think about it. There are many things to consider, and I forget about it many times. There are many characters to develop, and I only have so much space, so in most cases, they'll have to be developed in the side chapters. Perhaps you want to see more Artemis. Or more interactions between the MC and his familia. Or between the MC and the others around him. Or perhaps something completely focused on someone else. Tell me and I'll listen. Apart from that, bye. Chapter 136, Captured. Chapter. Lore. Fights. Don't ask me, read. Peace. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. / somewhere deep below Orario, / Inside a dark room filled with bland stone pillars, illuminated by metal torches burning with strong yellow flames. A duo could be seen discussing something. One of them was a woman with dark pink hair. It was unknown if it was natural or not, but it was certainly an oddity within this already unique world. She was resting her back on a stone pillar when she snickered. It's been a while already, when will that hoe stop with her little tantrum? This woman looked like a punk. Her clothes were mostly leather with metal adornments, her leggings and top were slightly cut, and she wore an open leather jacket that went all the way to her knees. Image. She should be stopping soon, after all, she isn't stupid. Give her some space. She needs it. Replied a man with dark purple hair as he massaged his own shoulders. The man smiled, but not in a pleasant way. His smile went from one corner of his mouth to the other. After enough time has passed and her anger has boiled off, she'll return to normal. This wasn't the first time she got angry. She did such a thing more than once in heaven. Although, that was so long ago I barely remember. This man was a god, exuding a faint yet gloomy divine presence that was unmistakable to any mortal. His eyes were purple and deep, his gaze was as if he was staring at your soul. Each eye was accompanied by a distinct dark circle as if he hasn't slept in decades. Perhaps he never did. He wore a black cloak that looked oddly comfortable and familiar to the observer, perhaps due to the fact that all souls would, and had already passed through his hands. He was a god of death, perhaps the god of death. But what was such a being doing here on the mortal plane, when there were so many souls waiting to be cleansed and sent back into the cycle of reincarnation? If his dark circles weren't enough, he looked visibly tired as if there was something weighing down on his shoulders. Towards his words, the woman snickered once more. As if he forgot, you're just a loner, be it here, or in up there, yeah. Ah. Come on Valletta-chan, I'm not that bad. Ha. Although I don't doubt it, would you even pay attention to such news? The woman asked. But this time, the man ignored her, paying more attention to his shoulders. Arg, I'm all stiff. This work is getting its toll on me, I'm not suited for this. Have you reconsidered my offer? He said in a painful yet playful tone. Tisk, lazy ass. The woman said as she started walking out of the room. Is that a yes? Not in 1,000 years. I can wait that much. I'll hold upon your words. He said with a smile. Tisk. She looked at the ceiling with a pensive gaze. At least nothing bad happened with Miss Butt Cheeks. How harsh. She's a god, you know. Valletta ignored him as she continued. She did lose a considerable portion of her money, which was the main reason why we kept her around, but she has already started to recover. As long as she raises her legs, money will come flowing down together with jizya. She said ironically. Ishtar is indeed very good at making money and getting a hold of other people's weaknesses. The man said nonchalantly. But Ishtar is also resourceful, keeping her eggs in many caskets, and albeit retrieving them has cost her quite a bit of power, it'll take no time at all for her to recover. Chi. She spat on the ground. Can you not spit on the floor? That bitch of a woman, I'm glad someone put her in place, she almost foiled everything because she was fucking hasty. She ignored our calls and tried to push everything forward despite our countermeasures not being in place, and if it wasn't for us holding things from inside, it would have ended in a lot more than just a monetary loss. What does she take the Freya Familia for? A bunch of pushovers gathered around a mega hoe. Freya only targets the most interesting adventurers, and they all tend to be very talented. It took us years to prepare a counterplan to deal with Otter, and even so. The woman's eyes sharpened, violence could be seen hidden within. But this raises the question of who. Who was the son of a bitch that foiled her plans to such a degree that she could only resort to crying and sucking on her thumbs in frustration? I heard she even started to lose hair due to stress. Although I praise the fucker for pushing her so far, that doesn't make him any less of a son of a bitch. The man sat down on a black throne, swinging his foot like a kid on a swing. Well. Didn't we already investigate that, Valletta-chan? The man asked with a small smile. You call that an investigation? A bunch of loose ends that lead nowhere. Slash thud, slash. She smashed her hand against the stone pillar. It didn't even help we had the Hermes Familia snooping around and getting in our way, it was harder to keep our activities hidden from that god's eye than actually investigating this fucking ghost. She opened her eyes wide, a large smile forming on her face. It even makes me think that it wasn't a group that caused this at all. But if so, Valletta-chan, who could even be behind this? Let's think about it for a moment. Although the clues weren't conclusive, there is indeed something to sniff. She said seriously. Are you trying to imply this has anything to do with Freya? Who else? He shrugged, shaking his hand in disapproval. That is indeed a possibility, but I thought we had already determined she had nothing to do with this situation due to her own personality and way of doing things. None of her children's abilities fall within the necessary parameters to perform this operation, even if they were to work together. Nor are there any outsider groups that can perform such a task while remaining invisible. Still, who else could cause such widespread confusion and avert our gaze, while remaining hidden at the same time? It would have to be a team of extremely skilled assassins or warriors. But the best assassins in the entire world are already under my finger. They couldn't have used the black market, we control that, nor can they request someone from the outside, there wasn't enough time for that. They would have to have requested an off-country assassin group, but as retarded as this sounds, Freya wouldn't have resorted to this. In the first place, Freya's actions were always filled with a certain layer of mystery. Her expression twisted into a grim. Or one resourceful motherfucker. The god shrugged. You think too much, Valletta-chan. Whoever it was, he left no clues, and the ones we have point to Freya. In the end, our goals do not change. Be it her or not, we still have to take her down. We have to take this defeat and move on. Slash bam, slash. Fuck this. I hate this feeling the most. She exclaimed as she smashed her fist on the pillar, cracking it. Calm down, Valletta-chan. The man said as he looked at the ceiling, fearing it might collapse. To be outplayed, she hated the very thought of this. She was once outplayed by the captain of the Loki Familia, and this caused most of her companions to die, and for her plans to foil. All because of a midget that decided to use thousands of people as bait. Her plans did succeed due to his actions, but as a result, most of her allies on the surface died. The nightmare of the 27th floor, it was a partial failure, all because of that fucking man-child. Where are you going, Valletta-chan? The man asked calmly. I'm not like you, I can't stay in place for too long, I need something to do. Play around with someone. Or something. She said as she licked her lips. Perhaps that smart glasses will have a spar with me. He kept refusing me last time, saying it was a waste of his damn time. We'll see about that now. Where was he again? The god scratched his chin, asking, are you talking about little dicks, while pointing upwards? As we requested from his familia, he must be collecting more goods for us to sell, we need the money after all. Our operations are expensive and it's needed, otherwise we can't keep Barkachan in check, you know he's always in need of materials, and if we don't give it to him, who knows what he'll do. I got it. You fucking need money, right? She said with a sickening smile. Are there any rich people worth giving a hand? Or taking one? It's about the same. Oh, Valletta-chan, you can go hunt monsters as much as you want, but killing people in broad daylight will only attract more attention to us. The god smiled evilly. Do it at night, and in a place less conspicuous so the investigations become harder. Yeah. I got it, Thanatos-sama. I know how it works. She slowly walked out of the room with her hands on her head, extremely relaxed. But she had a thoughtful look on her face, she was always thinking about what to do next. Should she keep sniffing around? Or should she go have some fun? All right, I've decided. She said with a wide smile. I'll go have some fun. I've never hunted one of those before. What were they called? Xenos. Thanatos will surely scold me for interfering in things I'm not supposed to. But a little bit of fun every once in a while is necessary. Otherwise, I'll go crazy staying in this damp and dark place all day. He. Slash step. Slash. Just after she left, someone rushed inside the room. It was a person clad in white cultist robes, his eyes were those of a fanatical. The looks of someone who has given his all to God and cause. The moment he got inside, Thanatos' relaxed disposition changed completely, turning to one of focus and seriousness, ascertaining his position as the boss of this place. Lord Thanatos, she has come. The cultist said. Oh. She recovered faster than I thought, is she finally ready to discuss the future again after her past embarrassment? He asked himself out loud. Well. Bring her to me. He said deeply. Yes. Slash southernmost pantry. 24th floor slash. Isn't this plan of yours a little too simple? Silver asked as he looked at LYD. The large red lizardman replied as he shook his head. Simplicity can oftentimes be the best approach, overcomplicating things won't guarantee us victory, it may instead prove to be our downfall. Silver nodded, and in a sense, he agreed, but there was something missing. I understand what you're talking about, but I repeat, we're dealing with some cunning people here, all right. I hope you have a plan B ready. LYD smiled. I have one, Silver Chi, you can be assured of that. But we won't be needing it. Grow replied deeply on the side. He looked at Silver and smiled arrogantly. If that was possible at all. Are you having second thoughts? If so, stay away and let me deal with the rest. Gro said as he opened his right hand, checking his claws. Silver rolled his eyes, ignoring Gro for now. After getting to know him, his actions became more akin to those of a child than intimidating. But he would never say that, he didn't want a very angry level 5 gargoyle to rush at him. Yet. We're dealing with the Icolos Familia. Although they're small, they're elites, the darkest of the dark, and they have no morals. Despite not being known, as long as you have dealt with the black market near or within Orario for long enough, you would hear of them sooner or later. They are quite the force after all. Their captain was known to be level 4, a strong one at that. And that information is at least 7 years old. At this point in time, he has probably. No, he definitely became level 5, and that is enough time for him to grow beyond just that as well. Aside from that, their combat-ready members, on average, are at least level 3, not incredible for Orario's standard, but substantial as a medium-sized force. Despite dealing with some heavier and more illegal things, they have never been captured, being able to escape or disappear every so often from their pursuers, who most often tend to be the guild. And this is the end of the information you can find just by paying the right people and digging in the right places. But the truth goes way deeper. Starting off with a bang, they are backed by none other than Evolus, the organization most think to be buried 10 feet deep, meaning dead. Especially after a certain elf's rampage. That event marked the end of Evolus and Orario's dark age. But they couldn't be more wrong. Silver looked around, but it seemed there wasn't anything else to do apart from waiting for the bait to arrive. Sigh. Evolus is more alive than ever, and its strength is increasing. In the shadows, they plot to destroy the dungeon seal. Well, they don't matter right now. What matters is that they supply the Icolos Familia with the means for their fame, or better put, infamy. First would be Knossos, the man-made dungeon. Silver rested his chin on a nearby tree as he thought. At this point in time. Has the guild become aware of its existence? I suppose not. Otherwise, their investigations would be progressing more smoothly, or at least, Fells might have shared something from his side. Having full access to it, as long as the Icolos Familia remains within Deadless Street, they are untraceable, and it doesn't help that most black market dealings are made there. Perhaps that is the reason. The place where the abandoned gather, the poor with nowhere else to go. As for the rest, it's definitely gear. Evolus has in their hands an incredible hexer, one out of the 2 confirmed descendants of Deadless of this generation. Cursed weapons, items, and such. They're all things I keep my distance from. It's not like I'm not curious, but there is a certain line people draw, one to not cross. But the true reason Silver had yet to study curses was simply that it was too hard to get a sample, otherwise, he would have gotten one without a doubt. A curse item is already illegal, with very few curse items being allowed to be sold. This is because curses tend to be born in those with some severe mental or bodily trauma, and as such, carry a heavy reputation due to the actions their masters have caused over the centuries. When Silver raided the vault of the Ishtar Familia, he found no such items in there, something that made him frown, but he soon understood what had happened. The true special items, the things that could be used to incriminate or be used as blackmail material to Ishtar wouldn't be located at a vault many of her familia can access. It was definitely within her secret, personal vault, and Silver hadn't touched that vault apart from when he was investigating the strength of the familia. Not because he felt pity for her, but for several reasons. The biggest one being that he didn't want to push Ishtar too much. He can't silence her were something to go wrong, so he has to give her some space to breathe, else she may want to strangle him to death, even if it costs hers. If things go wrong, she'll come back eventually, Silver won't. They'll definitely bring in curses. If that's so, how am I supposed to deal with them? Silver thought, and eventually, a plan formed on his mind. His enemies definitely know that they're walking right into a trap, and they're bound to have countermeasures in hand. But no matter how much they think, they can't account for his presence. He'll be the Xeno's hidden card. LYD, I have a plan. Or at least, a better role for me to play. He said with a smile. Oh. Please share it with us. Then. I'll be off. Silver said as he turned invisible, disappearing into the shadows of the trees. A little over an hour later, squeak, The loud noise of a rat echoed in the cavern, signalizing that it was time, their bait was coming. Get ready everyone, they're here. LYD said when he heard the signal. The Xenos started to raise their arms. It was time to fight, to make the hunters feel like prey. But who was truly the prey here? Was it the monsters, or the adventurers? LYD. We have a problem. Exclaimed a Xenos, a buffed hobgoblin as he ran from a hole on the dungeon wall. With a frown and deep concern, LYD exclaimed. Jerem, what happened? Where are the others? Thud. The hobgoblin slammed his fist on the ground, creating a small pit, saying. They got us first. It was a double trap. Right now, they should be leaving the dungeon with our brethren. What? How did this happen? Slash roar, slash. A gray gargoyle took off into the sky, going inside the hole the hobgoblin came from. Grow. We need to stick together. Ray said out loud as she flew after him. Damned. Everything's falling apart. LYD said loudly. It's just like Silverchi said, it was impossible for things to be so simple. They have switched the positions, now we're the ones that need to go after them. How frustrating. We can't let Grow and Ray alone. Everyone, charge. He said loudly. Slash roar, slash. The Xenos roared, and from the trees, holes, behind the rocks and other things, dozens of monsters rushed from the shadows. This was much scarier than a monster party. So it has begun. From atop a tree, Silver gazed at this commotion with sharp eyes. I would have liked it if we fought here since I set up some traps, but it seems those are meaningless now. He shook his head. Doesn't matter, or perhaps, I should have expected this. What matters is making sure the Xenos return safely and capturing at least one of those sons of bitches. As long as I have their head, even if they decided to kill themselves, I'll know everything. He said with a smile. Slash whoosh, slash. He jumped from the tree, running after the Xenos. Notes.